Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A man sat at a table in the Jiang City Public Security Interrogation Room. He covered his eyes, looking crazy. First-rank police officer Jing entered the room and addressed him as Mr. Longye. Her silhouette was reflected in his pupil. The man covered his face with his hands and demanded that he quickly close the door. Red rays were shining from outside. The girl agreed to close it and told him to calm down. Walking up to the table, she asked if he could tell her what happened. Zhongye replied that he did. She would not believe him. Jing angrily waved her hand, telling him not to play dumb. He would not escape criminal liability. Let him think about what he did to his family. On the phone, there was a photo of a woman and a child lying on the floor. The man looked at it tensely. And then his eyes became smaller in fear. Trembling, he pointed his finger behind him, saying that there was something behind him. Jing turned around and said that there was no one there. The girl with glasses frowned. The psycho hid behind the table, and she demanded not to try to be cunning. It was as if a multitude of red eyes appeared in the room. The crazy man trembled, frightened by this. He saw the policewoman who looked in as a monster with an eye in her mouth. His appearance became even more shocked. He threw the table away and demanded not to come closer. Then he began to put his hand in his mouth. Unable to withstand the many eyes, he tried to strangle himself. A scream was heard, "What is he doing?" and a request for help. The sky was painted with the colors of the sunset. The fantasy figures of the girls were heard asking, "What next?" The boys were sitting at the computers in the game room of the Ghost Society of Jiang City High School. Binbin pretended to strangle himself, and replied that when the police came running, he had already killed himself. They say he bit off his tongue. Xing bit his lip in fear and said that he couldn't sleep all night after this horror story. His friend replied that it wasn't a horror story, it was a real story from a public security organization, and it had already spread all over the internet. He put his hand to his face and said as if it was a secret that as far as he knew, it was all because of one photo on the internet. Whoever saw it would die. Xing was even more scared, asking what photo, and heard that he was about to find it. The eyes behind the round glasses widened in shock. He snatched the phone from his friend, stopping him, and said that if what he said was true, they weren't allowed to look at it. His friend asked, "Is this what they were talking about?" The guys turned around. There was a photo of a round eye on the monitor. The guys screamed in fear. Shinji sat calmly at the computer and told them not to worry, everything was fine. A frightened Binbin hugged Xing, who asked why he was so sure, and heard that if everyone died just by looking at a photo, the end of the world would have happened long ago. And as for those dead people, a demon sat in their souls. Shinji closed his eyes and suggested that they play on, and he still had things to do. He heard a shout not to spoil everyone's mood. "What time is it now?" A comrade standing at the table shouted that he was acting like an old man. The second asked why he was leaving so early. He was not going to study anyway. But the hero replied that next time. The windows were burning in the multi-story building of Shinji's house. The guy stuck the key in the lock. Opened the door. Entering the room, Shinji thought that he was an ordinary university student and lived the most ordinary life. He reached for a book with red symbols, saying that until a month ago he heard some strange voices in the library. He grabbed the red book. Opened its pages. Shinji looked at the book. Red swirls were spreading from it. He was curious and opened the book called Urban Legends. Black and red rays were reaching out to his body. He found himself in this world and became a student of Jiang City High School. Raindrops were running down his face. He remembered standing by the tombstone, remembering that his parents died in a plane crash, leaving him an inheritance and insurance compensation, thus freeing him from any worries. He looked at the book surrounded by a glow and thought that because of it, he only had 30 days to live. This was written on its page. Shinji touched the pendant on his chest. Black flashes were spreading from it. They formed the book that he held. The page said that these were records of urban legends. Legend points 38,000, good and evil 200, spiritual power 0, life remaining 92 days. The legends he wrote down would come true, they would bring him benefits. If someone died because of the ingredients he wrote down, he would receive good and evil points. Turning the pages, the hero remembered that according to the rules, he had to write down urban legends and receive good and evil points, so he could extend his life. The page had an urban legend written on it, a look through the crack, about a photo that appeared on the city's websites that was very strange. It depicted a huge eye. Shinji examined the book and noticed that as soon as he wrote down a legend, it immediately came to life, and the first legend was about a daughter and mother who lived next door and were killed by violence. He imagined a vile eye. As soon as someone saw this photo in Jiang City, domestic violence would appear in that person's family. Eyes would look at the killer from every crack. He could look from everywhere, changing a person's consciousness, leading to loss of reason and ultimately to suicide. The book said that on June 7, 2020, Zhongye returned home in a state of intoxication because the water in the bathroom at home was not hot enough, and he began to beat his wife. There was another strange circumstance. The experience of the one who looked at the photo and who was then followed by the eye is recorded on the pages of this book. He imagined how the man swung a belt, how he sat in the bathroom, looking at the photo, and then how he killed himself. 1 page per person, for each person 2 points of good and evil depending on the degree of influence of the legend, 300 to 400 points of legends. The guy slammed the book shut. Touching his forehead in displeasure, Shinji said that he had gained too little from this story. A month had already passed, and he had managed to increase his lifespan from 30 days to 92. He needed a new story that could compensate for this. Looking down sadly, he said that otherwise, this number would one day reach 0. He imagined the shackles from the book strangling him, and said that he was afraid that he would really die. The students were sitting in a classroom of Jiang City High School, Class K. The girl glanced sideways at the student from behind, saying that he liked to sleep. He had been sleeping all day. A classmate woke Shinji up, saying that classes were over, let him wake up. The boy opened his eyes. Then he stretched. He walked, stretching his neck, which was sore, and thought that he was very tired. Yesterday until 4 in the morning he was thinking up a new story. Passing by the window, he thought that it seemed useless to look for inspiration in the ghost society. They only lazed around or played computer games there. Going down the stairs, he decided to send a message that he would not come today. On the screen was a ghost chat, which said that he did not sleep all night today and would go home. Shinji laughed, seeing how Xing replied that he stood them up again, and Binbin asked if he was quietly playing games at home to impress them all. The guy thought that they were joking, and he had a matter of life and death. He looked away. In the gateway, a blonde man was beating a student, saying that he asked for it. Well, he complained to the teacher about some things. Got tired of it? The boy with glasses covered himself with his hands, telling Ren that he was wrong and apologized, asking not to beat him. Smiling crookedly, Shinji asked, 5 against 1 and not ashamed? The blonde man turned around. Taking the bat, he asked who it was that wanted to die. The other recognized Shinji. The brunette stood with his hand in his pocket and asked, do they know him? One of the hooligans called Ren, saying that this guy is crazy. But why was he indignant? That they would be afraid of him alone. Looking ahead with alarm, the brown-haired man said that last semester, 5 of them had dealt with him, 3 ended up in the hospital, 1 still doesn't go to school. The thug winced in displeasure. Shinji looked down. The bat fell to the ground. Heading away, Ren said that he was hungry and offered to eat. Shan adjusted his glasses and thanked him. Shinji walked away, listening to his words of gratitude, and mentally thanked him for giving him inspiration. He sat in the room in front of the computer. His fingers tapped the keys. In front of him was an article about school bullying, which talked about a report with statistics on bullying students. The hero said that no matter what world, bullying exists everywhere. He thoughtfully touched his chin. Then he picked up the red pendant with his fingers. But he remembered the trembling Shan, saying that bullies most often bully those who do not have the strength to respond or who do not have support. He opened the book. While writing, the hero thought that if he gives weapons to those who suffer from bullying, he can dig up the deep-seated seed of violence. Black rays spread from the book. He received 30,000 legend points. Dark flashes surrounded the girl with long hair. Every night at midnight on a website called The Realm of the Dead, the names of people overcome by malice appear. You can also see a girl from the afterlife there. The girl looked back. Her name was AI. The long-haired girl turned around, holding a flower nearby. On the camera screen, you could see someone being beaten, screaming that they told her not to come to school. Why was she here again? The blonde laughed at the lying girl, saying that she was so ugly. Why did she show herself to people? In her place she would have died long ago. Why even come? She was disgusting. The girl sat down, smiling. Her victim was shaking and crying. Ishiguro grinned slyly and told her to take a picture of her quickly. If she met her on the street, she would think she had stumbled upon a ghost. The trembling Guriya took a flower out of her bag. The words were heard. She was so angry, and she was also resisting. They grabbed her by the hair, but Guriya said that Ishiguro forced her. Gritting her teeth, she wished for her death. The girl laughed, saying that it was funny. She thought she could kill her with a flower? The girl tore off a red petal and froze in surprise. Ishiguro had a monster's face instead of a face. The friends ran away screaming that it was a ghost. The camera captured them running away screaming. The monster's body bent in the other direction. Her light hair flew up. And the video stopped. A question was heard, is the person in this video her? Guriya, trembling with fear, confirmed. She was sitting in the Jiang City High School principal's office and heard that as of 8 o'clock this morning, the number of abnormal deaths in the city exceeded 200. Zayuyo's assistant held the phone and documents, saying that they were the same. Everyone was brain dead, but no indicators of violent death were found. The girl pursed her lips, hearing that she was the only suspect detained by the special department. The blonde woman narrowed her eyes and asked, she had talked to the girl from the underworld, let her tell her more details. Zayuyo, who was standing next to her, said sternly that this was the head of the special department of Akiji. She was the only one who could help her at the moment. She hoped that it would not do anything rash. She looked down and agreed. She remembered the phone screen, which said that the girl from the underworld exists. Hellish communication is only available at night. If you fill in the name of the person you hold a grudge against in the chat, the girl from the underworld will appear and plunge this person into the abyss of hell. A few days ago, a strange message appeared on the forum at midnight that could not be deleted or edited. The post contained information about the urban legend of the girl from the underworld. At first, everyone thought that this was an announcement of some kind of game. No one believed that such a thing was real. There were many comments on the forum. The girl sat in front of the glowing red screen and said that she waited until midnight, then clicked on the link, and everything opened. On the monitor there was a line for a message and a question: how can she help her? The girl typed in the name Ishiguro. With a trembling finger she reached for the send button, thinking that she knew that she shouldn't do such things and understanding that if the legends are true, then a person can die. But she remembered how she went to the teacher, covered in something, but she asked her why she thought they were targeting her. Maybe she should think about her behavior? Her mother hit her with a towel, screaming that she wanted to transfer. How much effort she had to put in to be accepted into this school. Ishiguro poured some liquid on her and chased her away. Enraged, Guriya pursed her lips, thinking that she had enough. If the girl from the afterlife existed, then she would accept her help. Her finger pressed the button. The screen showed that the message had been sent. 1 second, 2, 3. Tears were streaming down the girl's cheeks, and she relied on an urban legend. How stupid. She looked ahead in confusion, saying that her head was spinning. A question was heard: were you looking for her? Her eyes widened in shock. In front of Guriya stood a girl with long hair. Yes, she asked, a girl from the afterlife? AI held a flower and confirmed that it was her. They were by a huge tree. The afterlife girl told her not to be afraid, she had come to help. Bare Feet took a step. She held out the flower and said that as soon as she plucked the petal, they would make a contract. A trembling hand reached for the flower. The girl with red eyes said that the person she held a grudge against would be sent to hell. Guriya, holding the flower, heard that her soul would also go there later. She opened her eyes in shock and asked again. AI with a red eye said that the curse of others reflected on her karma, and her soul will no longer be able to go to heaven, will live in torment in hell. Appearing behind, she said that in any case, the choice is hers. Guriya wiped away tears, saying that by the time she came to her senses, she was already sitting in the bedroom. They know what happened later. Akiji's eye lit up blue. She saw a black haze in the girl's chest and thought that it was a curse, the price for killing. Putting her hand in her pocket, the woman asked if she had communicated with anyone else in the past 2 days. If anything unusual happened, she heard that no. Akiji began to pull off her glove, thinking that it seemed that the curse only reflected on people who made a contract. Her hand glowed brightly. The woman thought that Zayuyo's spiritual power level was too low. She would not be able to see the curse, only she can. The assistant stood behind, focused, thinking that she had discovered something. Using the thief's hand, it is said that this hand has the ability to steal everything, whether physical or conceptual. Surrounded by a bright glow, the woman told her not to move. She was removing the curse. Zayuyo looked forward attentively, thinking that the price was that when using this technique, she herself was left without something, and it was not clothes or other consumables. A bright ball rushed towards the woman's hand. The girl thought that it was some organs, and the liver, heart, or others. Akiji was attentive. Guriya bit her lip when the curse came out of her. The woman frowned. And bending over, the schoolgirl screamed, spreading dark power. This power knocked out the windows in the office. Shinji turned around. His eyes glowed red. He looked at the street. The buildings became like holographic images, showing people, heard their conversations. What's going on? It seems like a window broke in the principal's office. The bully Ishiguro died. Someone saw Guriya, who was in the same class, being called to the principal's office. Ishiguro bullied her. Was the information about the girl from the afterlife on the forum really true? The guy closed his eyes, thinking that the name was displayed on the first page in the legend of the girl from the afterlife. She was the first one to contact her. He remembered the text in the book, thinking that during the time Guriya hesitated, the number of people who made a contract with the girl from the afterlife increased dramatically. On the following pages, there were many lines about the message being sent. The hero thought that in order to prevent harm to innocents, he set up many psychological barriers. Only in despair would people be able to write a message. But in just a few days, more than 100 bully students died in the city. He is not surprised. The information appeared that 1 point of good and evil and 150 points of legend had been obtained. Imagining the scale, he thought that although there were more incidents of revenge with the girl from the afterlife than peeks through the crack, there were still not that many points. In other words, in the case of bullying, it was not as bad as domestic violence, which is why there were not that many points. The hero touched the page of the book with his finger, thinking that he did not have to worry about his lifespan anyway. He touched the line of spiritual power with his finger, and thought that he tried to add something to the spiritual power last night. Shinji looked at his palm, asking that there seemed to be no change. He had gained +1 spiritual power and +1 point of good and evil, and decided to add more. He tapped the line with his finger. A spark seemed to flash in his eye, and then he reached for the book. He had gained 9 points of spiritual power, but suddenly reached the limit and lost his composure. The boy jumped over a whole flight of stairs. As he flew forward, he thought that when he woke up today, he noticed that his auditory measuring skills had improved significantly, and he also had more endurance. Shinji landed with his knees bent. He held the red pendant in his fingers, thinking that it seemed that if he continued riding, he would become truly special. Then he noticed Akiji, who said that the curse was very strong, because it was connected to the soul. Fortunately, it did not affect others. People from the department would soon arrive. The boy looked there carefully. He saw silhouettes. The girl asked what she would do, and heard that she should watch. Zyuyo looked admiringly at the boss, who said that she would indicate in the report that she acted in self-defense, and heard the girl thank her. Heading away, she called her assistant. Then she turned around. Her eyes widened in surprise. Zyuyo looked at her and asked what was wrong. The woman closed one eye and said that it felt like someone was watching. Shinji hid around the corner, realizing that she could see the curse. The girl in shoes walked forward. He thought that she also had powers. The woman standing by the building thought, left. Shinji glanced sideways with displeasure, thinking who she was from public security. It seems they came to deal with the body of the girl from the afterlife. Akiji looked sternly forward. The hero thought that she came. Wincing, he thought that he couldn't let her find the notebook if he saw him. The leg took a step. Shinji turned around in shock. A smiling silhouette was reflected in his eye. A scream was heard, found. A hand grabbed the neck of the surprised Shinji. His friends grabbed him in a man's hold. Bindan said that they caught him, and Xing added that he escaped as soon as classes ended. They called him to the club. The hero asked them to let him go, and then they would go normally. Akiji approached from behind. Stopping, she thought that she had made up too much, but then she put the phone to her ear. Standing on the stairs, she said that she was on her way. The sign said that this was a playroom for the Ghost Society. The guys went in 3 at a time. Shinji said that maybe they would at least let him go now. Were they afraid that he would run away? Bindan said that the minimum number of club members was 3. If the teacher found out that he was the only one here, their club could be abolished. Looking ahead pitifully, the hero apologized and said that he had been very busy for the past few days. Binban flicked the switch and said that he had enough lies. There were figures of beautiful girls in the room. A friend asked what he could possibly do besides sleep. The hero answered that he was writing a story, and heard him ask what genre it was. Closing the door to the room, Shinji answered that it was about the supernatural. His friends immediately hugged him. One was a book lover, and the other was a fan of the supernatural and demanded to see, but the brunette replied that he only had drafts. The guys turned away discontentedly. The comrade said that he was boring and did not trust them at all, and the second added that they were with him with all their hearts. Shinji asked to wait until he finished. Introducing the dark book, he thought, maybe show them. The fat man adjusted his glasses, saying, "Does he really have no inspiration? In recent days he had a whole bunch of similar ideas. He thinks he can inspire him." He opened his mouth, talking about an urban legend that recently appeared on the forum. It is called. Fingers dropped on the keys. The heroes opened the forum on the computer and simultaneously said, "A girl from the underworld." Shinji cracked like a statue and thought that they were trying to inspire him with his own story. It will not be easy. However, instead of a page, it gave an error code that the server was not found. The guy asked how this was possible. Something with the internet. Shinji was surprised. The boys looked at the screen carefully. Bindan said that pop-ups were still appearing, and Xing added that the Wi-Fi on the phone was working. He pointed to the forum page on the phone, saying that he couldn't even log in. Shinji looked ahead, thinking that the problem was not with the network. The forum was blocked, but they couldn't block the hellish conversation. He imagined the eye of the girl with glasses and thought that this was the work of those two. He quickly rushed out of the room, saying that he needed to leave, under the disgruntled exclamations of his friends. The girl in the hallway coquettishly adjusted her hair. Right in front of Shinji's feet in the hallway, a guy who had been hit flew. Ren hit him and screamed that he shouldn't even think about complaining to the teacher. He saw Shinji and said that it was him again, and Shan called his name. Extending a trembling hand, he asked for help, but heard words about there being no time. The guy with glasses froze when they ran past him, and turned around in shock. A stranger's foot immediately flew into the back of his head, screaming, "What's the matter?" He thought Shinji would always cover him. The offender stepped on the guy's back, saying that everyone knows that he is a man of mood. Shan clenched his fist, hearing that if he is in that mood and maybe he can somehow help him. The glasses reflected the running guy. Shinji stopped and breathed heavily, thinking that they could not have gone far. He looked ahead gloomily. He used force, looking at the hologram of people, heard that they gave a lot of homework today. How the exam came, someone was 2 points short. The guy's eyes were red. He thought that it was not visible. If hellish communication was also disabled, then they posed a serious threat to him. He touched the pendant with his fingers, and Shinji decided that he needed to find out their identities, otherwise he would be tied up. Figures of monsters reached out to him. He thought that if he did not increase his lifespan, he would die. At the Jiang City Public Security Office, a girl approached Akiji and said that, as she said, in order to prevent more victims, they blocked the forum. The woman turned around, saying that it was a good job. What about the hellish communication? Jing looked away and said that it could not be turned off. Akiji touched her chin, saying that it seemed that the website was protected. She waved her hand and ordered to clear the room. Let everyone leave the building. Confidently standing by the window, the woman said that she would try to block the website tonight. The employees walked through the office. Words were heard. Where did she even come from? This is an order from the head of the special department. She remembered the crazy man and said that a series of suicides was transferred to the special department. Imagining silhouettes with sucking eyes, she explained that the special department reports to the highest analytical center of the public security department, specializing in various kinds of strange incidents that ordinary people can't do anything about. In general, this is an order from above. At night at 23:55, Akiji was sitting at the monitor. Saoyo asked, "Is it just a website being blocked? Is it really that serious?" and heard a question about how many days she had been training. Awkwardly touching her cheek, the subordinate answered that it had been 3 days, and heard that it was coming out. They had sent a newbie. The girl blushed. At 23:56, Saoyo bowed and said that she had no intention of hiding that she was a newbie. She thought she already knew. The boss told her to forget it. It seemed that the experienced assistants in the special department had died out. The assistant smiled, answering positively to the question of whether she had attended courses on other ghosts and the like. She introduced monsters and supernatural beings, explaining that ghosts are the souls of people who have died either of old age or for some other reason, and are generally not dangerous. As a rule, they stop them right away. There are also other ghosts that had a grudge or anger in life. When you meet such a ghost, you must immediately eliminate it, and if your strength is insufficient, you should run as far as possible. As for the others, ordinary people do not notice them. Saoyo winked sweetly, saying that she believed that she could eliminate everything. Akiji grinned. Putting her head on her hand, she said that she would tell her one fact: for people, others are only something incomprehensible, something immortal. She imagined black monsters circling the city, and said that only an other can deal with another other and kill it. As for people, they can only note the strange circumstances of death. You need to keep your distance from others, find a way to prevent further murders. Does she know why the special department sent her despite the fact that she has only trained for 3 days? Touching the keyboard with her fingers, the woman explained that because investigating strange events on her own meant that she would likely die soon, assistants were expendable. The frightened Saoyo imagined dark silhouettes. In the morning at school, she had to check the girl for curses, but she was not experienced enough, so she did not notice anything. At midnight, a question appeared on the screen asking if she was sure she wanted to run the program. Getting up from her chair, Akiji asked Saoyo to release her spiritual power and press enter. She smiled and promised that if she died, her family would receive a pension of 5 million. The frightened assistant reached for the keyboard. Adjusting her glasses, the boss said that of course she could refuse, leave the room and leave the special department. All the girls were trembling. She closed her eyes and pressed the button. Akiji's eyes flew open. A powerful unknown force smashed the monitors. The elder created a bright protective dome around them and covered her face with her hand. In front of them was a monitor with a red screen. Saoyo, who had fallen to the floor, asked if it was over. The monitor was smoking. Exhaling, Akiji said that it seemed like it wasn't that bad. Red ripples appeared on the screen and an image of a girl appeared. Saoyo grabbed the headmistress's hand, asking what was this? On the screen was the face of a girl from the underworld. Looking at it carefully, Akiji said that hellish communication was disabled. Maybe this was some kind of warning. She walked away, saying that the girl had done well, and wished her success. Holding the phone, she imagined a monster holding ribbons and said that if it was a warning and new, then this was an unprecedented discovery since the establishment of the special department. But the other, the mind control, she hoped that she was wrong. Ian held the phone with his shoulder, heard her say that she needed his help with the investigation of the girl from the afterlife, and also needed him to look at the photo of the eyeball. Smiling, the guy replied that she must know that more than 200 people died because of her. Whoever saw the photo would die in agony. Did he want him to look? A member of the special department, codenamed Ian, sat with a joystick in his hands and laughed, and said that she would not die anyway. What a bad colleague he was, he could not even ask for help normally. Rubbing his nose, he proposed to make a deal. Since it turned out that 2 strange incidents happened at once, he thinks it's better to investigate everything together. He will become a fellow traveler on the road. Holding the phone, Akiji agreed, telling him to first deal with the girl from the afterlife. It's very serious, she is not joking. Putting the phone away, she said that the public safety department is here. She hangs up, and heard indignation that they did not talk enough. 10 minutes ago, at 23:58, Shinji sat down at the computer desk, thinking that as soon as the two of them left the school, the forum was immediately closed. He thinks everything was done in order to prevent the legend of the girl from the afterlife from spreading. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the guy chuckled. He opened the book, thinking about stopping the hellish communication. He doesn't even know if they can do it. They are believed to belong to some organization that investigates paranormal phenomena. Quite unpleasant. Didn't think such organizations exist. In the corner of the monitor, it was midnight. The guy looked at it in surprise. On the monitor, there were hieroglyphs with the words hellish communication. He saw that the site was not blocked. The book said that Xiaoyo from the Jiang City Special Department had entered the hellish communication error. Hugging the book in relief, he thought that it seemed like he was saved. Since they failed to block the site, it means that their abilities are not enough to curb the girl from the afterlife. He imagined the silhouettes, thinking about how these two were related to the special department. His fingers touched the keys. There was a message on the screen that no information was found for his request. When he searched for the Jiang City Special Department, there was no information on the internet. Looking down, he thought that there was no information on the large forums and websites either. Standing up from the table, he decided that in any case, he shouldn't take them lightly. If he wanted to continue living, he couldn't let them trample the other he had created. Exhaling, he said that he needed to continue cultivating spiritual power. He sat on the bed with a book in a meditation pose and thought that last time he had reached the limit of his body's capabilities. Red vortices were spreading from the book. He thought that he didn't know what would happen this time. What if he couldn't keep everything under control anymore? Power was the only way to survive. Red vortices of power spread throughout the room. Looking at the fire in his hand, Shinji thought that his body had changed. It felt like it was swelling. He could feel power filling him. A drop of sweat was running down his face. On the page, it was written that his spiritual power had increased. The fire around him turned into a silhouette of Shinji, who thought that no, this was a soul. His soul was growing. He stood up, stretching his neck, and thought that after the transformation there were no side effects. On the contrary, the body became more relaxed. All the senses became sharper. Red eyes looked to the side. A red glow emanated from behind the closet door. The guy was surrounded by red light, and imagined many eyes around him. Thought why such a strange feeling, that something was looking at him. A shadow fell on the wall. The hero thought that in fact he sometimes felt someone's gaze on him before. Now that his spiritual strength had grown, he could clearly feel where it was coming from. His fingers touched the door. In front of the hero was a box with fragile items. He almost forgot that it was here. Suddenly the box trembled. The cardboard flaps opened slightly. The surprised look of the guy was visible. The flaps of the box slammed back. The hero reached out for the box, and with a sweet smile asked why he was so nervous. He picked up the box. He smiled and said that he created it, so he wouldn't worry about it later. He put the box in the room. Then he opened it slightly. The hero looked shocked. With a sharp movement, he kicked the box, from which something with many eyes crawled out and repeated Mom. There was a box on the couch near the TV. A creature with a large round eye looked out from there and repeated baby talk. With a cute look, it stuck its head out of the box and hummed. Then it touched its face with its finger, smelling the smell. Shinji smiled and held a box of food and a can, offering to have a snack while watching a cartoon. The creature hid back. The hero suggested taking a walk, because he had been sitting in the box for so long. The black creature looked out in fear and called Mom. Shinji closed his eyes, thinking that it looked scary, but in fact, it was an ordinary baby. He began to eat noodles, decided that he would then eat himself, and heard a ringing sound. Holding the phone with his shoulder, he answered the call. His ears were struck by a deafening scream demanding that he quickly read the message. The hero stared ahead in surprise, hearing that one of the presenters was broadcasting about the murders of the girl from the afterlife. A light flashed in the lens, suddenly shouting that it was the landlord who had previously opened a discussion about the girl from the afterlife on the forum. A demonic man with chicken soup. Today he wanted to meet her live. On the screen was a man with a crazy look, who suggested waiting a few more minutes. He really wanted the girl from the afterlife to take them as soon as possible. He was shaking all over, pointing his hand at the monitor behind him, and said that he knew they were in a hurry. But let them not worry, the real show would begin soon. The streamer was sitting at the computer and continued that many people say that after entering the name in the hellish chat, the girl from the afterlife never showed up. Maybe she does not exist? In front of the monitor, the streamer with a crazy look was smiling, shouting that this was a complete lie. He stood up, spread his arms, and shouted that it could be because the conditions for summoning her were not met. If he wanted the girl from the afterlife to appear, his heart must be filled with resentment. He must be cornered. Holding onto the chair, he giggled. With a crazy smile, the guy said that these were the rules of the girl from the afterlife. Shinji looked on with a slight smile, thinking that he thought he had figured out her rules. It was not that simple. He would see if she could summon her. There was a street lamp on the street at midnight 0:30, the happiness community. The girl stood under the light of the lamp, and a scream came from her phone that he was filled with resentment. Akiji answered the phone, said that the happiness community, 4th floor, 4th block, room 404, should prepare to interrupt the live broadcast and arrest him. Ian held the can of drink, asking if she thought he was telling the truth, and heard that anything was possible. The blonde imagined the silhouettes and image of the girl, saying that 2 days ago, a special department found several criminal experimenters, but they did not contact the girl from the afterlife. And she also found this strange. Now it is clear, he thinks about those criminals, the offense was not strong enough. Turning to her comrade, she said that perhaps this person was prepared. They stood in front of a building with a glowing red window. The girl continued that although ordinary people do not have spiritual power, they should not be underestimated. People are able to understand the rules and survive. He sat, intertwining his fingers, while she said that they are stronger than some mentors who have spiritual power. The crazy streamer smiled, saying that he thinks there are still people who do not believe, so he invites everyone to see with their own eyes. Holding the phone, he offered to try, and sharply pressed enter with his finger. A red window appeared in front of him asking how she could help him. The commentators were delighted. The guy looked ahead, saying that it worked. With trembling hands, he set the phone on a tripod. Looking to the side, he said that they can't see anything here, let them wait. Very soon they will see the girl from the afterlife. The streamer turned around in fear, and then stood in front of the monitor. He was sitting at the computer, staring ahead in fear. Then he closed his eyes and shouted that they would now witness a miracle. He moved the cursor to the message button. But the broadcast abruptly ended. The commentators were surprised, asking what happened. Shinji was sitting with a book in his hands, thinking that the broadcast was interrupted. He looked at the page in surprise. Suddenly his room was lit up with red light. Turning the page, he asked, "Is this a baby?" There was a red landscape on the screen. Someone's legs appeared behind him, and then a long-haired figure. Shinji turned around abruptly. AI appeared right in front of him. The hero looked at her. The girl was flying closer and closer. Her eyes were glowing red. The guy asked in surprise, "Is she a girl from the afterlife? But why did she appear to him?" The action takes place in a utility room. A bright eye is visible from the gap between the doors. Sean, with tears in his eyes, holds the locked doors and begs to let him out of there. Suddenly, a smartphone falls out of his pocket. The screensaver shows his family. He turns around in surprise. With trembling hands, the guy reaches for it and declares that they will all die. He screams in rage, if the girl from the afterlife is real, then he wants her to take them all. Holding the smartphone in his hands, Sean abruptly raises his head and is surprised by something. The villain drags him along the ground and asks about the urban legend from the afterlife and how popular it has been lately. The villain punches Sean in the face, asking if he really decided to write his name to her. The guy screams through the pain that he hates his brother Rin. His fist flies into the guy's face. Sean hears that he was warned that if he dares to do this, he will be instantly sent to the next world. He in turn assures that he did not do it. Ren, with a mad look, declares that he only wanted to know if the legend is true, because even Shinji did not help him, although he saw how he suffers, and now he really hopes that someone will help. The guy in glasses remembers moments from his life and hears the question whether he hates him. Sean, in a rage, sends a message to the main character and exclaims that of course he hates and curses him, because of him he was beaten. The guy is sitting in a chair. A girl flies up to him. He wonders if the urban legend that he himself created can kill him. Shinji looks up and says you. He frowned and asked if she had come to take him to the afterlife. AI watched him silently. She closed her eyes. She hovers in the red space, saying that it is not so, and despite the fact that his name was indicated in the hellish communication, she cannot take him. The protagonist is drawn against the background of scales. They tell him that he is outside the rules, since the contract is signed and only he can decide the outcome of what is happening, and he can cancel the contract and send to hell the person who wrote the name in the chat. Shinji exhales and says that he understands. He stands in front of AI and asks who wrote his name. She answers Sean. The protagonist thinks and asks again who he is and does he know him. The guy begins to remember the past and realizes that if he terminates the contract, the opponent will understand that he did not get to the afterlife and they will set people from the special department on him. Shinji decides on something with a sly look. He turns and calmly orders to take the opponent to the afterlife. He smirks and says but AI emits red energy and claims to understand him, when in addition he wants to meet him first. Images of Sean appear, who suddenly opens his eyes. He sits in a green container in shock and understands what it is. AI stands opposite with a lantern. Sean lies in a boat opposite her and exclaims that this is a girl from the afterlife. But everything is wrong and she was supposed to take Shinji. The red dragon with an ominous look clarifies if he really is Sean. While he assures that he picked a flower, the monster demands to know why he wrote down the main character's name. The boy with glasses sits in the boat in fear and exclaims why they are asking him about this. Because he is not ready to die yet. Sean, holding on to the sides of the boat, understands that he wants revenge. Black whirlwinds bind the boy with glasses and he groans in pain, not understanding what it is and asking for help. He looks at the girl and begs her to help him. AI with a mad look demands to answer the question. The monster's hand sucks out energy. The red dragon directs with his hand. He lifts Sean high above the water. He screams in fear that he will tell everything. The guy in glasses says with fear that the main character helped him once when he was being bullied, But if he had not passed by the second time, he would not have received it from the villain, because he was locked in the utility room. The red dragon holds his hand and clarifies that it turns out that Shan was offended by Shinji. The monster holds him upside down with magic and says that Shan did not know that the girl from the afterlife was created by him, and now he must answer for everything. The guy sees dead souls in shock, who stretch out their hands to him, while the dragon explains that instead of pointing the weapon at the true cause of his pain, he directed hatred at everyone. The monster furiously claims that the bully who harmed him will also answer for everything, but Shan will not escape punishment. The guy in glasses tearfully screams not to do this. Black substances absorb him. He says that he understood his mistakes. A red light is seen in the distance. He repeats that he was wrong. Shan sees something in front of him in fear. He is lying on the floor in the room and does not understand what is happening. The action takes place in the house of a demonic man with chicken soup. A character with a monocle stands next to the girl and states that the flower does not emit any other energy except cold, and it is necessary to try to change the spiritual power. She releases magic from her hand. The girl is puzzled, casting a spell. Shan screams that it is hot. The character thinks and explains to the girl with the burn that only the recipient can pick the flower, and otherwise there is no use and it is better to make a plan. She suggests resorting to the help of her hands. She holds on to the monocle and states that she tried and her hand removed the curse from the student, but her glasses told her that she will die if she does something unnecessary. The guy with purple hair asks her if she really will force him to participate in this too. She replies that the plan has not been fully formed and therefore there is still an opportunity to leave. He is silent with a dissatisfied face, thinking that his partner does not understand jokes at all. She drags the frightened shackled Shan along the floor and says that there is no need to waste time and will take him to the special department. Shinji holds a magical red book and sees them. It is written that In said this with a smile on her face, but in her eyes there was anxiety, since Akiji's words scared her. The heroes are standing in front of the entrance to the special department. It is said that if they exist, how strong are they? Can they choose a specific target and hit it? And now, based on observations, one can say one thing: there are people with abilities who have formed the so-called special department, which solves problems with anomalies. Shinji takes off the dragon mask and realizes that they have already tracked everything down, but fortunately, they cannot do anything yet and they need to continue to monitor them. AI stands in the boat near the main character in surprise. She turns and tells the master that another task is coming. He replies that he knows and she can go. The events take place in a special department in the interrogation room. A shackled character calls someone a murderer. He bangs on a chair and shouts that they are vile people. Akiji replies that it was an ordinary person who harbored a grudge against him, and what did he do? In turns around and says that he killed his daughter. She asks again whether it was because of the supernatural. The pink-haired guy replies that yes, and it happened when he first joined the service. In the memories, he walks in the rain. The girl walks down the alley. He explains that while walking through the shops, he felt a weak energy emanating from his daughter. He holds a shard of glass in front of her, but in her reflection in a puddle, the silhouette of a monster is visible. In says that at that time he hated anomalies. As soon as he stood up, she immediately noticed him. The guy stands in front of the lying body and remembers that she had died a long time ago, and her body was captured by something, and so he had to kill her, and before she died she said. The skeleton starts to say something with a grin. Ian repeats after her in surprise. He says with a crazy look that the word was found. The tied guy screams in rage that he killed his daughter. He replies that he has the opportunity to take revenge. He kicks the chair. Ian shows a smartphone and says that he can start a hellish conversation, and as soon as he enters his name, he will immediately go to the afterlife. Akiji stands behind and demands to leave, while the man screams to grab him. Ian turns around displeased. The heroes are standing in the corridor. One of them clarifies whether they will go in. He tells the surprised lady that none of them are allowed to be there. Everything is top secret. A character with a monocle against the background of an envelope and says that in a special department there is a death file, and if there is a photo, name and birthday, you can make a person die, and that is why he and Ian use code names. The picture shows their dossiers. He explains that only the highest authorities know their real names and no one knows except the head of the special department, and neither he nor she has the right to know the real name. The blonde looks at him and says that the person, he answers that you need to stop being so good-natured, because people from the department should get rid of this quality. The character with the monocle explains to his surprised partners that his soul has been in limbo since his daughter's death, and that he was taken into custody after he injured his wife during another binge, and that his only way out is death. The girl stands in front of the red door. She is surprised to understand this. Opposite her are people with magical abilities. She sees AI standing in front of a silhouette. The girl from the afterlife looks forward with a calm expression. She suddenly turns around. The character with the monocle is surprised. She holds the door. Her charges fearfully ask Mrs. Akiji how she feels. She adjusts her monocle and declares that everything is fine. She sees a frightened blonde with a red silhouette in the background. Her eyes are filled with fear. The worried people ask what happened, She understands that this is a warning. Akiji opens the door and says let's go in, hoping that he is wrong. A frightened man sits on a chair. She realizes that if the other sent such a warning, then the assumption is correct and she has consciousness, hoping that Ian is not dead. The guy lies with bloody eyes. The picture shows a red sphere. Ian lies in the boat with a grin and asks if this is really the afterlife. AI bows her head over him. The red monster sees them. He understands that since the path of light cannot be checked, he needs to take a look. The character in the mask orders AI to begin. A frightening girl stands over Ian. She touches his forehead with her finger. He is shocked and feels severe pain. He falls into the abyss to the dead. Black energy entangles him. His eyes are filled with fear. The huge face of the red dragon looks straight into his soul. The red dragon looks at him and declares that the intruder is here. Ian feels stiff in shock. His eyes are entangled by black energy. He says no. He lies in the boat and realizes what he saw. Ian, sweating, asks again in surprise, looking around. He sees a black silhouette in the distance. The red dragon looks at him. The monster frowns. Ian opens his eyes in shock. A hand with claws squeezes his throat, sucking out his soul. He realizes that he is very scared and all his strength is undermined. They approach the waterfall. AI hovers in the air, while Ian and the boat fall down. He falls under the water in shock. He slowly begins to drown, realizing that this is real hell. The hero slowly opens his eyes. They exclaim that Ian has woken up. He sits on a chair. Akiji asks if he has come to his senses and whether he has discovered anything. He holds his head and remembers the experience, telling that there is a boat floating in the river leading straight to hell, and all the time he felt like darkness was enveloping him and all 5 senses were lost, as if he became just a soul without a shell, and consciousness gradually disappeared and the connection with the shadow was lost, and when he realized that he had reached the limit, he contacted the shadow so that it would pull him out. He explains with tears in his eyes that it was very scary. At this time, AI is watching their room, while he claims that the girl from the afterlife has consciousness. She holds the sitting guy with her fingers, while he assures that she warned him. His head is squeezed by a hand and he does not understand how this is possible. Akiji silently remembers his warning. AI is controlled by Yin's threads. He states that there was another thing that he could not see and he does not know what it is, but it is strange. He holds his face in shock, not understanding what to do. Yin grabs his head and explains that the girl from the afterlife has consciousness and can think and make decisions, but kills people only according to the rules. Akiji says that if she joins forces with someone else, we can consider that the end of the world has come. The girl with the monocle leaves, stating that she will immediately report this to her superiors. AI asks the protagonist if everything is okay. He replies that in any case she warned them, but they cannot be allowed to understand the rules. Shinji sits next to the girl and says that if he kills him, there will be trouble. He looks ahead puzzled. In his book, a description of what is happening is written. He thinks about high-ranking people, wondering if this looks like some kind of organization of people with abilities. The picture shows AI. He thinks how many such people are there, and although the scene thinks that he escaped thanks to his abilities, but if it were not for the loopholes in the rules, nothing would have worked out for him. The protagonist thinks, realizing that he must become stronger to make the rules more perfect. On AI's head is a black monster that screams mom, while she is addressing the master. Shinji points to the book and says that there is a matter, wondering if he does not intervene will it be possible to escape. She replies that he could not. The protagonist looks at her and says that he is not dead. Shots of Yin's torment appear. The girl explains that she fulfilled the terms of the contract and according to her rules he is dead, and his soul is in the afterlife. Shinji sits next to her and reflects on the fact that, according to her, while a person's soul is in the afterlife, he is dead, and even if he knows about it, nothing can be changed, asking himself maybe he split his soul or replaced it. AI tugs the master by the sleeve, asking if she can say something, while he thinks whether he has developed some abilities that elude the girl. She points to the page and clarifies what God means. A man walks down the corridor of a special department on the 3rd floor underground. In his hands is a dossier. He is wearing black shoes. He opens one of the doors. In front of him is an object on the table. He puts the papers on the table. He picks it up, talking about the voice of the world. The man with glasses holds it and asks who this girl from the underworld is. The object hovers in the air. It says that the power of the god will increase. The man with a serious look clarifies how many of these are in their world. The man stands in front of the object tied with a thread. He is told that there are very few. The head of the Jiang department with a serious look says that this needs to be sorted out. In front of him is a crossed-out photo of the girl from the underworld and a caption saying that she is very dangerous. The members of the council of the 12th detachment of the special department are sitting at the table and declaring that it is time to vote. Member of the analysis team Tion exclaims that he does not agree, because perhaps they will be able to communicate with the girl from the underworld and they can no longer rely on the gods to solve their problems, and if everything happens again, it will be worse than ever. Mr. Xian thoughtfully says that even if he talks to her, Does he really hope that she will agree to stop the killings? He calmly states that the girl from the afterlife is just following her rules. AI is holding a person in her arms. The first rule is that only people with a strong grudge can contact her. The picture shows a clock. The second rule is that she appears at a certain time at night. The third rule is that a contract will be concluded after a person picks a flower given to her by the girl. And the fourth rule is that the area of her abilities is limited to the city. He understands that if she has consciousness, then she has mastered the rules herself. Tian slams the table and exclaims that he will contact her. All eyes are on him. Xian watches him with displeasure. Tian grits his teeth. He lowers his head and apologizes, noting that he went too far. Xiang, folding his arms, states that he has always admired such people, but one must not forget that their lives are one. Tian sits back down. The old man passes by him and explains that they must not lose their temper. Xiang walks away and states that even if God cannot destroy AI, he will consider his offer. Tian with an evil look realizes that this plan cannot fail. The entity stands on a black and red background. He is sure that any evil will fall before God and everyone will die without exception. The red wide-open eye looks at what is happening. It is said that God is the most inexplicable oddity. The surprised heroes look ahead, not understanding what is going on. A crowd of students grab the paper. The action takes place in a high school in the game room of the Ghost Society. Red eyes turn to the guys. They exclaim that just yesterday no one believed them and the people from the club are here. Shinji shouts to the others, "Run." They exclaim, "Is it true that they saw a girl from the afterlife?" The students run after them in a crowd. One of them wonders if they will start to have superpowers if they join the club. The main character notes that they are fearless and not afraid at all, even though he has been to hell. The picture shows a sign of escape. The hero says that they seem to have broken away. The students are sitting on the steps. The bespectacled guy is shouting that he is already at the limit and can't do it anymore. Binbin asks Shinji when he became so good at sports. He replies that he is also damn tired and they should run more often. The partner with tears in his eyes asks what to do, because the forum was closed and everyone immediately believed in the existence of a girl from the afterlife and ran to their club, and he just wants to play peacefully. Xing exclaims how to live happily now. The girl opposite greets them. Xian stands in front of them and asks if they are from the Ghost Society, and if she can join them. Xing with a surprised look exclaims that he remembered her. They stand smiling in front of her and the bespectacled guy shouts that she applied. Binbin says he's glad to meet you. The curvy girl says she's interested in urban legends, but she didn't fill out the registration form again, asking if they can accept her. The protagonist looks at two friends who surrounded her and say that they really miss people interested in urban legends, saying welcome to the club. The other offers to exchange contacts at this time. She replies that she'll come to them tomorrow. The protagonist feels like he's received a new message. Shinji watches as everyone takes their smartphones, wondering what's going on. The guy looks at Xian and asks if she has many friends. She stands with a sweet look against the background of many correspondence and says that it's just a group chat and that a new game has recently appeared, where a chat is randomly created, where everyone can share a story. In the picture, dark souls wander through space. She explains that many people play this game, as it can relieve stress, cheer up, or calm down, and its name is Your Turn. A dark something comes through the door. The protagonist sits in his house and reflects on the fact that his current abilities are related to the second level of spiritual power, and therefore he can sense the supernatural. He thinks about what the girl has on her phone. He sees a description in a book that if he feels something suspicious, it is better to stay away from it. The phone vibrates. He does not understand what this warning means. The protagonist opens a Ghost Society chat, in which Xian offers to join a game of 4 tomorrow. Yen hangs over Shinji. He understands that he will have to participate. The monster hugs the owner and Mom exclaims. He smiles and tells Eyes that he needs to wait a little and they will play. Yen looks at him with displeasure. He plops down on the guy and Mom exclaims. He laughingly asks not to lean on him like that. The monster closes the guy's eyes, flowing down the floor, and talks about a surprise. Yen takes something from the table. He stretches up. He barely crawls. Yen asks his mother to look. There is a red substance on the table with many of the same creatures. The monster sits down. He jumps up sharply, showing his arms and legs. Surprised, Shinji realizes something. He takes his cute friend in his arms. He lifts him high up and exclaims that Yen has evolved. At this time, in the smartphone chat, the girl is asked what kind of game this is. She replies that they will discuss it at school and she thinks that everyone will like it. Red ominous threads entangle the phone screen. Against the background of a black raven with a red eye, Shinji's exclamation is heard that it is here. The events take place in the building of an abandoned factory outside the city. The guys want to take a photo, but the main character asks not to scream because he can hear everything. Shinji holds a smartphone in his hands and tries to understand what kind of place this is and how old the building is. Binbin walks next to him and Xing. He says that we need to perceive this as the first joint sortie of the Ghost Society. The other answers the most important thing is that there will be a beauty here. The main character considers them idiots who do not understand that Xian is behaving very strangely. The frame shows the figure of a girl. She apologizes for being late. The surprised guys exclaim her name in chorus. The guy introduces himself with a smile by the name Hiren. Xian stands next to him. He hopes that they will accept him normally. The guys ask, is this her friend? The embarrassed girl answers that she is. She and Hiren turn away and embarrassedly say that they are just good friends. Xing and Binbin with tears in their eyes understand what is happening. Shinji frowns and remains silent. The protagonist stands surrounded by guys and clarifies that your turn is probably some kind of online game, because it is not entirely clear why create a game in which participants splash out their negative emotions. He realizes that he needs to refuse her, because Xian got involved with this game, and can she be considered a person, because something is wrong here. The girl thought about it, and says that in fact she just really likes supernatural stories, and in your turn the gameplay is top-notch and all players are quite comfortable. Xing stands near his friends and smiles and claims that this method of playing is pretty cool. The other asks to tell him the rules. The protagonist stands separately with two friends and advises them to be careful, because recently it turned out that the legend of the girl from the afterlife is true, and he thinks that with this game too, not everything is so simple and it is better not to get carried away. Xing exclaims that he is a fool and does not see at all that they are immersed in the purest first love. The big guy says that if they cannot get the beauty, then they will become good friends. Xian stands near Hiren and says that it is okay if they do not want to take part. It is just a game and no one is forcing them. Her partner notes that the girl could not suggest something bad, and especially since the game is relatively new. The protagonist's friends loudly shout that they also want to, asking Shinji if he wants to continue to be a member of the Ghost Society. Against the background of an abandoned building, the protagonist exhales and agrees. The others exclaim forward. The protagonist looks at them and realizes that nothing can be done. Xian has already charmed these idiots, and if he does not take part, they will have a hard time. People are hanging inside the building. The guys go forward. Someone offers to start. Shinji goes behind everyone and asks to familiarize himself with the rules. Xian gladly responds. The picture shows a web with a spider and a butterfly. The protagonist doubts whether he is doing the right thing. He holds a red crystal on his neck. Against the backdrop of an abandoned building, he ponders if your turn is really something paranormal. What are the rules of this game, and why there are different levels of gameplay? Shinji imagines smartphones and thinks that at the lower level you only need to tell some stories, and then say your turn, and as for the higher one, it is different, because at least 4 people participate here. The game is played offline. Schematic people are standing in a room. It is said that playing 4 is standing in a cramped room face to face, and the person on the first floor begins to move towards the neighbor, and then he must pat him on the shoulder, tell a story and move on to the next player. Binbin fearfully declares that it is very dark. He shines the screen and goes up the stairs, wondering if he will go up here. The main character understands that if there are more than 4 people, one of the players takes a free floor and the game starts from the first, and so goes to the last 4th. Xing trembles in fear while a hand reaches out to him. He tries to understand whether the big guy has gone up or not. Binbin puts his hand on his shoulder. He screams really loudly. Xing recognizes him with a smile and says, "So it's you?" He says yes. The fat man looks at his smartphone puzzledly and says that he is starting. He is number 1 and he has 2 brothers who eat and sleep together, and one day the older brother fell into the river and died. And then it happened to the other one, asking if he knows why. They say they don't know. Binbin widens his eyes. He says with an ominous grin that it is because he had insomnia when he went to bed, and then accidentally stabbed his brothers and cut off half of one and half of the other in order to sleep peacefully. The big man slaps his friend and screams that no punishment was given. He says that it is just awful. Binbin pushes him in the shoulder and says that he is done. The big man points his finger at the stairs and says that it is his turn. The picture shows an abandoned spiral staircase. The main character is holding a pendant with a crystal. He sits alone and ponders why there is no one, no answer, and maybe he has thought too much. A notification appears on the screen that it is necessary to immediately connect to the charger. The phone will be dead in 0 seconds. The protagonist hears footsteps and says, "Come." Shinji seriously asks Xian if there is a charger, because his smartphone is dead. She rummages in her purse and says good. She smirks and says that she is number 4. The protagonist looks at her with displeasure. She comes up to him and tells her story. The frame shows rain. She explains that one night 4 guys were walking with a girl. Xian stands in front of the guys, telling that it was raining heavily. The guys quicken their pace, but the girl was in no hurry, and then they got to their destination, soaking wet, but she remained completely dry. Xian smirks and asks if the protagonist knows why this happened. Shinji is silent in response. The protagonist with a serious face says because the girl died and was lying in a coffin, and the others carried it. In the picture, an image of Xian is visible from under the lid. The girl pokes at the smartphone and exclaims to number 5 that everything is correct. She asks with a grin if he has chosen a story, advising him to return to the first floor and tell it to number 1, because he is already waiting. Shinji, against the backdrop of a huge abandoned building, hears that it is his turn. The main character passes by and says, "I thought of it." He turns to Xian and asks if she wants to go with him. She replies that she has to go back to the 4th floor because the rules can't be broken, and if his phone is dead, does he want to take her? The guy turns around and says no, advising him to go more carefully. The protagonist goes down and notices someone. He walks in boots, realizing that it's outside. Shinji sees the guys exclaiming that he's okay. He sees Xian in the middle of them. The protagonist with a displeased face asks if she shouldn't have gone back to the 4th floor. The girl stands in the middle of the shocked guys and says that it's all because she was too scared, and after Hiren came down from the 3rd floor they came to him. Against the background of the ominous building, everyone looks at each other suspiciously. She says that he didn't answer. Because he and Hiren got scared and returned to the others, Shinji wonders if he went up to the 5th floor. The guys are standing in the middle of the hall. A raven is looking at them. The protagonist with a smile says that it was a joke. He looks at the angry guys and wonders if he scared them. Hiren realizes that he would know, because the girl was very scared. Sing asks if he wants to fight. The protagonist with a grin calls the game very exciting. He goes forward. Shinji leans towards Xian and says that if she is scared then they can be together today. She stands embarrassed next to her boyfriend and asks what he means. Shinji smirks silently. She spreads her hands and calmly explains that she means that the ghost society can overcome everything together. The protagonist holds out his hand and says that in the end, strange things happen to the heroes after they were separated. Xian holds Hiren's hand and says that he does not feel very well and it is better to go back and go to bed. She turns to the guy with a smile and asks if he will walk her. He agrees. They separate and say goodbye. Binbin asks why Shinji is needed more than anyone. The picture shows a building. Binbin hugs his friend and asks if they are really going there. Sing asks to hurry up because he still needs to eat chicken at home. The protagonist with a serious look does not understand what happened. He remembers the mysterious girl and realizes that if Xian did not tell him anything, then who was that person? Shinji turns around and exclaims that he needs to go back and see. He runs away from the guys, who do not understand where he is running. He in turn asks where Xian and Hiren went. Friends run after him. Sing asks why they are here at all because he suggested going to an internet cafe. The big guy shouts to wait because they were there together. The protagonist clenches his teeth. The red crystal shines on his chest. He does not understand who their new friends are. Against the background of an abandoned building, the guys shout to Shinji that it is very dangerous there. A friend reaches out to the guy running to the entrance and exclaims his name. The events take place in a special department in a skyscraper. Someone says that this time they need to learn more about the favor of the girl from the afterlife, and the person who spread the legend of the look through the crack was found. The girl holds a photo and says that he took this picture. She is told that it is cool. Ian walks behind Akiji and asks if the methods of the girl from the afterlife have already been determined. He answers that not yet, but the analytical center will soon be ready to give results, and they need to prepare. The picture shows a creature. It is said that they will use this method only in the most extreme cases. The frame shows entertainment for beginners with the best island sea for meeting ladies. The narrator explains that while they will try to cover up the news about AI with other news and in the conditions of rapid development of social networks, you can publish any ridiculous news, as it will immediately gain fame and people will pay less attention to the paranormal if it is replaced by something funny. The image shows the image of AI. It is said that no one will talk about the girl from the afterlife anymore and will not enter the private with her either, and even if someone does enter the system, it is unlikely that the person's offense will be at the highest level, and then it will become just another tale. Ian wonders that as long as there are deaths, it will attract attention. Against the background of laughing images, the girl explains that gossips will still publish a ton of all sorts of such material until they themselves are affected by the consequences, and they should not worry about it. Akiji smirks and says that higher authorities and think tanks will deal with this. She holds handcuffs on her finger and says let's go, because we need to catch the person who distributed the photos, and they are stored in the archive, so everything is fine. Ian silently looks at the photo of the eye. He hugs himself in fear. The action takes place outside the city. Someone clarifies whether this person is an unemployed 35-year-old G. Akiji shows the photos and asks if he took them. A tied-up man sits opposite them. Ian says he completely forgot that he shouldn't have screamed and run away from them. The man drinks in fear. He exclaims with wild eyes that he took the picture, but only took 2 pictures, the rest is not his job. Ian grabs him by the hair. He presses himself against him with a grin and explains that he will now pull out 1 hair at a time until he answers. The picture shows a camera and other things. She says that he took it from Zhao's house. They ask again who it is. He answers that it is a friend and it is not so important, because then he was at her house and they had a very good conversation. A couple is visible on the camera screen. The man remembers that later he wanted to go to the toilet and found something moving along the wall of her room. He opened the closet and remembers that it was something strange. She fell to the floor and screamed, "What the hell was this?" There is a disfigured creature in the box. He explains that he saw a disabled child. The picture shows a web with a spider. The events take place 2 hours before. The protagonist is holding a pendant. Shinji starts casting a spell and calls AI to come out. He is in the middle of the room asking where she is. He silently looks ahead. The protagonist does not understand what is going on. Bloody footprints are visible on the floor. They lead to Shinji. The guy sees something in fear. He is standing with a red book and turns around. He is very wary. The protagonist looks into the darkness and asks who is here. Shinji looks in that direction with a serious expression. The surprised guy hears that someone wants to die. The dark creature behind him declares that he really wants to. The protagonist clutches his head and does not understand what this sound is. Shinji falls to his knees and says more. The protagonist screams loudly in pain, remembering all the moments of his life. He holds his head. Shinji is tired and tries to understand how he ended up in this place. The friends look at the building and do not understand what this place is. Sing asks Binbin why they came here in the first place. He asks again if he said anyone's name. Rain falls on residential buildings. Someone knocks on the door. The disgruntled girl opens the door and asks who needed to barge in on her in the middle of the night. Akiji and Ian are holding the prisoner. She asks if the girl's name is really Xiao. She looks at them worriedly. She sees an ID on her chest. She lets them in and asks why the officers came. Since she hasn't used anything, Akiji says that it doesn't concern them since they are here to see her son. She asks with a grin what other son, since there is nowhere for him to come from. Akiji hands over the photos and asks if she knows the child. Xiao looks at them fearfully. She says in shock that he died. They ask her when. She answers 2.5 months ago. Akiji turns around and asks if she killed him. Xiao tearfully exclaims that she couldn't do this to her own child and he was already dead when she returned home. The disgruntled girl asks where the body is, while she states that it was all because of the guests, because there was no need to scare him and she didn't want that. The picture shows a forest outside the city. Akiji and Ian are standing in front of a pit with police officers who are arresting a girl. The picture shows the remains. It says that this is a dead boy of 5 years old and the corpse is badly damaged and most of it has turned into a skeleton. There are also too many injuries despite his age. Ian looks at this and clarifies what his partner thinks. His mother regrets what she did, because in the end she said that she wanted to raise him. She replies that it is unlikely. Akiji seriously asks if he paid attention to the photos, because this child did not die because of her careless communication. The partner looks at Ian and says that she just showed her a photo of an eyeball and most likely her life will not be easy from now on. Xiao raises her hand while sitting in the police car. She screams to the whole neighborhood that many eyes are watching her. Akiji turns to the police and states that Xiao will most likely start citing her mental illness and cannot be trusted. The department workers are leaving the cops who understood the order. Ian says that it looks like her guess was right and this child was abused by the family for a long time and he hopes that these photos will spread so that the unscrupulous parents understand everything. She says no. They need to hide the photos and dispose of the child's bones and create new restrictions. Against the background of an abandoned building, there is a sign about a dangerous zone. The protagonist goes up the stairs. He goes forward and enchantedly says that he wants to die. In his hands is a red crystal. The guy looks ahead warily. He wakes up abruptly. Shinji turns around in fear. His fist clenches. He punches the air and says that this is a very strange feeling and he needs to leave. Shinji runs down the hallway and asks AI and Yen how he ended up here and did not need to go after Binbin and the others. The smartphone starts ringing. The protagonist runs up the stairs and asks who came to him. He froze and understands that he cannot move and why this strangeness is so strong. Shinji stands still. Bloody footprints of creatures are visible on the stairs. He looks ahead warily. A silhouette is visible behind him. Bloody footprints are approaching Shinji. On the smartphone screen, the creature asks where the fifth participant is going. The protagonist clenches his teeth and asks who he is. He answers how he could forget, because he was on the 4th floor. Shinji sees the entity and asks if this is really Xion's territory. Someone comes up and asks what he is talking about. The girl stands in front of the protagonist and says that she does not understand. The black entity offers to meet already. The object explodes in front of the protagonist's face. He stands surrounded by coffins with friends. They tell him that they are waiting for him. Binbin is lying down. He suddenly opens his enchanted eyes. Shinji sees his friends rising from the coffins. They turn around. The protagonist asks with a serious look why they are here, exclaiming "Wake up." He is shocked to realize that they are not coming to their senses. Shinji speaks strangely with surprised eyes. The protagonist is shown against the background of an abandoned building and wonders how he knows their names and whether he is familiar with them. Shinji remembers himself and wonders if he hasn't always been alone. The guys surround the protagonist and say that he is their friend and declare that it is his turn. The protagonist is depicted in a picture on a red and black background. He lowers his head. His crystal on the pendant almost touches the ground. The crystal breaks. Shinji says the word "okay" with a sad look. He finds himself in a coffin. The lid slowly closes. It slams shut among other closed coffins. It is said that Shinji has died. The girl writes something in a notebook. She stands in front of an abandoned building and wonders why it is not there yet. She bites her nails. The girl tosses a coin. It flies out. The coin flies against the background of Shinji lying in shock. He wakes up in his house in fear. The protagonist starts to run. He runs into another room. The protagonist opens the water tap. He looks in shock in the mirror and realizes that he is not dead. He remembers the coffin and declares that he is dead after all. Shinji stands in front of that building and states that he was killed by a strangeness. But then he was resurrected, and in order to investigate it, he went there alone. He says that something is missing, and it seems that his memories are missing very important details. Yen sits in a box near the protagonist, who understands that the eye is also a strangeness, but he could not protect him. The protagonist begins to conjure, stating that he needs to see if there are entries in the notebook. The picture shows a record of urban legends with information about points, strength, life remaining, and the rules of legends. He cautiously reads about the life remaining in 95 days. He realizes that previously his life expectancy was 100 days, but today there should be 96 left, so where did one day go? On the sheet is written congratulations on the resurrection. He became who he was before his death, and for using this technique, 1 day of life was taken away. The events take place the next day in the game room of the Ghost Society. He sees an empty room and realizes that he is alone here. The protagonist sees things scattered around and does not understand why the club still exists. Shinji stands in the middle of the room and sighs, realizing that looking at the surrounding things one can conclude that he is not alone here. But there are no traces of other participants in the school, wondering where they went. He cannot remember their identities with surprised eyes. Someone opens the door. Shinji wonders who it is. The girl with braids greets her classmate. The protagonist looks at her with a dissatisfied face. The girl with glasses introduces herself as Yubai and says that she is very interested in ghosts, and she would like to join the club. He wonders about spiritual power. The protagonist stands opposite and declares that he is the only member of this club and it will be disbanded very soon. So there is no point in joining them. He asks how long she has been here and why she came. She fearfully replies that she will obey him. Yubai holds out a book and exclaims that there are other members in the Ghost Society, and after they went to an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, everyone disappeared. Shinji is shocked to hear this. The picture shows a record that on April 18, 2020, she followed a classmate. Because he and his friends went to an abandoned building, there was a beautiful girl and a guy with them, and most likely something is wrong with her. She should find out what they forgot there. When they entered, she was at a distance, and it's strange, because it was already dark, and they were not there yet. Shinji reads this with a dissatisfied face. He opens his eyes wide. He sees his friends. The picture shows all the participants of the game. He realizes that he remembered everything. The protagonist sees moments from life and says that his friends from the club Binbin and Xing and Xian, who was influenced by oddities, and her boyfriend Hiron. The protagonist scrolls further. Yubai asks not to read. She embarrassedly took the notebook. The girl stands with her back to him and says that it is not worth reading everything and there are no evil intentions. She just wanted to join them. The protagonist takes the sheet of paper and thinks whether she can be trusted. Shinji hands over a paper with a resume and says to fill it out, and later he will give a copy of the key. He states that she receives one task, namely to recruit more members to their club. The girl bows to him, calling him the leader. Yubai waves her hand and says that she will go look. She happily leaves the room. Shinji thinks that it seems that she still has the first rank of spiritual power in the awakening stage. He wonders what her goal is. He holds a crystal and says that it is not particularly important now. The protagonist opens the book and says the most important thing, namely that it is your turn to pay for everything. Against the background of a beautiful building, it is said that the Ghost Society Club is the safest place in the city. Yubai goes and says that is why she came here, and by joining them she ensured her safety. She adjusts her glasses and states that the head of the club Shinji can be considered a guarantee of safety, and the task must be completed so that he does not close the club. Yubai takes off her glasses and states that this world is very dangerous, and therefore you need to follow the protagonist. She calmly goes forward, realizing that ideally she needs to become his girlfriend and carefully monitor that if she meets her criteria, then in the future she will become her husband. The book says that the legend points are 118,148, good and evil 10086, spiritual power 99 of the second rank. The remaining life is 94 days. The protagonist looks at the entry and realizes that the day has already passed, but the points have not been added, and perhaps this is some kind of mistake, or something happened to Yen and AI. He points his finger at the line with spiritual power and understands that the most important thing at the moment is to increase the points, and if he wants to spend them on his life, then in some sense, he can become immortal. He sees the inscription rank 100 plus and understands that in this strange world immortality is not so necessary. His eyes begin to blaze. Shinji looks forward with a furious look. He is burning and realizes that he needs to become stronger. Shinji's eyes slowly close. He is floating in the air. It is written that the spiritual power is at level 100 plus, and the transition to the third rank was successful. The protagonist looks away and realizes that it seems that he now has a new skill for attracting objects, and the radius of action is about 10 meters. He directs his hand and wants to try. The pack on the table begins to move. He pulls it towards himself. The protagonist with a book in his hands and a pack of snacks realizes that he now has the third rank of spiritual power, and compared to the enhancements of the five senses in the second rank, he now has many more advantages, but there are also certain limitations, and in any case, weaker creatures will have to obey him. The picture says about unlocking, you need to use any creature, there are no restrictions, and for each second of use 100 legend points will be spent. The protagonist thinks that this is too much. Shinji sees that if he does not want to spend points every time, the price is something unknown. He understands that he will refuse. He is shocked and wonders if it is possible to write another urban legend that could resurrect the dead. He sees that his legend points are not enough and says who would doubt it. Shinji gets up on the ground. He remembers his friends and says that it is worth noting that Binbin, Xing and Hiren have never played the mobile version of the game Your Turn before, and that only Xian did this. He stands in the middle of the room and wonders what the killing mechanisms of this game are. According to his memories, in descending order there should have been Xian, Hiren, himself, Binbin and Xing. He realizes with a dissatisfied face that the order has changed. The picture shows the images of his friends and acquaintances. He states that the first reason can be excluded. The numbers indicated at the beginning of the game did not matter, and perhaps it was all about the order of the numbers in the game itself. But only the girl understood this. The picture shows interconnected schemes. The protagonist understands that as far as he knows, the game ends as soon as everyone tells their stories. Shinji wonders why she needed to lead to an abandoned place, and he thinks that this place is some kind of specific territory, and as soon as you enter the building, you will be dealt with according to local rules, and then you can disappear without a trace. The protagonist looks at the smartphone screen and realizes that, oddly enough, this legend is limited to a group chat, and he has never heard the history of this building. He is shocked to realize that something specifically ordered Xian to lure him to his territory, and it seems that it has discovered his spiritual powers. The events take place in the protagonist's house. Yen runs across the floor. He jumps on Shinji and Mom exclaims. The protagonist sits in the room and realizes that he still has many doubts about the game Your Turn, and it is not surprising that the group chat is no longer there. Shinji looks at the phone and understands that in order to continue the investigation, he needs to participate again. In the picture, he rises from the coffin, realizing that he has immortality, unlike other players, and if these people decided to say goodbye to their lives, he should not interfere with this. Yen snatches the phone from Shinji's hands. He is indignant. The creature pokes at the screen with a grin. The protagonist watches his actions in surprise. He smiles. The protagonist sits down next to him and happily says that everything is not so bad. The girl from the afterlife hovers in the red space. Shinji called her, and she asks how she can help. He grabs her hand. AI looks at him in surprise. He says to follow him. Events unfold outside the city in the night forest. The protagonist stands next to his assistants and says how so. They stand in the middle of the wasteland, and he exclaims that the building has disappeared. In the picture, Shinji is entangled by large hands. He suggests that this game may have changed his memories from the very beginning and there was never any building here. A huge creature looks at the heroes. He says that if this is true, then the enemy's power is too powerful. AI looks ahead. She tells the owner that something was here, because it smells like something. She takes his hand and says no, offering to go back. Yen sits on Shinji's shoulder and agrees. The guy is puzzled, trying to understand what they should do. The main character is sitting on the couch surrounded by assistants. The guy coughs. They are sitting with smartphones. Shinji says that now they will play in Your Turn. While he is thinking about the fact that according to Xian, there is a limit on the number of players only in the advanced version of the game, and in the standard version there are 3 players. AI is sitting next to Yen. The guy explains that she will create a chat and become number 1, and she needs to invite him and Eyes, who will be number 2, and he is third, and earlier he has already prepared a good story. Shinji with a serious face says that he himself does not see anything, so they need to watch more closely. The time on the clock is 1:44. The events take place 5 hours later. The heroes are sitting tired in front of the TV. Sad Shinji says that it's been a long time and nothing works. He turns to his assistant and says that he forgot to clarify that the legend points haven't increased lately, and has she encountered any problems. She replies that no one has picked the flowers yet. He's interested in none at all. AI is sitting with a smartphone in her hands and says that it's not only that, because she feels uneasy somehow, saying that she might disappear. All 3 look at each other in surprise. They see the door open. Shinji, AI, and Yen watch what's happening with displeasure. The door handle moves to the side. The door opens, shedding red light on the room. The guy says that it's here. A mysterious hand crawls through the doorway. The creature with the eye says that it's number 1's turn. The guy says to AI. She stands with her back to him. The eyes of the girl from the afterlife are enchanted. She stands in front of the creature. The protagonist in shock assumes that there are 2 oddities here. The red mist thickens. A fierce red eye looks at her and screams. A huge creature fills the entire room with energy. The girl's hair flutters. The girl with black eyes turns to her master. She holds an attribute in her hands and declares that she is stronger than him, but all because of the damned rules. The girl holds her face near the soul bell and says that she cannot cope with him, and if he says the name of the monster, then she will get rid of him. The red eye looks at them. She says that if not, there is an abyss between them and there is a high probability of danger. The protagonist realizes that AI is much stronger than the monster, but she must adhere to the rules to continue the game, so the differences in strength are reduced to nothing. The protagonist with a dissatisfied face realizes that now no one can win. The red eye watches them. Shinji thinks what will happen next. Will he leave or try to fight Yen? The black monster tells the little eye that it is his turn. The guy understands that the pet will be able to draw anyway. The protagonist understands that he himself will simply resurrect if anything happens. Yen jumps up and releases his hands. He grabs the black tentacles of the monster. He tugs on them. A fierce red eye screams in pain. The monster counterattacks Yen. Eyes looks at the enemy with a displeased look. He gets into a fighting stance and creates many eyes. They hang over the creature. Black hands reach out to the monster and tear its tentacles apart. Big Yen tries to eat the monster. He bites it with his big eyes. Shinji and AI see how the pet eats the enemy. The guy is shocked to realize that Yen has exceeded all his expectations. The pet holds his stomach. The protagonist understands that he was worried about him, but it seems that he is clearly not in danger and apparently he underestimated him, and now some changes should happen. The book says that the game has a meaning of death and the main character hastily restrained the oddity, and the influence of this urban legend will work on him. Begins to count points. Shinji assumes that there will be a combination of rules. The picture shows a book. He realizes that the first page, the second, the 18th, the oddity erases other people's memories of players, which is why it managed to take so many lives. It is written that 180,000 legend points and 17,000 points of good and evil were received. The abilities are unlock your turn, which can now be invested in legend points. Someone comes to the door and says hello, asking if there is anyone. The door knocks. The main character does not understand who needed to come here at 2 in the morning. Shinji stands opposite and asks who is there, while assuming that the monster still has aces up his sleeve. He looks through the peephole and understands that in this case there would be information. The man in the peephole says that he has recently moved in and they will be neighbors. He apologizes because he wanted to visit during the day, but it didn't work out, and now he heard a noise and thought that he needed help. Shinji opens the door and says that everything is fine and nothing special is happening. The neighbor scratches his head and says that's it. He holds the bag with a smile and says that this is his family's signature dish and Shinji should try it. The protagonist thinks that there shouldn't be any problems, although he doesn't really want to accept it, but you can't go against etiquette. In return, he will also buy some kind of gift. Shinji takes the bag and thanks him, saying that he needs to rest. He apologizes for disturbing him and leaves. The door slams shut. The protagonist puts the bag on the nightstand. He yawns. AI and Yen are standing behind him. He says that he wants to sleep, asking if the others want to eat. The assistants look at him with displeasure. The picture shows a bag full of apples. The protagonist tells them to leave it where it is in that case. Akiji stands with a folder and tells the gentleman that the case of the dead child is closed and if he has any questions, he can ask them to the special department. He thanks him. The man sits at the table and tells the girl who is leaving that there is one more thing. Sheriff Chung holds his head and says that he would like to ask the special department about something. Akiji turns around and clarifies what it is. The sheriff fidgets with his hands and begins to explain. Chung asks with concern if they know if he has children. The wary white-haired girl asks what kind of question this is, assuming it's a joke. The sheriff stands up worriedly and apologizes, saying that he has strange feelings every day. Akiji listens to him silently. He remembers himself and his wife and states that they don't have children, but then why would there be a teenager's room in their house? The picture shows a room with a bed. He says that at first he thought they prepared it for future children. He is shocked to think about it. Chung states that it feels like someone lived there. Snacks, magazines, a computer, clothes, that is, a room of a boy of about 16 or 17 years old. Akiji adjusts his monocle and suggests that judging by his age, it could be a student. The protagonist walks in the middle of the street near an apartment building. His phone rings in his pocket. He picks it up and notices a message from Yubai that it is quite dangerous there. He wonders with a puzzled look about the fact that he dealt with that monster, and it should be safe there, and besides, what is its scale? Shinji with a dissatisfied face wonders if it is a family on a certain floor or a whole building or complex. At least in the diary there was no information that it is dangerous there, but to inspect everything, it will take a lot of time and 4 buildings with apartments in each of 25 floors, a park, a gym, an outdoor pool. Shinji is surprised to see the characters in front of him. The girl with a tie in front of him greets him and asks what his name is. Xiaoyin holds an ID card, standing next to Ian and Akiji. She says that they are from the public security department. The guy recognizes them in surprise. He lowers his gaze and realizes that he was not prepared for the ghost community he is a part of. Shinji tells one of the investigators that he knows him, who asks if that's the case, maybe he'll tell where Binbin and the other people disappeared to. The guy goes ahead, offering to discuss everything at home, since it's not very convenient outside. The protagonist sees his way blocked. The characters surround him. Akiji says that this place is perfect. Shinji turns around and insists on going home, since otherwise he won't say anything. He asks with a grin if they could give him an official document confirming his absence. Xiaoyin holds Yin back, who objects, not understanding what kind of attitude this is. Akiji advises him to shut his mouth. The white-haired girl looks at the protagonist and realizes that despite the fact that they caught him by surprise at the beginning of the dialogue, he quickly pulled himself together, and he must understand that they will only discuss not with an ordinary person, but with a special one, and he believes that the necessary measures must be taken immediately. Akiji realizes with a serious expression that he is only a student, but he can boast of his intelligence and, in addition, his spiritual strength. The board says that the elevator has arrived on the first floor. The protagonist is ablaze and points to the doors. Akiji realizes that the third level has been reached. He in turn invites. Tea is cooling on the table. Shinji says that he will tell everything he knows, but first they need to answer a few questions themselves. The protagonist is puzzled, realizing that he has little experience, but he has already managed to figure out some things. They are sitting at the table. The protagonist understands that it just so happened that they came to him. Shinji looks at the surprised guys, clarifying that they are not from the department, after all. He asks with a grin if they are really from the special department. Ian and the others silently look at him. Shinji laughs and says that it turns out that he guessed. The protagonist spreads his hands and says near the enraged Ian that in the end there are so many strange things in the world that such an organization is simply necessary and more opportune than ever. Xiaoyin again stops his friend from fighting when he breaks the dishes. The protagonist notes that the glass cost 1,000 yuan and he asks for the money back. He in turn does not believe. Akiji thoughtfully notes that he is not bad and confirms that they are from a special department. She looks at Shinji and says that it does not matter how much he knows about them. The girl with the monocle says that she is contacting on an important matter. Against the background of people opposite the blue eye, she explains that they will not be able to eliminate, but can only restrain, and even with great potential, you should not treat it frivolously and otherwise instant death comes. The protagonist silently listens to his speech. They stare at each other. Akiji says that it does not matter, asking if he saw the eyeball. He replies that he played the game, understood the rules and then managed to survive. The girl asks what the game and rules are. He says that first you need to answer his question, because he does not know much, and while she talks to him, he will maintain a dialogue. The white-haired girl smiles. She sits sprawled on a chair, thinking that Shinji is a pretty powerful person and knows how to get out of an unfavorable situation for himself, but he has not yet encountered enough oddities, so his experience is not great. She clarifies what he wants to know. The protagonist calmly talks about spiritual energy. He sits with his arms crossed and says that he wants to know what will happen when he reaches the limit of the third rank. She adjusts her monocle and says that there is no need to expect new abilities and that by continuing to develop, you can only expand your sphere of influence. The picture shows a flaming character. It is said that the more powerful the spiritual power, the greater the scope of spiritual pressure. The guy pours tea and asks about the fact that in addition to pressure, he will be able to feel oddities but he cannot fight them, clarifying whether this will work in the future. She replies that yes, because you need to improve your spiritual powers to fight oddities, but we are talking about their lives. Akiji drinks from a mug, watching Shinji, and at the same time wants to know how he managed to survive. The protagonist, with a serious face, remembers that he died twice in the game before finding a way to survive and that this is his ability. He holds a glass with a grin and offers to continue asking questions. Akiji, Ian and Xiaoyin think about what his skill is, realizing that this is immortality and it is worthy of respect. The white-haired girl walks around the room and states that improving spiritual power after the third rank is about improving the quality of the soul and they need oddities to deal with them, but you have to pay for their help with your own soul. She walks next to Shinji and claims that the more spiritual power, the higher the quality of the soul and accordingly the greater the volume of what they can use. She sits next to him and explains the reason why you need to improve your spiritual powers. The protagonist drinks silently while she looks at him. Akiji, with a grin, asks if there are any more questions. The guy drinks from the glass. He sees assistants inside him and understands that the limitations in the abilities of the I and AI are related to this, and although he knows that they do not plan to take her away from him. The protagonist looks at Ian and clarifies since they cannot kill oddities, how do they build restrictions, and besides, the number of oddities should not increase since they cannot destroy them and one day people can be killed by them. Ian gets up and jerks his hands exclaiming to him to dream, because the special squad will never allow this, clarifying whether the protagonist really thinks that they do not have oddities capable of killing others. Shinji watches him with a displeased face. He smirks. The protagonist reaches into his pocket, saying that he received answers to all the questions and is now sharing his information. He puts the folder on the table and declares that this game is called Your Turn. The protagonist with a serious face turns to Akiji saying come. He opens the door. The neighbor looks at him with a smile. He scratches his head and asks to be excused for disturbing him, because he was dealing with some business. Asking if the protagonist has scissors, he in turn realizes that he is only bothering him, because there is a 24-hour store downstairs and it is not a problem to go down there. Surprised, Shinji understands something. He looks at his neighbor, behind whom there is an ominous entity. He speaks with a grin for a second. Akiji sits on the couch and notices their conversation. The girl with the monocle watches them suspiciously. The protagonist cautiously walks on. Shinji stands in the middle of the room and realizes that the people from the special department did not suspect anything. He sees his neighbor in the doorway and thinks that he imagined it. The protagonist holds out the scissors and says that he may not return it. The neighbor thanks them with a smile. Shinji understands that in this case he is stronger than all of them and needs to be checked. The door slams shut. The guy apologizes for the wait. The protagonist goes to the interlocutors and says that a new neighbor came and is trying to improve their relationship. Akiji says that it is necessary to continue to shorten the story. Xiaoyin asks to write it on a sheet of paper. The protagonist is silent, wondering if everyone understood that something is wrong. He picks up the sheet and realizes that it looks like he can only rely on himself, but he wanted to resort to their help. The picture shows a monster and the moment when his pet defeated evil. Shinji thinks that in fact there is nothing wrong with telling them all the rules of the game your turn, because in the end, privacy on the internet cannot be guaranteed, and if they realize that these clues were false, everything will not end so favorably, and he has no reason to maintain bad relations with them. Shinji holds out the notebook and says that this is all. Ian takes it from Akiji's hands. She in turn asks if he will use his ability. The guy says yes with a smile, because everything is so confusing and strange that it feels like only he can unravel all the mysteries. Akiji with a serious face tells the protagonist that he can join the special department. Shinji stands opposite and asks what he will get in return. She answers that he will have everything he wants, from material to spiritual needs. Ian smiles, makes a sign quieter, and says that 50 million will be transferred to the bank card. They will give him a car and an apartment. Akiji explains that the tasks will need to be completed jointly with the public security department, and after completing the investigation they will give a bonus. But he will also have the opportunity to act at his own discretion. Only he cannot kill indiscriminately. Shinji scratches his head and clarifies what about the duties. Akiji stands against the background of the other participants and calmly explains that they take turns investigating various cities with strange events, and when his turn comes, he cannot refuse. But if he encounters difficulties, he can cooperate with colleagues, and the person investigating this or that case is most at risk of death, and therefore he will always be on the verge of life and death. So power and wealth are a kind of payment for their sacrifice. The girl says in a calm voice that everything is calculated depending on the time of the incidents. With the exception of the department head, none of the employees she knows has lived more than 10 years after joining the service. Jian stands with a serious look against a background of tormented images of people. She says that at later stages, quite big problems with the psyche appear and many can no longer perform tasks. But everything is not so bad because some leave, and new employees come in their place, and therefore no one is going to force him in any case. The main character thoughtfully wonders if he has a choice. Yin and Xiaoyin are standing next to him. The guy says with a smile that there is, because there is another position, according to which he may not fully join the department, but organize his own group. But if necessary, he will need to help a special department. But if he wants to find a reliable colleague, he himself is better than you cannot find, so it is necessary to join, that is. Contact him if he decides, and of course he does not have as much money as she does, but they can split everything in half. The blonde explains in surprise that in fact Shinji can join groups with other people. Ian points his finger at her resentfully, and demands that she shut up. Akiji stretches out his hand and says that the enemy of humanity is oddities. The girl holds her palm, declaring that she has been investigating for quite a long time, and knows what both are capable of. The main character smirks and says that this is true. He shakes her hand. The main character says that he will most likely create his own group. In the picture, the guys are running on the grass. He announces the name of the group. Joyful Xing and Binbin wave their hands. Shinji notes that it will be called the Ghost Society. The protagonist looks at them leaving. Yin tells Xiaoyin that she talks too much. Shinji summons a little eye on his hand. A red eye appears in his palm. The protagonist puts out his hand with the eye that Mom says. Shinji realizes with a puzzled look that before he let him into the special department, he turned on Yan's abilities. The protagonist stood in front of them. He understands that he did not notice anything special, but if there was a quarrel with someone, protection would be provided. An eye is visible on Shinji's palm. He understands that he could even kill him. The protagonist sees AI with a pet and says that now they are a little limited and all that remains is to try this, and not to mention the new neighbor. In the future they will face quite a lot of oddities and they need to hurry with training. The picture says that the line of sight ability has been successfully activated, and it is an active skill. No restrictions on the attack target have been identified. The protagonist reads this and understands what is happening. Yen rules are passive skills that are limited to torture, but the current ability has no limits. Shinji sees on the screen that 100 legend points are consumed for using 1 second of the skill, asking whether to spend it. He agrees. The picture says that the points have been successfully spent and the current legend points are 298048. He realizes that in addition, he does not know whether this can be the effect of the new yen skill, but it seems as if his vision has worsened. Black silhouettes are depicted in the mouth of the pet. Shinji thinks that this is not enough and he has abilities, but he cannot kill the oddities yet. The protagonist notes with a grin that at least the defense has increased. He points his finger back and says that he needs to go to see what can be found. The action takes place in the protagonist's class in high school. Someone says that a new antique store has recently opened and the reviews are positive. He asks if the other wants to go. He is asked again where he is, receiving an answer about the shopping center. The girl sits silently at the table. Yubai sadly realizes that when she passed Shinji's class in the morning, he was not there. She sorts through the papers and realizes that she even went to the teacher's room to find out for sure, and it turned out that he was not there today and sneaked into the office, finding a note from the public safety department there, wondering if the club president is really a member there. The girl thinks. Yubai holds a red notebook in her hands and understands that she does not want to overthink things and it is better to just look and go to him. Yubai is frightened when she hears a call from her bag. She takes her smartphone and talks about her mother. The picture contains a message that her dear sister came to them at noon and decided to give her her doll, and she put it on her desk and it is better to buy her sister a present when she leaves school. The surprised girl remembers her little sister in a yellow dress, realizing that in this case she will buy her some kind of present. The picture shows an ominous doll. The heroine replies with a message that she is cute, and she will need to thank their family. Yubai is thinking about going to the mall because it is right next to the president's house. The action takes place during the day in Yubai's house. There is a photo of her family on the table. Her father is standing opposite her and asking if she thinks that she has become more cheerful lately and even has made friends. She agrees and says that before she was always silent, and it was impossible to even understand what was on her mind. The man touches the doll and says that it is good that everything is changing, because it is somehow more comfortable in the new house. The woman tells her husband with a smile that their daughter is special after all. He notes that it is hard. The doll is standing next to them on the floor. A small light falls on her ominous face. Suddenly the doll turns its eyes. The clock shows 17:59 p.m. Many people are walking around the shopping mall. Yubai presses herself against the display case in surprise and talks about cute cats. But the rabbit seems to be a little more popular. She hears music. The heroine turns around questioningly. An apology to the baby is heard from the tower. People look at it in surprise, realizing that now the mall is playing songs, noting that it is scary. Another replies that all urban legends are fake, but the grandmother said that this was a former abandoned orphanage. Yubai silently looks ahead, hearing that the song was turned on to calm the children and not to scare them, but they say that sometimes strange women walk around looking for children. Yubai fidgets with her hands and thinks about the feeling that a surge of energy has come to her, and she needs to find a secluded place. The guy shows the girl with lipstick in her hands his headphones. Yubai runs in the background. The blonde asks if she heard the sound, because they turned on music in the mall and it turns out the urban legend is true, but their noise-canceling headphones will help them get rid of the annoying sounds. The girl in glasses stands at the door and understands that no one will disturb her here. She holds a golden amulet in her hands. It hangs over the people in the shopping mall. On the gold coin is a spider. Yubai is shaking and in shock, trying to understand what kind of music it is. She is in shock and does not understand where she is. Yubai opens her eyes and hears what happened, answering that nothing, because everything has been calm lately. She spies on the heroes. The guy can't believe how they could open a shopping center in a place with ghosts. She replies that it will be a little sad if it closes, and as long as they control the situation, everything will be fine. Yubai sits on the floor and thinks that they are people with spiritual abilities like Shinji, and they are very dangerous. She touches the coin on the floor. She squeezes it. A dark hand takes her palm and calls her sister. Yubai looks ahead in surprise. She turns around in shock. Yubai sees this in fear. The silhouette of a small dark boy holds her hand and says that it is very hot here and he already wants to leave. Yubai fights off his hands. The girl runs along the red corridors and shouts to passers-by that it is dangerous here and it is better to go to a safe place. Yubai looks ahead in shock. An ominous face hangs upside down and asks if she has seen. A huge monster almost grabs passers-by, talking about her children. Yubai is shocked to see their heads flying in different directions. The girl in glasses feels blood splashing on her face. The mysterious monster throws its limbs in different directions. The army of the dead turns to the heroine. The frightened girl screams no. She turns around, thinking that all this is a lie and an illusion, but the girl in the red dress looked very natural. A huge evil entity demands to catch the running girl. She runs up the steps. They scream grab. The picture shows a table with a women's toilet. In the frame of the sink, the heroine understands that they will definitely not find her. Yubai huddled in the corner and says that they will not be found. Someone knocks loudly on the door. The stunned girl hears an ominous question. Could she help him turn off the tap? Long hair hangs on her face. The monster asks for help. She realizes that her eyes are clouded and she cannot see anything, not understanding who he is. With tears in her eyes, she asks to wait. The ends of her hair touch the girl's body. She looks ahead with wild eyes and claims that she does not see. Water is dripping from the faucet. Yubai is standing opposite. The bewitched girl with intertwined legs approaches the sinks. The girl stretches out her hands. Everyone around begins to envelop hair. The sinister monster laughs, thanking for the compliment. Yubai looks in the mirror and sees many images of creatures and ghosts. She assumes that she is dying. Ferocious teeth envelop the girl's head. The protagonist watches warily. A red beam breaks out of the door. The monster feels it in shock. The bewitched Yubai exclaims from what she saw. She turns around in shock. There is someone in front of her. Shinji turns to Yubai. He puts out his hand and calmly asks if she was talking about danger. It is written that this is a recovery skill, when after increasing spiritual power, the ability to control objects appears. After combining with Yen's skills, the skill of restoring damaged objects appears. The main character stands in front of her and asks to put it on and not lose it anymore. She thanks. Shinji leaves and says that it is not worth it, because he still wants to ask her about a lot, but for her to answer honestly. The guy looks in front of him. They see girls who greet them. 2 assistants of the special department of the reserve group for orders are standing in front. One of them clarifies whether he is an inspector, because they are members of the group. The events take place in the Asakawa shopping center at 18:15 in the evening. People carry out bloody bodies. They are surrounded by people. Shouts are heard for everyone to calm down. A horror movie is being filmed. There is no need to take photos and videos and nothing should be published. And all this is props. Someone is indignant that he is being filmed. The man with the megaphone states that if someone is ready to enter the mirror, they will pay for every second they are in it. But they are not going to force anyone. The protagonist looks in that direction and asks if these are their people. The girl stands next to him and explains that this is true. These colleagues, in addition to troubleshooting, are also responsible for casting illusions. Shinji wonders why they were looking for him. The protagonist is surprised to hear that in fact they wanted to thank him for his help. Because he is the only one who managed to destroy the oddity, he in turn asks what she has in her hands. The girls hold the device with a smile. She explains that this is a tool for creating pressure. Soul beads are used as the main particle, simulating the 3rd rank of soul power. But a person like Shinji does not need such things. It is also written that the device for creating artificial pressure was specially created by a research laboratory as a means of combating oddities. The guy with a serious look clarifies what soul beads are. He reaches into his jacket pocket while she explains that this is what he gets when he kills a ghost. The protagonist throws them an object asking if this is what, while thinking that no one mentions soul beads, which means that they are not that important. The girl worriedly asks him to hold on tighter, because they can only be obtained by killing ghosts, which means they are a very useful resource. In the picture, the fighter is filled with red energy. It is explained that it is used to increase the level of spiritual power. The protagonist holds it with his fingers. He stares at the bead and realizes that he will not be able to absorb it, assuming that the notebook gives out restrictions. He realizes with a smirk that this is not such a big problem. He turns to Yubai and thinks to check on her. She in turn is shocked and does not understand why he is looking at her like that. Shinji turns around and waves his hand, thanking him for the answer. He has no more questions and they leave. They declare that they will not bother him anymore. The girl in glasses silently looks at him. The department workers are talking about how this is the most handsome guy they have ever seen and how gentle he is. His girlfriend is lucky. Yubai is shocked to hear all this. The protagonist is puzzled to realize that the gap between his and their powers is significant, and according to the notebook he is at rank 3. The picture shows a hierarchy. He understands that G and the other workers have spiritual power, but they still rely on certain rules that limit their power, and moreover, to get rid of the strangeness, they have to rely on soul beads every time. The protagonist walks with his girlfriend and wonders if he also came to this world as a kind of messenger. She in turn asks if the president came here to buy something. She thinks that this is great, and she would be immensely happy if she became his girlfriend. But he should not have heard their words. Yubai happily chases her heart in the air, realizing that the president did not come here for her, demanding that he wake up. The heroes go down the escalator. Shinji turns around and asks about what the girl herself said, that danger is lurking nearby and that's why he decided to take a day off today and investigate. Yubai grins and is glad that he managed to change the topic. He explains that he met people with spiritual powers who were rushing to the shopping center as fast as they could. In the picture, people in jackets are running through the hall. One of them shouts that something strange has been discovered in the shopping center, and they are moving out. The protagonist is standing in the middle of the hall. Orange energy is raging around. He says that he found it interesting and that's why he decided to follow them. He checked everything and found a clue about an incident that happened several decades ago. The picture shows stone boxes. He explains that children were previously burned alive on the side of the shopping center. People with shovels are looking at the blazing fire. The protagonist cannot understand how the construction was approved here at all, because in the end the previous building was demolished and the shopping center was erected. Businessmen shake hands against the background of gold bars. It is said that after this it became the largest center of the city. A man with a cigar and wine rejoices surrounded by the same monstrous followers. Money pours out against the background of people in stores. It is explained that business has gone uphill and the flow of people and sales has increased. The picture shows a fragment of a newspaper, which printed that 2 people who went to the shopping center and did not return disappeared. The girl was dressed in a red dress and white leather shoes, and the boy in a yellow t-shirt and denim overalls. The main character states that one day people began to disappear, and in those years, due to the lack of a video surveillance system, they were never found. The picture shows a clock. Shinji says that there were entrepreneurs who said that after 6 p.m. they heard a child crying. A security guard with a flashlight shines into the darkness and furiously asks who is there. He sees something in fear. From the bars, the monster holds the image of a child in his hands. The main character explains that sometimes the shadow of a girl in red was visible. The council members are sitting at the table. One of them exclaims that this will seriously affect the entire trading process. Shinji says that the boss here did not want to share information, so they had to turn to experts, and then he found out that this place was originally an orphanage, which made him furious. Against the background of the stairs in the Chinese-style room, it is explained that the subsequent missing people suffered because of the ghost that fell into a trap. The monster with an ominous grin shows a picture of a family from the newspaper. The protagonist states that the mother and son who disappeared that day were also attached to this place and eventually decided to calm the ghost with songs. The picture shows a clock with speakers, from which a song is sung about the mother apologizing to the baby and saying that she does not love her. Shinji claims that even after so many disappearances, the shopping center did not close. The ominous ghost hugs the building with its hands. The protagonist says that he did not rest in peace, becoming a new urban legend. Yubai fearfully declares that she has heard this music before, but then other strange sounds appeared, and then she began to hallucinate. The thoughtful protagonist declares that he heard from the special department that some strange events resumed here a few days ago, and as for the reason, it was not possible to explain it, and it is unclear what the strength of the strangeness here is. Yubai listens to him with a smile, while he understands that perhaps one of the reasons for the strangeness is his presence, and would not have led to deaths if not for him. The protagonist turns around. In front of him is a bloody girl. He declares that regardless of the reasons, in any case, she is still too weak, and if he had not come, she would not be alive. She runs into the mouth of the monster. The guy claims that therefore it is not worth blaming her for all sins because the ghost could distort people's opinions about the danger. Otherwise, she would never have entered the mall. Yubai, pursing her lips, says that he is right and she is too immature. She begins to cry, saying that she is also weak. The guy calmly asks her if she came to buy something here, noting that he will help her. The girl, wiping away her tears, asks again with delight. Shinji calmly declares that after the purchase, he wants to continue this topic. A happy Yubai exclaims good. The picture shows stuffed toys. A happy girl is holding one of them. Yubai, smiling, takes a selfie on her smartphone with the main character and the toy. The picture shows a cafeteria sign. The girl makes a fist and asks the president to put his palm out. A serious Yubai says that this is exactly it. A gold coin falls from her hands. It lands right in his palm. The main character sits against the background of the signs, wondering if this is her prop, because if he is not mistaken, this ability is called prophecy. The picture shows a heroine with several arms and wings. Yubai declares that you can call it a coin of fate. Shinji sits opposite her holding a coin. This creature is also depicted. He wonders if this is the goddess of fate of ancient Greek mythology, and it is not particularly clear. But if she really exists, then in this world filled with oddities will the goddess be able to help? He wonders how to use it. She replies that you just need to toss it, and before you do it, ask a question and if the coin falls front side up. Then the answer is yes. He throws the coin back and asks what about the back side. Yubai silently looks at her. The frame shows the heroine with broken memories. She states that she will lose her memory for a certain number of days. The guy notes that the coin often falls on the back side. The main character seriously imagines her with a notebook and now understands why she writes everything down. He notices that the coin is well hidden and therefore you will not immediately notice it. Yubai looks at her and states that maybe everything is because she is connected to her memories and until she dies, for others she will be ordinary. The protagonist holds a glass of water and ice and asks how much she trusts him. He asks with a smirk if she is afraid that he will kill her and then take the coin. Yubai objects and exclaims that the president is a good person, and with the coin she already predicted that the safest place in the city is the Ghost Society. Shinji, holding a glass in his hands, thinks about what was said, realizing that it was so safe that all the members died. He realizes in shock that it can be safe when she is next to him. They sit at a table with burgers. The protagonist asks to use it. She asks what to ask. He asks a question besides the student and the president. Who else is Shinji? Surprised, Yubai says okay. She puts the coin on her fingers. The coin flies up over their table with a bright flame. They watch in surprise. It lands back. It is visible that the coin landed on the back. The protagonist realizes that the memories are not erased. Shinji frowns, thinking that she deceived him. Yubai closes her eyes and apologizes, stating that the coin cannot answer this question. He asks why. She answers that because of this question the upper limit of erasable memories is reached, while explaining that during the fall of the coin there was a vibration. The release of energy was so strong that feedback became unavailable. The heroine stands in front of the screens with her. She explains that the difficulty of the question is that it is related to the memory that she cannot lose, and if the coin does not give an answer, this means that for the result you need to and then she can change the direction of the person's fate. He frowns and thinks that if she used this ability on her, he would only waste a day of life in vain, but she spends the memory accumulated over several years. He looks at her and states that there is a year, a day too, and whether it is possible to erase memories. Yubai's eyes widen, realizing something. She worriedly screams that the president was talking to her all this time, because she is interrupted by the protagonist who asks who asked her to be so gullible, because her intelligence indicators are not very high. The dumbfounded girl states that he did not have to say that. Shinji looks at her and states that everything seems to be interconnected, saying that if she wants to stay in the club, she needs to ask one more question. She exclaims happily. The girl closes her eyes, hearing that she needs to use the coin of the day and ask if there is anything in his house that can threaten life. The picture shows a coin with a spider. The girl catches it. She silently looks at the protagonist. She holds it in her palm and states that there is no answer, and he can try to ask one more thing, and she will try to help. The protagonist is depicted against the background of assistants and his neighbor, saying that there is no need, and thinking about the fact that Yubai understands that there are rather strange things in his house, like the little eye. But this time he did not receive an answer, and probably a creature lives in the house that is several times more powerful than them. The protagonist turns around and leaves, saying that that's all for today and demanding that others not tell about the coin's abilities, otherwise something terrible will happen. Yubai is surprised by what he holds out in his hand. Shinji says with a smile that the soul bead will allow her to strengthen her spiritual abilities and therefore she should take it, and this is compensation for forcing her to use the coin. The girl enthusiastically shouts that this is the president's gratitude. He in turn notes that there are no things to do tomorrow and therefore she should not forget to participate in the life of the club. He walks away. The girl understood everything and shouts contact. A passerby is indignant and asks why screaming like that, assuming that this is an actress. Another replies that today's students have no sense of shame at all. Shinji goes on, pretending not to notice how Yubai wants to go with him. He runs away from her, realizing that she is more frightening than strange. The events take place in the main character's house. He is sitting on the couch and suddenly hears someone knocking on the door. He does not understand who could come so late. He opens it. The neighbor apologizes with a smile and asks if the guy can borrow a pot for cooking rice, because his is broken. Shinji silently looks at him, realizing that he still does not feel any negative energy from him. The neighbor looks questioningly at the guy, who realizes that it is time to take the initiative into his own hands and strike. The main character apologizes with a grin, noting that he needs it himself, because there is a child at home who also wants to eat. The neighbor listens silently. He says with an ominous smile, "That's it." The main character sees him walking down the hallway talking nonsense. Shinji looks out and is going to see what will happen next. The man goes into his room. He walks through the room, leaving the door unlocked. He walks forward, saying the word take. His face changes and turns into a terrifying one. He states that taking failed, but he needs to take it. The protagonist enters his room and states that when it is necessary to feed children, it is necessary to approach this with all responsibility, but it is not so important to him whether he can feed the child. Shinji looks ahead in surprise. He sees the kitchen and wonders where the rice cooker is. He imagines a neighbor in the background and calls the name Song. The protagonist turns around in surprise. The guy hears someone knocking on the door and the neighbor declares that it is him. The protagonist holds a burning hand ready and opens the door. An eye is visible on his palm. Song holds a saucepan with a smile and thanks him for lending him the rice cooker. Shinji looks at him warily. He smiles and says, "So it's you." He takes the saucepan and realizes that Song is quite strange, and even if you decline his request, he will still take the thing. He sees the neighbor leaving and wonders if this was a warning. He imagines a huge monster's mouth and realizes that he fell under its rules when he first lent it something and wonders how many people have lent him things. A tall creature hangs over the city. The protagonist realizes that Song has not lived here for long and first brings gifts, then starts lending things, and it is unclear how to avoid death at its hands. The protagonist places a saucepan opposite Yen. The guy holds a book while the pet climbs into the rice cooker. Shinji thinks about how strong the monster's abilities are, and when the information about the neighbor's strangeness is confirmed, it is necessary to understand its rules and kill it. The protagonist writes with ink on paper. Yen sits in a saucepan and asks the guy to look. The protagonist frowns with shining eyes. He sees something in shock. The picture shows a corridor. A man knocks on it. Shinji realizes that an ant lives in the neighboring apartment. The protagonist's hand is saturated with red energy. In his palm is a wide-open eye. He puts out his hand and directs magic to the side. He seals the door. A black substance with a red eye releases tentacles along the door. Yen looks ahead. Song stands in front of a cheerful woman and asks if she could lend him her rice cooker. She replies that he is very polite and agrees. The protagonist realizes with a serious expression that the ant is usually not so kind, preferring to talk only to those who have lived here for a long time, but she communicates so friendly with a neighbor who recently arrived. He recalls their past interactions and realizes that Song is now becoming more suspicious, but he still accepted his gift and even allowed him to borrow things. In the picture, a monstrous monster in the form of a neighbor is holding the protagonist in his hands. Shinji wonders if he did this unconsciously, because he manipulates people, making them unable to refuse a request, drawing them into his rules, and this is quite dangerous. The neighbor is walking down the hallway. The protagonist sees him and realizes that he has returned. He suddenly stopped. Shinji, with a serious expression, does not understand what happened. Song, with a smile, holding a rice cooker in his hands, smiles right at the peephole of the door. The protagonist is shocked to see this. The neighbor moves on. The shadow of the monster is cast on Shinji's door. The protagonist sighs. He sits down next to Yen and tells him that he might have to take a risk, because progress cannot be stopped. He exhales and asks if the pet will not refuse to help this time. The black monster assistant jumps off the couch. He presses the remote control. Yen is sitting on the table watching a cartoon. The protagonist sadly calls him a hopeless child. The door to the corridor opens. The protagonist looks out from behind it. Someone is coming again. Shinji sees Song with a saucepan in her hands. A thunderstorm with bright lightning has begun outside the window. The neighbor goes into his room. The protagonist activates magic and understands that he needs to act now. Shinji runs into the neighbor's half-open door. He is shocked to notice something. A scary monster is holding someone's head in a saucepan. The protagonist is amazed by this look. His amulet begins to glow. Sinister vines begin to envelop the protagonist, grabbing his arms and legs. He does not understand what is happening. Shinji's face is hidden behind the vines. His arms and neck are squeezed by roots. He spits blood. The monster smiles ominously. A tall creature approaches the shackled Shinji. The protagonist tries to open his eyes. His amulet glows red. The terrible monster opens its wide mouth. Shinji understands that he is caught. The events take place at 3 o'clock in the morning in the protagonist's house. He lies on the floor and suddenly jumps up. He breathes in fear. Shinji looks at his palm and realizes that his abilities were absorbed even before he began to actively use them. He looks down warily and understands that he can no longer be so self-confident, and it's time to start being careful, because most likely he does not have much time. People walk in the same crowd with monsters. The protagonist realizes that soon a time bomb will be activated and the incomprehensible rules of murder still worry him, and all of them are like dishes on his table. Yen tugs his master's hand. He sees a frightened little eye who says Mom. Shinji picks him up and asks what's wrong. Why is he worried? Because everything is fine with him. The pet with tears in his eye says that AI is not visible. The surprised protagonist asks again, not understanding why he did not feel her absence then, and did the special department really deal with her while he was in the process of resurrection. Shinji takes the red amulet. He opens the book and asks if AI is here. The pages quickly flip through. He asks Yen not to worry, assuming that the girl has a new job. The book begins to behave suspiciously. Surprised Shinji and Yen look at what is happening. AI is drawn on the sheet. It is written that the girl from the afterlife is dead. The protagonist purses his lips in anger. He furiously declares that the special department has done something wrong again. The events take place the previous day in the special department. The council members are sitting at the table. The chairman says that the results of the vote regarding the girl from the afterlife, codenamed the absorption plan, will now be announced. Jian looks forward with a serious face. He sees the members of the vote and says 6 out of 6. The man loudly bangs on the table. Tian furiously shouts, "Why kill AI? Because if they are afraid of death, then let them feed her to God, die themselves." Suddenly he is interrupted. Jiang calmly declares that the final decision will be up to the special department, and the absorption plan will continue. The old man smirks. Xiang sits with a serious look and declares that now that the decision has been made, they will not be able to turn back. A car rushes along the night road. The car quickly moves forward. Jiang sits in the back seat. He sees a document on which it is written about God. There is no image. It is in the area of the mountain of God. The car drives on. Someone stops them in front of the gate and states that vehicles are prohibited from entering the special department. The driver opens the door while the soldier demands to get out and show ID. The man gets out of the car. He walks forward and states that he is the head of the special department. He shows his ID. The driver is standing behind him. The characters walk forward to the barrier. The man passes through blue beams. It says that the bone, eye, fingerprint scan was successful and the gene scan and verification are complete. Against the background of the Mountain of God area, it says that his identity matches the data provided and he is an agent monitoring the absorption plan. Against the background of a huge dome, someone asks, "Are you here?" The man enters a large white building with a sphere inside. He is told that everything will be ready soon. He says that at that moment they will begin to implement the plan and everyone must simultaneously leave the building and put on protective equipment. Jiang walks forward and states that no one except him is allowed to enter the room. He turns around warily. He pokes at the screen and sees a man in a room under surveillance by video cameras. The man is shackled, his eyes are blindfolded, he is holding a screen with a red image, the number D2. He silently lowers his head. The cameras watch as a dark zone forms in front of him. He furiously pokes his fingers at the screen. Jiang sees a guy fall from a chair down. The man's eyes are serious. The picture shows a girl with black eyes. He declares that she lost. AI turns around in surprise. She is in a transparent cube. Her body begins to change. Her face turns gray. Against the background of various planets, AI begins to be absorbed by dark energy. Her body petrifies. She is shocked by what is happening. AI begins to disintegrate into pieces. The gadget's screen begins to emit interference. The man stands up from his chair and states that the voice of the world has spoken of the divine power becoming dominant again. He seriously recalls the character with the glass and the string and realizes that even the girl from the afterlife could not resist him. The hero, wearing a cloak, walks down the hallway and wonders how long they will worship him. The man leaves the building, realizing that his power is constantly growing and multiplying. Jiang, puzzled, walks forward and realizes that he cannot even imagine when he will complete his transformation. The picture shows skyscrapers crumbling to dust against the backdrop of a turquoise eclipse. The man realizes that then the world will end. In his house, the protagonist sees information in a book that the special department carried out the devouring plan and the head of the special department used a prisoner to summon the girl from the afterlife. A puzzled Shinji does not understand why such a distortion and what it means, wondering what methods the department resorted to eliminate AI, because even the notebook does not show anything. He grins and says that it's not that bad, because the cause of death is not that important at the moment. He touches the book and says, because regardless of the method of her murder. The protagonist grins and casts a spell, saying that he can resurrect her. The system offers to spend 105,568 legend points to resurrect the girl from the afterlife. He agrees. The image of the girl appears in the frame. Shinji notes that in addition, the rules of murder have now been expanded from one person. The image of AI hangs over the city. He speaks of an entire state. The girl from the afterlife is gradually restored, gaining her features. Yun looks at AI in surprise. The system says that the girl from the afterlife has successfully resurrected and the hellish communication has been significantly enhanced. The protagonist turns to the assistant. She, with her eyes closed, declares that she is here. Shinji smiles. Against the background of the city scheme with red threads, he tells her to go and give them a surprise. The system says that hellish communication has resumed, but is now available throughout the country. AI will eliminate all causes of grievances. Friends from the city talked about her. Others say in their house that they did not give him a free life and now they will answer for it. AI hovers in the air, red bursts of energy around her. She says that you just need to pick a flower, and she will immediately relieve him of grievances. People exclaim that the urban legend turned out to be true and they will answer for everything. Another shouts that he has been waiting for her for a long time and there are no more doubts and retribution will come. The sky is painted red. The system congratulates on gaining legend points. The protagonist opens his eyes in shock. He is penetrated by energy and is told that there are 1 million legend points. The car is driving along the road 10 minutes after the girl's revival from the afterlife. Jiang sits inside and sees a warning. The car stops abruptly. The driver opens the door to the gentleman. They see a city with a red sunset. Everyone is shouting that the hellish communication has resumed and AI is again conducting her activities. The surprised man wonders, saying that she should have been absorbed by the god and somehow revived. He clenches his teeth in rage. With a serious face, he says on the phone that a level 1 alarm is happening and everyone needs to immediately report to the analysis center. 30 minutes after the revival, the council members are sitting at the table. Xiang says that the plan has failed and asks what they will do next. Tian shouts that they enraged AI and maybe she has different rules. The boss with an unperturbed face says that the leadership of the special department is still conducting an investigation. As soon as they find out something, everyone will immediately know about it, and at present, the plan is as follows. He with a serious face talks about the headphones that can be used to talk to her. It is explained that the headphones are a special device in which you ask a question, and the interlocutor cannot help but answer it. Xiang sits with his arms folded and asks if they have considered that the girl from the afterlife could have made a deal with other monsters. The council members look at each other in shock. The old man closes his eyes and states that since it has come to this, he proposes. With a serious expression, he talks about using a god to kill her again, and thereby expand the range of her killings again, since they need to spread her abilities throughout the world so that they themselves are not under such pressure. Jiang frowns and asks him to be careful with his words. The old man gets up from the table and states that he knows what he is talking about, but he is already quite old, so he has the power to talk a little more than before. He stands in front of the leader and states that they should not limit themselves to just killing oddities. The mysterious council member says that all of humanity deals with oddities and they are no exception, and as for the alliance the old man speaks of, they need to pull her out of the darkness as soon as possible to figure everything out. Jiang looks at the elder and says that at this stage it is possible to try to just talk, and moreover, the management will check anyway, so there is no reason to worry. He replies that the master should think broader, because he did not even think that the girl from the afterlife could become stronger. In the picture, AI is holding a red flower in her hands. He asks if it will be possible to meet with God, because when she expands her capabilities, he is afraid that they will not be in the best position. The boss silently looks at him. Jiang calmly declares that oddities are the enemies of all mankind and they still need to get rid of it, and if they begin to attract other organizations, everything can only get worse. Xiang silently listens to him. He turns, waving his hand and saying that let them decide for themselves. Jiang calmly declares that he knows that the old man is quite a stately and important person in society, politics, business, medicine, law, art. He is the main representative of these areas. The manager calmly asks not to forget. He says in front of all the council members that he has no opportunity to meet the oddities face to face. Xiang opens his eyes in fear. They tell him that he is under the protection of the special department, and this is his guarantee. The old man silently lowers his gaze. An enraged Xiang hears that if he is dissatisfied with something, he can always leave the think tank. Yin yawns 10 minutes later. He asks with a tired look why they were looking for him. The council members stand up when he comes to them. Jiang stands opposite and says that he has a task for him. He refuses. The man tells the guy that this task is not so easy to complete, and at the moment there is an acute shortage of personnel in the special department, and he should take on the task and start investigating. He asks what kind of mission. He listens with a sad look that he should not worry. These days he will not leave the special department, because the boss would like him to harbor a strong grudge against someone, and if he does not come out, they will have to subject him to hypnosis. Ian asks again in shock. He is surprised to guess what he is talking about. In the picture, AI is sitting behind the guy. He really hopes that they are not talking about her now. A hair jumps up on the girl's head in the main character's house. AI is sitting with Yen. Shinji asks how she feels. She replies that she is tired. He thoughtfully asks if it is true that she is also tired, but regardless of the amount of work, it is worth counting on doubles. She objects that she is quite thoughtful. The main character scratches his head and apologizes, clarifying if she can't team up with Yen and kill Song. She replies that she still does not understand the rules. Shinji holds the amulet in his hands and is glad that he resurrected his assistant, because at least now he can be bolder during the investigation. He closes his eyes and squeezes the red crystal. Red energy rages around him. He thinks that Song went to the tenants upstairs to borrow something. There is a man standing in the elevator door. Someone asks why another is giving him something to use, because he is crazy. With the help of abilities he sees the conversation of the guys. One tells the other that he is a neighbor and can help him. He shouts that they live upstairs, and he is downstairs and he is not their neighbor. Shinji feels that one of them is called Jong. He has a rather strange character, and he would not accept a gift from a neighbor and give him anything. The long-haired man looks at the fat man with displeasure. The protagonist with a serious face feels that the other one is called Shito, and he is a very good and polite person. The picture shows a kitchen. The protagonist believes that the artist did not lend Song things, but the other one most likely did. Suddenly the bell rang. Shinji turns around in surprise. A guy in yellow clothes rings the doorbell and says that he is a food delivery man. The worker opens the door and does not understand why no one answers. The elevator goes to the 19th floor. The man with the saucepan grins and says that he received it. The surprised guy sees this. The elevator goes to the 18th floor. The protagonist shouts loudly that he is on the wrong floor and needs a man upstairs. Shinji looks at the surprised delivery man in the hallway. He sees information on the receipt that the order is made out to Mr. Artist. The worried worker sighs and says that it is true. He thanks the guy. Shinji with a serious face advises him to leave quickly, because the tenant of that apartment has problems with his head. The protagonist looks in his direction in shock. Song is visible behind him. The food delivery man jumps back, frightened by him. The protagonist with a grin says that Mr. Song is busy. The neighbor with a smile says that he understands everything. The protagonist pushes the guy aside and says go away. Shinji with a grin wants to say something. The guy stands opposite the neighbor and asks if he can take a look at the apartment. Song happily agrees. He opens the door a little and says please. The protagonist goes inside. The monster walks behind. Shinji is surprised that he did not die. He wonders if he follows his rules in the house then maybe it will be possible to avoid death. He looks at the room and says that the bags around are very familiar. The guy turns and addresses his neighbor. Song asks him to speak with an ominous grin. The guy points back and asks, saying that he is missing a few bags and could he lend him some. The neighbor scratches his head and asks again. The protagonist almost touches him and asks if it is possible. Shinji looks at him with a grin. He smiles back, while the protagonist realizes that until he agrees. They are standing in the middle of a house infected with green fungus. He understands that without consent he can die at any moment. Shinji smiles and asks what is uncomfortable for him, and that there is nothing wrong with that. If he does not agree, then the protagonist will not steal. The neighbor holds out the bag and says, "Sure, take it." Shinji takes it and thinks if there is something inside, maybe a gift that was never given because he needs to return the pot to Mr. Shito. The protagonist with a suspicious look realizes that he is being kicked out and will be killed if he refuses. The guy points to the side and thanks him, saying that he will go. The neighbor asks him to wait. He reaches into the bag with a grin and offers to eat, because there are very tasty products inside. Song realizes that this is not a cookie. The main character begins to fall with foam at the mouth. Song smiles standing behind him. Shinji falls to the floor. The monster is standing nearby. The main character realizes that this is a human finger. He talks about the action plan of the girl from the afterlife. Jian walks down the hallway with Akiji and In. He asks if she wants to speak up. She says no. After all, a partner is more suitable for this case. The girl with the monocle says that maybe they didn't know, but recently she and In met another person and his spiritual pressure and strength exceeds any average worker. Jian turns around, demanding to know more, when Akiji tells him that his main ability is resurrection. The main character with red eyes opens his eyes in fear. It is said that this is Shinji, the first among the students of the school. On a red background, a set of rules is written after he tried the dish offered by the oddity. First, as soon as the hellish neighbor moves in, all residents of the house automatically become his neighbors. Second, each apartment will receive one gift regardless of how many residents live in it. Third, after you accept a gift from Song, he will start asking for things on loan. He is too polite so you can't refuse. Fourth, if you refuse him, he will take the thing by force. Fifth, as the number of days increases, Song will borrow the necessary items. Sixth, after you accept a gift from him, the offer is cut off, and further points are unknown. Shinji reads this and finally speaks. He realizes that this had to be done in order to understand Song's rules. AI is sitting next to Yen and they are eating chopsticks. The protagonist is shocked. The girl from the afterlife offers him a piece. He asks her to leave. The assistants look at him. The girl explains that it is just a cookie. The protagonist thinks about the danger level of Song being assessed as a disaster. Shinji remembers lying on the floor, realizing no matter how, but it needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. The guy stands against the background of books and asks AI if she remembers how she was killed. The surprised girl is silent. She embarrassedly explains that she cannot answer this question. In the picture, the girl is lying in a red puddle. She explains that she only remembers that she saw something, and then lost consciousness. AI looks up and says that she will try to remember. Shinji tells her that she cannot try, because perhaps this is a kind of protection. The protagonist sighs. He remembers the characters and thinks that the special department is a serious danger, and it will not be easy, because at first glance they have the same short-term goals. But what if they find out that his ability is to create oddities? Shinji turns to his charges and says that the special department also has records of Song. The surprised girl hears that they need to come up with something, because if they catch the monster before him, they will definitely use it to deal with the girl from the underworld. The picture shows an eagle flying at a snake. Shinji says that they can only go into opposition. In drives and asks his brother what it is like to sit in a supercar. The guy sits next to him and asks why he is the one taking him. He is surprised and asks that he likes the old lady Akiji more. The main character looks out the window with displeasure and says that he wants to get out of the car. The supercar rushes at full speed. In laughs and says that he is on vacation now and therefore he has a lot of free time. Shinji asks if the special department is really that free. He replies that it is called a secret evening and it would be great if he joined them. The case about AI would be immediately transferred to him. The main character asks again with displeasure. Ian raises his glasses and asks him in surprise if he really doesn't know about the urban legend, because its level reaches a catastrophe. The guy replies that he knows little about it, but he won't say that he hasn't heard anything. Ian is suspiciously silent. They sit in the car. The guy exclaims that it's a long story and he even had to die once. He replies that it's a pity that it's not forever and most likely he paid a certain price for it. Ian states that they already killed her, but she was resurrected. In the picture, a large AI is holding the guy in her arms. He explains that now they want to force him to contact her again. Shinji, with a displeased look, is interested in the fact that he decided to discuss this with him. He is puzzled to realize that he had no doubt that AI was killed by a special department. He wonders if she was killed by an attribute similar to a notebook, or a more powerful weapon. He realizes that he needs to talk to her. Ian, with a grin, asks if he knew that the girl from the afterlife is able to think independently. The guy in sunglasses explains to the newbie, while realizing that regardless of the level of his spiritual powers, he is still a student and therefore cannot harm humanity, and he thinks too much. Ian with an important look states that in general, in a fairly short period of time, They had to accumulate emotions in order to then throw this entire flow at a certain person, and now they can call on AI and force him to answer questions. The picture shows headphones and a character near a girl. He talks about suspicions that she has accomplices. The protagonist cautiously asks again. He answers that this is not accurate, and is just an assumption. They drive into the special department. Shinji understands that there is no point in asking more questions, because everything is already clear. But how will they make AI answer questions? In the picture, Jiang and others are standing against the background of a dark creature. The protagonist is thinking whether they will pay a huge price, asking only a question about accomplices. But this is not the final goal, and they will ask who exactly her accomplice is or force her to answer questions about her rules. The protagonist is standing next to the assistant. He understands that she never killed everyone left and right. She was almost never treated badly. Shinji holds a dragon mask and understands that if they continue to chase her, maybe they will get to him too. Ian happily stops the car and shouts, "We have arrived." They look at the huge skyscraper of the special department office. The guy asks the protagonist if this is his first time here, and if it is really great. He agrees. They are standing in the middle of a large room in the hall. The protagonist is interested in why it is so empty. Ian replies that no one comes here for no reason, only on business. Shinji looks up with a dissatisfied face. They see the device. He wonders what it is. Ian explains that people who come for the first time go through the scan of the Eye of Truth. It is written that it scans information about a person, identifies a person. To get all the secrets of a person, you need to pay a small price, so you need to use it with extreme caution. Shinji wonders if it can scan absolutely everything. The lens sees the heroes. Ian exclaims if only, offering to put another one near the gate. They enter the door. The guy says that it's time to get down to business. The guy points to the installation with a microphone and tells him to turn around and read the phrase. He says that you need to discuss everything at once, namely if you use it then you lose 1 day of life. The main character calmly looks at the device and realizes that he has -1 chance of resurrection, while he has 86 left. Ian hugs him and asks if he really regrets or is afraid. He denies and says that he is just curious what it is for. Ian, wearing glasses, explains that this is a device for testing the mind, and in the future it will be tested every 6 months. The protagonist is interested in whether he will receive any bonuses after doing this, realizing that the number of resurrections is very important, and he cannot waste them in vain. Ian takes off his glasses and asks what other bonuses. He asks if they have an archive and if he can take a look. The guy cautiously asks again what he wants to know. He says that, for example, about future plans, because if they let him learn more, then he can possibly help in the investigation of AI. They stand in front of the device. Ian exclaims that this is a good attempt, but it has a disaster level, and that is the whole secret, because except for the head of the department and the analytical center, no one knows the detailed information. He replies that he just wanted to learn more. Ian holds his head and declares that he will be able to go there, but he will only have access to a part, and he should not dream of more, while he realizes that if he dares to deceive him, he will be the first to take him into his hands. The protagonist leans towards the microphone and says that he understands. He begins to say that never. Shinji, with an unperturbed look, declares that he will never turn his back on humanity. Ian looks at the protagonist in shock. The microphone shines brightly pink. The device glowed purple. A red eye appeared on the guy's palm. Ian put his hand on the hero's shoulder. Words were heard from the device that the test was passed. The guy's eyes widened. Shinji pointed his finger at the device and advised to repair it. Perhaps it was ancient. His comrade said that he scared him to death. He thought he was lying. There was an inscription on the screen that he would never turn away from humanity. A ghost society. Code name Ghost. Ability Resurrection. A question was heard. A ghost society. Why even call the club that? Is it in a school? Ian threw his hand over the guy's shoulder, saying that the special department is expanding. It is better not to open clubs in a crowded place. The hero clarified. What is he talking about? The guy imagined a lot of people, some of whom had different oddities, and explained that the more people, the more oddities around. Thanks to the research of the special department, they came to the conclusion that oddities are often associated with the people themselves. Shifting his gaze, Shinji thought that's it. Imagining the girl with the phone, he thought that it was his turn to rely on the internet, since there are the most people there. Then he imagined the smiling neighbor and thought that Song used the neighbor's personality to get closer to people. He imagined AI and the bully, thinking that she relied on resentment in interpersonal relationships. Imagining Yen, he thought that he provoked the murder also because of the relationship between people, so everything is tied to people. Dark silhouettes rose from the image of the characters. The hero thought that similar oddities want to get rid of humanity. Thoughtfully touching his face, the hero thought about what would happen if they were isolated from people, and it would be better to conduct this experiment with Song. The palm reached out to the guy in the cage. Then the palm simply reached forward. Ian patted the guy on the shoulder, smilingly asking, is he afraid? Let him not worry. His apartment is high class. The population density there is low, so there are much fewer oddities. He thought that his neighbor is one of them. Shinji waved his hand and said that he had to go, surprising his interlocutor. There was a slight smile on his lips. The hero thought that according to him, he couldn't go to the special department library yet. Even with permission, he still couldn't get information about Song, but the results of his research gave him some ideas. Later, he stood on the stairs on Minghu Street and asked the girl why she wasn't in class. She replied that he hadn't been going to class for the past few days. Maybe something had happened. She wanted to help. Yubai was surprised to hear a refusal and asked why. He said that she shouldn't take on too much. The girl resolutely clenched her fists, saying that she could and wanted to help. The brunette looked at her silently. Then he walked away, saying that she was just a tired girl who could barely move. Looking back, he told her not to follow him. Yubai watched him leave, saying that if she got in the way, he would expel her from the club. The girl's cheeks turned red. Shinji stood in front of the door to his apartment. Holding the pendant, he thought that judging by the smiles, Song chooses the scene of the crime at random. As soon as you approach it, you will immediately fall under its rules. He imagined a list of 11 rules, thinking that he borrows quite a lot of things from his neighbors. His needs are constantly growing. He has one chance. The brunette frowned and imagined a guy with round glasses. Then he imagined many different residents, thinking that those who reject Song's gift will be saved. While he did nothing, he needs to help them. This guy is like a time bomb that can explode at any moment. Green rays spread from the doors. An eye appeared in the guy's palm. He decided that he needed to lure him into a trap. From the round eye-eyed tentacles with palms spread. Looking ahead tensely, the hero thought it worked. A bright glow appeared among the tentacles. An 11th rule appeared in it, saying that he couldn't imprison Song in the house, since he couldn't contain this oddity. Shinji was shocked, thinking that this was really cheating. He swung his black hand and thought that he should risk his life and try. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing an ominous voice asking why he was trying to imprison him. He imagined himself falling into the creepy mouth of a neighbor who was asking if he could lend him something. Shinji swung his hand with a furious look and attacked, shouting, this is what he would lend him. The monster standing behind him continued with a smile, his heart. A silhouette of a man was visible, who pierced the guy's body. Looking back, the brunette thought that this is it. It would be great if he became an oddity too. A notification appeared, saying that the oddity demonic neighbor committed a murder. The door glowed green. Shinji imagined a silhouette in the hallway, saying that he wanted to borrow his heart. The figure behind the laptop looked surprised, asking who he was. The other opened his toothy mouth. The screams of people could be heard in the city. The number of survivors of the meeting was 0. Then the number 0 changed to 1. Song turned his head back, covered in blood. Shinji, covered in sweat, was breathing heavily. And then he smiled. Rule 7 said that he could return Song's gift. Then everything would be over. He thought that he finally found the key rule. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face. He thought that fortunately he was prepared. He entered the room, thinking that he did not beg for what Song gave. Opening the refrigerator, he took out the bag. Then he froze in amazement, feeling something behind him. A smiling neighbor was visible at the door. Yen turned around. The guy was sitting on the floor, asking who he was. Song asked if he could. Shinji rushed into the room and shouted at him to come in. Hiding the pet in the book, the hero thought that the notebook reminded him that Song's target is not only humans. The man's image became demonic. Rising up, he asked if he could borrow his heart. The hero thought, why is there such a strong smell of blood coming from him? He frowned forward, thinking that traces of blood on clothes are a problem, and said that it is possible. The man looked at the bag of groceries. He took it with his clawed hands. The 7th rule was that he can return the gift, then everything will end. The man headed for the exit, thanked him, and said that he would go. The hero stepped forward, thinking that he should follow him. What will happen next? He ran out of the room, wondering if he had already killed everyone before his resurrection. Using his skill, Shinji looked around the corridor. He froze in fear, looking forward, and thought, how is this possible? A heart fell to the floor, the guy thought, if there were survivors. The neighbor bent down to pick it up and apologized. There were bodies of people in the room. Shinji heard that he saw everything and thought that everyone was dead. He took their hearts. The crushed hero covered his face with his hand. Surrounded by ghosts, he looked ahead and mentally ordered to calm down. And then waved his hand, driving away, and ordered everyone to be silent. In front of the hero was a book with rules. He thought that Song took the hearts of everyone except him. Why did he still not leave? Why were the 3 rules still locked? He clenched his teeth. The monster opened its mouth wide, asking if it was possible to take his soul and give it to him. The brunette turned around in fear. The red silhouette was sucked into the mouth. The notice said that 1 day has lived, 83 days left. Shinji sat on the floor, thinking that saying that he died again, and thought that he had already lied, his heart, and also borrowed the soul. Everything went away. He stared ahead, hearing a knock on the door. He reached into his inside pocket, thinking that he had come again. The voice was asking if his soul could be taken. The guy thought that this was some kind of circle of no return. The phone fell to the floor. 1 day had been lived, 82 left. The finger touched the screen, which said about an outgoing call. How much was left? The green Shinji said that it was him. The girl was lying in the bathroom and asked what happened, and then demanded to say the code name, to which she heard that he was a ghost, encountered the strangeness of the demonic neighbor. Touching his forehead with his fingers, Shinji said that he was now in an endless cycle, there was no need to come, he was only asking to check the information. Akiji with a shining hand asked, he means a demonic neighbor of the catastrophe level, how did he get it? She got to her feet and said that they should have dealt with him by now she will find out everything. Touching her glasses with a glowing hand, she said that she would like to open a code file called Demonic Neighbor, let them send all the available information. Symbols were reflected in her eyes. She said that the way to avoid death from the demonic neighbor was to return the gift to him, if he had not thrown it away. A black shadow touched the door. The guy replied that he had already returned the first gift. He turned around, seeing the light, and said that now he would take his soul again. The demon with a wild look turned to him again. The girl with a towel on her head asked, a ghost? She waved her hand and said that she needed to report an emergency. 1 day had been lived, 81 remained. Shinji touched the lying phone and heard a question, is he okay? Raising himself slightly, he answered that he was alive. Akiji leaned on the tabletop and told him to listen carefully. Maybe he encountered the completion of the rules of the oddity. Touching the glasses, she imagined a silhouette and continued that each oddity is the embodiment of the rules. People can avoid death thanks to loopholes in the rules. In order to make up for the rules, the oddity uses people as food. She imagined a monster with a bunch of skulls behind its back and said that according to the rules of the demonic neighbor, the original goal was to get the heart, and death could be avoided by returning the gift. But after completing all the rules, the demonic neighbor went beyond the restrictions, now borrows the soul so that the goal does not go anywhere. She thinks that the demon has received a promotion in its rank. She imagined many guys standing under the device and said that the special department had to sacrifice the lives of 4 observers to understand the rules. By dividing the body and soul into 100 copies, it was possible to deeply penetrate the essence of the problem. She imagined the moon near a tall abandoned house and said that the soul's thinking before splitting with the body loses all meaning, so the copies become the living dead. The special department of the neighboring city limited the rules of the oddity to 1 building. After the demonic neighbor killed another, at that moment, he must seal it. Shinji held the phone, hearing the question, if he absorbed the soul, would he not become stronger? Touching the glasses, Akiji said that after absorbing the soul, the demonic neighbor evolves in strength, but the copies cannot be considered complete. Smirking, the brunette said that if the already sealed people oppose him, they will not die, right? He imagined a blue circle and said that he wanted to borrow the seal. He imagined an image in the form of a puzzle with a missing piece and said that he would wait until he absorbed the fragments of his soul. When he realized that he was an incomplete person, he began to leave, and then he would bypass his rules and not die. Akiji looked out the window and said that she understood. She would send the application, then deliver the stamp to his house. There was an image of the hero in her glasses. She thought that even in such an insoluble situation, he still kept his cool. This guy is not that simple. The quadcopter flew over the city. Coming out onto the balcony, Shinji asked, so fast. He looked at the aircraft, hearing that the special department does its job very well, and wished him success. In the suitcase was the device he needed. The hero took it. Beams were spreading everywhere. They formed a circle. Numbered sectors appeared on the guy's body. A notification appeared that his body was divided into 100 copies. The front door opened. The neighbor saw many identical Shinji. Against the background of the monster, interaction with the demonic neighbor appeared. He turned into a beast-like monster. A notification appeared that the rules of the demonic neighbor were unlocked. Song considers him as the only remaining neighbor. Since he split his soul, Song will always remain here. He unlocked Song Yongju's real name, asking if he wants to commit suicide. Shinji grabbed the demon with a smirk, thinking that's it, it's useless to split the soul, even if the clone takes part of the heart, it still doesn't count, but his soul was also transferred to the copies, which means it is still alive. He will devour every copy. What a terrible oddity he happened to meet. He thought about suicide and said that he will take Yongju now. A blinding red glow. In the red haze, a notification appeared. Life -180 left. Shinji sat on the floor with his phone, hearing that it was a failure. He smirked and said that it was, but he thought of something else. The open book contained his stats. He replied that he thought he could try one thing, fighting oddity with oddity. Akiji was surprised to hear this and wondered if he really meant it, but why did he think of it? She imagined Jiang and thought that it was impossible. No matter how strong he was still just a student. If he was the one who resurrected the girl from the afterlife, he definitely wouldn't have gotten caught up in this cycle. Holding the phone to his ear, Shinji asked if there was a problem. Was this also some kind of secret that he couldn't understand? Leaning over, Akiji answered that there wasn't, and asked what he was planning to do. An image of AI appeared from the open book. The guy didn't answer that he wanted to summon the girl from the afterlife. Maybe this was the only way out. The resident stopped him, saying that even if he succeeded, he would go to hell after death. The guy put his finger to his lips, signaling that they be quiet, and heard that after making a contract with her, no matter what ability he had to escape, she didn't recommend it. He asked what else he could do. The girl's glasses were emitting a beam. She said that he actually had no problem with logic. The special department also used such methods to limit oddities. The monster was bound with beads and chains. She said that a nearby city once used a Buddha statue to limit a specific oddity, but to create a limited space in which to contain the oddity, a large amount of pure energy was required as a fee. Holding the phone, Shinji said that such a setting, he understood that such things are quite rare, and they are not easy to obtain, and the cost of maintenance is high, asked if he could apply for it. Lifting the glasses, the woman agreed. Shinji leaned his hand on the wall and said that he needed to live at least one more day, but the current situation is not easy, and asked what to do. The note said that AI can help solve everything. Akiji stood by the window and said that she understood. She thought to herself that even they, the permanent workers, do not have such courage and bravery to come to such a choice. We must take into account that he will have to give up his own soul, a wonderful person. Dropping the challenge, the hero turned to AI. He opened the book, saying that it was time to get down to business. But red sparks flashed in the guy's eyes. He said that he wanted to eliminate the loopholes in the rules of the girl from the afterlife. Red lightning came from Shinji's eyes when he saw the question of whether he wanted to spend 300,000 legend points to strengthen the rules of the girl from the afterlife and 600,000 legend points to strengthen. When he agreed, he learned that no one else would be able to leave her afterlife. The door to the apartment opened slightly. The man turned to Mr. Shinji. The guy took the flower from the girl. The demonic neighbor looked into the room. Shinji was holding a red flower, saying that it was time to answer for his dirty tricks. The monster's eyes opened wide. The guy pointed his hand with petals at him and sent him to hell. The neighbor's eyes were wide open. A red beam of light was rising up. The girl was standing on a boat. The monster looked up without seeing. And then he sat down. He held out a bag, saying hello. The man held out a bag, saying that it was song. This was his signature dish. He asked to try it. Suddenly, many spirits burst out of the river, throwing out a gift. They wrapped around the man's body. AI turned around, saying that they seemed happy to see him. She swam along the river to the cliff, telling him not to worry, he would soon have many neighbors. They were looking forward to him. Red eyes glowed in the darkness. The girl advised that when they got there, he should thank the gentleman well. The next day, early in the morning, the hero touched the flower on his chest. He looked in the mirror, saying that the mark was quite real, but at least the special department would not be suspicious. The guy turned around when he heard that he was called Mom. AI held yen in her hands, telling the master that the demonic neighbor was already in hell. She was lying in the bag's hand, saying that this guy was leaving trash in the shower on her territory. Putting out his palms, Shinji winced and asked not to take this thing out. It was disgusting, to which he heard an apology. The guy stroked the girl's head and told her not to worry. Song would never get out of there anyway. He would not be able to cope with hell. The hero turned to the glowing phone when he said that she was the ruler of hell, so let her do whatever the soul wanted, take all his gifts, then he would become helpless. On the screen was a message from Akiji that according to the rules, he should undergo therapy with a psychiatrist, that he thought he could go to the special department. They would discuss it there. Adjusting his collar, the hero said that it looked like there was no choice. He looked at the phone and said that there were people from the special department below, helping. The girl replied that the special unit had arrived last night when everyone was put to sleep and had started doing their job. The hero looked at the many people below. AI said that now all these people would lose their jobs because they had signed a confidentiality agreement. Half an hour later, the girl was standing at the entrance to the apartment, saying that she was his psychiatrist, Sherry. She held her bag with a smile and asked, she hadn't made a mistake, had she? Opening the door, the hero introduced himself and heard that from today they would be neighbors. The guy's eyes widened in fear. He remembered the bodies of the residents lying in the corridor. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. Shinji asked if it was possible to live here? The girl pointed at the door and said, of course. The apartment inside was shining with cleanliness. Sherry said that the special department had cleaned everything. The guy thought, was that too much? He walked forward, saying that nothing depended on his desire anyway, and the psychotherapist asked to allow him to explain. She introduced the employees cleaning the corridor and said that the special department considered him an important person, so she was sent here to treat, but not to spy. She knew about yesterday's incident. Sherry took the guy's hand and asked him to rest a little, otherwise he could rely on her. Shinji turned his gaze to her. With a sweet look, the girl asked if he could consider her a new friend. Holding the door with his hand, the hero thought that this girl was not simple. She wanted to relieve his tension. Entering the room, he replied that he did not say that she refused to cooperate. Maybe she wanted to start right now. She valued straightforwardness more. Putting her bag on the table, she said that they had a lot to discuss. Shinji watched her take off her medical gown. Sitting down on the floor, the girl pointed to the sofa with her hand and asked him to sit down. The hero stretched out his palms when he heard the request to do so. Sherry blew on his palm. The hero was tensely silent. He lay with his hands outstretched and thought that this was some kind of strange feeling. The girl opened a small box. She handed the guy a crystal and asked him to take it. He asked what it was. The girl's cheeks turned red. The crystal changed color, covered with a haze. The hero heard that it was a mind crystal, a special development of a special department that determines the level of psychological danger of a person. Looking at it, Shinji asked what all this meant. Touching the clown in the form of a watch, Sherry answered that there are 2 cases when the crystal of the mind turns black. The first is psychological depression caused by severe pain. She imagined a person from whom black flashes with eyes came out and said that the second pollution of the mind, dementia, which is known as blackening. She began to take off her pendant and said that she wanted to try something. The watch swung in front of the guy's face. He grabbed the girl's hand and said that he did not need hypnotherapy. Such a method of treatment does not affect him. Let him first explain what blackening means. He stared ahead in shock, and then threw the girl on the couch, saying how careless. Holding the watch in his hands, he asked if she hypnotized herself. It seemed that she was sleeping. The watch touched her face. The hand moved. The girl's eyes suddenly opened. Bubbles came out of her mouth, as if she was underwater. Frowning, she thought that she couldn't breathe. Was this Mr. Ghost's house? She looked at the space that had many tentacles, and thought, was this the soul world? In front of her was a huge red eye. A surprised face was reflected in it. The eye opened wide. A voice was heard asking who dared to come here. Let them go. They shouldn't have come here. Many long arms reached out to the girl. Words were heard that everything would end badly now. She thought that Mr. Shinji ignored life and death. She landed on one of the streets, thinking that it was dangerous. If they continued to let things slide, he would cause a deep wound to society. She almost went crazy just now. How terrible. The ground next to her cracked. Sherry looked down. Suddenly, the road collapsed, causing her to fall. The girl gritted her teeth, hearing herself called sister. She flew past the huge eye of a monster who said that she looked very tasty. Sherry hovered next to the huge eye and asked, "What is this, an oddity?" Long black hands flew towards her. The girl closed her eyes, dodging the bright rays. They hurt her. With a shining eye, she reached for her hip. She waved her hand with a silver ring that helps reduce the psychic attack of aggressive oddities. Sherry put her palms forward, saying that it was as if all this was one continuous dream, but it was necessary to understand completely. Energy spread from the side. Bright white rays destroyed the dark city. The girl stood as if on water. Hugging herself with one hand, she thought that it was cold. It must be the subconscious of Mr. Ghost. There were many lightnings in the sky. The psychotherapist thought that the subconscious is an unrecognized part of human psychology, the deepest and most inaccessible place. It is necessary to find the basis of the subconscious Shinji. She saw the figure of a girl on a boat when she thought that she might have to face even more difficulties. AI swam closer and asked, "Is she here to find the master?" Sherry's eyes widened in surprise. AI looked at her, surrounded by petals. She recognized the girl with long dark purple hair, red eyes, dressed in a schoolgirl costume, this girl from the afterlife. Holding the other hand in her palm, she thought, "Is this his ward?" Sherry smiled and answered that she was. The girl standing in front of her asked what business. A drop remained on the water. A demand to tell the truth was heard. AI suddenly approached and warned that otherwise she would remain here forever. Sherry took the girl's palms in her hands and said that she hoped that the ghost master would not turn into an oddity. The girl will have to die here. Since she is not the enemy of the master, she hopes that she can help her at least a little. A red flash flew up, addressing the girl from the afterlife. A huge black monster reached out to AI, saying that she betrayed him. A sharp beam approached Sherry's eye. Long tentacles reached out to AI. The therapist dove, mentally ordering herself to run, and thought that she was waiting for something that would definitely die now. Black smoke of hands stretched upward. Sherry swam straight towards them. A question was heard. Why does he want to kill her? Even people with abilities are not able to do anything. She does not want to die and asks for help. How bad? Surrounded by black whirlwinds, the girl closed her eye and thought that it seemed she found it. A bright trace appeared in the darkness. She thought that it was the subconscious of the ghost master. Putting her palms together, she said that it seemed that only this remained. Sherry put her hands in the right gesture and activated the interweaving of dreams. Shinji looked at the girl lying on the couch and thought, why did she look so bad? Did she feel like she was about to die? Her face was covered in sweat. He thought that if an accident happened, a special department would eliminate all the consequences. The guy's eyes widened in shock when he felt something. His knee hit the floor. A trembling Shinji touched his forehead, saying that this girl. There were books and jars on the table. Shinji was lying on the table in front of the monitor. He opened his eyes, hearing someone say that he was sleeping and said how noisy it was. Binbin held the phone in his hand and told him to get up. He was acting strange, and Xing asked, did he get enough sleep? There were messages on the screen saying that they should meet in an abandoned building outside the city. The hero's eyes frowned. He snatched the phone and demanded that this chat be deleted immediately. Red swirls surrounded his hand. He thought that with his current abilities and with the help of AI, he no longer needed to log into the game. A requirement appeared to fill in and specify a target. His turn after turning on, she will no longer be able to invite new people to the chat. The guy's body was surrounded by black flashes he turned on. His face was getting darker. The eyes glowed red. The guy's body was covered in black. He saw congratulations that his friends were freed. Zing grabbed him and asked him to wake up, but Binbin shouted at him not to come near. Black swirls hid the guy's face, who asked what was wrong. The worried friends cried, saying that it was not worth saving them. They smiled widely, saying that they already knew that they were dead. Binbin added, let him see, they were happy. The friends hugged Shinji, saying that he should not do this. They were waiting for him to send them new comics. The guy remembered how they grabbed him in a group capture, and heard that they were proud of him. The guys hugged him with a smile, telling him to teach all the nasty people a lesson, to take care of himself. Looking away, Shinji asked, is it bad that he became stronger? The guy hugging him only asked, why does it hurt more now? Is it good that he became so strong? The hero imagined his friends hugging him and said that he thought his wish was obvious. He imagined footage from the past, as if on broken glass, and said that he wanted to destroy all oddities, giving humanity a chance to survive. The hand on the clock turned back. The protagonist opened his eyes. He stood and looked at the people from the special department below, realizing that he had returned to this morning. The guy squinted and told Akiji that he wanted to know something. The woman leaned her phone against her, and the young stay here for a while, and there was something she wanted to tell him. The interlocutor took out a crystal and said that his neighbors would receive huge compensation, since all measures had been taken. The girl handed him the item and added that a special department would make significant improvements. The stone sparkled in the hero's palm, and he was glad that the crisis was over. The guy squeezed it in his hand and asked what would happen if the soul crystal continued to turn black. The psychiatrist stopped smiling and replied that he already guessed everything, and ultimately, if he was unlucky one day when fighting oddities, he himself would become an oddity. The protagonist silently looked at her. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in dark energy. His eyes sparkled, and he noted that the interlocutor was right. A book appeared in front of him, and the guy added that in his dream he himself became an oddity, having absorbed hundreds of millions of legend points. A black aura emanated from his figure, and a voice said that he had 100 million legend points, and he was turned into an oddity by the book. Different faces flashed inside the hero's silhouette, and Shinji muttered that it seemed he could see the loss of consciousness, control, and sanity himself. A mouth opened in the darkness, saying that it only knew that it wanted to kill. The young man clenched his fist and thought that it was better not to tell the woman that in his dream he had already become an oddity. The hero smiled and asked her not to worry, because he would try hard not to turn into an oddity. The woman turned in the door that was knocked on and said that she would open it. She stood up and pressed the handle. Yubai, with her eyes closed, handed over the gift and exclaimed that she hadn't seen the president for a long time, so she decided to visit, but it didn't mean anything, and she hoped that he wouldn't be angry, and she certainly hadn't used the coin to find out how he was doing. The girl opened her eyes shyly. In front of her was the psychiatrist's ample breasts. They exchanged surprised glances. Yubai looked away and muttered that she must have the wrong door. The woman smiled and said that she had recently moved in, and then the schoolgirl saw the main character behind her. She slipped inside when he asked her not to stand at the entrance. The girl sat on the sofa, looking at Sherry and admiring her beauty. The guy turned on the TV, which was showing today's midday news. On the screen was a video of a man with a photo who was screaming that his daughter had been kidnapped and they were still doing nothing, and the host said that recently there had been an increase in kidnappings in the city. For example, today a 20-year-old girl went missing, and according to the department's investigation, this incident is directly related to about 10 recent kidnappings. So it's time to start talking about serial kidnappings. The psychiatrist glanced at the guests while the journalist asked her to pay attention to her safety. The main character narrowed his eyes. He did not turn around, saying that the girl was his subordinate, who was also aware of the oddities, so Sherry could speak with confidence, and the woman said that perhaps he had not been following the news much lately, but the mass kidnapping case was very popular at the moment. She imagined a silhouette with a rope in front of the victims and added that the public safety department was even planning to turn to them for help, and if everything continued in the same spirit, a special department might have to take on the case. Shinji frowned and was surprised that everything was so serious. He looked to the side. A dark silhouette was visible in the corner. AI looked at the gentleman and nodded. The brunette stood up and asked the guests to talk for now. The guy closed the door behind him. The hero waved his hand, calling the book. Shinji looked at the pages and noted that the popularity of the kidnapping case was affecting AI's affairs, and the growth rate had significantly decreased. The book contained points and a lifespan of 79 days, and the schoolboy thought that he had spent 900,000 to develop a subordinate. After dealing with a demonic neighbor, He managed to get 500,000 legend points and 100,000 good and evil points, and obviously, the legend points should have become more, but AI earned quite a bit for tonight. The girl looked at the book with displeasure and complained about the kidnapper. The hero turned the page and admitted that his work was still at a standstill. He smirked and offered to add fuel to the fire. The interlocutor looked at him questioningly. The brunette created a dark sphere on his palm and asked if she wanted to make a new friend and play with the little eye. The guy was sitting and typing after you by and Sherry left. He imagined the man's face and thought that during his studies in his past life, his neighbor was obsessed with the ghost call. Before the ghost calls to kill you, it will send a strange voice message 3 days before death, and the content is your pitiful pleas 3 days later, while the rules and methods of murder are unknown, so you need to rewrite the history of the urban legend. The hero moved the cursor to the video with the girl. He pressed start, and the voice said that the new starting point is a positive and cheerful melody, which served as the basis for the creation of this song is even breathtaking. The girl smiled, and the journalist said that the song was recorded by the brilliant composer Yuxuan before his death. There was an angel in the cage, and the narrator said that 5 years ago, Yuxuan's love and talent for music made her very popular among the people, but at the same time, curious glances and demonic greed did not remain aside, and one day, kidnappers stole her, extorted huge ransoms from her parents and forbade her to contact the police. The hero imagined a case with money in hands with a camera, and read that at first the girl's parents agreed to silently hand over the ransom, but kind-hearted media found out about the kidnapping and spread the word to everyone. The hand squeezed bloody sheet music. The public security department made every effort to try to save Yuxuan, and then all the kidnappers were arrested. A drop of blood fell on the bills, and since the girl was not subjected to violence while she lived in captivity, she was even given the notes, so she created a song filled with longing for the future life. There was a piano in the room, and the musician's popularity skyrocketed, and then her family disappeared from everyone, and Yuxuan began to be forgotten, even fans stopped thinking about her. The hero opened his mouth and muttered that he would simply take advantage of this situation. He closed his eyes. Dark energy began to emanate from the book, and the guy began. Red notes appeared in the darkness, and the story said that the ghost only pays attention to kidnappers and robbers, and if you answer the phone, you will hear your own dying scream, and then the person will die. The ringtone will be his last, because after it the ghost will come for him. Passers-by took shelter from the rain under umbrellas, discussing that the new starting point is quite strange, and in it they clearly hear their own screams, as if hackers had tried. The man with a cigarette picked up the phone, and the voice asked why the people from the public security department came. He stood up in front of the tied-up girl and answered, "Is he really afraid? But he should have thought about it earlier." Lightning flashed behind the bars, and the man said that he would become a thug, so he could say goodbye to his life. The criminal leaned over the victim and hung up the phone. The kidnapped lady looked at him in fear. The man grabbed her and laughed. His eyes widened when he heard the ringing sound. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed. The criminal put the phone to his ear. He recoiled when screams came from the receiver. The man threw the phone on the floor and asked what the hell was going on. His pupils contracted. The kidnapper's body froze and trembled. He gritted his teeth and grimaced in pain when the melody of the starting point engulfed his body. The girl hid in a corner in fear, watching the criminal break down. His eyes rolled back, and the man could only think about how much pain he was in. Suddenly, his entire body was covered with holes. He opened his mouth and screamed. Yu's eyes widened as an explosion sounded. Pieces of flesh fell in front of her. A smoldering cigarette fell into a pool of blood. The girl burst into tears, not understanding what had happened. She looked ahead, realizing that his scream had come from the phone earlier. The ghost of the girl smiled, standing in the bloody rain. At the same time, official cars had pulled up outside the public security department. The workers were loading bags into the trunk, discussing how they had never seen anything like this before and felt that it would be a difficult night. The surveillance room, a man and a woman were looking at the monitor, and she said that he had seen a lot before, so she had questions. Bai Xiaohui, the captain of the second section of the public security department, who was investigating the serial kidnapping case, frowned. The camera showed the crying criminal in the back seat of the car, shouting that he was wrong and never wanted to harm his sister, so please don't send him to prison. The man clicked the mouse and said that during the investigation it was discovered that the kidnapping case was planned. They acted as a team, and Yu's brother was the one who ordered it. He pointed to the phone in the envelope where the call had come in. The policeman handed it to the convict and ordered him not to say anything unnecessary. The man put the phone to his ear and a heart-rending scream was heard. The men turned around in shock. They snatched the phone, trying to figure out what had happened. The criminal grabbed his face and muttered that he was cold and had a headache. The policeman frowned and exclaimed what he was doing. The guy bent over and begged for help. He grabbed himself and twisted his neck. The kidnapper's face smashed the rear window. The policeman got out of the car. 3 minutes and 35 seconds had passed since the call. The captain rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought it was strange that the CCTV footage showed the phone ringing at exactly 6 o'clock. In front of him was a mobile phone that showed only 6 hours, 3 minutes and 35 seconds. The man frowned and noted that, even stranger, the analysis showed that the voice on the phone definitely belonged to Lin Zhong. Xiaohui rubbed his chin and wondered if the guy who died 3 minutes after the call began had contacted himself from the future. He stood up and said that he still needed to talk to his superiors. The pages of the book turned over, and the legend points reached 122516. The protagonist looked at it and noted that things were going well. He created energy on his hand and suggested that it was time to increase his lifespan. The guy snapped his fingers and spent 20,000 legend points to increase his lifespan to 100 days. A sign appeared in front of him asking if he wanted to advance to the 4th rank, since he had reached more than 100 spiritual powers, and Shinji was surprised, because he thought that in this world, the 3rd rank was considered the limit. 2 hours after the incident, someone was sitting at a laptop and a voice said that the special department would be taking charge of the case and asked if he was sure he wanted to continue helping them. The man sweated and said he wanted to know more. Akiji crossed her legs and said that this incident was different from the strangeness he had encountered before, and it was extremely dangerous, so regular firearms would not help. The man looked at her and asked again, and the woman explained that it was an incarnation that killed a person according to certain rules, and as long as they worked, the killings would continue. Xiaohui's eyes widened when the blonde added that there was no way to avoid death. He lowered his head, and she reminded him that he could always refuse the investigation, and as for the kidnappers, someone was already making inquiries. At this time, the police interrogated the girl. Experts took pictures on the spot, and it was confirmed that the methods of murder matched. The woman imagined a silhouette of a girl next to the phone and said that the rules were as follows: once you answer the call, you will hear your own scream, and after 3 minutes and 35 seconds, death will be inevitable, and according to statistics, there are currently 328 deaths between the ages of 12 and 80. In addition, the melody, the new starting point, cannot be changed or deleted. It also comes to the phone, and a special department opened a new case called Strange Call. The mobile phone next to the laptop rang, and the man apologized. He picked up the phone, explaining that he needed to answer his mother. His eyes widened when the woman asked her to go home, because something had happened. Inside the Xiaohui house, 2 corpses were lying, and forensics were working, and the man hugged the girl, realizing that she had seen everything, and also asked to be allowed to participate in the investigation. The captain gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to avenge his relatives. The woman took the evidence bag and said that there was no way back and the next information would be confidential, so his wife had better leave. The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked him to stay, but he said that everything was fine and that they would spend the night at his parents'. The man pressed his lips tightly together. The crying woman was taken away and Akiji promised that she and her parents would be taken care of, and now he should take the dead man's phone and dial. The blonde handed him the phone and added that it was trial and error. Xiaohui took the phone and thought that he should call the dead man. He picked up the mobile phone and answered. His voice came from the second phone in his hand, and the woman said that was enough. 8 hours after the incident, the assistant put a stack of papers on the table and explained that it was the number of deaths and information about them in the last half hour. The captain took the sheet and asked how many people had died so far, and Xiaoyin replied that there were already 1,362 people, and asked if she had any thoughts on this matter, but he replied in the negative. The girl took out a parcel and said that Mrs. Akiji said that his wife's things had been moved to a special section. She handed over the item and said that it was an inheritance from his father-in-law and mother-in-law as a keepsake, saying that it was hidden in a crack in the wall, and his wife did not look at it, and after much thought, she decided to give it to them. The man unpacked it, and the assistant added that they would take it for the case after reading it. His eyes widened. On the page it was written that the author had buried a child. The girl returned home with a large wound on her head. She was beaten by her classmates, and this was not the first time, so the father wanted to teach them a lesson, but the families of these rascals had a lot of money, so he was powerless. Then he pointed his finger at the schoolchildren, decided that he needed to take revenge so that they would understand what was wrong, and the plan was to ask one of them to go somewhere, and then suddenly attack. A shovel dug into the ground, and the man began to bury the boy, so that everyone would get what they deserved. The woman saw what was happening. His wife only silently came to his aid. Lightning flashed in the sky, and 2 people buried the child alive. The pages of the book turned over, and a voice reported that she said that when the children grew up, they would voluntarily surrender to the doctors, and the husband promised to keep a diary, and if someone found it, the secret would collapse. The main character grinned and noted that they decided to answer evil with evil, and he also wanted to try, because the strange call has a very bright effect, so he almost returned all the spent legend points. Small fingers pressed the keys. Shinji was the puppeteer for the girl, saying that everyone who robbed or kidnapped people in the last 10 years would be killed, so there would be much more points. In front of him was a description, and the guy thought that the transition to the 4th rank was too easy, although the strength did not feel much increased, but the body became much lighter, so it was unknown what to expect next. He reached out to the book and said that it was time to change the rules. Energy emanated from the pages, and the young man said that if the kidnapper responds to evil, then there is no need to be punished. The book was drawn out words about how, when a call comes in, on the other side of the line you first hear the melody of the new starting point, and then you hear your own scream, after which inevitable death occurs. The brunette suddenly opened his eyes. A red force shot out of the book, and the system notified him that his adjustments could not be applied. Shinji covered himself with his hand and noted that it was probably not enough. He looked back at the door where the knock came from and the voice asked if his brother was here. The boy nodded and invited him in. The phone in his pocket rang. The young man looked at his cell phone from which the melody was coming, and the voice continued to say that he knew he was here. There was a loud knock on the door, demanding to open it. He clenched his teeth. Shinji walked towards the door, radiating dark energy, and muttered that he did not think it would be so annoying. The boy pulled the handle. Then he abruptly opened the door in front of the girl. The surprised ghost was grabbed by the scruff of the neck. The hero threw her into the room. He looked at her menacingly, and warned that he would not drag her out again if she pulled such a prank again. Xiao Sun rubbed her head and said she understood. The brunette looked at her in surprise. The girl patted his hand and said that in order to change the rules, her brother would need to spend 2 million legend points. The blonde stood up and consoled him, assuring him that he still had a long way to go, and the hero thought it was rather awkward to be consoled by strangeness. The ghost's eyes flashed. Sun turned to the door and remembered that there were still rules. She froze for a moment. Then she turned around with an ominous grin and said that it was time for her to go. The hero jumped back to the sofa, and the girl disappeared. The guy turned pale and asked AI and Yen if she seemed creepy. The news of Jiang City was on the screen, and the woman said that rumors of calls from the other world were getting stronger, so he had to switch his attention. After all, the means of communication were mobile phones that did not play the song New Starting Point. Akiji turned the page and added that currently, information about incoming calls is being posted all over the country, and after conducting an experiment with a criminal, it was found that all the people who received the calls had experience in kidnapping. She sat opposite the man, telling him that if there were people in the prisoner's contact list who had also committed this kind of crime, they would also be punished by this mobile phone call. But the criminal must have his personal phone with him. But there was something that puzzled her. The strange call differentiates between kidnappings committed with evil intentions and kidnappings committed with good intentions. Akiji narrowed her eyes and concluded that there was no punishment for arresting suspects. Jiang leaned on his hands and replied that she could not look into it too much for now, but they were assessing this case as a disaster. The man closed his eyes and said that the special department would cooperate with the think tank to tighten control over electronic equipment, and the woman replied that they would first sort out the paperwork and then think about what to do next. The man narrowed his eyes and said that it was time to go to the market to borrow the ghost scissors. The blonde presented an artifact that could cut objects invisible to the naked eye. Jiang frowned and asked what the problem was, since the think tank had originally offered to use the Horn of Silence, but he had rejected the offer. The woman nodded and said that she had no objections to the decisions made by the higher authorities, and then asked if he remembered the ghost, and the man guessed that it was about the guy who summoned a girl from the afterlife to deal with his demonic neighbor. The woman presented the silhouette of the protagonist, and said that according to the psychiatrist's reports, his condition had worsened. The reason was the lack of empathy. So should they postpone the fight against the strange call this time too? The man stood up and noted that the ghost had affected her. He remembered the demons and said that strangeness was generated by people and fed on by people, and justice was a rather strange thing in their days. And as soon as the rules of strangeness were adopted, the scale of murders would increase, and Akiji should understand this. Jiang closed his eyes and added that they acted for the good of humanity, even if they had to sacrifice several people, and even if they had to sacrifice themselves. He headed for the exit, throwing in a final thought that the special department should pay attention to another matter. The Ghost Society. The door opened. Yubai happily looked at the president and said hello, and the guy noticed that she was writing something in her diary again. He imagined her in bed and thought that the girl usually wrote down all sorts of details, and if he had to use a coin, she would simply read her notes and understand everything that happened to her, so her memory loss could not be considered amnesia, since her memories could not be fully restored. The young man frowned. The page said, "Did not do anything in the club," opened the window and took a sip of water, and the hero thought that normal people would not write down things of this kind. A dove flew in through the window and sat on her head. There was a note on the bird's leg. Shinji sat the messenger on his arm and took out a piece of paper. On the sheet of paper was an offer to meet in the evening for Min, which the hero had almost forgotten about. The brunette imagined AI at the textbook and thought that she had already grown in her abilities, so the guy would not harm her in any way. Shinji wrote down the answer with consent and decided that if he started asking anything, he could always pretend to be a fool. The hero released the pigeon and said that he wanted to ask Yubai for something. The girl flinched when he said that he wanted her to use her coin, and the schoolgirl replied that she forgot it at home. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that he was sure that she always had it with her. He raised a finger and asked to borrow it tomorrow, and the interlocutor bowed and apologized. She sat down to write again, and the hero wondered if she was lying to him. Shinji closed his eyes and remembered that she was only rank 1, so she was unlikely to be able to do much, and in order to complete the AI rules, he would need more legend points, so she would not be able to help, so it was time to find something else. The guy introduced his eccentricities and noted that they eclipsed all the previous ones. The high school student glanced at the girl, thinking that initially he wanted to use Yubai's abilities, but maybe he should press a little. The hero imagined himself looking at the schoolgirl and decided that he shouldn't do that, especially since quite a lot of time had passed, but the level of spiritual power was still not increasing. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the girl headed for the exit and said goodbye to the president. She went out, and Shinji took his briefcase and thought that he would go somewhere first. He followed his ward along the corridor. Then the girl went outside. She turned into the arch. Yubai went towards the first block. The protagonist looked at the multi-story building. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then he opened his red eyes and activated full view. Hundreds of eyes appeared in space. The guy found the room number 8003. It was an apartment on the 8th floor. The woman rose from her chair when she heard the doorbell ring. She opened it and looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking who he was looking for. Shinji smiled and replied that he needed Yubai. The woman looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he was really that close to her, and asked what kind of relationship they had. The hero grinned and lied that he was her boyfriend. The woman put her hands to her face and asked again. The guy smiled calmly while she asked how this had happened. The girl showed up in the living room, surprised by the president. The brunette waved his hand and asked why she still called her boyfriend the president. The schoolgirl's eyes widened in shock. She smiled and invited the young man to come in, calling him by name. Yubai took the guest by the arm. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that, apparently, not everything was so smooth. The woman looked at the couple and noted that her daughter had not been so talkative before, and she had few friends. She smiled and exclaimed that she did not expect the girl to find a boyfriend after transferring to another academy, and suggested that the young man stay for dinner and call his parents. The protagonist shuddered and replied that he shouldn't. He lowered his head and added that his parents were not here, and the interlocutor immediately apologized. The guy took his classmate by the hand and said that before her transfer he was very withdrawn, so he did not have any friends either. They exchanged glances, and Shinji said that he was able to change thanks to her. The woman turned around with a smile and said that she would go cook dinner before her father arrived. The girl took off her glasses. She looked at the hero and suggested that they go to her room. Yubai led him by the hand, and the brunette thought that since he said that they were now a couple, she automatically switched to caring girl mode, and she was doing quite well. They went inside. The schoolgirl closed the door and turned to him. She turned around with a doll-like face and asked him what he wanted to do, and the young man thought that this proved once again that she really was strange. He imagined her parents and decided that, judging by the woman, this problem did not bother the whole family. In the reflection of the mirror behind the schoolgirl, there was another shadow, and the protagonist remembered that the oddity lacked rational thinking, but it imitated a real person quite well. He visualized the girl with a knife in front of her parents, and assumed that she was dead, and after killing her, the oddity acquired her appearance, intending to infiltrate the family and kill the rest. Shinji glanced at the coin and thought that if the girl really died, then it was worth taking. He put his hand on it and asked him to use his coin of fate to find out where the danger was hiding. The schoolgirl unbuttoned her shirt embarrassedly, and said that she left it at the club and would give it back in the evening. They were both reflected in the spheres, and the guy replied that it was okay. Round eyes looked at him. The hero narrowed his eyes. He turned to the doll and asked what it was, and the woman explained that it was a gift from a neighbor, after which the brunette asked to give it to him, to which he immediately agreed. The guy twirled it in his hands, noting that there were no triggers. The brunette frowned and thought that there was spiritual energy in it. It was like alive. A slight glow emanated from the doll, and the hero assumed that only thanks to the 4th rank he could catch this power. The light was on in the house, and the father of the family returned home. He looked at his relatives, and the young man was introduced to him as the daughter's boyfriend. Shinji smiled and greeted him, noting that there were no deviations. Everyone went into the living room, and the brunette asked the girl to return to the room to discuss something with her parents. The man adjusted his glasses with displeasure. The protagonist followed his friend with his gaze as she left. The door slammed behind her. As soon as she left, Shinji grabbed the man and woman by the hands and demanded that they follow him. The moonlight penetrated through the window. The boys stood in front of the parents, declaring that the girl in the room was not their daughter. Their faces distorted with horror when they heard that she was not a person at all. The brunette opened his mouth and clarified that the schoolgirl said that they knew about her coin of fate, which meant that they knew about the oddities of this world. He imagined the eye behind the photo and explained that Yubai was not real because she could not use this coin, and if they did not believe him, they could say that they were her aunt and uncle, and she would immediately change her identity. The schoolboy handed over a piece of paper and said that in a while he would figure out how to solve the problem, but for now they should stay away from the apartment, especially since he did not know what rules this oddity would use to kill people, so they should call if something happened. The brunette flashed his eyes and said that he would call the girl now, and they should pay attention to their emotions and not give themselves away. Yubai came back to them and asked what was wrong, and the man stuttered to ask if her parents were there. The girl smiled ominously and replied that it seemed like they weren't there right now, but maybe they wanted to wait for them. The protagonist held his hand out in front of her parents and explained that his aunt and uncle had business to run, so they were leaving. The boy nodded to them and quietly asked them to leave. They left, muttering that they couldn't believe their daughter was dead. Yubai sat on the bed in her shirt, asking why Shinji had come back so quickly. The protagonist raised his hand, radiating energy, and suggested that they try something. He abruptly slammed her head into the wall. The boy squeezed her neck hard, breaking her spine. The girl sank down on the bed. Energy was radiating from her body. The doll turned its head and said, "It's coming out, they've found it." Cracks appeared on the surface of the skin. The brunette looked at the puppet that had fallen on the bed. Suddenly, a figurine appeared under his shirt. The boy frowned in shock. A naked girl appeared in front of him. Yubai hugged the president with tears in her eyes, exclaiming that she was afraid she would never see him again, and the boy was surprised that she did not die. The doll's hand opened the door. The oddity looked back. The protagonist turned to her abruptly. He looked at the running doll and motioned to his friend to get dressed while he caught up with her, and he himself was surprised to note that the oddity had consciousness. The boy's face darkened. Two red eyes were glowing behind him, and he noticed that she did not even leave a trace, as if she had hidden somewhere. Shinji took the phone and called someone, introducing himself as the ghost. He frowned and asked for help in catching the puppet, which turned out to be an oddity, and based on its strength, abilities, the degree of limitation of powers and influence, it has a level of doom. The young man imagined the burning dolls and added that it was necessary to question all the residents as soon as possible for the presence of strange toys, and destroy everything. The protagonist squinted, remembering the monsters, and thought that all the oddities had their own rules. For example, the demonic neighbor was constantly pestering the neighbors, AI was quite lazy, relied on a contract to deal with people, and Yen was always at home, but could scan anyone who wanted to come in. The guy visualized the doll's head and assumed that this puppet was more like Xiao Song, and all that was left was to catch it, but it was unclear what it was trying to achieve. The schoolgirl's parents were standing nearby, and the hero told them to get up, and now they would be safer at home. The brunette squeezed the artifact in his pocket. He imagined Yubai and thought that it felt like the coin of fate would no longer help him, and obeyed only the girl. They were climbing the stairs, and nearby, the parents were seeing off their son, who promised to be careful. He had a backpack on his back. A small hand appeared from there. A doll peeked out from behind the textbooks. The hero and the others were sitting in the living room, and asked the girl to prove her authenticity to her parents. He handed her a coin and offered to ask a question. The high school girl pressed her lips together. She tossed the artifact, which began to sparkle. The coin fell on the magazine. The girl's eyes widened and she trembled. She shuddered, looking at her parents and the president. Yubai threw herself on their necks, screaming that she was afraid she would never see them again, and the guy stood up from his seat. He narrowed his eyes, remembering the naked girl, and noted that she had only just regained her memory. The brunette leaned on the shelf and hinted that she needed to study more so that this did not happen, and she replied that she was very wrong. The guy glanced at the TV, where the news reported that recently everyone was alarmed by the strange call. The public security department said that the song news starting point is part of the hypnosis that provokes the call, and the general public is advised not to use mobile phones. The hero closed his eyes and thought that the special department was well prepared, and what would they use now? There was a night sky above the tall building, and a voice said that the third person had died among the observers. The analysis department could not figure out anything, and all the pressure fell on them, so they needed to solve it as soon as possible. Akiji was sitting opposite Jian, and he noted that it was time to use the scissors, so she replied that she would do it. The man narrowed his eyes and objected that he would use them himself this time. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She put the sheet of paper on the table and exclaimed that she could not allow him to do this, since he had more important tasks. Akiji opened her mouth and added that she had plenty of friends who were terminally ill and wanted to be of some use, so she might as well do it. The other man stood up and replied that she was too young, so it was not worth it. He stepped toward the exit and asked to get ready to meet in the basement. The man closed his eyes, noting that his spiritual power was higher than others, and it was not so bad to do without sacrifices. Jiang approached the exit and said that they did not have many funds lately, so they needed to save, and a couple of artificial prostheses or eyes would not hurt, although in fact he had not felt such energy for a long time. There was a narrow corridor between the two buildings. The bald man shuddered in fear when Jiang picked up the scissors. There was a phone on the table, from which a melody was coming. The man ran his fingers along the blade. He sharply swung the artifact across the notes, activating it. The cut off the flow of melody. Akiji and Xiaoyin watched him silently. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened. He grabbed his throat and screamed. Everyone present stared in shock at the boss's distorted body. The protagonist returned home, and their AI and Yen were standing next to the shards. He and the girl looked down, and she asked if the master had felt it too. There were Sun's pieces on the floor, and the brunette explained that she had not died, but had been restricted. The guy exhaled. He activated the book and replied that this was even better. The young man extended his hand and said that, no matter what, he had received the legend points. A girl's silhouette appeared in the darkness, and the system reported that he had absorbed 300,000 legend points, and the strange ring was still activated even after the strangeness was blocked. Interrupting the melody would not affect the result in any way, and the scope had been expanded to the entire country. An ominous smile appeared on her face. The girl jumped on the gentleman, crying that it was very scary, and her body split into several pieces, and everything continued to collapse. She suddenly turned pale. The ghost grabbed her throat, and the guy asked what was wrong. A green silhouette appeared above the book, and the hero was notified that the head of the special department used the ghost scissors to deactivate the strange call. Moreover, as a result of the vote in the special department, it was decided to use in the future not only the Horn of Death, which absorbs all sounds in the horn area, although the department does not use it that often. The brunette imagined a man with an open mouth, and the system added that the price is to attract 10,000 people, and none of them will be able to make a sound anymore. Sun tearfully put the gentleman's hand on her head, and he muttered that this is a very high price, and there are not enough legend points. Special Department Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. Akiji was sitting next to the boss. The man opened his eyes and asked if it had worked. The woman imagined the entity behind the bars and said that it had successfully used the death horn, and now the calls had stopped. She visualized a man in a mask and said that tomorrow the Public Security Department would hold a press conference to talk about the mass water poisoning that had caused vocal cord necrosis. There was a confidentiality agreement printed on the sheet, and the woman added that they had already prepared all the benefits for these people, and the applications had been signed and had already come into effect. But it was not that important, because, in fact, the think tank had already pocketed all the allocated funds. She imagined an old man with a pipe. The patient was lying in a cast, asking what about Ian. They both remembered the pink-haired man, and the blonde replied that he had prepared without any problems, and the old man remembered that they were going to throw him a farewell party. The man narrowed his eyes and asked to call Ghost, and if he was against it, to come up with something. Akiji looked at him and asked if it would be appropriate. She imagined the hero's silhouette with a dark aura and said that with his character, the oddities they were so afraid of could be just another stepping stone to his success. The brunette's eyes flashed, and the woman assumed that the boss wanted to test whether he could be trusted. Lunch was steaming on a tray. The hero was sitting in the special department's cafeteria, surprised that he had been called here. Ian jumped up in displeasure and exclaimed that their cooks were first-class specialists. They had previously worked in 5-star restaurants, and he had never eaten such a delicious dish, and the boss asked him to calm down. The guy leaned back and whined that he would have to go to the girl from the afterlife again today, so why shouldn't they be a little kinder to him? And the hero wished him success. The pink-haired man spread out on the table, and Shinji assumed that he had been called not only because of him. The blonde showed a membership card. The protagonist accepted it, and the interlocutor explained that it gave access to a website where they published very important information for some officials. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked why he was given it. The woman introduced a group of people in front of an ominous mansion and answered that any person would die if they encountered strangeness, even a very rich one. She crossed her arms and added that people with connections contact them, and they take on their missions, so people publish various requests there, and the brunette said with a smile that they do not need money, and are not distinguished by compassion, and if it were not for the strict rules of the special department, they would not accept any tasks either. The protagonist picked up the card and asked again why he needed it. The girl smiled, surprised that the ghost did not understand, because after his brilliant victory over the demonic neighbor, he became famous, and many high-ranking officials want to contact him. Akiji lowered her head and said that recently there have been more cases of strangeness, and he is very strong, and for ordinary people he is generally equal to a god, so they hope that he will bring a great contribution to society. The brunette looked at her intently when the woman added that he should become a support for people. The blonde smiled and said that his obsession with strangeness stems from the fact that his close friends were once killed by them, but she was always curious how that game disappeared so easily, whether it was his doing. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The brunette's eyes lit up in anticipation. Shinji closed his eyelids, thinking that it was a pity to disappoint them, but he does not strive to destroy strangeness, and he almost forgot about your turn. The guy smiled and replied that he was also surprised by the disappearance of the game, But perhaps it ran into someone strong, and they did not think that he had such cool abilities. He imagined Yen on the toilet and thought that she had already become part of the monster, living in its stomach. The high school student stood up and emphasized that he had passed all the tests, but they still did not believe in him. The young man imagined himself against the background of the mouth and decided that he would complete tasks to earn more legend points, so he should thank them for the opportunity to rescue his ward from the horn of death. The woman stood up from the table and replied that there was no evil intent. Ian took her arm to bring feelings, and they said goodbye. The blonde turned around and remembered that the hero would most likely be searched for by the think tank, because the grandson of one of the leaders had gone missing, so he was ready to spend a lot of money to find him. She imagined the silhouette of the invisible man and added that there were no leads, as if he had simply evaporated. The main character's house, the guy asked his ward if she was ready for Yin's arrival. The girl hugged the acting book and replied that the gentleman could check her out. The hero closed his eyes and said that he still had things to do, but she could arrange a performance for Sun and Yen. The brunette frowned and muttered that if he had to deal with the oddity, it would be a lot of trouble. His eyes began to glow. The girls looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, Shinji collapsed to the floor. Everything swam before his eyes, and the young man thought that his soul had just left his body, although it was chained to this place, and he could not leave. His pupils sparkled. The guy found himself as a photograph among others in a room where everyone was screaming and asking to be let out. The protagonist squinted and noted that it looked like some kind of personal studio. The brunette touched the sheet and thought that it did not look like an oddity, so who could it be? A face and glasses appeared in front of him, saying that he was the calmest of all the ghosts they had ever seen and why he was not afraid. The man crumpled the edge of the photo and added that he did not like the look of the hero, especially his gaze. He bared his teeth. The attacker tore the corner of the paper. A tear appeared on the young man's head, and the interlocutor asked why he was not afraid like the others. Did he really decide to play the daredevil? The guy frowned and asked if this was Hichien. He looked at his face and noted that it was too late for him to regret his actions, and the man only exclaimed that it was not surprising that he should be the one to die. Chien adjusted his glasses and said that the young man would soon be afraid and beg for his life anyway, and how dare the soul threaten him. The man laughed, sticking out his tongue, and shouted that he would even give the customer, a man with the surname Tian, a 30% discount for ordering his murder. The protagonist squinted and thought that he knew such a person. The photo of the young man began to dissolve, and he decided that it was not that important, so there was no point in wasting time chatting with a man. The brunette flashed his eye and noted that, in any case, he remembered the name and face. The bespectacled man stretched out his hands and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Did the guy commit suicide?" He fell to his knees and shouted that an ordinary soul could not dissolve itself, and should have been under his control. The people with the photo mockingly looked at him, teasing. Chien covered his ears and told them to shut up and just wait for their fate. The man headed for the exit, muttering that the guy definitely committed suicide, it could not be otherwise. Shinji opened his eyes. He got up on the couch and immediately called and asked to check on the artist Ichien. 10 minutes later, the protagonist was walking down the street, having received information that this something was spotted in the dark night bar. The young man stared ahead. The man showed his phone with a photo of the hero and Sherry, and the other man asked him to explain what it was. Tian Zhongzi took a sip from the bottle and replied that he had a crush on the psychologist, and his rival was standing next to him. The man grinned, introducing the woman, and noted that she was pretty, since he could back down, although she had already refused him, saying that she was busy. The man stood on the embankment, discussing that this was the guy the artist had seen. The blonde grinned and asked what problems there could be. He put his hand on the other man's shoulder and exclaimed that it was just a boy, and there was no one stronger than him, so there was no need to worry, and then the silhouette of the main character appeared from behind. The guy suddenly appeared next to them, put his arm around their shoulders, and offered to have a drink together. Shinji grinned. People looked around, asking who the hell he was. An ominous shadow appeared over the young man, and he asked if the artist really didn't remember their recent meeting at home. The hero turned to the second one. He fell to his knees. The blonde crawled away from him in fear when Shinji asked where the photo was, but he only screamed that he didn't know anything. The guy grinned and asked again. He snapped his fingers, noting that if they had told the truth, he would have given them a second chance. The men stared at the phone that had flown up in fear. The main character pulled him towards himself and demanded that he tell them about his sins. He opened a gallery with girls and warned that otherwise he would break all his bones and then drown him in the river. A Jian University professor was kneeling in front of a young man, telling him that a very beautiful girl had recently come to them, who worked as a psychiatrist, showed up at the staff dormitory only 2 days a week, and had a very mysterious part-time job on the side, and that the man liked her, but had cruelly rejected all advances. The blonde turned pale, remembering how he had accidentally seen the photos on her phone, and decided that she liked the main character. The brunette looked at him with disdain and guessed that he had bribed his supposed girlfriend Sherry and asked her to take various kinds of photos, and asked Xian to kill the guy himself. The interlocutor began to shake. Policemen appeared from the side of the main character, when the guy ordered to take Shonza as a suspect, and he fearfully asked not to touch him. Shinji turned to the second one. The artist was also arrested, and the young man offered them to look at these masterpieces. Deep in the night, 1:15, the girl reached for the ringing phone. She picked up the receiver and heard the main character. Sherry jumped up in surprise on the bed, and the guy said that they needed to talk. After a while, her face became serious, and the young man finished that this is exactly how things are. The woman stood up and thought that the guy deliberately called at such a time to notify her about the photos and save his reputation, so she needed to resolve the issue properly and responsibly. She opened the door. The streamer Xiao Jing was sitting in the room, thanking the viewers for their donations. Sherry crossed her arms and asked how much she got for the photos she gave to Zhongzi. The interlocutor smiled carefreely and replied that it was all for her own good, because she was no longer young, and this guy was not bad, but if he harmed her, he would get it. The woman looked at her coldly. She put her hands on the girl's shoulders and asked her not to turn on live broadcasts anymore, because she would find a job for her that she would be satisfied with. Jing hugged her and exclaimed that she was so good. The streamer's face distorted when she specified what kind of work it was, and she thought that Zhongzi had achieved his goal, and now the psychiatrist decided to check her out, and thanks to such connections, she would definitely have a decent job. She presented a photo of the main character and thought that her friend would introduce him to her, and the guy himself would not refuse to be absorbed by her. Sherry stroked her head and replied that the job was well paid, and tomorrow she would be able to see for herself what the psychiatrist does. The woman grinned and added that such an opportunity was given only once in a lifetime. The souls in the pictures turned to the broken door and exclaimed that there were people here. A tied artist and the police entered behind the main character, and the prisoners around complained that they had been hanging around here for a year and asked to kill their tormentor. The brunette's eyes flashed, and he noted that he had found it. He reached for the pencil and thought that he couldn't take control, so what were the rules here? Everyone was standing in the studio, and Shinji asked the owner how to use it, and the souls noted that the man had stopped being talkative, while the young man was thinking that one action of this ability could be too energy-consuming. The policeman put his hand on the artist's shoulder and demanded an answer, and the hero clarified that the man uses his drawings to imprison a person's soul, must be able to torture, and wondered how he could use the ability without limitation. The brunette twirled the pencil and assumed that if he tore the paper, the soul would split. He stopped smiling. His eyes flashed red. The essence of the girl appeared above the main character, and Chang's body arched in pain. AI was sitting on the master's shoulders, and Shinji noted that their abilities combined very well with each other, and the current technique would work perfectly. He approached the man and said that he was a fairly balanced person, and could torture him, but would not let him die. The artist grabbed his leg and promised that he would tell everything, if only he let go. The guy grinned and noted that the people in the drawings were so pathetic, because they couldn't even understand that they were trapped in them forever, and his sentence depended on his explanation. Shinji looked at his interlocutor menacingly, and he shouted that he would tell everything, and the cost of using the brush was the death of a random friend. The artist imagined himself with a pencil among the corpses, shouting that he would rule the world as the chosen one. The protagonist arched his eyebrows and asked again. He frowned, thinking that the cost of most techniques was paid for by themselves, but apparently this brush was completely different, and asked if all his friends were dead. Ching sat on his knees, telling him that he uses this thing to make a lot of money, so he has to meet different people, and the boundaries between the technique and friends are blurred, so even new acquaintances are taken into account. The man remembered himself in the bar and admitted that he uses people from there, inviting them to drink and sing, and then to take part in other events. The police came down to the hero from the second floor and said that they had found a sheet of paper for drawing, and the soul upstairs wanted to talk to him. The guy with glasses smiled, introducing himself as Xiangjin, and said hello, noting that he was waiting for the special department to arrive. The artist suddenly rushed to him when he said that this man would not live long, and the criminal exclaimed that he would never kill others if he knew that there were other people with abilities in the world. The protagonist glared at him menacingly. The man hid behind a pillar, and the soul said that it was locked here, so he would not help reduce the sentence, to which Qing reminded that he helped kill his brother, although he paid first. Jin put his hand on his chest and said that when he was trapped, he could only help him find information as a means of survival, and the hero replied that he was not interested in it anyway. Shinji turned around and ordered the bespectacled man to be sent back home, and the artist to be executed, to which the criminal began to beg for mercy. Qing began to cry, shouting that he could become his subordinate and draw whoever he wanted to kill, and in order to use a pen, you need to be able to draw well, so you can't waste such talent. The guy stopped. He looked back at his interlocutor. Shinji grinned and asked if he really thought he was unlimited, and asked if he could help trap the oddities. The artist extended his hand, thinking that he didn't even know what it was, and confidently answered that he could. All he needed was a photo. The brunette grinned and muttered that it was very unfortunate. A dark silhouette towered over him, and the young man told him that oddities had no soul. He snapped his fingers and ordered the criminal to be taken away, and he struggled and screamed that such a thing couldn't be, and that he was being deceived. The hero put his hand in his pocket and thought that since he couldn't use the brush himself, it was useless. The guy squeezed his fingers and destroyed the trophy. Some time later, Shinji was leafing through a book on the bed and asking if Ian had used his abilities to make the girl tell him how she brought people back from the dead. AI, standing next to the other oddities, said that she had told the guy that it was not in her rules. The brunette smirked and noted that she had figured out how to deceive people. The long-haired girl narrowed her eyes, remembering the task, and said that after Ian asked the first question, his brain began to overstrain, and she lost her vigilance, but asked her own, and the special department knows that there are other oddities who can think. The hero looked at her and corrected that the pink-haired man only guessed about it, but now there was a strong confirmation of this. But he can still assume that now all the employees are very worried. Akiji at this time was standing in the hospital next to two sick colleagues, and Shinji guessed that Ian had just been resurrected, so he would not recover soon, and the head of the special department generally received serious injuries, from which he still cannot recover, so they are still powerless against them. The protagonist looked at the blonde at the mirror and thought that too many legend points were spent, and more were needed for the girl. AI looked at the gentleman and said that, in fact, Sun's abilities are also useful. The girl held out a bundle, and the long-haired one added that just as his body combines her abilities, the baby will be very useful to him. The brunette looked at the paper. It was written that the hero could use the power of a ghost, and the young man thought that he didn't even expect that he could integrate its abilities into himself. Sun stretched out her hands to him and closed her eyes. The book opened and said that 5,000 legend points had been spent. The brunette frowned. The blonde grabbed his head and gave him the ability of absolute pitch. The guy's ears were shining. He squinted and asked what it meant, and could she please stop making a fool of herself and give a normal example. Several dots appeared on the paper. Then a red portrait of a doll appeared from them. Shinji grinned slyly and muttered that if he had this skill before, no one would have hidden from him. The next day, the Sien family mansion, where the man asked not to reveal his secret. The youth stood in front of the owner, and was promised, regardless of the answer, to be given a manner that would symbolize wealth and status. And as for the practice, hundreds of soul beads were obtained, and absorbing one of them was equivalent to absorbing someone's ability. Next, the boy was at the funeral of the second son of a high-ranking Sima family, who used special investigation methods, and ran into something terrifying. The building of the third private hospital was illuminated by the moon, and many citizens who had died recently were there, and most were either middle-aged or elderly. Patients were walking along the corridors, and not long ago, Sima Fong underwent surgery there. But nevertheless, the institution does not lag behind the standards. The average throughput of people per day is 3,000 people, the average number of operations is 150, but a large flow does not really affect anything. The hero stood in front of the hospital building, where the Sima visited for investigation to find out what is happening inside the walls. The brunette walked inside and thought that there were no problems on the surface, and the family simply did not want to give up. Shinji looked away. He looked at the signs. The sign said, Gastrointestinal Department, and the young man remembered that he came here for a checkup and always felt that not everything in the world is as simple as it seems. The guy frowned and noted that there was no sense of strangeness here. His ear began to shine. The hero turned pale when an old man fell on the street. He turned around, trying to understand what the hell it was. The soul flew out of the man's body, and a voice called for a doctor. A red light was burning above the intensive care room, and the doctor asked if the guy was a member of the patient's family. The hero stood in front of him, clarifying whether the deceased was in this hospital. He put his hand in his pocket and explained that he was a senior officer of the public security department. Shinji showed a card and said that the deceased was related to their case, so he needed information, so he better hurry. The man trembled in fear and agreed. The third private hospital, the head doctor's office, the man wiped his sweat and said that yesterday this patient was examined in their hospital. He was an elderly man living alone. Shinji looked through the data and asked if he had undergone surgery there, when the interlocutor muttered that what was happening clearly did not inspire optimism. The head doctor flashed his glasses and answered negatively. The brunette looked at the form and thought that, according to the information received, something was definitely wrong, because in recent months, middle-aged and older people who had undergone surgery here had died, and this man was only being examined. The young man closed his eyes and asked for help with the operation. The interlocutor raised his eyebrows and asked again. In the operating room, a man was lying on the table, and there were doctors around, and the hero said that he wanted to remove his appendix under local anesthesia. The man was sitting when they told him, local anesthesia, then he would need to sign an agreement that he would relieve them of responsibility for possible complications, to which he replied, okay, go ahead. Then the hero thought, appendicitis in connection with the evolution of man became an unnecessary organ. When growing up, it sometimes even interferes, so surprise appendicitis is the best solution. The guy was lying in a coffin when he added, "At present it is difficult to determine the cause of death of a person during an operation, but he will make an exchange for murder." Red-eyed looked forward when the man thought, such a premonition that this guy is not so simple. To restrain him, it will take a lot of legend points, as well as good and evil. The operating lamp was glowing. The doctors were standing ready when the main one said, "They are starting the operation," and the young man thought, "The people here are all ordinary. He does not feel the energy of strangeness, the sounds are also ordinary." The doctor surrounded the brunette, and he continued his thought, "Surgical equipment, operating table, everything is as it should be, nothing unusual." Then he narrated that he activated the abilities of Goazastic and Shao, and he himself rose to the 4th rank of abilities. If something goes wrong, he will definitely know about it. Did he really make a mistake? The protagonist squinted and thought, strange. His eyes began to close and he added, "Where did such fatigue come from?" His pulse was fine. The guy opened his eyes, lying in a hospital bed, and thought, he fell asleep, when someone said, so he was already awake. He got up from the bed when the nurse said that she would consult him about restrictions after the operation, and he thought, it seems that some kind of force majeure happened. The protagonist smiled and continued his thought, apparently, everything is over, and this is also strange. The girl raised her finger up when the young man asked if there were any more operations planned at the hospital today, to which she replied, "Oh yes, the transplant operation will take place in 10 minutes. The red-eyed man opened his mouth and said that he wanted her to tell him about what would happen there, to which she replied, "Okay." Standing near the ward, the heroine thought, the leader said that she should fulfill any requests of this young man. She looked at him closely and asked who he was. The hero's eyes lit up when he thought, life was not spent, and the remaining time of life that day is, it turns out, he just slept, did not die. Before assigning this task he prepared very well. A red watch glowed behind him when he continued his thought, so, if something really happens here, his lives will begin to be spent. Now he feels increasing discomfort in the body. Is it caused by reincarnation? The man raised the instrument in his hand and said, "Begin." The protagonist looked to the side, squinted and thought, since he himself cannot stand, why not at least watch from the side? He stood aside when the doctor said, "The mediastinum has been found, let them open the pericardium, make an incision, and now let them put it in a device to improve blood circulation." On the wall was the shadow of doctors who were holding the organ in their hands. Suddenly, the protagonist's ears lit up. He looked to the side and froze. Then he looked at the black portal and thought, if it weren't for his enhanced 5 senses, he wouldn't even notice the door. Of course, doctors and patients don't suspect anything. The protagonist frowned and continued his thought. Maybe he fell asleep because of that door. He entered it and thought, and all because he was lying on the operating table at that moment. The guy found himself in a dark space. He took off his glove, looked around and said, "What a strong smell of blood." Magic eyes appeared around him and the young man thought, the heart, he penetrated the very heart. It's too dark, even the little eye in his 4th rank do not allow him to see further than 2 steps. The brunette looked at the stairs and wondered if it made a difference whether he went up or down. There was a splash. The protagonist walked up the stairs and thought, this. He turned into a hologram. His body began to dissipate. In a minute, his remaining lifespan was 99 days. He was lying on the floor. Then he raised his head and said, "How fast?" and thought, the way up is blocked, but there are still 2 ways. The man stood up and pushed off the ground. Shinji flew towards the door and thought, one of them, going down the stairs, and the second returning the same way. Then he stretched out his hand and the portal closed. The red-eyed man gritted his teeth and accelerated. His hair turned lighter, and he froze. Suddenly the hero jumped up in bed and shouted, "Hey, them." He tried to move and thought, he can't move, his abilities are not broken. Perhaps he fell under the influence of the rules of strangeness. The brunette looked away and thought, as soon as he goes out the door, he will immediately be forced to end up on the operating table. The doctors looked very strange when he thought, it seems he got within the boundaries of the rules after all. The people moved their heads when the protagonist thought, no, why did they turn into doctors? The men surrounded him when one of them took out a tool and said, "Begin, let them get ready to open the chest." The guy's eyes shone when he thought, they are all alive and these are people. Bright highlights scattered. A strange cut appeared. The guy's chest was cut open when blood flowed out of his mouth, and he thought his heart was taken. A notification appeared that he was -1 life and had 98 days left to live. A pendant hung on his chest. Suddenly he opened his eyes sharply and jumped out of bed. Then he exhaled with relief and a tear ran down his cheek. People were walking along the corridor. The man stopped in the doorway. The protagonist went wild, bared his teeth and shouted out, "Who?" The nurse got scared when she saw him and shouted, "Oh, demon." The brunette calmed down, exhaled and thought, "Oh, people." The girl got angry, put her finger up and asked him not to scare the patients here. After which she left, looking around, and the guy stood silently. Standing in the corridor, he thought, this is all a bit strange. People were standing near the operating room. When he continued his thought, it seems like the whole hospital has fallen under the rules, control, hypnosis. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought, so now it is clear that during wakefulness a black door will appear. Remembering the past, he added, after he watched the operation, his heart was taken away. A memory of the doctor saying that they were going to remove the heart popped into his head. The red-eyed man put his hand on his chest and thought, him. His body lit up as he added, left without a heart, how so? He looked up and saw the text that said he had no heart. The young man opened his eyes wide. He had 97 days left to live due to the lack of a heart. A bright light fell from above. There was a hole in the hero's chest. He was flying in the air and thought that he wanted to restore the missing organs. He was asked a question. He has 2 missing organs, a heart and an appendix. He does spend 2,000 legend points on restoration. Without thinking twice, the protagonist answered yes. His heart was burning with a red flame. Shinji grabbed it and smiled scary. Then he squeezed the heart tightly in his hand. It began to reunite with him. The brunette grabbed his burning chest. He opened his eyes slightly when he was asked, woke up, and he answered, yeah. Looking at the nurse, the young man wondered if there was any hint of strangeness at the moment when his heart was taken away. All he had time to realize was that he was left without a heart. There were people standing around him when he planted the thought. But everyone in the hospital, be it doctors, nurses or other patients, they all see the black hole in his chest, but for some reason it does not scare them at all. The girl turned around when the protagonist asked if he could ask a question, to which she replied, let him talk, because she needs to give medicine to the patients, and he asked if a person would die if he was left without a heart. The brunette turned her head and asked, ah? After which her glasses darkened and she answered, of course, what kind of questions? They were in the same room when the guy asked the question, and also, he had just had heart surgery. It was supposed to be performed by the chief surgeon. I think his last name was Lin, to which she replied, no, the hospital doesn't have such information, something else, the head of Lin is in his office now. The lady came out, sighed with relief and said she thinks he needs to rest, and he replied that something came over him, after which the heroine added, if all this doesn't leave his head, he thinks it's possible to discuss it with the doctor. The guy sat in the dark and thought, he supposes, not everything is so smooth here, all these people have changed not only the concept of common sense, but also their overall vision of the world. He remembered the terrible footage and thought, and not only was he deprived of his heart, but also strangely hypnotized. He thought for a long time, the heart, is it the key to the strangeness? Neither he nor the dead had undergone heart surgery, and ordinary people are not able to see the black door. The protagonist had a pendant on his neck. Awareness raising was activated. The hospital was strange. The rules were to remember that people here have no heart, to remember that he himself has no heart. The protagonist smiled and chuckled. He sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out his hand and thought, it turns out he was right. His things flew up. The bed began to move when he thought, the building itself has strange things, it controls everyone in the hospital, and it does it very secretly. The brunette put on his pants. Then he got up and walked. He unwound the bandages and thought, it's time to find his weaknesses. Then he threw on a cloak and added, otherwise he is afraid, the people here. He opened the door. The scary man fell to the floor. The red-eyed man looked at him when someone screamed, bad, faster, doctor. The patient felt bad, can't breathe, and he said, how, he had a shortness of breath. The protagonist was walking down the hallway and talking on the phone when he was told, hello, boss, and he replied that he would like to see a rescue from respiratory failure, to which he was told that the hospital was actively involved in their investigation, but resuscitation measures were fundamentally different from surgery. He could not give consent to this. The brunette looked to the side and thought, hopeless, strange, why not the heart? What does the respiratory system have to do with it? And asked if he could organize an operation on the lungs, to which he was told that they would come to an agreement. The man was lying unconscious under the machines. Standing in the distance, the protagonist put out his hand and thought, a woman of 47 years old, sick with tuberculosis, the soul is in a normal state, had not been treated in the hospital before. The eye on his hand looked to the side when he thought about what was going on. The red-eyed man squinted and thought he came. The protagonist was standing near the black door. Suddenly she sucked him in. The guy took off his glove with his teeth, after which they exposed his hand. He looked up the stairs. Then he ran along it and thought, so fast. His eyes were scared. Running down, he thought, the road of death. The brunette frowned, looked back and thought, oh, I'm too late. Red liquid was dripping from the stairs. Hanging in the air, the protagonist thought, it didn't look like water, more like some kind of slope. He put his hand out and added, judging by the time he jumped, the distance was short. The guy landed and exhaled. He stood in front of the black door and thought, the heart is the order of division of human entrails, each door, a separate organ. Then he ran into another door and added, doors interact with each other in the same way as organs, each of them corresponds to a certain door in the hospital. Last time it was the heart, now it's the liver. The brunette stopped in front of the door and thought, after the 5 main senses are strengthened, you can consider certain options for action. In this case, he will try again. If he opens this door, will he have time to get to the next one? He squinted and added, the only thing you can live without after a forced removal is a kidney. But is it that simple? The hero entered the portal and said, you need to find the right organ as quickly as possible. The main thing is not to get lost. He made a dash. Running forward, he thought, after removing the lungs, death is inevitable. After the stomach too, kidneys, it seems, are not an option. Doors rushed past him when he thought, the large intestine is not suitable, the small one too. The guy opened his shirt, his body was wet. He wiped his forehead and thought if there were side effects from so many tests. Then he scratched the back of his head and added, in any case, fatigue is not particularly felt, you need to find the top of the problems. Then he raised his head and thought, the top must be the brain. The ground split when the protagonist got scared and asked where this sound was coming from. He began to fall and thought, the beating of the heart, does not see, cannot stop his fall, some endless space. The brunette fell into some kind of liquid. He grabbed his head and said, oh, what a strong pressure from the blood, what kind of place is this? In front of him was a huge door, when the guy asked, heart again. Then he sat down and added, someone left the sheets. The hero reached for the paper and thought, it looks very much like a diary. But he can't really see anything, it seems like someone else was here besides him. He put it in his bosom. After which he slightly opened the door, from which rays stretched, and thought, but the person is most likely already dead. The red-eyed man silently looked forward. A huge heart appeared in front of him, when the protagonist said, I understand, the doors are a hospital, and they all support the main organ, the heart. He activated his ability and added, it's time to touch. After which the brunette touched it. Suddenly he fell and screamed, damn, heart. His chest began to burst and he added, can't. The heart jumped out of the guy's chest. Then he fell to the ground and died. He had 96 days left to live. The protagonist opened his eyes. He began to rise, thinking what was this nonsense again. He raised his head, they asked him if he had seen the rules, now he needed to give up some part of himself. Would he definitely choose this path? Because there was no turning back, and the guy answered, yes. The pendant on his neck stretched to the side. The young man finally stood up and ran, thinking that he could say with confidence that this was the gate of death. Liquid flowed along the floor. He continued to run, thinking that he had already found something strange. This was the heart. The young man raised his head and thought, womb, what is this? At that moment, he turned his head. There he saw waves crashing against the rocks. Entering the portal, he thought that it did not matter and he had to go. His foot was approaching the surface of the earth. As soon as he took the first step, there was an explosion behind him, and he said, yes, I got out, this is the entrance to the hospital. The moon was shining brightly. The brunette sat on the bench and thought, the womb, quite interesting. He put his hand on his chest and thought why it was considered the gate of death, since it represents the hope of procreation or shows that he was born from this organ. Squeezing his hand tighter, he thought that he almost forgot, he had already noticed this near the gate of the heart. Leafing through the notebook, the protagonist said that everything was soaked in blood, but why did it seem so familiar to him? Maybe because it looked like Qian Yubai's diary. It was difficult to read anything here. He ran his finger across the sheet and tried to read, January 19th, or maybe December, the end date is the 3rd. The guy slammed the notebook shut. He imagined the building burning and said that if it was December 19th, then there was a fire in the hospital archive 6 months ago, all the files were destroyed, that's why he only had data for the last 6 months. The young man read the medical examination form. The protagonist walked along the path. He thought that 6 months ago Yubai entered this hospital twice. But this diary does not say anything strange, the rules are merciless. How did she manage to survive there? If she entered the doors, how was she able to leave? Maybe luck. She probably spent a month of her memories to forget everything. He needs to find out everything from her. He took out his phone and dialed the number and said, hello? The girl came out of the shower and asked why the president was calling her. He replied that he needed to find out something from her and asked her to go out for a while. The young man took a sip from his cup and asked if she went to the hospital at the end of last year. The girl was looking at his hands, lips and neck and did not hear what was said to her. Then the protagonist called her again. He looked at her closely and said that he asked her if she went to a private hospital at the end of last year. She apologized for being distracted. He wondered if she was under the power of strangeness again. The girl blushed and thought that the president should not know that she was distracted while looking at him. The heroine straightened up and said that she did not know. Something strange happened last year. That is why she cannot remember this period of time. Then she remembered about the broken cars and continued that at the end of last year she and her parents got into an accident, so her father needed medical attention, despite the absence of injuries. They do not remember much about the incident. The young man lowered his head and thought that Yubai's parents could not be in that hospital for treatment, since there was a fire there. Strange. Yubai's amnesia because of the coin of fate. A fire, an accident is not just a coincidence. The young man got up from the table, and when he was asked if there was anything else, he answered, no, and that he needed to check something. He passed by the fair-haired woman and said that she could go, because he already understood everything. The door to the establishment opened. The young people went outside. The girl asked if she could help with anything else. The main character answered that at the moment there was no, but if her abilities were needed, he would call her. He raised his head and said that he would let him know as soon as something was needed. The heroine said goodbye to the president and walking away thought that he was not at all interested in the opposite sex, but she wanted to become his wife. But now she thinks that she got too excited and could not help with anything. Red-eyed looked after her. Yubai bit her lip and thought that she was useless. The protagonist opened his mouth and said to wait, he would see her out, and then offered to go ahead, and he would follow. The heroine jumped on the spot and agreed. She again turned towards the house and thought that the president was really interested in her. The young man's eyes almost bulged from what he saw. Looking at the person in front of him, he thought that it turns out that she had an operation there. Because she has no heart, her parents knew that she was in the hospital, she submitted documents about her in time, they got lost, and the coin of fate gave her a second chance at life. But if someone tells her that she has no heart, she will die instantly. She was connected to a big heart. He remembered the moments of their time together and thought that so much had happened, he cannot kill her like that. Before he did not understand why he cannot remain cold-blooded. But now he understood everything. He remembered how she handed him her diary and thought that since she perceived her as a subordinate, he should treat her with respect. Here he felt like an inhuman boss. The young man sat in the center of the company of oddities. When the girl was called out, she turned around. They became close, and the protagonist said that he never congratulated her on her official promotion to rank 2, she did very well. The protagonist had already walked a little away from Yubai's house, but she ran after him asking him to wait a little. He asked what was wrong. The blonde put her hand in her bosom and said that she knew that quite a lot of patients had arrived at the clinic recently. She handed the guy an amulet and said that it would help improve health, and it could be considered a gift. The young man took the amulet in his hand and thought, improves health, that's what. Then he frowned. And he wondered why the elderly had such a high risk of death. They didn't exercise, viruses and bacteria constantly entered their bodies, putting them in danger, and when the body planned to start fighting the viruses, it discovered that there was no heart, and then it died completely. Shinji threw the amulet and thanked him, saying that it would come in handy. Yubai waved her hand after the president. It was written in the diary that he already knew that a person could not survive without a heart. He also knew that he did not have a heart, and that the body would eventually die. There was also a secret reminder that even someone born without it would still have one. There would always be a connection. The man picked up the phone. He was told that any operation would do, especially on the lungs. He wanted to observe. The nurse raised her finger and said that he was constantly throwing his robe around. A light came on above the door, indicating that an operation was underway. The medical clothes were thrown off near the portal. The boy grabbed the cap on his head and thought, those born without it can still find it, which means that the body is still capable of breaking out of its capabilities, so he can try to enter the doors of organs that he does not have, for example, the womb. He tore the cap off his head. Turning his head to the stairs, he thought that he simply had to do this, because only there could he get his heart back. He walked up the stairs. The creature chased him, saying that he first had to give up his heart, but the young man had already approached the portal. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. 4 doctors towered over him with instruments in their hands. There was a bright flash. The young man looked at the ceiling and thought, the heart again. The red-eyed man began to come to his senses little by little and open his eyes. Looking at his body from above, he heard that from now on he could live even without a heart. A successful hypnosis had occurred. The clock showed 6 in the morning. The protagonist took off his clothes and thought that hypnosis helped him stay conscious and not die. Now all that was left was to go through the door. And he quickly ran. And with both hands and lid huge doors. The young man was heading towards a huge heart. And he reached out to it, thought that now it would grab him. The young man stood under the heart and touched it. His hair stood on end. His eyebrows frowned. And his teeth clenched. A spark appeared under his noses. The heart became small. Shinji grinned and said that he succeeded and he did not die. The guy looked at the heart in his hands and grabbed his shirt. Then he took it off completely. And then he grabbed the seams on his chest. And tore them out. He moved the kosha and exposed his ribs. The protagonist brought the heart closer to his chest. He clenched his teeth in pain. And bolted the heart into his chest, thinking that the last thing left was to return the heart back. Blood vessels immediately joined the organ. And the cuts on the guy's chest lit up with a purple flame. And he began to lose consciousness. And patterns from the heart went across his body. The brunette fell to the ground. A notification appeared that he had overcome the oddities of the hospital. Legend points increased by 1 and 8 million, good points increased by 6,000, and spiritual power points by 500. This is the 4th rank, and a question appeared whether he wanted to break through to the 5th rank. It would be impossible to mark the choice. His hand reached for the answer, yes. Everything shook. A siren screamed that an earthquake of magnitude 4.4 points was detected in the city. The epicenter had not yet been found. There was a request in the field for residents not to panic and stay away from dangerous buildings. People jumped up from their seats. They looked at the huge screen. There was information that an earthquake was detected at the foot of the sacred mountain. The god was activated. Electric shocks passed through the body. There was smoke above the sacred mountain. 2 people were standing in front of the building and they asked the girl if it meant that the source of the earthquake was the divine room. She answered, yes. The brunette folded her arms and said that this topic had become very popular, so the International Emergency Response Agency sent its people here, and then asked how much time had passed since what happened to the girl from the afterlife. Jiang climbed behind the deck and said, almost half a month. Everything is not going quite as they expected. He lit a cigarette and added that it was quite an interesting oddity, once absorbed by a god. The green-eyed girl looked at him intently. And snatching a cigarette, she told the gentleman to watch his health. This would not lead to anything good. Besides, none of his subordinates were able to replace him yet. The man walked behind and said that in any case, he would like to ask her not to report anything to the international community for now. The brunette turned her head and asked why. They were capable of so many things. Why not work together? She stopped when she heard that other countries might have found something too. The red-eyed man opened his mouth and said that it was very likely that they were underestimating the girl from the afterlife. She might be playing with them. He had been thinking about it carefully in recent days. The strangeness of her thinking was very annoying. It seemed that she was obeying someone. The man was standing on the mountain. Manhwa opened her mouth and screamed that this couldn't be. Did he really think that the association hadn't checked this? If a strangeness chose a person, then he would lose his mind. Even if she was capable of thinking, she was still far from a person. The two stood under the moon. The man asked if a strangeness had to be considered as such in all areas. She had to take into account that they were dealing with God himself. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He sighed heavily and thought that there was no discomfort. Only one thing was worrying him. He couldn't remember anything from the moment he received the heart. What happened next? Everything went fine. He stood with glowing eyes. A text appeared. Could a person survive without a heart? He would be able to find out as soon as he got to the hospital, where they would perform a couple of procedures. The protagonist stood with his head down and thought that the heart was not at all what he imagined. Were there other organs that were oddities? Not necessarily a hospital. It could be absolutely any building. If so, would they feel attracted to each other? Would they want to reunite? He thinks that one of the rules would be the reunification of other organs. The heart is just one of the components of the other rules. Because there are other fragments. Purple connections were over the city. A whole oddity was formed. The brunette put his hand on his face and said, "One big headache." He introduced the girl and wondered if the legend points were enough to explode a full-fledged oddity, or just a heart. Could he handle it? But the purpose of his coming was precisely to deal with this oddity. The young man turned his head and thought that fortunately, the hospital only borrowed some organs from people, but did not kill them. If the oddities were contained, people would live, so the third private hospital could continue to operate. The moon was shining in the sky. The young man opened his mouth and said that he had determined the cause of Sima Feng's death. The incident was caused by an oddity. Within 2 days he would report everything in detail to the special department. The man listened attentively. He waved his hand and thanked her, and asked her to send him the soul beads, and thought to himself that it only took him 2 days to investigate. Did he really understand the rules? The guy put his hand in his pocket and replied, "Yeah." At 2:22 o'clock at night, someone's words were heard in the internet cafe. The boy looked at the screen, and then sent someone. His eyes widened, and he asked who he was. Then he leaned back in his chair. They asked him who he was. An actor. Stop lying. He will not fool anyone with his death. The girl was lying on the bed. She was told that the time had come. She closed her eyes and answered, "Yeah." The purple-haired girl looked at her and said, "Then it's time to go." The doctor hung over the heroine and said that the patient you buy will undergo a heart transplant operation. She thought, why would she need a heart transplant? Strange. Everything looks so unreal. Just like him. But she feels safe. The doctors approached the operating table. Blue connections approached the girl's body. The operation began. Such connections approached other patients. They were convinced that they would soon receive a heart transplant. The operation was successful, and then they were congratulated. Because now they can live a happy life. Blue connections reached for the red flame. The blonde pulled her knees up. She scratched her face on the floor. Shinji closed his eyes and said that there was no need to console her. The glasses from the hospital would not be enough to completely release her anyway. The girl sat with a sad look. The red-eyed girl opened her mouth and said that she wanted to tell him about something else, whether he remembered what happened after his revival in the hospital. The brunette turned his head and answered that he remembered that he got his heart back. He lowered his head and added that then he woke up, but felt memory lapses. Maybe he is still on the verge of life and death. The heroine looked at him and said that the same thing happened exactly at the moment when he entered the hospital. It activated. The young man looked intently. The young man stood with his hands in his pockets. The girl from the afterlife stands in front of the protagonist and says that she needs to solve everything. He in turn asks if this was someone from a special department. AI blazes with red fire and says that he is from the main department of special purposes. Shinji silently looks at the broken space in the air, where two girls are visible. One holds out a red flower to the other. A woman in a hat stands in front of her and states that on behalf of the World Headquarters of Special Sciences, she would like to enter into cooperation with her. It is written that they would like to enter into an alliance with them, to work together, resolving all differences and fighting against gods who can resurrect at any moment. The hero sits on a chair in front of skyscrapers. Dark purple energy is visible in the sky. It is explained that if you touch a god, you can die, and if you look into his eyes and imagine him in your thoughts, get closer to 100 meters, you will also die. The protagonist looks away and wonders what happened to the god, because according to AI, as soon as he looked into the heart of the hospital, changes immediately occurred with the god. He wonders if these things are connected. The girl from the afterlife looks ahead and realizes that there is no need to give any feedback and the so-called god wants to eliminate everything in his path, and she, in turn, thanks to the fact that I am in a special department, can many legend points and good and evil points. The protagonist thoughtfully declares that he should hold the bar, and no one else. He realizes that unfortunately now he is not an opponent of this god, but only Shinji, who cannot kill him. The protagonist walks among the students the next day. One of them recognizes him, others say that he is handsome. Someone explains that he heard that the school principal allowed him not to appear at classes and about the exams, too. It has long been decided. The guys look at Shinji. The guy is interested in when he managed to become so attractive. The other answers that he used to be quite gloomy, was in some kind of ghost club and behaved strangely. Shinji looks ahead questioningly. The joyful students exclaim that he looked at them, calling him a cutie and a real man. Shinji, in a shirt with a jacket thrown over him, walks on. While people are discussing his piercing gaze, he realizes that he hasn't been here for a long time and most likely the club has already been closed, and of course, a special department could help sort this out, but he doesn't think they are that meticulous. The character runs up to the protagonist and asks him to wait. Shinji turns around and asks who she is. A small girl in glasses says with a smile that she is the class monitor, clarifying whether he really doesn't remember her. He asks what she wanted from him. The class monitor with a friendly look asks if he wants to help her in connection with the school festival. He asks again. She embarrassedly presses her lips together and grabs his hand. The picture shows a girl dancing with Shinji on stage. She explains that at the annual school festival, which students look forward to the most, you can do whatever your heart desires. For example, show yourself in all your glory and create unforgettable memories with friends. He says with a grin that he will help. The headman looks at his back in shock and does not believe that he agreed so easily. The girl asks if he will allow her to introduce him to the tasks in that case, because the guys have to help with moving the furniture. He replies that he thought of something and she should wait. She watches the main character leaving with a questioning look. Shinji goes forward, realizing that he needs to deal with the previous bullies and he thinks that they are just right for carrying things. The class president at this point thinks that she has lost. Shinji turns around with a grin, asking her where these class presidents are now. The guy approaches a white building, which is a sports stadium. Laughter can be heard from there. There is a crowd of students in the gym. They offer to hang out in the evening and collect money from debtors. And also after robbing one of the guys, he relieved himself in his pants. The main character breaks down an entire wall with one blow. The students turn around and exclaim that this is the head of the city. The bullies look warily at what is happening. Shinji holds his leg in a fighting stance. He lowers it and is surprised that they are here. The guys with bats are standing in front of him. They ask what he is doing. He in turn demands help with organizing a school festival. The protagonist realizes that there are about 10 people against him and luck is on his side and no one is dead. He sees a blonde among the villains. He tells them that apparently bullying debtors can no longer satisfy his ardor, while Shinji is talking on the phone with the security department. The protagonist stands with the phone and says that several students are raping a girl here. The blonde enraged demands that he shut up. The protagonist calmly looks at them, hearing about the story of the greatest fears. He uses magic against the fighters with weapons when they began to attack him. The students begin to beat themselves. One of them asks how his friend dared to hit him. He exclaims that he did not want it at all. Shinji goes to them. The frightened villain lies on the floor. He is shocked and tries to understand what this feeling is, realizing that he cannot take control of his own body and most likely it was the main character who tried. Shinji with a demon face bends over to the enemy and ominously states that finally there is silence. The main character explains to him with a smile that from now on they will follow all the school rules, be obedient, and go to the security department. The frightened villain lies on the ground and points to the side, shouting to stop because this is not a girl, but Ren. This character says yes in a quiet voice. Ren strokes her hair and declares that she has decided to change her gender. The main character asks again. He silently looks away. Shinji is shocked to see something ahead. He remembers the furious Ren who beat his enemies, while the main character remains silent. The girl in a rage screams that the main character should not even dare to say anything about this, because even if he became a woman, her male insides have not gone anywhere. Ren touches himself, remembering his illness, during which he felt that some changes were happening in his body, and today he discovered that he had become like this. The protagonist with a serious look understands that the interlocutor is not lying and most likely there is some strangeness involved in this matter. He advises them to go to his class. Surprised, Ren hears that he should stay. The excited hooligans quickly leave from there. She in turn exclaims that she will not give up, asking her friends where they are going. The protagonist silently looks at her. Ren purses his lips in rage. She rushes into the attack and shouts, "Don't pretend." The protagonist stops the opponent's fist with one movement. The guy looks at the enemy and realizes that his physical strength has also weakened. The protagonist steps behind the opponent's leg. He drops Ren to the floor. She in turn screams what he is doing, declaring that he has no mercy at all. The protagonist looks at her ominously and says that he is too lazy to discuss all sorts of nonsense with her. Let him tell her about what she felt when she realized that changes were happening. Someone on the side declares that he finally found Ren. The character is standing nearby and sees Shinji sitting on top of the blonde. He asks what they are doing. She in turn begs for help. The protagonist put his foot on the villain's face. Shinji stands in this pose opposite the stranger and asks who he is. He replies that his name is Yuan and he is from the Department of Public Security. The character hands the protagonist a business card and says not to touch him. Shinji looks at her with a serious expression and hears that it's all over, and it turns out that he already had contact. The protagonist asks what this means and whether he is an assistant of the special department. Yuan waves his hand and explains that his group is engaged in this oddity, and he has already reported everything. Shinji wonders why his spiritual energy is similar to Yubai. He leans towards the interlocutor and states that he studies at this school and the headman sent him to find the bullies, and he is also a member of the special department, but does not obey him, offering to get down to business and talk about the oddity. Yuan sighs with a puzzled look. The hero shows the mark and explains that the oddity is called a carrier, and according to the latest information, the virus is transmitted by contact with the skin, and within 3 days there is a change of gender, and in fact, he also changed gender, because he was originally a girl. The main character clarifies whether only the gender changes and whether there is no subsequent onset of death. Yuan anxiously shouts for him to wait, because they will figure everything out. The guy in turn asks what size the oddity is. The worker with a dissatisfied face understands that this is just an unbearable schoolboy, and you need to endure, because once she was like that too. The heroes stand in the middle of a crowd of people, some of whom are infected. She explains that the oddity does not pose a particular danger because it leaves a mark on the victim's body and then waits for her death, after which it takes the soul and everyone obeys the law of death. The protagonist with an unperturbed look says that he hears about this for the first time, while realizing that from the very beginning he faced quite dangerous enemies. In the picture, a monster opens its mouth. Shinji wonders if they are really so different, and compared to the oddities he had to face, this one is more friendly and harmless. He says that since they decided to take matters into their own hands, they need to report everything to the leadership and involve as many people as possible, and despite the fact that there is no danger as such, the threat is still present. The protagonist drags Ren along with him and claims that if someone refuses to cooperate, you can safely contact him, and it must be that the enemy appeared recently and most likely it can still be taken under control and finished off. Yuan in turn asks what his name is. She smiles and thinks that he shouldn't teach her how to do the job. He says that he completely forgot. Shinji turns around and says that he's a ghost, clarifying that the Ghost Society is his club. Yuan is shocked to realize that she's a celebrity. The protagonist's silhouette stands among the people. She thinks that being a newbie he was able to get rid of the demonic neighbor in a short time and solve the issue with the private hospital, and he is quite a mysterious person. The events take place a day later. Sweat is pouring down Shinji's face. He wipes it and realizes that it's a terrible feeling, wondering how long it's been since his last illness. Yen and the other assistants are by his bed. AI asks that at the moment they can't help much and maybe they should at least cheer him up. He refuses, saying that he doesn't want to hear the little I talk about mom. He asks to leave him. AI stands in front of the closed door with Sun and Yen. They silently look at her. They say with an ominous grin that it's a nice smell. The hero lies under the blanket on his bed. He sighs, sweating. He frowns, his red eyes glow. Suddenly, the color of his eyes changes to blue. His hand trembles. It gradually changes. His legs transform. He closes his eyes. The picture shows the main character with a naked torso and a small monster next to him. The blue creature exclaims. He grabs the monster by the body. He squeezes it with his hand. The main character suddenly opens his eyes. He jumps out of bed. The picture shows Shinji in the form of a girl. The heroine with long hair gets out of bed. Her lips shine red. He looks in the mirror and realizes that he is in the form of a girl. The main character smirks with a serious look. Shinji forms red magic in his hands, stating that his strength has not diminished. He stands in front of the jar, realizing that he has lost something more worthy. It is explained that he received a drug for euthanasia. He recalls himself in bed and realizes that he initially thought that the transformation was so painful because his spiritual power had risen to the 5th rank. He clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that from what Ren and Yuan had told him, they were both only experiencing slight discomfort, and Yuan was feeling a slight headache and weakness in his body. The picture shows these characters. He understands that their symptoms are minor because they have little spiritual energy. Shinji holds a red bird in his hands and realizes that he has understood half of the rules of this transformation, because the carrier affects not only gender but also spiritual strength, so euthanasia pills would not help. The heroine changes clothes, thinking that if the soul was originally male, it can only be returned to the original body through the death of the current one, and it is necessary to return to the previous body as soon as possible. The girl combs her hair, saying that Yuan's abilities are below average, but he can still help. Shinji sighs, feeling that his clothes are tight. The protagonist silently looks forward. He holds his chest and says that he cannot accept them. All the assistants are standing in the doorway. The protagonist is interested in what they are looking at. Yen, AI and Sun hug the owner and shout that she is very beautiful. He realizes that it is better to immediately contact a special department. Against the background of a skyscraper, the interlocutor declares that this is a ghost. They ask him what is wrong with his voice. Shinji explains that the carrier, specifying whether they received information about him. Akiji is displeased to ask what he got into his net. He laughingly asks to send a photo for evaluation. The main character stands in a cloak and declares that after this oddity the soul also changes gender, asking if there are any holes in the rules and whether it is possible to get out of this state. He is told that at the moment there is no information about how to transform the soul. Ian smilingly asks the grinning Shinji to enjoy life, because now he can make extra money. While asking to turn on the video, he agrees. The surprised guy looks at the smartphone screen together with Akiji. The picture shows a smiling girl who asks if he is happy. He smilingly says that maybe the bones will help him. The picture shows a cube. He explains that as in the case of the faces, he would get one of 6 numbers, and if he throws from 1 to 3 then nothing will change. But if from 4 to 6 then he will get promotion, and at the next stage you need to throw a certain number. If another then he will die, and even taking into account his strength, you can win. The main character thoughtfully says that it turns out that if you throw the correct number then you can make a wish, specifying what will happen if it cannot be fulfilled. He is told that all 6 faces will show death. Akiji tells the ghost that in the future he will be supported. She asks whether to send a person. He answers whether he can apply for an attribute not related to the mission. Akiji with a grin says that everything is possible. The main character looks questioningly. Assistants surrounded the owner. The main character realizes that after the change of gender the attitude towards him has changed for the better. But in any case he needs to find the oddity. 10 minutes later Shinji opens the door and says come in. Sherry and Yubai smile and exclaim about the surprise. Shinji seriously asks that she came too. She hands over the cube and declares that they will not touch the president. Sherry stands opposite and explains that she really wants him to touch her, but she understands everything. He in turn suggests that they stop talking about it already. He looks down and thinks that these are the dice. The protagonist notices something. He sees Sherry and Yubai, realizing that since he changed his gender, not only the oddities but also the people from the department, as well as these two, are infatuated with him, and this is some kind of strange fanaticism. The protagonist demands that they show the back of their hands. They show him and he says that apparently it is not necessary to touch him. Shinji throws the glasses and asks them to put them on, because most likely they just need to look into his eyes to fall under the influence of the oddity, and it is better to ask others about the state later. He holds the cube in his hands. The protagonist thinks about his wish. The cube falls to the floor and rolls to the side. The number 5 appears on the edge. It turns into a red cube with the words death written on it. Shinji thinks that it is written on all the edges and that it probably won't work and that he will have to die once. Shinji is on one knee and understands that if he can't return to his previous form, he can try to touch another infected person. The protagonist turns around and with a serious face demands that he leave because he needs to rest. He silently looks at the dice. He throws them up and declares his desire to transform. The cube turns red with death edges. The protagonist starts to fall in shock. He is surprised to see a flying cube with death edges. Shinji is lying near a bloody wall. It is written that he was affected by the dice, and the remaining days of life are 99. The cube turns to the side near his hand. Shinji with red eyes doesn't understand why it doesn't work. He talks to Yuan on the phone about him giving him all the investigation materials. Shinji grits his teeth in rage and declares that he wants to get this oddity. The protagonist sat on the couch, legs crossed, talking on the phone with an assistant who said that he had just received messages from the Observer Association and offered to listen to them. Bo held the phone to his ear and imagined a glowing silhouette of an elf, saying that all the infected had one thing in common: they all played the Dragon's Dream game. He added that the game had a gender change function, as well as a non-player character in the form of an elf who would help change the gender of your character for in-game currency. But in the last few days there was a chance to change gender for free. Shinji narrowed his eyes angrily. imagining the elf from that dream through his bangs. The assistant from the department held the phone and calmly said that as soon as he entered the game, the elf disappeared and now there is no gender change function. The protagonist in the form of a brunette got up from the couch and asked when the elf disappeared. Bo replied that he asked an old player, and he answered that about 9 days ago. The traveler asked if he had found the game developer company and asked to write down all the reincarnated people, as the security department should look into this matter. The department assistant raised his eyebrows in exclamation, as he had gotten an idea. Shinji looked through his bangs with displeasure, holding the phone, and asked how long Bo had been working and heard the answer of 6 months, realizing that this was his first time conducting an investigation. Bo imagined a crowd of people with glowing symbols on their faces, and said that he would go to the game company, as he needed to find out more. He also added that although this oddity was not capable of harming people, it still had an effect, and not always in a positive way, as their city was quite densely populated, and he believed that chaos could soon begin. The traveler put on dark glasses over his eyes and asked the assistant to hurry up with the investigation and obtain information. The protagonist, in the form of a brunette, looked intently through his glasses and asked his assistant to choose the most attractive girls and guys who had changed their gender, because he wanted to ask a few questions. After 3 hours, it was a special department where the door opened. A man and a woman were sitting opposite each other, seeing the leaked light. Shinji entered the room, holding the frightened girl with his hand, and asked her not to interfere. The protagonist stood calmly and looked at the people on the sofas, noting that his colleagues reported that these guys were not very eloquent, and wanted to discuss everything with them personally. These guys looked at the gentleman who entered with smirks, who said that he wanted to warn them that they would be punished for every lie. The protagonist arrogantly squinted through his glasses. The blonde stood up from the sofa, straightening her hair, smirking along with her comrade. She stretched her hand in front of her face and was going to send him a kiss in response to his question. At that very moment, she received a juicy slap in the face. This girl with splashes of blood flew to the side. The main character stretched out his hand to the side with a red whip and asked the assistant to remove this girl who fell on the floor. Shinji with long black hair looked at the frightened guys and said that now it's their turn. He began to walk towards the frightened girl, carrying a whip with him, and added that he did not know why they hid the information, but in order to continue a normal life they better answer. He took a red whip in the form of a demon and said that if they continue to lie, then everything will be bad. The man and the girl sat on the floor and cried tears. Skaz said that they will answer him all the questions. The main character began to walk forward. He sat on a chair while the guys were kneeling on the floor and added that after the gender change they felt how charming they were and asked about who they talked to after the gender change and what happened. The brunette sadly recalled how he went to school and was wary of everyone, noting that after the sex change he acquired an attractive male appearance. But he always sat at home, as it was very stressful, and the next day, he discovered that something was happening to the eyes of people looking at him. He looked down and remembered how 3 big guys looked at him sarcastically and flirted with him, explaining that if he became a man, he attracted not only girls, but also guys. He remembered how he sat on the bed with these 3 men, scared, and explained that he told his girlfriends everything, but they considered him a fool, and then they also became men. Shinji looked at the crying guy with bewilderment, who explained that at first these guys wanted to play with him, but after the sex change everything worked out. The brunette in the role of the senior programmer with tears in her eyes held the knees of the protagonist, who asked if it was his fault that the non-game character disappeared. She explained that she also had to go through a lot, and she did not know what happened, since the elf simply evaporated. She remembered how she cried tearfully surrounded by slyly smiling men, because she suffered so much from colleagues, and the saddest and most disgusting thing for her was only that after they themselves became girls everyone lost interest in her. The protagonist frowned intently through his bangs and realized that these guys really were not lying and asked when all this happened. The guys were sitting on their knees in front of Mr. Ghost, when the guy said that he reincarnated as a man 9 days ago, and literally a couple of days ago everything returned to normal. The brunette answered that she became a girl 6 days ago, and 3 days ago everything was as usual. Shinji scratched his head, getting ready to get up, because he realized. He stood calmly in front of the happy guys, and explained that they can go as they answered everything correctly. The guy and the girl looked timidly and surprised at the gentleman who turned away and asked if they could leave now. The brown-haired girl was about to leave and looked back in surprise. The guy shyly approached the protagonist and was about to exchange numbers with him. The girl was horrified and shocked, raising her eyebrows. With a demonic appearance, the protagonist looked away and told them to run away from here. The girl grabbed the guy and began to quickly drag him out of the room, but he resisted. The main character adjusted his glasses, closing his eyes, and now he understood everything. He took off his glasses with a grin and realized that the reason no one noticed the difference in their gender change was because everyone was under an illusion. The main character in the form of a girl touched his lips and realized that in his body sits, this is power. On his palm there was a cut in the form of lips, and he communicated with him that he should not worry, because he will not catch it quickly. He began to reach his palm with an aura to his face to use this power. In the office on the shelves there were photos of Akiji with colleagues, and Shinji asked her if she thought that looking through the slit could somehow be connected with a sexual carrier. They sat opposite each other at the table, and the girl asked if there were already solutions, and they were. The protagonist in black glasses and a hat said that if he looked directly at people, they would also be infected. Through his gaze, he needed a death row prisoner to check everything. A moment later, the protagonist began to beat the prisoner with glasses with a baton, and said that he would beat him first, then force him to look straight into his eyes. He remembered how a bunch of black hands were reaching out to the frightened elf, since a similar technique had already been used against the girl from the afterlife, and he thought that the strangeness of looking through the slit would be very useful against their current opponent. Akiji looked through the long hair with a cold-blooded look and asked if Shinji could handle it, since if he fell into the field of view of this strangeness, he would most likely hallucinate and die in agony. Mr. Ghost through the long hair, tilted his head and said that he had changed. The protagonist adjusted his glasses with a smile and asked if Akiji had fallen under his charm. The girl frowned in displeasure. The brunette playfully looked into the eyes of her colleague, who told her to get out, because she would send the photos later and asked not to show them to others. Shinji replied that in any case, she shouldn't get her hopes up too much, because otherwise she would have to change her gender too. Akiji looked at the protagonist who said goodbye to her with embarrassed displeasure. The protagonist held a photo of Scoop lying on the table. Yen looked at his photo coldly. While Shinji was wiping his baton, Yen threw the photo away with displeasure, when the main character noted that it took him an effort to get this photo. The ghost took off his black glasses and asked Yen if he saw something strange in his eyes. The brunette held Yen in her hands with trepidation. Scoop opened his eye and reached out with his hands to his mother. He saw in front of him how this little eye with a bunch of his comrades was enveloping the body of the master, who asked him to help, to figure it all out, because everything would depend on him and wanted to see who would survive, because if Yen died, he would not resurrect him. These black eyes were enveloping the face with the symbolic eyes of the master. These were 2 red circles with symbols of different genders. Then these were 2 glowing symbols of different genders. Suddenly, a small glowing excited elf appeared among them. A bunch of black streams of eyes stretched from the face of the protagonist. Shinji held his face, throwing his head back, looking at the ghosts. He held his face and his eyes were overflowing with small eyes. Suddenly, the silhouette of a glowing running elf appeared. This red eye with black hands was trying to reach the running blue elf. This small blue elf was trying to run away, turning around. Suddenly, his ghost appeared right in front of a huge red eye. The glowing ghost opened its mouth in horror and screamed. The silhouette of the floor was visible in the protagonist's black eyes. Yen flew out of Shinji's eye along with the glowing elf. Eyes tried to hold the fleeing elf while the master held his face. The main character angrily raised his hands to his chest, looking at the symbol of the floor, and realized that no changes had occurred, and at least now he would not infect anyone. Eyes opened his mouth wide and was going to eat the blue elf after the order. He immediately swallowed this elf with appetite. Then the black monster held his full belly, raising his head. He held his belly and grinned, spreading his legs. Red needles in a necklace glowed on Shinji's chest. The brunette looked sadly at the floating necklace with red sparks because the strangeness of the sexual carrier was obtained and the points will be credited in 3 days, and he assumed that it would take so long to return to normal life, and it was too long. A crowd of people were watching the live report on the TV on the building, which said that a virus leaked from a research institute. But now the government took everything under personal control and there are already medicines, as Shinji began to understand that the special department had already prepared all the necessary documentation to give a reasonable explanation for the virus. It was an alley of a street where all the people were picking on each other, trying to harass or vice versa, and the ghost understood that although the change of gender does not have a negative impact on people's lives, society has begun to change, and according to statistics, the crime rate is increasing, and the department can no longer cope with detaining people. He realized that although the problems of the public security department did not concern him, he wanted to quickly return to his previous body, and once these idiots transformed, he could get legend points. He stared back at the sounds from the door. Yubai was standing at the door with a frightened and trembling look, because she also changed gender. The protagonist looked at Yubai's bashful look and asked me what she was doing. The protagonist coolly pointed his finger at the girl's timid look and explained that from today on, she should join the team to try to get rid of her problem, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was glad to meet her. The girl grabbed her head in horror, experiencing great pressure from the president, who wanted her to accumulate spiritual power and rise to rank 3 within 3 days. The protagonist with the image of a demon held a small chess figurine in his hands and realized that the sexual carrier had spent too much of his time, and he tried to ignore it, but it didn't work, so because of all this chaos, AI didn't get her points, and now it was time to look for new oddities. 3 days later, the protagonist opened the long curtains and met a clear day, rejoicing in his appearance. Shinji leaned on the windowsill and looked out the window at the city, because he was glad that he had returned. He imagined the symbol of gender in Yan's eyes and realized that this monster was now using the sexual carrier for his own purposes. Yubai looked tensely at Bo in female form, because she received the code name of the Shadow, and began to work with her in a team. The protagonist sat in the shadows and happily leaned his hand on his head, because as for Yubai, he believed that the girl could quickly reach rank 3. A Chinese girl walked in a provincial street of the city. The president decided to call the headman. The police surrounded the house and asked people passing by about what happened. The class monitor stood in the center of attention and explained that the director asked to call him because there was an accident in the secret room at the festival. The main character frowned slightly when he heard about the secret room. 2 Chinese people were guarding the magical entrance to the house, and the class monitor explained that yesterday at noon, 10 students decided to recheck the readiness of the room and wanted to rehearse there and finished preparing. But after they entered, no one saw them again, and the teacher also went after them, but disappeared. Shinji calmly turned away from the window and understood everything. A magical dark veil was enveloping the entire city, and the class monitor explained that in order to make the festival more extensive, 2 classes occupied 2 free classrooms on the 4th floor of the Western Building, since the Western Building was originally intended for third-year students, but due to the reconstruction and expansion of the academy, this building was rarely used. The police were guarding the building from students and asked them not to go behind the fence. Detectives were looking for various clues and traces of the crime on the ground, because after the incident the Western Building was blocked off and the Department of Public Security intervened. They were curious about what could have happened, how they disappeared. The protagonist in a black cloak raised his hand over the frightened girl, who explained that a gang of kidnappers was involved. He looked closely through his bangs and realized that it looked like the measures were taken in a timely manner, and did not think that a gang was involved in this case, because due to the appearance of the oddity, their number had noticeably decreased. Shinji walked around the fence, was going to enter this building, explained the phrase, "The security department intervened, then everything will be fine soon." The brunette's eyes bulged in surprise, looking at the president. The protagonist with a sly grin looked back, getting ready to enter. The girl wished him luck and he closed his eyes, lowering his head. He began to walk forward into the dark space of the building. 2 guards exchanged grimacing glances. The security department was in the building at that moment, and was about to stop the protagonist, who said his ghost code name. He began to climb the stairs and saw a web when he heard a voice saying that he had not been seen for a long time. He climbed the stairs while a girl stood around the corner and asked if the class president was his girlfriend. The protagonist's black shadow walked past the stranger in the hallway and asked who she was. The girl in a school uniform crossed her arms against the wall and explained that her code name was Anna and she was a member of the International Special Department. The girl with green hair stood in a playful pose and added that she was also a transfer student. The girl started to get angry and clench her fists from Shinji's mockery that she was an international specialist, but preferred to stand here and was afraid to go in, to which she replied that she had only just come here. The protagonist started to enter the room, removing the barrier tapes, and told the girl that whoever hits the ghost gets all the resources, because besides, he was here to conduct research on the change of God. His foot squeezed through the magic door. He entered the room with the girl, and they were irradiated into other shadows. They were in an empty classroom and wondered if their spiritual power was saved, however, it remained blocked. A terrible face of an old man with glasses appeared, who told the children that the lesson would start soon. It was an empty classroom with a TV and a teacher in it, who asked the children to return and take their seats. With their heads down, Anna and Shinji started walking towards the classroom, realizing that this was no ordinary oddity, since the pressure was too strong, and he thought that his level was about the same as his demonic neighbor Komatsu. They sat down next to each other at the desk, and the spotlights were shining on them, while the president was thinking about how this man had tricked the observers into his nets, and it was necessary to break him and restrain him as quickly as possible. He looked angrily with glowing eyes through his bangs. The teacher on the TV spread his hands, and smiled maliciously. Suddenly, his grimace began to get excited and changed with the sounds. The guys stared at the TV, as something unusual was happening there. The inscription appeared, "Welcome everyone, they will start soon." The protagonist and the girl looked forward with anger, and heard a voice saying that they needed to listen carefully. Drops of red blood began to fill the entire room with them, and the voice said that it would be necessary to wash away all of Xiaoming's blood. But why? Anna immediately jumped up from her desk, slammed her hands on the table and asked why this should be done, because no one died and what did all this mean? The voice explained that the answers to the clues could only be the words yes and no, and there were about 3 minutes left to answer them. The main character sat at the desk and calmly asked whether this man was a murderer and heard the answer, no, and then asked whether this man died in an accident. The voice answered yes, and Shinji realized that this Xiaoming had crashed, that he had most likely jumped from a height. He imagined how a black spirit was chasing this man up the stairs and added that they were most likely monsters. Anna raised her hand in admiration and answered that Ming had to run up the stairs, so he broke the rules, and then fell on the playground. The whole room was covered in a red aura, and a voice was heard saying that the answer was incomplete and they were due to be punished. The boys raised their heads to the collapsing ceiling. The girl angrily bulged her eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly, a girl with a bloodthirsty face flew out of the ceiling. This girl plopped down on the floor, raising a cloud of dust in the room. Anna looked at the twisted puppet girl in a cloud of dust. This girl opened her mouth wide in horror. Anna bulged her eyes through her bangs in bewilderment. This monster girl stretched out her hands and flew towards Anna. The girl from the department grabbed the back of the chair and jumped into the air. She flew up in the air, holding onto the chair, trying to hit the monster. The stranger raised her gaze upward. Anna pressed the monster to the floor with all her might with the chair. She looked down with demonic glowing eyes and malice. Then she looked away. Her silhouette looked at the image of the main character and asked him if he was really not afraid or angry at all, because she killed his classmate. Shinji looked at her from under his brows with cold blood and asked her to look again. The leg of the chair was stuck into the brunette's effigy, and he added that she did not kill a person, because it was just an effigy created by the students to instill more fear. Anna looked down with disdain and was perplexed. The office door opened and blue smoke appeared. The dissatisfied girl kept her hands on her belt and left the room. The brunette watched as Anna's silhouette disappeared into the portal. He also walked forward on the tiles. The main character entered the medical room, where there were dummies of people. He began to walk forward with a sad look and realized that there were no rules, no hints. At least he did not feel any danger yet. It was a dummy of a bald man with big lips. This dummy looked away. Mr. Ghost closed his eyes when this dummy tried to pounce on him bloodthirstily. Without hesitation, Shinji kicked this dummy. This dummy began to crumble, and a screaming silhouette of a man appeared there. The dummy of a man flew to the floor and began to crumble. At the end of this dummy, an unconscious guy was visible, who was on the verge. The main character held this guy by the leg, trying to free him, realizing that the tissue and skin had already begun to merge with the doll, and apparently, less than 24 hours had passed. He immediately slapped this guy and tried to bring him to his senses. The man began to come to his senses and slowly open his eyes. Shinji hugged the frightened boy, holding his head, because he thought that he was about to be killed, although the gentleman was interested in what he saw. This frightened guy was excited, his eyes bulged, and he screamed that he saw a man with a beak. He remembered a huge web and a tarantula in the night window of the building. At that moment, his shadow ran along the corridor. A moment later, it was already an empty corridor, visible from the window. A shadow of death with a beak flew after him. The demon's legs came off the ground. Anna ran with all her might along the corridor, when the shadow was chasing her. The girl, gritting her teeth, continued to run with an angry look. This demon lowered his sharp scythe to the floor. In the corridor there was a huge shadow of death with a green aura. This monster with a beak opened his mouth in amazement. A black line of light flashed through space. Anna looked back excitedly, through her back. She jumped off the ground with her hands. Then, in a deft somersault, she dodged the swing of the scythe and understood that she could not die here. She bulged her eyes, flying past the green raven. Under the bright light of the moon, a black raven appeared. Anna in memories. She looked straight at it. She saw a mummy, bloodthirstily opening its mouth. It was a huge building, where a bunch of ghosts were visible and a slogan was shouted about how to live like an outstanding person and die like a hero. A bunch of ghosts in a green aura were visible with bloodthirsty grins. Under the green color of the moon, a black raven flew. A bloody feather fell to the ground. The dim light of the moon fell into the lab assistant's office. A girl with a severed arm sat in this office full of blood. She sighed heavily through her long bangs. Then Anna looked away angrily. She stood by the door and trembled all over, realizing that she was in the lab. Then her exhausted silhouette began to emit a green aura to grow a new arm. Her hand began to appear in green flames. On the TV, above the flasks, there was a sign that the lab belonged to an unknown person and students should not conduct experiments here without the presence of a teacher. It was strange for her, because it should be some kind of hint, and it seemed that the words were crossed out for a reason and it would be better for her not to touch anything. She was going to leave the lab through the doors and realized that they did not open when she saw the black silhouette of a raven and realized that even if she left here, there was a high probability that she would encounter strange things. She walked around the office while her regenerated Anna hand glowed with a green aura. Excited, she looked back. She held her hand in horror and looked around the office full of drops of blood. She sighed heavily, leaning on the table, and realized that God had blessed her, but she had to hurry, and if she stayed here, she would turn into a timid one with a hand. She imagined an indignant groundhog with a malicious grin, and thought about why she still had not learned to transform. She leaned her elbow on the table, touching the flask. Suddenly, the flask began to crack from her awkward movement of the elbow. She bared her teeth in horror, looking at the cracked flask, and realized that she had touched it accidentally, and the idiotic rules had been broken. Her eyes widened when a black silhouette of a demon appeared behind her, who declared that the student who violated the instructions should receive punishment. Anna looked back in horror. This raven demon with glowing green eyes explained that the lab was ready to conduct research. Anna's silhouette began to stir, looking up. This huge raven grabbed the girl's hand. He began to squeeze it tightly, causing the girl to pout. In his other hand, he held a red onion emitting green gusts, and explained that it was unlikely that the girl would be able to escape. He immediately began to chop the onion on the table and decided to teach Anna a lesson, and then examine it. He began to cut a square on the onion with the tip of a knife. Then, using tweezers, he tore off a small square of the onion. Then this demon dipped the onion in a special liquid. Then he placed this onion with the liquid on a special glass. Then, using a microscope, he was going to examine the material. Then the raven in his mask began to peer into the eyepiece and tried to understand what the girl could do. He saw a black hair under the microscope. In this lab, there was a human spine and skull, and Shinji was trying to find out everything from the guy. But he did not want to die. The main character coldly held the collar of a frightened guy. This student held the main character on his knees and realized that he had to save him and help Lele, because she was his classmate. Shinji understood that this oddity changed a person's consciousness, forcing him to attack others, but he did not understand whether this meant that there was no danger for him. He remembered how the leg of a chair pierced the effigy of this girl, and he realized that the secret room had greatly affected Anna because she was very afraid, but he did not feel fear and could only feel disdain. Then he remembered how the silhouette of that same guy appeared with this mummy, and it seemed to him that the infirmary would be the safest place. But if it were not for him, this man would also have died and assumed that the matter was in his heart. He coldly arrogantly looked through his bangs and thought about Lele. The excited Ming bulged his eyes, looking at Shinji, who asked him to tell about everything. This frightened student explained that he didn't really know anything and came here because he wanted to check if everything was ready to start, and there were only 10 people, not counting him and Lele. He recalled hiding in the closet with the dummies until the girl came out, explaining that he didn't know what happened shortly after they arrived and whether he remembered Lele asking him to hide in the closet of the infirmary while she went to open the room. He recalled frantically peeking out of the door of the infirmary, explaining that there was a sign with rules on the door of this room, which said that it was safe there. He looked out of the crack in horror, seeing a green light and a demon, and didn't know exactly how much time passed, but then a man with a beak came. This demon in a raven mask peered through the crack at the frightened guy. The protagonist held the sign in his hands, examining it, and the guy tried to continue talking about what happened next, but Mr. Ghost realized that he only saw part of the rules. The protagonist held a sign in his hands with the description that the infirmary is the safest place. Then he turned the sign over. It said that the infirmary would not interfere with his view, and added that the guy had been here for over an hour, so the rules did not apply to him. He coolly began to leave the office, holding the crying guy by the hand, and said that they needed to continue their dialogue, because according to the rules, a person with a beak is a teacher. Then he let go of the student's hand. This guy plopped down near the chest of drawers, and the brunette explained that if he was so afraid of dying, then he would just sit there. The main character, with a cold-blooded look, recalled that very raven's gaze and added, "Did this comrade think that this demon would consider him dead and just leave?" This guy angrily clenched his teeth. The student immediately stood face to face to Sasha and inquired about the rumors that had reached them about his club and asked him about superpowers, something like cheats. In response to this, the main character only smirked and believed that the guy had guessed. He was about to turn around right away, stepping over his feet, and added that there was not much time, and if this guy did not follow his every step, he risked getting lost. Shinji stood in a magical red stencil when this student ran after him. The main character looked back coolly and wanted to say something. Joyful Ming raised his eyebrows, hearing about what his Lele looked like. The main character crossed his arms in confusion, and was about to recall the image of this girl through the papers. The student noticed that this girl was interested in urban legends, and even applied to join his club several times. It was a gloomy corridor with stairs and drops of blood. A black shadow was thrown onto the steps leading down. The frightened boy hid behind the main character's cloak and asked where they would look for Lele, but no one knew. Shinji immediately froze, sensing the shadow of a raven behind him, hearing that this girl was not so on the second floor that she should go to the first. This raven saw Shinji start to run down the stairs. The ghost lord looked back in cold blood. This demon swung his sharp scythe at the boys. The protagonist grabbed this guy by the body. The demon with the scythe missed, because the protagonist picked up the guy and started to run, realizing that this man was the demon's target. The frightened boy looked excitedly at the cold-blooded look of his savior, who was going to clarify something with him. They ran down the stairs after the protagonist, who asked if this man with a beak was a teacher and whether he went into the secret room with them. The boy answered that it was not him. The dim light enveloped the stairs and railings, and Shinji said that something was definitely wrong here, because initially these masks appeared due to the emergence of the plague, and then the famous Reaper of Death began to use it, and everything was somehow too inappropriate and strange. The main character excitedly climbed the steps of the stairs and realized that the demon was walking slowly, as if crawling. In addition, the attack speed was also low. The brown-haired man looked in surprise at the cold-blooded image of the savior who saw the ghost of the raven, who thought that, apparently, this image was not connected with the teacher after all and hoped that the guy had a good reaction. Mr. Ghost grabbed his cloak and said, "The demon raven definitely came out to the wrong person." He bloodthirstily threw off his cloak and began to coldly attack to kill this raven. The boy caught this cloak in his hands in amazement, and heard that he would now be given a task. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped off the ladder. The guy on the ground widened his eyes, looking at what was happening. Shinji's glowing silhouette hovered above the demon, and explained that the guy should not fall for the raven's trap. Mr. Ghost jumped on the raven and tried to strangle it. He grabbed the raven's neck tightly with his hands and tried to strangle it. The protagonist pressed tightly against the monster's neck and tried to knock it down. Then he covered the raven's mask with his hands, trying to crumble it. Suddenly, dark green tentacles began to embrace the protagonist. Being bound in these magical tentacles, he continued to smile and rejoice. The raven's silhouette began to completely fill the enemy's silhouette. The cloaked student fell to his knees, looking at the transformation of this raven with Shinji. Suddenly, the demon's hand began to swell. Then this raven began to transform and swell with a red aura. At that moment, the image of the raven burst. The black legs of the main character appeared. Shinji was holding his chest with a tired look. He looked at how this silhouette of a demon was lying on the ground. Suddenly, this ghost immediately resurrected with a green aura. It was a dark corridor with a glimmer of light. The protagonist grabbed the hand of the frightened guy and began to run away from the raven with him. They ran along the corridor and were going to turn right. Then they closed the door in the office. Shinji looked back coldly behind his back. They saw another raven in this office, who was conducting a test on a body. They saw a human body full of blood on the table. The main character narrowed his eyes angrily and asked his comrade to shut up, suggesting that Anna could have died. An amulet suddenly lit up on his chest and a description of the third rule appeared, that the teacher must monitor discipline during the lesson, and after them ensure the safety of each student. They stood in the vast corridor and watched the raven's tests over the body, trying to understand what it meant and what time it was. It began to dawn on him that classes must be going on and Anna had violated discipline, for which she was killed, and as for safety after classes, he didn't quite understand the meaning. He stared through his long bangs and thought about the need to conduct an experiment. He pointed his finger at the microscope and asked the frightened student to stand next to him. Shinji kept his hands in his pants when he saw the silhouette of the raven and explained that he had already started choosing things to dissect them with. If they didn't do it, if he didn't believe, then he could continue to stand. With a malicious smile, he held the frightened student by the head and explained that he wouldn't catch him anyway, unlike him. There was a sign with the description that a method for staying in the game in the lab had been obtained. A reward had been received. Lele were in room 304 after leaving the lab. They had to carry it to the next classroom. The student's eyes widened in anger, and he gritted his teeth when he heard his savior behind him say that no one would kill him right away, because he needed to conduct an experiment anyway, and he would be there if something happened. The student gritted his teeth in anticipation. He immediately rushed forward. With a scream, he lay down on the experiment table in front of the raven and surrendered to fate. The protagonist immediately rushed forward. Shinji jumped on the table and playfully looked at the raven, greeting him and saying that the teacher was very busy and offered to help him. The raven looked at the man in bewilderment, realizing that the spiritual power had managed to recover by this time. The demon pointed his finger at the sharp knives and realized that he was being offered to take a sample. At this time, the student lay convulsively on the table, while Shinji grabbed the knife, and dreamed that the scalpel was in someone else's blood and did not want to allow infection. Then the demon snapped his fingers and pointed to the sink, hinting that it was necessary to wash. The protagonist immediately turned on the faucet with black water. The student frantically watched the protagonist washing the knife. Then the guy suddenly exclaimed, his eyes bulging. He saw a microscope in front of him with an eye staring at him. Mr. Ghost put the knife on the microscope, standing at the table and hearing the screams of his name. Black tentacles crawled out of the microscope towards the face of the guy, who was told not to move. Through tears and pain, his body began to be absorbed by this black energy of monsters. Shinji held this huge microscope with his hand. The protagonist began to twist the switches and the table began to stir. Holding onto the microscope, Yen absorbed this student, as if saving him. The entire office immediately lit up with a green light. A system message appeared on the board that this was the 7th rule. School supplies are very dangerous and students should not touch them without the teacher's permission. This microscope stood on the table with a bunch of flasks and test tubes, while Shinji was thinking about the fact that there were new rules for this class, because he did not expect any others, because apparently Anna broke the 7th rule, for which she was punished, and he only took advantage of Yan's help in working with the microscope. He stood at the table calmly, looking at the microscope and assumed that the monster did not consider him as food because he did not break the rules. This eyeball stared ahead, absorbing the silhouette of the guy. Shinji was thinking about how now it was necessary to prevent this guy from going crazy, and this was boring him. He cast a piercing glance through his bangs. He calmly looked at the silhouette of the crow, hovering above him, and declared that the microscope was dirty. The main character held onto the microscope, realizing that this demon would not kill for no reason, so he had time. He immediately hugged the microscope with a sly smile when he was given the command to take another one. He immediately flew out of the office, throwing the doors open. He looked back at the distorted environment of the office in bewilderment, and realized that it was a spatial distortion. Suddenly, a ringing sound was heard through the loudspeaker on the wall. A portal appeared right in front of the protagonist, which began to suck in everything around him, and he assumed that it was a hallucination or he broke the rules. He saw closed doors in front of him, distorted by the environment. A system message appeared congratulating him that he had left the laboratory office. Now he could familiarize himself with the 6 rules. He stood in the corridor as Yen spat out this saved student, and wondered where such generosity with the 6 rules came from. They were transferred to the 3rd floor of the academic building. The guy held his savior's hand and they walked down the hallway, realizing that classes were held and ended here, and the bell meant the end of classes, but for all the time they were walking here they had not met anyone. They saw room 304 in front of them. Shinji, looking sad, opened the door, hearing from the rescued man that he had not taken anything, since he had been hiding the whole time. His shadow enveloped the room full of frightened students. The students sat with their hands folded behind their desks. A scream of Lele's name was heard, and how this girl with a smiling monster appeared inside. A glowing demon crawled out of this girl and the guy immediately hid, realizing that it was no longer a classmate. It was a bloodthirsty smiling ghost with long claws, who ran to attack. Shinji ran to attack. The main character with a deft movement immediately cut off the ghost's head. The evaporating head flew past the loudspeaker, from which a voice could be heard that Lele was not in room 304. On the TV next to the loudspeaker, Rule 8 appeared, which said that there were no mirrors in the toilet, but if they saw one, they must leave immediately. Rule 9 said that there should be no sounds in the broadcast room except for the bells, and if they heard another sound, they must go to the room and close it. Mr. Ghost looked at the student holding his head and told him to go to the toilet. The guy went into schizophrenia, holding his head, because he thought about this student. In this room there were a bunch of bloody corpses of students, and he remembered that Lele told him to leave. It was a toilet with a bunch of mirrors, and one of them was dirty. 2 black shadows appeared at the entrance to the toilet. In this toilet there was a girl in a red dress and heels. At that moment, the wounded Anna was hiding in the toilet, radiating energy and sighing. She cast a dissatisfied glance at the door, seeing red heels. 2 gloomy glances of people were looking at her. The girl cast an angry glance from under her brows. She raised her gaze and saw ghosts with a long neck, who were grinning and were going to eat her. She immediately held her newly acquired hand with a smile. These smiling grimaces were slightly puzzled. Anna immediately flew to the attack and beat these faces. She raised her hands up, trying to tear off 2 heads at the same time. She hit these 2 faces with each other. Sounds and claps were heard from the toilet. The entire wall and ceiling began to collapse. Anna pressed 2 heads to the wall and smiled. She smiled maliciously, holding the transformed heads in her hands, while managing to joke about the situation. She spread her arms to the side and began to draw in clots of energy. The main character knocked on the door. He was carrying the guy's body on his shoulder and saw Anna in front of him, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He held the guy's body with a sad face and thought that close to the regenerative ability of resurrection, the girl can also directly absorb energy to strengthen her body, and this was an interesting department for him. He also thought that if the international ones specially do everything of this level, then you need to be more careful. The girl playfully adjusted her tie and smiling, replied that she delivered it straight here, while Shinji thought about the fact that she had a mocking softness and fear of cruelty, like a typical stereotype about foreigners. He immediately began to leave, and the girl followed him, asking about what rules he saw and wanted to discuss it. She frowned angrily and remembered the 7th rule, about the school supplies that were dangerous, and said that she had also studied the 8th. The brunette stared at the surprised girl and realized that the mirror had disappeared and explained that he already had these rules, as well as 1 through 9, except for 6. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, pointing his finger at the body, replying that he had managed to find so many rules because of the voice on the radio, but the guy was talking nonsense. They looked at each other's faces, and the girl asked why he had grabbed this guy, whom she considered just extra weight. They immediately exclaimed, hearing the ringing from the radio, that it was time to end classes. Silhouettes of hypnotized students began to crawl out of the doors. They went outside, when suddenly all the students began to crawl out of the building and fall out of the windows. It was the square in front of the school, where a whole crowd of dead students was gathering. Shinji cast a keen glance to the side. He saw a little girl in glasses with a textbook in front of him. He immediately put his hand in front of the angry Anna and explained that this girl was dizzy, so he would like to take her to the medical office. He put the guy on the ground, While the girl was thinking that not everything was so simple here, and even after classes, a terrifying energy emanated from the laboratory. A whole crowd of students looked at the red moon and were hypnotized that everyone should repent. Suddenly, silhouettes of demonic crows appeared from a green cloud. These crows carried the girl's body, because it was a flag-raising ceremony with music. 2 black silhouettes watched what was happening from the balcony, and said that it was good that they managed to escape and there was a chance that Anna could also be executed. These crows raised the girl's body above their heads, because it was a sacrifice. The protagonist stood next to Anna and the other students, wondering if there were more dead people, because regardless of the amount of spiritual energy, there were other people here and it was all too strange. While they were watching from the balcony, the guy began to come to his senses. This girl was going to be hanged on a pole under the words of spells, that the wind is gloomy, and the water is icy and there is no more strong man, since they were left without a leader. This girl was immediately hung from a huge long pole. This excited, hypnotized guy was stunned next to his surprised comrades from what was happening. The protagonist immediately grabbed the crying guy by the head, hoping that he would not attract unnecessary attention. In the light of the red moon, the girl hung on a rope and asked her comrade to stay where he was, because it would be safe there, and she was about to be beheaded. The head of this girl immediately flew off with a smile. Her headless body hung on the pole. Her classmate was completely dumbfounded, looking through his fingers. He immediately jumped off the balcony with tears in his eyes, screaming the girl's name. He immediately plopped down on the ground. His hand touched a pool of blood and broken glasses. His bloody body lay on the ground, and everyone looked at it. Shinji and Anna watched what was happening from the balcony and understood that it was not worth talking. He stretched out his palm with yen and declared that there were no living beings here, and he meant that there were none here. A red veil of magical aura filled the entire area, and Anna began to understand that everyone here was fake, and tried to understand if there were any students here at all. The main character grinned maliciously, answering that he did not feel their presence, and the situation was difficult. He immediately turned around and began to leave without looking back, declaring that there were only illusions around and it was better to go straight to the broadcast room. They were transported to the broadcast room, where there were a bunch of glowing monitors and a bell was heard that the lesson was over and asking the students to come down. The door swung open and 2 black shadows appeared in the broadcast room. They began to walk forward one after another. Shinji immediately went to the monitor and smashed the control panel, listening to the continuing hum of the voice. He was clutching the torn wires of the dashboard in his hands. Then he stared at them, holding up the sparking wires, and said that the secret room was only scary and could hardly do anything more, thinking that the essence of the room was to solve mysteries. The girl looked back in the broadcast room, puzzled. A notification popped up in one of the monitors describing a dead game, and they realized that it was going to happen if they were not careful, they would die. A timer appeared, which went backwards. If they did not complete the tasks within the specified time, they would die. Anna playfully covered her mouth with her hand, smiling and saying that they needed to hurry, and in the meantime she would go look for other clues. The game icon of a silhouette of a face was visible in the monitor. Suddenly, this cartoonish face depicted Anna, and she realized that it was a copy. The main character coldly squinted his eyes through his bangs as the girl explained that she couldn't leave her fate in his hands and would do everything herself, to which he remarked, was she really going to fight fiercely? Suddenly, his eyes widened and he became wary. He saw huge cells with glowing bombs. He immediately grabbed a computer mouse. Congratulations appeared that he had done everything, but there were only 20 seconds left. The girl was shocked to see that she had received the reward, the key to the storage room. They were standing together in front of a monitor with a red screen. They saw in front of them a key to the storage room, worn out with duct tape. Shinji took this key in his hands in front of the girl's face and realized that there must be something important in this storage room, and this storage room was upstairs. Mr. Ghost looked at the blue monitors, imagining the raven and the dead guy's grin, realizing that it was strange, because regardless of the methods, people continued to die, but there was still a connection between the rules and the murders. They began to walk along the dark corridor behind the protagonist, who suggested that this could all be somehow connected with Lele. A dark form of a raven with green smoke and a scythe appeared. Shinji immediately took a fighting stance, spreading his cloak. In his palm, Yan's bright eye was visible. He immediately waved his hands and was going to cut the monsters in half. In a sharpened form, the same girl in glasses appeared. Anna immediately bulged her eyes, trying to think about the situation. She immediately began to transform her hands into praying mantis claws in a furious form. She immediately ran to attack in the bloodthirsty form of a half-mantis, hinting that this girl was the core of this room, and if they could kill her, they would be able to escape. The protagonist stood with a red aura, looking at the monster, and explained that it was impossible to kill her. A huge demon with a scythe stood opposite Shinji, who added that the girl's subconscious was fighting the strangeness. If she killed her, there would be consequences. Anna immediately asked what she should do in that case. This girl in the form of a demon swung her scythe, and Shinji told her to keep an eye on this monster, and he would go to the pantry and take a look. This demon began to fight Anna, swinging his scythe, adding that he was not the main target. The protagonist continued to run away on his own business while Anna was fighting, and he added that he believed that her abilities had almost recovered, and he ordered to show her the full power of the International Special Department. He playfully looked back, raised 2 fingers and said that they would meet in the storage room. Anna, gritting her teeth, held back the onslaught of the scythe with her praying mantis hands and asked to wait for her. The imprisoned girl and the demon puffed out her cheeks. Then she opened her mouth and spat out green web. A plate above the storage room appeared. A stream of air was coming from this room and the door. The protagonist inserted the key into the lock. Then he opened the doors and was going to go in. He immediately widened his eyes from what he saw. Right in front of him was a huge staircase leading in 2 directions, and he did not understand why everything here was as similar as in the hospital. The freed Anna was also going to go inside, seeing the stairs. She widened her eyes, staring ahead. The main character coldly looked back, seeing a black silhouette behind, which said that she would rather kill than go down after him. Shinji walked upside down the stairs to the magical stencil doors. He immediately opened the doors and a pink light irradiated his shadow. He saw huge lungs emitting bursts of energy in front of him and realized that this place was no better than a hospital. He stretched out his hand with his magic with a playful grin and tried to understand what happened to Lele. He directed this black stream at the man in the white cloak. It was a white-haired guy with a bloody mouth. A description of the rules about the Utopia Academy appeared, where there was a strange form of architecture, created from the memories and imagination of the student Lele. He could also meet certain fragments here that could increase their power and cause harm. On the table lay a piece of paper with a magical image of a face emitting a vortex of energy. The explanation said that he should use the student's notes to properly study and integrate into this world, observing all the rules, no matter how strange they were. A description of each of the rules of the Utopia Academy from 1 to 11 came out. It was an iron gate with a building shrouded in a purple cloud. This black form of a student held a textbook in her hands and an explanation that by chance she herself fell into her fantasies. Shinji, with a bloody mouth, coldly looked through his bangs and now understood where such strange feelings came from. He imagined this girl in half with the form of a raven, and realized that the strange rules were created by the consciousness of this girl, and that is why only she is able to slightly modify them and resist them. The system asked him if he wanted to replace his body, which corresponded to the lung organ that he already had. Right in front of him, a demonic book opened, in which he looked and understood that since he now had a heart of strangeness, he should not give up such a lung either, since the strangeness does not pose a threat to him, and all because of the heart. He lowered his head with a sly grin and realized that there was no longer a need to change organs, or was it worth it? He was holding a demonic book in his hands when a silhouette of a man flew up to him and explained that he wanted to use the space of the girl from the afterlife to delay the strangeness. The exchange was complete. He spread his arms to the side and began to transform. Because he received the Utopia Academy and various points, including 2 million points, enough to create a new legend. His silhouette appeared on a small white square. He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face and was going to create a key and an illusion, and turn this key to the office in the storeroom into an illusion of escape. Anna stood in a cloud of smoke and looked at the silhouette, Shinji, trying to understand if he could handle it. The brunette, cold-blooded, looked over his shoulder and answered in agreement, and explained that he was only sorry that he had not unlocked the last 2 rules. He immediately inserted the key into the lock with chains, while Anna asked him about whether the strangeness had managed to escape and what about the number of victims. The leader replied that he did not know, because it was necessary to wait for a more detailed investigation. The brunette closed his eyes when the girl entered through the gate after him. She frowned angrily from under her brows. They saw a huge city in front of them, standing in a cloud of dust. Anna considered it strange and noted that she would report this incident to the International Social Department. A day later, medics carried students out of the building on stretchers under everyone's gaze, and gave an explanation that the secret room had returned to normal. All the students and the teacher were found. They were sent to the hospital to be treated for carbon monoxide poisoning. Thanks to the special department, it was possible to prevent the spread of information. Akiji and Ian sat in the office in front of the authorities, reporting, because this was the only strange incident after which there were no real deaths. Anna excitedly led the meeting in the office, and all this was thanks to Lele. This girl with a bandaged head was lying on a pillow. Her condition was worse than the others, so she woke up only after 3 days. Of course, there were several questions for her that I would like to hear answers to, but this was a hospital. The main character pressed his lips, lowering his head, hearing the question that he was always considered strange, and tried to understand what was going on with him. Shinji pressed the girl to the door, holding her with his hand. He looked angrily at the girl near the door and said for the last time that even if he had some secrets, he had the right not to tell them and no international departments would force him. He looked at the angry girl with angry arrogance and explained that no matter how she doubted him, she still could not do anything, and if he had not gotten to the lab in time, she would hardly be here now. He immediately opened the door and decided to enter the room, leaving her. Anna looked angrily through the closing door. Shinji entered Leilei's room. The brunette sat on the bed and looked at the guest with bewilderment, who realized that due to her immunity to strangeness, she experienced more pain than everyone else, and it seemed that she did not remember what happened. Mr. Ghost squinted through his bangs and realized that in any case, the girl definitely deserved admiration. Leilei immediately put on her glasses. Shinji pointed his finger while standing in front of the frightened girl, who was able to recognize him. He added that he was also a representative of the Department of Public Safety and wanted to look at her notebook. The blushing girl excitedly bulged her eyes and allowed him to do so, but was going to ask something before that. The protagonist arrogantly looked at the girl leafing through the notebook, but allowed her to answer. He held an empty notebook in his hands, leafing through it when he heard the question that it was all strange, and she was talking about what happened in the secret room, and it was unlikely that they were poisoned by carbon monoxide. At the same time, she did not understand why her notebook was empty, because she had written in it. Shinji immediately slammed the notebook shut and Leilei asked if urban legends really existed in this world. The protagonist immediately reached into the inside pocket of his coat. The protagonist looked at the girl with a narrowed gaze and asked if he knew the man in the photo, who at the same time said that he was a member of their club. However, according to his information, such a person did not exist. Leilei, with a puzzled look, widened her eyes and explained that she did not know this person. The photo in her hands depicted that very Ming, and she explained that he was not in their club, and he did not study in his class. Shinji, with a sad look, looked down through his bangs and realized that there was no information and tried to understand who this person was. The guy's shadow stood with his back to Leilei near the gate. The protagonist assumed that this guy never existed at all, and perhaps this personality was created by Leilei. He stood by the bed and watched as the girl clutched her head and began to say that she had seen him somewhere, but could not understand where. The protagonist explained that in any case, she should not worry and he was not going to interrogate her. He handed the photo to her, as she wanted to look at the photo again. She was excited and angry, holding the photo in her hands and did not understand where she had seen him. She immediately studied her eye and remembered that it was an illustration from the magazine, Popular Reasoning. She happily pulled out the photo, imagining the books, and explained that she used it as material for the secret room, so she cut it out and placed it in her notebook. He remembered running down the stairs with the guy's crumbling silhouette, and it dawned on him that this character was one of the traps for the people who entered the room, and apparently he was the one who brainwashed everyone, well, since he was created by the thoughts of Leilei, who was considered the leading NPC player. He looked at the sad girl with a sad look and was not surprised that she could not remember him. He immediately called out to the girl, who looked up. He immediately stretched out his hand with his eye monster in his palm and wanted her to forget everything about what happened now. A bunch of eyes began to envelop the girl, who folded her hands, and Shinji said that she and her classmates were being treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, and she bought a notebook to write down information about the entrance to the secret room, so there are no records there yet, and as soon as she woke up, no Shinji was around. He immediately left the room, trying to close the door. Leilei continued to sit with her eyes wide open. She sat on the bed in the dark room and tried to figure out why she was here. There was a plant in the dark room. Akiji stood in front of the boss with her hands in her pocket, and noted that the international commissioner who carried out the mission with the ghost had complained to the International Special Department, and now it was necessary to deal with Shinji. The commander explained his agreement by saying that the management had asked to deal with the situation on their own. The commander-in-chief spoke in front of the gathering of people and pointed to a photo of the main character, explaining that the investigation was postponed as soon as they learned of the ghost's abilities, and if they had a brain, they should understand that such a person was very valuable. He held out a card in his hands. Akiji coolly took the card in her hands, explaining that it was a permission card. The blonde man frowned, imagining Shinji's silhouette above the moon, and explained that the department specifically hoped that the protagonist could continue working at the academy. Despite the fact that this time there were no deaths, they still had to cover up all the tracks, and people like him often did not follow the general rules. The girl immediately sighed with relief, held her head and agreed with this statement. The main character looked at the leader along with Yin and Xiaoyin, who at first thought that they had found a very good person, but they did not know that he would be so hot-tempered. The main character turned away from the girls with displeasure and was about to leave for school. A bunch of people immediately surrounded the girls and tried to get autographs, because Shinji had a lot of fans who were afraid to approach him, so they climbed up to them, and climbed again and again. The leader stood in front of the main boss's desk and explained that she would give the order to the ghost, but asked about Anna. But the boss said that the reason for her disappearance could always be found. Akiji coolly adjusted her glasses in response. The commander handed the leader a piece of paper and explained that a newcomer had recently joined the organization, and he was already at level 3, but he did not want to join the special department or go to the front lines. The girl slightly squinted her eyes through her glasses. She was holding a card in her hands, "You buy," and realized that this was the girl who was constantly hanging around the ghost and assumed that her spiritual strength should not have been 0 and did not understand where 3 came from. A day later, 2 guys stretched out their hands in front of their faces and made faces. The main character walked down the stairs with this girl, where, at the request of the students, the festival was held again, but some projects with dangerous elements were cancelled, and everything returned to normal. Shinji watched from afar as the happy girl approached the toy stall, because after she gained invaluable experience from Bo and the others, she was successfully promoted to level 3 and her character became calmer, and she even became friends with Bo. The main character looked back with a grin. A guy in glasses approached him with a displeased look, although he had been looking for him for a very long time and wanted to read him a hexagram. He immediately began to run along the path, from the fans running after him, who wanted to join his ghost society and become a great spectator of the supernatural. The main character deftly ran around the corner of the rounded building from the fans. Then these fans were excited by the disappearance of the ghost. The protagonist at this moment was already standing on the very top floor watching from above, realizing that if he had known this before, he definitely would not have come. Then he sat on the couch while Yen read a book, and looking at the girls, explained that even the international department would not do anything to him and did not understand what this complaint was about. But Akiji asked him to keep an eye on Anna. He remembered how he walked along the corridor and a girl was hiding around the corner, although he needed to stop this foreigner, but this was too frequent surveillance in the past 2 days. Then he closed his eyes. Then Shinji learned his demonic gaze with a red aura. He hovered over the entire space of the school, enveloping his demonic aura, and realized that the girl was not in the school. It was a long corridor of the school with an open door. In the office with a broken door, an unconscious girl was lying. An exclamation was heard that they have a saying here: a sin is forgiven 3 times. An angry Anna in a demonic form stretched out her hand and asked for the last 3rd time to tell her everything that Lele knew about Shinji. The girl from the back was squeezing the girl in glasses with her demonic hand. Anna continued to hold the girl by the throat in her cuffed hand, who did not see or hear anything about Shinji. Bloodthirsty Anna suddenly looked to the side, hearing that she was caught with what she was going to do with Lele. She immediately let go of the girl and saw a crowd running into the ward. Yubai immediately clenched her shoulders in bewilderment. She furiously extended her index finger, while all around the students took pictures and explained that they should ask her who she was, why did she come to their school. Lele was holding her throat, while Anna tried to justify herself by saying that they would not have evidence that she wanted to kill her because of Shinji. The angry girl bared her teeth, looking down. Yubai recalled with an enraged look the situation, how Anna tried to beat up the guys in the toilet, because she was following Shinji and she was noticed for surveillance, because she repeatedly violated the school order with her antics, and the members of the Ghost Club even strengthened the doors and installed new locks so that she would not come, including several times pestering the guys, including Lele. The angry students looked straight into the face of the indignant Anna and tried to ask her for some excuses and drive her away. The girl immediately jumped off the bed and headed for the exit when Lele said that it would not be possible to do anything arbitrarily in the city, and she wanted to report her to the security department. The angry girl walked through the crowd to the door, pushing people aside and wanting to get her way. She walked forward and hit her forehead with the silhouette of the protagonist. She raised her head and saw the arrogant look of the ghost, who smirked at the fact that she really harmed ordinary students and asked her not to rush, because he sent an urgent request to a special department. He slightly bowed in front of the girl and said that she had already been transferred to her department and asked her to go home, because due to low work efficiency, her bonus would be deducted. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket began to ring, and she did not believe what she heard. She took the phone in her hands with a dumbfounded look, because she received a notification. Having already changed her clothes, she sat on the plane, gritting her teeth. This plane flew right above the sun's rays and the city. After that, the heads of the International Special Department and the City Special Department met with him. The leader in the black jacket crossed his fingers at the table and addressed the ghost, who was previously known as Shinji, and added that the International Special Department instructed him to contact him and invite him to join the organization. The protagonist closed his eyes. The blonde man sat at the table, stretched out his hand and said that the world needs a man with his strength. Of course, the scope of his power will also extend to the whole world. The brunette leaned on his hand with a bored look and wanted to ask only one question. It was a meeting at a large table of leaders, and the question was whether this was an invitation or a request. The blonde man in the gray suit raised his hand and said that it was an invitation, because they did not want to have any contradictions with people who contributed to the development of the world. He also added that, moreover, Mr. Ping had repeatedly told him that being his enemy meant being an enemy of this country, and of course, if he had any special demands, he could make them. This blonde man with glasses stared at the ghost, who was thinking that he was surprised by such trust. He squinted his eyes through his bangs and explained that at the moment he did not have any demands, but at the moment he did not want to join any organization, because they probably needed more drastic reasons for cooperation, and after all, not long ago, Their employees posed a threat to the lives of students, because she used her abilities on ordinary people. This blonde leader was perplexed, frowning. They were all sitting at the table when Ping suddenly stood up and said that they needed to see everything themselves, and he didn't want to say anything because Mr. Ghost himself wasn't part of their department, he was just cooperating with them. He recalled with a malicious smile that very conversation when they were demanding that they say certain words. He recalled how Xiaoyin, surrounded by Yen and his girlfriend, only persuaded him to cooperate and had no sense of involvement. He immediately left the office as Yubai walked towards him, while he was thinking about how the International Special Department had no effect on him yet and all the troubles were behind him, but now he needed to rewrite the urban legend. He stood on the tower of the building and looked at the entire city shrouded in red light because he needed an oddity that would remain behind the scenes and only quietly bring extra points, which should not affect ordinary people. He began to collect the Rubik's Cube with elements of people in his hands, realizing that it was necessary to direct the action only to embittered people, and then everything would be fine. The protagonist pressed the down button in the elevator and praised Yubai for her efforts. They stood in front of the elevator, where the door opened, and he explained that she could be encouraged, but she did not want anything. They went down in a glass elevator, and the main character explained that now she was at rank 3, so he would like to ask a question. They looked through a panoramic window at the whole city, and he asked a question about if he wanted to create something completely new, what could it be? The brunette with a blushing look lowered her gaze. Then she sharply turned to the side and explained that it could be the sun. The brunette looked at her in bewilderment. The elevator doors began to open slightly from the darkness, and he realized that he needed to finish everything so that no one would know, and the next day, so that the sun would shine. They went down and looked at the bright light of the sun and the city. Shinji with a narrowed gaze cast a shadow in the elevator, and Yubai believed in him. The girl with an embarrassed look smiled, and since the power of the goddess of fate guided him, everything will be fine, and he will definitely be able to change the world, because she believed in him. It was a dark office where a man sat at a green monitor who had eaten his fill. Then this silhouette of a man was going to leave the office and did not understand where such tenderness came from only today. Dim light fell on the monitor screen and the table. This green light illuminated the playful grimace of the doll. It was an important family meeting where the main character was with Xiaoyin and AI at the table, trying to tell them the final decision. The blonde with an admiring look looked at the sad leader who was about to rewrite a new urban legend. She immediately turned into a statue from emotions. Then she opened her mouth wide and began to cry tearfully. Eyes and the girl were going to calm down Xiaoyin, who was indignant, because she was generally told to be glad that she was not sealed, and she could live in peace. And since now there was no talk of their restoration, she suggested next time. The main character poked his finger at the angry girl's forehead and explained that when writing a legend, it is necessary to maintain a balance with society, because it is not enough to just think that he punishes only those who do evil, because this is an oddity, so accuracy is more important than ever, otherwise everything can lead to trouble. He sadly imagined how AI walked with Yen through a crowd of people, and the oddity should not attract the attention of others and scare them, because the special department is always on the alert. As an urban legend, Eyes has a small sphere of influence due to the restrictions of the rules, and AI uses the internet to make it difficult for people to believe in her true existence, and Xiaoyin's rules allow people to see with their own eyes a power superior to any scientific explanation. This blonde girl bloodthirstily bit into the head of the puzzled leader, who was thinking that the purpose of the special departments was to maintain stability until they caused instability in society, and they would devote all their efforts to it. He frowned deeply through his bangs and suggested that unless something strange appeared in the departments, this blonde girl with a blushing look continued to sit on the main character's head. AI clapped her hands above her head and wanted to open the AI arena, which was outside the school. Suddenly, a red portal appeared to a special arena with attractions. Yen and the blonde girl's eyes widened in delight, since this was entertainment for them. They immediately began to jump into this portal to have fun. AI and the main character sighed heavily when the portal began to close, since now they can rest and think. The red pendant began to emit an aura, and he tried to figure out how to choose a suitable urban legend. Then he became angry with his brows furrowed and suggested that he had heard something about the moon train. He remembered that the moon train was an urban legend about a train that someone had seen, but it did not exist, and 20 years ago, one girl rode on such a train. He immediately widened his eyes through his bangs and realized that now the most important mode of transportation for people is the train, because the tram and subway routes are available in all directions, satisfying the daily needs for travel and covering the huge flow of people in the city. He imagined an entire route map of the country, because he realized that a special department would not be able to close all the routes. He immediately took out a pen with a malicious look, pulling out a piece of paper with his aura, because he wanted to test this theory. He held a thin brush and a piece of paper with what you do not take as a starting point. This city is a means of transport. The moon train will run between the present and the other world, and starting from the city of Jian, in 24 hours the journey will pass through the cities with the highest population and the highest crime rate in the world. A magic clock with Roman numerals appeared, because the train will go around the entire Earth once, and then return. This demonic train traveled along the route under the color of the moon, and even in it the guys will be waiting for criminals. Inside this rusty train there were black scary ghosts. On the other side, the bald man sat in the office and wrote something on pieces of paper, because the only student who entered the Fantasy Academy was successfully discharged from the hospital, and despite the persuasion of the school and her family, she immediately devoted herself to her studies and overtime work. The student with glasses cried tearfully, writing huge sheets of paper near the books, and explained that the teacher's work was not ideal, and after recovery, the other students returned to school. The main character walked along the corridor between the students and classes, realizing that although the guys do not remember their stay in this academy, no one else talked about the secret room and urban legends. He read a book next to the students who played with dolls and transformers, because some are held back by their parents, and others by their studies, and no one knew the reasons. Lele sat in her room in front of the lamp and wrote something, because she did not stop being interested in legends. She drew an image of the main character in a notebook with a pencil. She sat in front of the panoramic window under the moonlight, and realized that Shinji was an amazing person, but she did not understand who he really was. Like a god from another world, she was sorry that they would not see each other again. They were transported to the United States to the International Social Department, where a military ship was sailing in the Winter Sea. The commander-in-chief was descending from a helicopter to the ground and told Anna that she had failed the operation, so she must be punished. The blonde was walking in a warm fur coat and said that it was time to deal with this girl. An angry Anna frowned, holding her fur coat, and explained that nothing should be done to her, because she was the successor of the head of the International Department, and people like this did not respect her at all. She grabbed his red tie and told him to shut up. She held his tie and angrily said that if he dared to say words against her, she would take revenge on him. Then she turned around and started to walk away along the strip. She angrily bared her teeth, remembering the image of the protagonist, and understood that she remembered it well, and if she did not return the favor, she would be ashamed of her family. A blond man was watching her closely from afar. He frowned intently through his bangs. Then he took out a green potion in a flask, which had a sedative effect and brought one out of a coma and gave control, diluted with spiritual power. He opened the flask and green steam began to come out. He directed a stream of green smoky potion at the girl, who began to fall. Anna bulged her eyes in horror, trying to turn around. Then she began to lose consciousness and close her eyes, realizing that she still had things to do. She could barely stand on her feet in the green aura of the potion. This guy immediately jumped off the ground, ran forward because there were still many strange things in the world. He held the sleeping girl's body in his arms, as she was suspended from classes, and the current situation and time of punishments were being clarified. Shinji sat on the sofa, arms crossed, thinking about Mao and Shu, only 74 days left. The full moon illuminated the building. The man exhaled, putting on his shirt. He walked out of the room with the sleeping women, thinking that they were not enough. At the station, there were words of reminder that the last train was leaving today, asking everyone to take their seats as soon as possible. The blond man walked among the people. Mao's guard stopped in the carriage, thinking that it was here. His gaze was directed to the side. The man came close to the guy from behind and thought that this was interesting. He looked at the embarrassed guy like a snake. Despite the space in the carriage, he stood too close. Red lightning illuminated the train. People in the carriage were holding on to the handrails. Mao's cheeks turned quite red. He thought that he could not move. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He saw the bodies lying in the carriage. Covering his face with his hand, he thought, did he really stumble upon something strange? He was so unlucky. The hero walked along the carriage, thinking about the dangerous smell. One of the passengers woke up, asking what kind of place it was, and heard congratulations, he had traveled to the world of cinema. All sorts of people came to their senses. The guy asked again, and the girl asked what it meant. The applicant Shu asked, he was telling the truth. They had ended up in another world. The man told him to think about what skills might be useful. People surrounded Mao, who had crossed his arms, who said that this was the demon's dream space. They were sleeping now, but the dream was very dangerous. If they died in it, they would never wake up again. Looking ahead, the guy with the scar on his face thought that he would first scare them with a code name, let them work for him. The people swayed and began to fall. The guy held his head and asked, stopped. There was a sound behind the carriage doors. Mao looked there carefully. An ominous figure appeared in the open door. Legs were hovering next to it. It was a hovering creature with streaks on its face. They both smiled predatorily. The people recoiled in fear. Mao scratched his head, saying that they were just ghosts, he should go out against them. The woman who sat down on the chair asked why they weren't sitting. Mao frowned, wondering what was going on, what they were up to. Shu approached him, asking what exactly they should do with them. The man thought that he might be useful. And looking down, he explained that the world of cinema they were in now was a ghost train. The guy asked again in surprise, saying that he had seen this film. The hero thought there was one. It seemed to him that he had invented it himself. The guy turned to the others, hearing the request to tell, because he does not want to talk much, and began to tell that they are in a ghost train. There was a fire. Mao's eyes glowed green. He thought that something was wrong with him, but he did not feel spiritual energy. The passengers heard the monstrous child tell his mother that he wanted to eat. She asked what he wanted. He pointed his finger at the office worker and opened his mouth wide, saying that it was him. A red glow emanated from the pages. Shinji held the book and said that there were hints for Mao, Shu and gang. On the page it was written that according to the rules he cannot drive the carriage. The guy asked what is so special about them. He cannot understand. Shinji closed his eyes, seeing the question, does he want to restart the legend, and said yes, they will check everything. Glowing figures with a circle on their necks lined up near the train. The hero asked what it means. The demon boy opened his mouth, saying he wanted to eat him. The man threw his backpack at him. Mao asked in fear what he had there. The monster's teeth bit into the object. The blonde watched it carefully. The trembling office worker sat and heard the question of whether he had killed a person. He answered that it was all the fault of a strange girl. He had been humiliated since his marriage. He had endured for 10 years. But he could not stand it anymore, so he just left. He had not killed anyone. The girl threw up her hands when he asked about her, and answered that of course not. Mao imagined a round eye, wondering what the rules were here. Earlier in the special department there was an article about domestic violence. Could this train be somehow connected with it? It would be great if it were simple after all. The train rocked again. Words were heard that it had stopped. The monster with many arms was pulling out a guy who was asking for help. The man gritted his teeth, turned around, and heard how they asked him not to grab him. The ghost woman pointed her finger at the old man and said that he would follow her. The man's teeth lengthened. He thought that he could not wait any longer. When the ghost entered, what would happen? Claws appeared on his fingers. He thought that if he was from the carriage, he could die. But if the train had already swallowed him. He quickly attacked with his glowing hands, thinking that he was definitely not going to give up. The other passengers looked at him in fear. The girl exclaimed that he was a Superman. Shining balls hovered above the guy's palm, and he thought, what are the rules to get here? Why do you need to get out? People and ghosts are passengers, so it becomes much more incomprehensible. Mao walked on, thinking that if he gets closer to the exit, maybe he will find something. The old man asked him to wait. He will go too. A monster with a cane appeared in the door of the carriage. One of the passengers sat on the floor in fear, clarifying the situation, answered that there were 7 of them, but one escaped to another car, 2 ran out of the train, and another was taken by a ghost. The blonde looked at him and asked what would happen if he got out. He said in fear that he didn't know, that he heard some kind of sound. He wanted to come closer, but then this old man came in. Mao winced in displeasure, saying that again. The man with the cane pointed his finger at the old man and told him to follow him. A long arm reached out to the old man, who was screaming that he didn't want to die. She pulled him toward his trembling body. But the old man pushed a woman forward, screaming that he didn't want to die. The monster was pulling her out of the car, and she wished the old man death. Shu approached the man, who thought that apparently people got out randomly, there were no rules, and said that he found something. Each of them had a mark on the back of their heads. Mao turned around in shock. Looking at the ring on the guy's neck, he asked why he hadn't told him before and how he knew. He replied that he only saw someone being stolen from it, so he noticed. Presenting the green ticket, the man said that the same seal was on it. He understood. He presented portraits of passengers, saying that they were all tickets, thanks to which ghosts came out. Monsters filled the carriage. People screamed in fear. Words were heard that they were arriving soon. The next station was Rio. Mao looked ahead in shock and thought what was happening. There were announcements here. Several creepy monsters entered the carriage. He thought that this had never happened before. The monster, whose head was hanging on his belt, asked if he knew where his head had gone. From the realization, Mao seemed to be in a negative. He grabbed the student's hand and asked what was wrong. There was horror on the blonde's face. He thought what was happening. Let him not say that there was a ghost. This is strange. The train itself is strange. Where did they come from inside? On the pages of the book were words that Mao, the ghost train, remained. A meeting of only 287 people on the train. 192 died. It continues to move. Turning the pages, Shinji said that it seemed that Mao was not an ordinary person. He was an observer. Sitting on the couch, he continued that he couldn't say exactly what was going on there. Maybe someone would tell him. And when he wrote the train rules, he didn't remember mentioning that he was putting tickets on the backs of the passengers' heads. Red dots appeared on the page. The brunette raised his hands, stretching, and said that he thought Mao definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the oddities. He thought the special department couldn't notice the train's appearance so quickly. He grabbed Yan's hand and asked him to help him with his back. The book floated above the table, and the hero asked if he could help him get to the train. While the pet was giving him a massage, Shinji said what would happen if he dropped the special department's suspicion. Having spent so many legend points and good points, and fame, he hadn't received any benefits yet. Holding the page with his fingers, he asked that he actually found it quite odd. Looking down in anticipation, he asked what and if he killed him. Would he also die or just disappear from this world? Mao walked along the carriage, saying that this strangeness was much stronger than the one they had just encountered. The people in the carriage were hopeless. Shu asked, so in this nightmare, their main enemy was a headless man? Introducing the monsters, the observer replied that he too was one of the representatives of the strangeness, and thought to himself that he did not want to bother explaining himself. He imagined a monster holding heads, and thought that it seemed that the headless man had started a massacre. Shu raised a finger and said that they had better not stay here, they should go to the passage between two carriages. The applicant imagined the carriage, saying that where he had passed before, he had found that the ghosts stayed within the carriage they had boarded, they did not move to other carriages. If that was the case, then the passage between the carriages should be the safe zone. Mao put his arm around his shoulder, saying that he was right, he had great potential, would he like to follow him, and thought that he was useful. The guy blushed when the man promised to give him a number, and if something strange happened, he would simply remove it. The carriage door opened again, and they announced a stop. A monster with growths on its back was entering. This is the source of the plague, the level of disaster, which coughs every 10 seconds, killing people with germs. The man thought, what is this? Are there really no restrictions at all? He put a mask on his face, saying that he has a little. Let him close his mouth and nose, hold his breath for 5 seconds. Shu asked, is this grandfather behind also a strange thing? The blonde turned around in shock. There was a black and white girl, an angry force of Loli, an old woman with many arms Lao. A smiling person covered in haze, a dead relative. The blonde in the mask remembered a scene from his childhood and realized that this was his mother. He thought no. Falling back, Mao said that there were 4 strange things at once, but the guy suggested that perhaps they could still escape. He grabbed the younger boy by the shoulders and asked how, and demanded to speak. Looking at him, surrounded by a glow, Shu asked if he could use his body? The man in the mask demanded to repeat. The guy raised a finger and said that he had a way, but it needed to borrow his body. Only then could they be saved. Mao realized that he was not lying, he was telling what to do. The guy's face cracked from a smile. Mao felt his body distort, and asked what was this? The boy turned into one of the monsters. The man asked why? The blonde's face was breaking into pieces. He screamed that it couldn't be like that. He turned out to be an oddity, to which he heard that no. A figure appeared in front of him, giggling. Shinji brought the phone to his ear. Akiji stood next to the rest of the people on the street, and said that she wanted to say this when they met, but changed her mind. The guy was covered with a cloak, saw the speaker, to which he heard that in the evening one of the observers got on a train called the Moon Train and disappeared. Apparently it will pass around the world, attracting all sorts of oddities. Shinji stood up and asked himself, so seriously, and what to do. He thought that Mao would not last, and he dealt with this. Next time he would eliminate the shortcomings. The man looked at the woman who said that they would discuss everything at the conference. She hangs up, and then writes. The guy held the phone, thinking that it turns out, everyone already knows about the train, but they still do not know how to eliminate this oddity. He imagined a lot of people, thought that from a practical point of view, not only the city of Jiang, but all other means of transport in the world have a huge flow of people, it can stop right before their eyes. It is hard for him to control the entire train, it is unknown when exactly it will stop. Besides, he thinks that it will be difficult for special departments around the world to make a mutual decision about preventing its movement. The train was surrounded by a red glow. The hero thought that on the other hand, everyone knows how incomparable the danger of the train is. No one will want to take responsibility into their own hands. The brunette noticed something. In his hands was a phone with information about the ghost train that crossed the border. An eyewitness said that he saw it a few months ago. The guy thought when the moon train appeared, how is this possible? He touched the pendant on his chest, thinking that it looks like he will have to get on the train himself to check if he has the targets under control. He does not know what exactly is happening there, so he may not understand all the subtleties. It is infuriating. He pointed his finger at the book, thinking that last night he immediately went to bed, does not even remember anything special. Is everything okay? The train understands that he will not touch him, right? Shinji stretched out his palm to the book, asking what was this doing while he was sleeping, the whole thing together. With a dissatisfied look, he thought, pretending to be dead, and asked, is it okay if he gets on the moon train right now? He saw the answer that no, first they need to buy a normal ticket. Only then can he get on the moon train, and thought that now everything is clear, the strangeness is stronger than his control. People were sitting in the hall at the special department's conference. Words were heard that according to the information received, the first stop is Jiang City. The special department of this city must form an investigation team to restrict the movement of trains. The source of the plague has entered their territory. They must prevent the spread of the disease as soon as possible. There were many conference participants on the screen. The man said that there was something strange about the moon train. You need to be very careful so that nothing happens. The second one added that speaking, this train has been running for several months, but they only discovered the anomaly now. The organizer said that since this conference is on a global scale, it is a serious matter. Why should Jiang City conduct an independent investigation? He thinks it is not very fair. Kudun from the International Special Department said that they will not argue. Judging by the current situation, the passengers will not be on the train all the time, they will get off at random. The old man with a beard held the microphone, shouting that therefore they should restrict their movement as soon as possible. The blonde adjusted her glasses and said that the thing is that they do not know how to do it exactly. The man intertwined his fingers, saying that he is responsible for Jiang City. If he has the opportunity, let him solve the problem as soon as possible. They are more with the strangeness of their area. He does not want the strangeness of other cities to appear in it. Jiang looked at him and replied that trains are one of the most important common means of transportation in the world. It is possible to stop them for a while, but not forever. The girl in the hat said that since the first stop is just in the city, this issue should be resolved there. Isn't it the same thing that the people's rule of video conference is not necessary? Many people on the screen agreed with this. Jiang said that the think tank has come up with a way. Since none of them are willing to contribute, they will solve the problem themselves. His eyes flashed red. The man explained that they need to put God on the train. The conference participants were shocked and silent after hearing the proposal. The woman in the hat said that there was no need to joke so stupidly. The God could not move. How could they put him on the train? Moreover, if they approached him, they would die immediately, or Jiang City had come up with a method to combat this disease. She heard that yes, it would not work to fight with simple methods. Jiang presented a lantern, saying, "Why not try something new?" They had already limited the God. Using a new item, they needed to reduce the size, send him straight to the train. Akiji held a tablet with a document, saying that according to the observer Mao, if you communicate with ghosts normally, they will not attack. Obviously, the train has its own rules that they have not yet managed to understand. There is definitely no need to worry about the God. The woman smiled, saying that this is nonsense. Anyone who comes more than 100 m to the God will die. By the way, what about the observer from Jiang City who has become the object of everyone's attention? Let him go there. The man looked forward, saying that first of all, there were other gods on the moon train. Could he handle them alone? Perhaps the train was the god's means of transportation. They had two rules that did not contradict each other. Of course, they would try all available methods later, but they would start with the aforementioned observer. He recalled how the mountain shook, and said that he wanted to remind that earlier, there was an earthquake in Jiang caused by a god. According to their research, perhaps some rule was affected. The man touched the microphone and said that the International Special Forces would not sit idly by. Kudun waved his hands, saying that in this way, an observer would be appointed in each city and an investigation team would be set up. They would first find the rules, and then discuss their restrictions. And if a person who is prohibited from being in a certain place appears on the train, the Special Forces Department of that city is obliged to provide assistance. Is there any objection? The participants sitting in the chairs agreed. Jiang and Akiji were silent, thinking that this was great. On the screen at the station there was a report that recently all the new footage of death, edited videos, had surfaced. The leak had occurred at one of the factories during the production of the film. Let them not panic. Shinji walked through the station among the people, hearing that this was the first line, a request to present a ticket. The pass touched the turnstile. Looking ahead, the brunette thought that he needed to get on the moon train. His eyes were glowing red. The guy was standing in the middle of the carriage. He looked to the side and was silent. Touching his neck, the hero thought that first he would look at what was in the carriage, and then he would deal with the rest. He stuck his hand behind his back, surrounded by red. The mark on his neck was covered with a haze. The guy swung the door open with a blow. Entering the room, he thought that he clearly could not do surveillance here. The rules would not allow it. But he would sit here for a day and see what was interesting. He sat down on the driver's seat. The rules of the moon train stated that a stamp appears on the back of the head. At that very moment he loses his personality and becomes a simple ticket. Ghosts are passengers. When a ghost leaves the carriage, one person will be randomly selected to exit. The train will randomly take passengers at different stations. At each stop, conductors will appear, and the soul of the person killed by the oddity will belong to it. All points will be awarded to Shinji. Ways to avoid death. Before leaving the carriage, he must change his status from a ticket to a passenger, and he is outside the rules. He can exit at will. Let him trust the oddities he creates. Shinji imagined the guilty train, which forgot to remove the stamp on the back of his head. 3 hours later, the guy was still sitting in the driver's cabin, hearing a cry for help. Ian smiled. Then he poked the guy with his tentacles. He opened his eyes. The pet showed an image of the seventh carriage. There was a red seal on the girl's neck. Crossing his arms, Shinji asked, "Is there a person on the train?" He frowned, thinking that no, it was all a bit strange, but she should be safe for 2 hours. He touched his face, saying that anomalies like this were mostly related to strangeness, and the train would be hard to assemble. He would probably get out. He grabbed the handle with his hand. Shinji was surrounded by a black haze. He said that if he continued to encounter those who did not understand anything, it would not lead to good. The creatures were completely black. In front of the hero, a Cupid was hovering with wings. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hero thought, he is the opposite of Cupid in mythology. The creature smiled, saying that he was strong. Cupid pulled the bowstring. Looking at it, the hero grinned. A notification appeared that he was absorbing power and could use punishment if he wanted. The arrow flew towards the hero, who waved his hand at him. A red trace remained from the movement. Two beams were moving towards each other. Shinji saw a green Cupid arrow flying, which can take control of the person it hits. The abilities do not affect the shot. No one can hide from the arrows. A red eye appeared on the guy's palm. A tongue stuck out of the eye like a mouth. Like tentacles, it rushed towards the arrow. The teeth closed. Shinji's eyes opened wide. Cupid's arrow was sticking out of his back. A small demon hovered nearby, saying that it hit him. Shinji wondered if he was abnormal or something. There was a haze around the smiling Cupid. Touching his chest, the hero thought that he was not dead, and his heart seemed to be beating normally, maybe due to the fusion of oddities in his body. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he told the train to pay attention to this oddity and let him know where to get off. He took out a small red pill, thinking that if he fell under the effect of Cupid's arrow, he would fall in love with the first person he saw. Throwing the pill into his mouth, the hero thought where that student was just in case, and would learn the lesson better. Not like the strangeness of the neighbor from hell and the hospital, it is not yet clear what the meaning is. Suddenly he staggered, falling back, life -1, the remaining days of life 99. Shinji opened his eyes. Covering his face with his hand, he said that he would not pay attention to this Cupid for now. It is better to continue on his way. The most important thing now is to find out where exactly the entire moon train is from. He will start with that student. The girl trembled, hugging her bag, and heard the words that when she fell ill, and her son returned to take care of her, she was very happy. She did not think that in a few days he would not be able to bear the responsibility. The vile old woman turned around, saying that he put her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then she suffocated. The girl was indignant. She turned around, looking at the guy. Waving her hand, the student whispered, "Who is he? Let him go. It is dangerous here." Shinji put his finger to his mouth and told her to be quiet. He sat down next to her and asked if she was afraid. She asked, was he asking her? She glanced sideways at the old woman, hearing the question, what does she think about the ghost sitting next to her, and how did she end up on the train? The brunette looked at the hero in confusion and answered that she just sat down. Shinji introduced the passengers, saying that he noticed quite a lot of people in the carriage. They appeared here suddenly. They look like her, only the first ghosts, and they also got on the train. The student opened her mouth in surprise, asking, "Is she the only person here?" The girl trembled in fear, asking if she had really died. She had read urban legends. Many died without realizing it. The hero reassured her that she was still alive, but her experience would come in handy. Let her think about something before getting on the train. Had she encountered anything strange today? The girl imagined her daily routine and answered that she had not. Then she reached into her bag, hearing the request to take out her things and see if there was anything strange there. She looked at the ticket in surprise and said that it was one way. The ticket said that the destination was unknown. She thought it was quite strange. She had not bought one like that. With a flick of her finger, the ticket fell to the floor. Shinji said that if she threw it away, it would return to her hands. The brunette was surprised when he actually appeared next to her and asked what to do. Looking at her, Shinji told her to tear it, but she had to do it herself. He wouldn't help, but he wanted to warn her that the consequences were unknown. There was a high probability that something strange would happen, so let her decide for herself. The worried girl was shaking, holding the ticket. A cry for help was heard. She closed her eyes, hearing someone screaming, and said that she couldn't. Boy, she asked. She was not in danger. She just needed to get to the terminal, then she could get out. The hero remained silent, thinking that maybe this is how ordinary people behave. They prefer to be careful instead of taking risks, and this is normal. He is just different. Looking at the girl, Shinji said that her words make sense. He thinks that he can save her too. In any case, he hopes everything will be fine. Imagining the machine at the station, the hero thought that this ticket should have been obtained from a machine connected to the entire ticket system of the station. Sitting next to the girl and the ghost, he thought that each one-way ticket is no different from the usual one. Only when you get on the train, of course, the point of the ticket becomes unknown. Such concealment is difficult to investigate even in special departments. He imagined people with tickets and the news about the train and thought that this girl is probably not the first person to fall under the rules. Moreover, it is unknown whether she got here by accident. The existence of two oddities at the same time increases the level of secrecy of the train. Thus, it becomes increasingly difficult to understand the rules. The student fell asleep, falling on the shoulder of the hero, who was thinking whether he would be able to deal with him, solve the problem with the tickets if she got off the train, get rid of the ticket, whether she would have a chance. He touched the girl's head. Looking at the old woman, Shinji asked if she felt, was she afraid of him, wanted to get off, he could help and catch another person. The ghost surrounded by radiance said no. Could she stay on the train a little longer? No, wanted to take revenge on her son, and in response heard that she did not really blame him. The old woman introduced the man who listed the expenses and said that she understood why her son did not stay with her. His head was already full of all sorts of thoughts, and then there was her. But she was offended. As a mother, she understood everything. The brunette looked at her, saying that if he had been overcome. With a sly grin, he continued that he would not have let the offender go so easily. In the gloomy carriage, a voice was heard about the final station. They had arrived at the final station, and everyone was asked to leave the carriage. The girl was surprised and, hearing this, said that they had arrived. The carriage door began to open. Walking towards the exit, the heroine said thank you to the hero. Now they can definitely get out. Shinji stopped behind and said that he would go behind. His foot touched the platform. The girl passed through water. The guy thought it was bad. He got out of the car after her. Shinji stood at the station among the people and thought that he had guessed wrong. The protagonist walks along the Jiang City station and understands that there are too many people here and additional protection is needed just in case. He puts on red glowing glasses. It is said that the ability of the absorption glasses is that it creates a visual obstacle that does not allow the spread of the rules of oddities. He looks at the people and understands that since the problem is in the tickets, he needs to look at the ticket office. He frowns and thinks whether to go now because most people already know about the train and no one would want to get on it. Some people glow purple. Shinji realizes that the special department also paid attention to the train, and if he buys a ticket at the ticket office, he will definitely fall under suspicion. Men with a displeased look are presented in the frame. The protagonist understands that he needs to get on the train somehow by force. Let them think that something is wrong. He smirks and realizes that there is no need to turn away from the special department yet, because they will still be useful. The protagonist goes outside, finding it quite interesting, because since he himself became part of the strangeness, having captured her heart, this is the first time he encounters it. Shinji, wearing glasses, looks ahead and wonders if it was possible to do everything more spontaneously. The picture shows the style of Yubai, Shinji, Ji, and he realizes that it was not in vain that he carefully selected the images, and it is even good and funny. He picks up his smartphone and wants to try it. He clicks on the screen and orders a taxi. 2 minutes later, a yellow car pulls up to him. The girl in the back seat says that they need to stop and get out, then thanks him. She gets out of the back door of the car. Yubai looks ahead in surprise. The protagonist watches her questioningly, while she calls him the president. The girl smiles and says that this is a wonderful coincidence. Shinji looks at her with a displeased look. She turns to him, asking what's the matter and whether he's going to get in. He says no. Suddenly the protagonist feels something strange in his chest and doesn't understand what it is, because he's wearing glasses and where did such emotions come from? Yubai turns to him with interest. The picture shows a red heart. The protagonist understands something. He closes the taxi door and declares that he's not going to get in. The driver with a cigarette looks at the information with displeasure that the passenger has cancelled the trip. The man looks out of the car window in a rage and shouts what he's doing, because he's already arrived and why cancel in that case. The protagonist puts 2 fingers to the surprised driver's forehead. He calmly declares that he'll forget about everything in 5 minutes. The taxi abruptly takes off and drives away. Yubai asks what happened and if she needs to help him. He takes her hand. She looks at him with embarrassment. Shinji glances at her and asks where she needs to go, because he's taking her. The excited girl tries to answer the president. She is shocked, trying to understand if she is hallucinating, and the president really decided to see her off, and even took her hand. She looks up and sees an angel, who says that this is an illusion, and Shinji's appearance is just a figment of her imagination and it is better to think everything over carefully. The demon at the same time states that the president is a man, and it is normal that he shows interest, and besides, this is just a simple need. Yubai excitedly presses her lips. She adjusts her glasses and says that she would like to go to an interview, and if it is not too much trouble, let him see her off, while realizing that her fairy tale will last a little longer. He asks again with a grin, wondering if she remembers that she is still one of the Ghost Society Club. He leads her by the hand. Yubai says that this is just a small meeting and there is nothing special about it, so the president cannot worry. He lets go of her hand. Shinji hugs her and says that he understands. The girl at this time is shocked that he is so close. The picture shows the slums against the backdrop of the sunset. He asks if this is it. They walk forward. The girl says that although the alley seems strange, there is nothing terrible about it. Shinji warily watches the situation. They walk along a narrow path. The guy notes that the girl is simply gorgeous because it is just a dangerous alley. The heroes look at the front door and the girl says that they have arrived. Yubai knocks on the door with a handle and asks if Chu's grandmother lives here. Then fingers with long nails open it. She suddenly swings open the gate. The heroes are shocked. The woman steps on the floor with her heel and talks about fortune telling on 7 numbers. The grandmother with a cleaver says that the price starts from 8 digits, and if help is needed in a natural disaster, the cost is discussed separately. She clarifies why they are here. Yubai holds out something and says that she came to a meeting and the gentleman asked to come to her to calculate what she should do. Chu sighs, reads the letter and says come in. They go inside and she says that she will not take money from him for them. The grandmother points to a chair and tells her to sit down, and she will look at everything. Zhu looks at them and asks if the youth knows anything about Batsi. Yubai says that she slightly. The protagonist looks around and feels the presence of spiritual energy, but the old woman herself does not have it. Zhu begins to draw with a red brush on her hand. She suddenly screams and claps her hands. The protagonist thinks that she is not qualified. Zhu begins to jump around the heroes. The grandmother holds a stance and says that to the southwest of the god of joy, to the west of the god of wealth, and to the east of the god of blessing. With an ominous grin, she explains that Batsi has appeared, and life is a very valuable thing. Zhu leans towards Yubai and states that her life is not very successful, specifying whether she wants to change her fate, but for this she will have to pay a little. The protagonist hangs over the grandmother and asks again about changing fate. Shinji takes her hand and lifts her up, demanding that she not pretend and asking Yubai what she can tell about the surroundings. The girl looks around the room and says that she sees that the bottle and other objects in the house have spiritual energy. She stands on a carpet with green symbols and asks what is under their feet. The protagonist squeezes Zhu's hair and says that she used mean tricks on the observer. She screams that she is in pain. The grandmother tearfully claims that she was wrong, asking the master to spare her. She is just earning money to feed the family, because her son does not give her a penny. Shinji lets the old woman go and says that since she herself is aware of her actions, then this time he will spare her. Shinji with an unperturbed look says that if he sees her doing something like this again, he should not expect mercy, because he does not respect the elderly. Zhu bows at their feet and shouts that he admits his mistake and will not dare again. Shinji tells his partner to go and not care about the old woman's opinion. The main character holds his girlfriend by the shoulder and turns around and threatens Zhu, standing up for Yubai. She assures that she will never do anything to her. Shinji with a sinister grin says that he remembered. The heroes in glasses leave the room. Zhu's grandmother with a nasty smile declares that she fooled them. She begins to transform, preparing to do something. Small red pops appear around her. She bounces off the carpet that began to burn. Zhu screams loudly what is the matter and how it happened. The events take place in the Yubai house. The girl in the dress lies down on the bed. She remembers saying goodbye to Shinji and realizes that it was so awkward to refuse the president's request to see her off. She imagines the image of the main character and realizes that he was so handsome. The embarrassed girl slaps her cheeks and does not want to give in to influence. She opens her bag. The girl opens the notebook and thinks about what the president said, that if he encounters strangeness or people following the rules, there is no need to pretend that she understood everything. In the frame, the main character looks forward. The girl realizes that the president always talks about ghosts, strangeness, and souls and does not care about the rest. The guy stands in front of the blood-red moon. The girl understands that once everything changed. She hugs the notebook and sighs. On Yubai's phone screen, there is a call to Yuan's teacher. She thinks that she needs to ask someone. A girl with glasses answers and exclaims Yubai's name, saying that she didn't think that she would call her. The excited heroine says that she would like to know something. She says that it seems to her that the president adheres to the rules of strangeness. Yuan asks again, puzzled, wondering what she noticed about him that was so unusual. Yubai, embarrassed, begins to explain. Yuan is shocked to hear that he confessed to her. Yubai sees the teacher's interested look and questions about how it happened, whether she agreed, how far they went, whether they kissed, how he is to her. She in turn remains silent. The girl is sitting on the bed with the phone. At this time a dark cloud with eyes is nearby. The protagonist sees her and finds it strange. Shinji, with his hand outstretched, asks why waste time for some trash. Yubai would like to know if she has any information about him. Yuan looks at his interlocutor with a smile and says that there is nothing like that, but she can look. But if Yubai is not sure, then it is better not to consult with anyone else. Clarifying whether she has made up too much, she denies. The teacher sits at the table and says that it seems to her that this guy just started to behave like a human being, and if she herself does not believe, she will have to ask for her. The protagonist sits in front of the TV and answers the phone. Shinji with a serious face answers Yuan, who says that the shadow said that lately he has been acting strangely and perhaps it is better not to scare the girl. He says that apparently she has been under a lot of pressure lately, and sometimes he gets very tired, and she understands this better than anyone, but he did not think that he would put pressure. The embarrassed girl hears this. The protagonist with an ominous look says that in fact he could live a little longer, and for this he needs to propose to her. The blushing girl looks at her smartphone. Yuan shouts that she probably doesn't know about his plans and it's better to slow down, otherwise she will doubt his sincerity. Shinji holds the phone to his ear and asks if there is anything else. She denies. Excited Yubai hears from the teacher that he likes her. It's just that men are completely different. The girl replies that she probably shouldn't have said that behind the president's back. Yuan adjusts his glasses with a smile and asks why the interlocutor is so cute. Everyone helps her so much, but she is still so sad. She exclaims that she needs to prepare for the exam and she can't speak. Yubai falls on the bed and thinks that she needs to prepare and that she has already gotten used to her assignments, and therefore there shouldn't be any problems. She reaches her hand up. A huge red eye on the ceiling watches her. She wonders if he really likes her. The heroine walks through the night forest at almost midnight. She climbs the steps to the building and realizes that she has arrived. Yubai walks forward with a serious look. She rings the doorbell. The girl is standing near the building. Yubai's face is visible through the camera. She introduces herself by name and asks Mr. Chang to open the door because it's time. The shocked girl feels someone's presence behind her. She turns around abruptly. Yubai looks into the bushes and sees no one. The door starts to open. The man shines a flashlight and asks again if it's really Mrs. Yubai. Chang, standing with a flashlight, apologizes for the wait, because he fell asleep and offers her to come in. The girl turns around and realizes that the coin should only be used once. The worried man asks her to come in, because she has been waiting for too long, saying that the butler asked for permission and Chang was alone in the house. He points to the entrance and says please. Chang holds onto the doors to the room. He closes them with a smile. The picture shows a gorgeous chandelier. There are golden statues of frogs around. Chang shows the hall and asks how she is doing here. She turns around and realizes that he wants to test if her powers are real. But fortunately the president taught her how to deal with such people. She says that she is not a professional in feng shui, so she cannot say for sure about his atmosphere, since her job is to exorcise spirits. Chang spreads his hands and says that he did not doubt her, because since she is already ready, she can start getting rid of them. She replies that yes, since time is running out. Chang touches her palms and asks her to let him describe it again. His family has long been haunted by a ghost that appears on a certain day and time, and they were looking for people willing to help them, but in the end no one was able to get rid of the ghost. The picture shows his family. He states that once his jewelry business was flourishing, he had a loving wife and child, and nothing could be better. He thought that it would always be like this. The man introduces them and states that then everything in their family turned upside down and changed. The picture shows a green pendulum with a clock. Yubai stands calmly opposite and declares that it is time for him to hide. The girl turns around, not understanding where he went. The frog statues began to glow. The heroine looks up and sees a red creature on the balcony. She generates a ball of light in her hand. A man in glasses stands behind her and swings a lamp. She turns around and realizes that she is in bad shape. Chang has turned into an insidious monster. Blood splashes are visible on the watch. Yubai looks at the man in surprise. He stands opposite her without a head. The protagonist is visible behind him. Chang's body falls loudly to the floor. Yubai sees Shinji sitting on the couch nearby. He calmly advises her to look back. She sees a woman and 2 children standing behind her, engulfed in green light. She wonders in surprise where they are from. The protagonist explains that this gentleman committed complete horror in life, and he killed his eldest daughter, buried one half of her body and burned the other. The frog statue emits a green glow. Shinji says that he tried to kill his wife and son 3 times. When his wife died, he abused his son for a long time. In the frame, a woman lies with a child on the ground. Next to them is a car. The main character explains that after the death of his son, he hid his body in the attic, and then came to the corpse every day and read spells. The picture shows the terrifying Chang. The main character says that he cared only about his wealth and nothing else worried him, and in order to increase it, he was ready for anything. And his mother taught him some techniques. She asks in shock what it turns out that the head of Chang, along with his mother, killed his wife and children. Yubai looks at Shinji sitting on the couch and clarifies whether he is not bankrupt. He says that this is the reason he needs new souls to kill, because he wants to change everything. She looks at the ghost of a woman in surprise. The main character says that a person is needed who will be an ideal match for the soul of his deceased wife, and only then will the ritual go smoothly. In the picture, Chang and Zhu are casting a spell over Yubai. Shinji states that the villain never sought to exterminate spirits, and even on the contrary, he was saving up all these souls, dreaming of one day regaining wealth and former power, and his mother helped him in everything. Shocked, Yubai realizes that it was that grandmother. The protagonist with a grin declares that this is exactly how it is. The guy bends down and touches her face with his hand, asking if Zhu should not die. She sighs. Shinji stands in front of his partner and the murdered family, and declares that it is their turn. He lets them go, and now they can calmly carry out their revenge. The family begins to evaporate. The protagonist says that they heard everything and there will be no other chance. The smiling boy begins to disappear. He runs to Yubai and says goodbye, sister. He almost touches the girl's hand. The protagonist is shocked to see this. Shinji in response releases his hand. Surprised, Yubai sees how the protagonist uses magic and puts up a barrier. She is shocked and silent. A hole has formed in the wall. Shinji asks if she is okay, saying that there is no need to worry because he will not allow anyone to touch her. She replies that she is fine. Yubai stands next to him and asks if they have left. He asks in response if she does not believe him. He throws Chang's head into the bucket and asks if she wants to clarify whether he killed them. The protagonist turns around and walks away, stating that they have been dead for a long time. Shinji, with a frightening smile, thinks that this is an ordinary ghost. Although he was filled with love and gratitude, pleasant feelings, he was a Cupid. The protagonist leaves the room. The girl is silent behind. She sees his back and realizes that the president was not so difficult before. She wonders why he killed an innocent ghost. Yubai, with a serious face, reflects on the fact that he did not have such an obsession and sense of ownership before. She follows him and asks the president that it is quite late and whether he will see her out. The girl hugs him. He says that he agrees, but he still needs to do something. She says that she will wait, while she thinks that some strangeness has influenced the president, because in fact he does not feel anything for her. But for now it is not worth annoying him, and it is better to contact the special department as soon as possible. The protagonist raises his fingers and clicks. The house behind them explodes. A huge column of smoke rises in the area. They go down the stairs. Shinji wants to tell her something. The surprised girl hears that she has become closer to Yuan lately. She smiles and tells him that in fact this did not happen, because they were just discussing the task. He in turn asks if they do not talk often. Shinji, with a displeased face, understands that Yubai is helping Yuan. He does not believe it and does not want them to communicate. In the picture, the protagonist hugs the girl and declares that Yubai is completely his, and how could she allow her, as a friend, to take on such a dangerous task. Shinji puts his hand on her shoulder and says that Yuan is a bad person and should not communicate with her, and if she wants to continue exorcising spirits, then she just needs to tell him. She agrees. Yubai takes the smartphone in her hand and realizes that she does not need to show it, because the president should not suspect anything, otherwise he will get rid of Yuan. The girl deletes the teacher's contact. The protagonist with a grin asks if he should walk her, because that way he will be calm. Yubai hugs Shinji and they go on together, while he casts an ominous shadow. The sad girl realizes that the protagonist's eyes made it clear that he wants to kill the teacher. In the picture, a fierce black and red monster wraps his arms around the girl. She wonders how he even found out that they started communicating with her. Yubai lies under the blanket and thinks about what to do, tell Yuan and asks her to contact the special department. She remembers the moments with the main character and understands that the president will most likely find out about their conspiracy, and apparently he is somehow watching her, and is there really something in the room? A black eye hangs over the girl on the ceiling. She wonders if he installed cameras. She types on the phone, hoping that this is not so, because she can break the rules and the president can answer. She is surprised that an incoming call from the lady appears on the smartphone screen. The discouraged heroine remembers Sherry, who said that she also lives here and she can find her if she needs something. The girl pulls off the blanket and lies down, mentally calming herself. The red eye watches Yubai, who understands that she needs to save the president and save him from the effects of the strangeness. The eye begins to close. It is 7:30 a.m. in the city. The main character is sitting on the couch opposite the black and red portal and wonders what Yubai is doing now. He watches her and sees that she is standing in the kitchen and cooking. Shinji, with a dissatisfied face, thinks for whom she is doing this. Yan next to him is silent. Sin sits opposite with a smile and grabs the eyeball. AI in the portal tells the owner about the train. He interrupts her and clarifies what Yubai is doing. The assistant looks at the girl and is silent, then apologizes and says that she does not know, because she cannot penetrate her thoughts. The main character sits with his legs folded and tells her to leave. She understands the order. Dissatisfied, Sun sits hugging Yen. The girl from the afterlife turns around. Sun smiles with red eyes. She is asked what she wants to say. The three of them sit in the red room. AI notices that the blonde also took the eyeball. Sun sits with an ominous grin opposite Yen, who laughs. One of the assistants holds a poster that if he dies, they will be able to eat. The shocked girl from the afterlife listens silently. Yen sits with Sun and says the word mom several times. The girl goes up the stairs with a blue bag. Yubai goes further. It is said that she has little power, so she cannot reveal the truth. At least that's what the president thinks. The girl sighs, standing in front of the door in the hallway. Yubai knocks on it, but it immediately opens. The protagonist looks out and asks if it's really her. She exclaims that yes. She holds a beautifully decorated gift and happily declares that she made it with her own hands. Shinji looks at her and does not believe that it is for him. She in turn claims that yes. The protagonist holds a wrapped box. The girl explains that these are homemade cookies and there are a lot of ingredients. The same at this moment asks who she wants to give another set to. Shinji turns around displeased at this moment. He sees right through his friend. She exclaims that she prepared this for Sherry, because earlier she helped her a lot, and now she also turned out to be a neighbor, asking if this is not great. The protagonist turns away and tells her to leave, warning her to give gifts only to him next time. She agrees. The girl walks down the hallway. She knocks on the door and asks if Sherry is home, saying that it is Yubai. The protagonist watches her closely nearby and realizes that he managed to forget about another person associated with the special department. Shinji left a red eye on the wall and ordered to watch them. The monster hovers above them. Yubai stands opposite Sherry, who opened the door, smiling. She exclaims that they have not seen each other for a long time. The girl in glasses says that she baked cookies for the president, but there were too many, and so she decided to share with her, as she wanted to thank her. Sherry opens the door and invites her into the room for tea. She refuses, citing the remaining business with the president. Yubai waves to her with a smile and says goodbye. Sherry closes the door. She sits down at the table and begins to open the box, while being genuinely surprised. In the red bag are beautiful pink cookies. A red eye hangs on the ceiling and watches Sherry admire the gift. The monster stares and says that everything is as usual. The girl bites into the cookie. She eats it with a smile, wondering if Shinji is really in danger. The sun was rising over the horizon and illuminating the city. The kids were walking towards the teacher and greeting him. Sherry was waving and greeting the students. The woman was walking forward and keeping a meaningful silence while the kids were happy to finally see her. Her face looked stern and she thought it was all complicated and assumed that the problem with the ghost was very serious. Otherwise, the shadow wouldn't have communicated in this way. The psychiatrist was standing by the door. She put her hand on the fingerprint scanner and thought that, in addition, ghosts were constantly watching them. She remembered the girl standing in the room and laughing and assumed that she should report everything after all. Sherry went inside and closed the door behind her. The men in suits sat at the table and Jiang spoke about how everyone had seen the news and said that it was assumed that the ghost had fallen into the trap of strangeness, and according to the Shadow's report on her club members, after the ghost had been exposed to strange influences, it had undergone severe psychological changes. The narrator looked at the papers in his hands. The man behind him looked at the burning building and said that the changes in the psyche had been extremely abrupt, but there were no prerequisites, which did not correspond to their data at all, and according to the citywide surveillance and investigation department of the Public Security Department, the ghost had committed a series of violent acts. The narrator removed the top sheet, saying that based on the evidence they had collected, they had found that the connections between these cases pointed to the same person, and the shadow had given them a lot of information. The girl was covered in a dark substance, and was telling the man that the ghost's attitude towards her had changed greatly, and that he had developed possessive, controlling and sudden, unannounced tendencies, and was saying that he wanted to kill anyone she came into contact with. The professor raised his hand and asked how it happened and said that Mr. Ghost was under observation and he did not fully understand how he could fall into the trap of the strangeness. The bearded man looked forward and was afraid that this was true, so he asked she to report, to which she, holding the sheets in her hands, said that according to the oral statement of the Shadow and the monitoring data of the Public Security Department, behind her, there was a guy who exuded dark energy while she spoke about the manifestation of the strangeness and the sudden desire to control and destroy, but he was trying to restrain it. The listener folded his hands and turned his head towards the speaker, asking if she wanted to say that Mr. Ghost remained sane and controlled the strangeness, to which she replied that they came to this conclusion after careful observation, and if he was completely absorbed by the strangeness. The ghost held his head in his hands and had long since begun to kill. The analyst put her hand on her head and said that they were still determining the identity of the oddity, and she thought it was at least at the level of a disaster, and pointed out that the Shadow's spiritual power was ranked as rank 3 and a rank 2 person could not detect spiritual power. The guys stood with their backs to each other, and their hands reached out to them while Ji said that they did not know what was hidden within her, but if they suspected anything, they would reinvestigate, and however, they would first work on eliminating the oddity. Jiang looked up and said that he actually did not expect this, and the ghost decided to deal with the moon train itself and violated the rules of the oddity. Everyone in the room was stunned and did not understand why it was doing this. Red-Eyed adjusted his glasses and said that according to the report from Sherry's psychological team, the confrontation between the ghost and the hellish neighbor had entered an endless cycle despite the successful treatment. The figure hung on a tree among the bloody trees, and he said that on a subconscious level, he almost gave up, and he was asked if the ghost did not agree to help him if he just asked. The old man recalled standing in front of the ghost and saying that when he heard that something strange was happening in the hospital, he decided to take the initiative, and could have just informed the higher-ups. The listener raised his hand and said that given the physical fitness of the Shadow Lord, he could easily figure out the affairs of the hospital, to which she replied that the current psychological state of the ghost made the situation very difficult. The ghost was half illuminated by red light, and the other half was illuminated by a light part, which said that he wanted to die and at the same time was going to fight, not wanting to give up. The analyst narrowed her eyes and believed that the special department should not turn away from the ghost and punish him, and asked what they thought. The listeners looked at her and were meaningfully silent. The bearded man folded his arms and said that Mr. Ghost decided to become a public observer because he wanted to remain in the shadows and not exert himself too much, but his abilities were too powerful, and he believed that he was capable of much greater things, to which the woman replied that for their desperate world, such an observer was like a ray of light in the darkness, and they should not turn a blind eye to this situation. Jiang held his hands to his mouth and the guys stood behind him while he spoke about how many incidents were investigated in such a short period of time and also used the abilities of the oddities to get rid of threats, and noted that he was the perfect candidate for the position of department head. The man with red eyes looked ahead while there were photos of all the candidates behind them, and despite the fact that his abilities caused mental problems, he was a truly capable person of which there are very few in their world, and decided that the ghost should be saved. The listener looked at the bearded man and asked if he thought there were too many coincidences, to which she asked in what sense. Tian looked away as the demon eye opened behind him and asked, before the ghost became an observer, didn't they investigate the other's involvement in your turn, and said that after the other's intervention, they still couldn't figure out the matter, and asked if it seemed to them that sometimes the other was too lucky. The boys stood with their backs to each other, and the younger one looked away. Jiang looked forward and said that the other's suspicions were not unfounded, but asked not to use malicious intent to doubt the observer who contributed to the development of humanity, to which the other confirmed what was said. She stood behind the man and said that the ghost had fallen into chaos in 3 aspects, and their solution was to let the death row inmate use the death row dossier props when the ghost was alone at home, and the bearded man said that they would send one person to talk to the ghost and let the psychology team listen in on the conversation, and if the ghost came to their senses they would video chat with him to sort things out. The boss walked towards the exit with his assistant, and said that if he didn't answer he would call another meeting. People started getting up from the table, and Jiang asked them not to make any decisions and just wait. The door to the room opened slightly. The ghost was standing at the sink and trembling. A green substance was pouring out of his mouth. He looked at his trembling hand, which had a strange liquid on it. The shadow squinted and kept silent meaningfully. He punched a mirror, and it shattered in different directions. The shadow looked at hundreds of its reflections in the glass and at the dirty hand. Shinji took the glass shard. He cut his cheek and laughed contentedly, saying what he felt. Blood flowed from the wound, and the hero said that Little Bai was afraid of his face. The girl raised her hand and called the president. The protagonist held the shard in his hands and said that in this case, it needs to be fixed. The body fell to the floor unconscious. MC looked away and thought about what was happening. He held his head and thought that he did not die because of the rules of Cupid, and suggested that perhaps he fell under the influence of another oddity. The phone rang and the screen lit up. The dark-haired man picked up the phone. She looked down and said that according to their data, he fell under the influence of the rules of oddity. Shinji looked down and asked if they really killed him. The white-haired girl closed her eyes and said that they did it so that he would wake up and talk to them, and noted that they used modern props, and asked if she needed to apologize, to which he replied that everything was fine. The hero looked forward and said that he wanted to thank them, and said that otherwise he would have killed someone in such a state, to which she said that the heads of the department and the think tank wanted to meet him. The protagonist sat on the couch and agreed, while a hologram appeared in front of him. People appeared on the screen, bowing and addressing the guy. He lowered his gaze and meaningfully remained silent. Jiang showed his fingers and said that according to their conclusion, the ghost fell under one of the 3 rules of cognition, breathing or emotions, and asked to tell what was wrong. MC grabbed his head and said that emotions, and imagining the shadow, said that it was love for her that intensified his feelings, forcing him to think normally and could no longer think of anything else. They stood opposite each other, and he said that all his thoughts and behavior revolved around the shadow, and he did not care about other things, and he clearly realized that he was a prisoner of the rules of strangeness. But he felt so happy. The man held his hands to his mouth and was meaningfully silent, while Shinji, which in a word, was subordinate to love. A hero was displayed on the screen, who asked to study some questions and asked why the rules only came into force when he met the shadow, and Jiang said that this was a good question. The bearded man waved his finger and said that perhaps Mr. Ghost did not notice that the birthday coincided with the birthday of the shadow. The children were lying near the calendar, and the old man said that it was the 29th of September, and said that it turns out that the date of birth is connected here. The hero looked forward while remembering the tearful girl and thought about what happens. After meeting that girl, he got out of the influence of the strangeness and thought that the rules of the fallen Cupid are not omnipotent, and he did not fall in love with the first person he met. The protagonist put his hand on the body and asked that he did not follow the rules until he met Yubai. The bearded man scratched his head and said that there was still something they did not understand, except for the opposite sex, who has the same birthday as him. Perhaps MC will be attracted to him and his gender. Shinji folded his arms and meaningfully remained silent. An idea occurred to him, and he thought about how they found out his location through monitoring, and assumed that they knew that he was on the moon train. People were sitting at the table, and the old man was leading up to the phrase. The guys were standing in the library, and the man was saying that the special department had found out that he had broken the rules of the moon train and was hoping that he could share what oddities they had encountered on it, and said that maybe they could find out a little more about the oddity, and figure out the hidden rules and figure out how to fix it. The ghosts were standing next to a holographic model of the globe, and he was saying that if it wasn't a global oddity then it wouldn't be hard for them to figure it out. The hero closed his eyes and thought that this attitude, they must not know that he had gotten on the train on purpose, and said that he didn't think that the special department's kindness reached such levels. The man held his hands over his mouth while he was thinking that they hadn't received any warnings, and it turned out that he hadn't caused any problems. The protagonist closed his eyes and a creature was levitating behind him, and he was saying that it was a Cupid. Tion raised his hand and asked again and asked to describe it, saying that he had studied painting. The man began to draw on a piece of paper and said that it looked the same as Cupid from myths, and the only difference was that Cupid's pupils, bow and arrows were black, and there were many cracks on his body. The scientist looked at the drawing and said that it was good and said that after the arrows hit him, the feeling of affection increased several times and asked if this was true. Shinji looked down and said that in addition to this, he began to cough up black blood and therefore he needed to find a way to avoid death as quickly as possible. The sink was stained with blood, as was the floor next to it, and the hero said that most likely he would die within a few days. Jiang held his fist and was meaningfully silent, while the assistant stood nearby. The protagonist folded his arms and green eyes glowed behind him, and he said that he could not escape Cupid's rules. The scientists became wary. The elders looked away and were meaningfully silent. MC looked up and froze. He showed the arrow and said that the effect of the projectile had not gone away and therefore he was in his right mind only for a certain period of time and asked to help him as soon as possible, because otherwise he would die from that terrible cough. People were sitting at the table, and he was saying that this would not end well for anyone. Red-Eyed frowned and said nothing. They stood opposite each other, and he asked that it was all because of the heart, and Shinji said that it was. On the screen, the hero pointed to the heart and said that although this was a top-secret document of the special department, everyone present here should know this and said that here. The ghost stood above the city and in the area of the heart there was a bright spot that spread throughout the body, and he said that his heart was from the strangeness that he overcame in the hospital. People were sitting at the table and after he ended up in that hospital, he immediately passed the information to the special department. She sat next to the old man and the protagonist said that he had been given a heart of strangeness and his real one had been taken away, but he kept silent about the fact that the hospital was only a fragment of a large strangeness. MC stood in space and there were drops of blood around him, and he said that thanks to Zhao's help, he realized that the heart of strangeness belonged to the most terrifying monster in the world. The woman was in space and no one knew about this secret. Jiang stood behind the glass with people and said that strangeness had already killed him several times, but he still managed to get a heart and suggested that he had figured out how to implant an organ into his body so that it would not conflict with other organs, to which the others said that this was a brave act and only a person with the ability could do such a thing. There was an examination room in the building and Shinji underwent a full range of medical examinations. Doctors stood in front of the patient, and Ji said that he needed to undergo examinations and in the end, there were no similar cases in the world about the use of strangeness organs, including psychological tests. The hero stood in front of the machine and said that he would never betray humanity. From the speaker stood in front of the object, and from it was heard that the check was passed, and thus they sorted out the incident. The protagonist left the people and the guy invited to visit them in their free time, and the degree of attention paid to him by the special department made a leap. Jiang looked at the screen and said that he had a strange heart, and it was immortal, but they still had certain doubts, for example, why there were no conflicts between his heart and Cupid on the moon train. The old man pointed his finger up and said that there was also a possibility that Cupid's arrow affects emotions. Although it falls on the heart, it affects the brain and therefore conflicts do not occur. Shinji looked ahead and asked why they still had not sorted out the rules. The old man raised his hand and led to the phrase. The man leaned against the table and apologized, to which he asked if they had any suggestions. The man put the folder in the book. The scientist held the dossier and said that they decided to start cooperation with the technical department to learn more about replacing the heart in the body of the man, and they believed that if he committed suicide, he would be able to return to normal life. The protagonist smiled and thought that everything would depend on the actions of the special department, and without a heart, the oddity clearly could not remain. Besides, he now had slight oddities, also related to Xiao. The ghost stood surrounded by shadows and huge purple eyes were watching him. He was enveloped in dark energy, and he thought that if he was left without these organs, it would be equivalent to giving power to others and asked if there was a more suitable person for transplantation. Jiang sat in a chair and said that if he agreed, then their first candidate would be Ji, because the success rate would be 80%, but she was not the best option, since she did not have the appropriate skills and if the heart was transferred to Hongyin, even 60% of abilities would not withstand it. Shinji folded his hands and said that it turned out that they did not have 100% certainty, and noted that if the heart was not inside a person, then literally within a few seconds it could kill people. The patients lay in beds next to corpses. The hero shook his leg and said that this is why he did not recommend doing a transplant and asked to focus on everyone's opinions and avoid Cupid's rules for killing. The protagonist leaned back on the couch and thought about the fact that he did not know whether this reason would impress them, or whether he would have to come up with something else. Jiang sat at the very end and raising his hand said that they would listen to the ghost's opinion, to which he was offered to develop another plan. MC looked down and couldn't believe that they agreed with him so easily and didn't even have any suspicions and thought that it looked like they wouldn't change their minds. The scientist leaned over, putting their hand on their hearts and asked to be allowed to express their gratitude on behalf of the think tank, to which he looked at them questioningly, and they said that not every observer had such courage. The ghost put his hand on his jaw and was silent, thinking that they really thought he was a hero and thought it was funny that they really thought their hearts were useless, and if he knew, he would have refused to be examined. The old man held the documents in his hands and said that based on the story of the other one, it seemed that they had a way to help him avoid death, and it would all happen in 3 stages, namely confession, relationship and marriage, but he would need to cooperate with them for the experiment to be successful. Shinji folded his arms across his chest and said nothing meaningfully. The scientist looked ahead and said that first of all they needed to eliminate the risk of death, and it was important that he did not meet objects that would fall under the rules of Cupid, and in the second stage of the research they would select girls born on the same day as him. The figures posed, casting shadows, and the researcher said that everyone would have contracts signed with a special department. The hero put his hand on his jaw and said nothing and thought that it was very similar to choosing a concubine. The protagonist, like a king, sat on the throne and demanded the next pair of girls. The old man stood with the document and said that after this, trial sessions of confession, love and marriage would be held in turn. Shinji put his hand on his jaw and said that if everyone had a contract with the organization, there would be no problems. He closed his eyes. The hero looked ahead and said that from now on it would become more diverse and asked who would connect him with those. She adjusted her glasses and said that she would be the one connecting the guy with those. The protagonist snapped her fingers and agreed. The hologram evaporated and a switched-on phone lay on the table. He looked back. The clock showed that the time was approaching midnight. MC stood on the magic clock held by Cupid and the first day was beginning. The ghost sat in bed and felt unwell in the shadows, because at night there was a coughing fit, and a small amount of oil and dark blood came out of his throat. His eyes were filled with tears and the situation worsened sharply the next day. Shinji stood in the shower and coughed up blood every hour, experiencing unbearable pain in his chest and felt how during the cough the strength left him. The substance flowed into the drain. He stood at the sink and trembled, and on the 3rd day he coughed up blood every 10 minutes. Liquid flowed down from his mouth and he said that the time had come. He held the phone in his hands and she called him. He picked up the phone and answered. The girl hovered over the video chat and said that she came with news. She kept her hand on the earpiece and asked why it had become like this in 72 hours. The monitor showed the hero, who said that at different times in different ways and in the first 24 hours he coughed until he met the girl. There were dirty napkins on the table, and the next day he coughed every hour, and on the 3rd, every 10 minutes. They looked at each other, and he said that he was about to die, to which she meaningfully remained silent. The assistant sat at the computer and asked if he was ready to begin the second stage of the experiment, to which he said yes and coughed again. Shinji got up from the couch and said that they would complete the first stage and go straight to the second. He froze and she said that she would send him photos and information and asked him to choose the appropriate option himself. A substance flew out of his mouth and she tensed up. The hero was losing consciousness. He fell onto the couch and threw his head back. The assistant looked at the screen and meaningfully remained silent. She looked at her watch. The guy was lying on a couch stained with the substance. He closed his eyes and looked exhausted. His face transformed. The protagonist leaned over and the decoration on his chest lit up. He threw his head back and was told that he had unlocked one of the rules of the fallen Cupid. The soul was torn from the body and was purified, and there were 99 days left until death. His hand was lying on the couch. He opened his eyes and was meaningfully silent. She looked at her watch and said that a minute had passed, asking if he was alive. Shinji stood up and said that he was. The hero put his hand on his neck and said that it was time to start. The girl pressed the keyboard and said that this list, created especially for this analytical center, and these 4 suited him the most. A hologram with photos of girls appeared. The red-eyed girl smiled and the assistant asked not to worry, because there were no criminals here, only the best of the best, and said that if someone was interested, then he just had to click on the avatar to see more detailed information. The protagonist stood up and said meaningfully. He folded his hands and said that he did not want to take responsibility for someone else's life and asked her to choose those who could protect themselves, because as soon as the feeling of love intensifies, he cannot control his thirst for blood. Shinji held the girl by the neck and there were corpses lying around while he said that if his subconscious had not fought last time, then the shadow, her relatives and friends would have already been killed by him. She closed her eyes and said that she respected his opinion and would choose herself and said that the girl would arrive to him in about half an hour. The hero looked down and asked her to grab a portable monitor so that they could watch what was happening, so that if anything, the organization could prevent death. The protagonist was reading a book and asked him if there was anyone there, and he thought that she was fast. He pushed back his chair and thought that it was Yubai who came because they had a very similar voice. The girl rang the doorbell. She was holding a bag and asking if he was there. Shinji was standing in the doorway. He froze and green eyes appeared behind him. The hero squeezed the door frame and it cracked. He opened the door and the girl gasped. The protagonist approached her while she was saying that her name was Lin Yu. She became embarrassed and said that he could call her Xiao. The girl put her finger on his jaw and thought that the guy looked better than in the photo, and was glad that she agreed to sign the contract. MC leaned against the wall and greeted the girl. The action moved to the monitoring room. Akiji was looking at many monitors and said that according to the monitoring results, the ghost broke the rules when he first saw Ling Yui. Afterwards, she turned around partly and said that the behavior and posture were very different from usual. She imagined the hero hitting on the blonde, destroying the crystal on her neck, and said that in addition, Shinji found the surveillance he initially asked for and destroyed it. Afterwards, the girl with the monocular saw him on the cameras and said that nothing bad had happened yet, and she didn't even know what the reason for his confusion was. But then the old man looked up and said that he relied on her, and said that after the monitoring was completed, they would be able to leave. He lowered his head and imagined the hooded men near the cargo and said that the USA Bureau of Investigation had discovered an item that could possibly restrict the train's movement, and a conference had just been held, and it was decided to send this item to Cyan City in the next few days. A deal had been made between the people hiding their faces and the agents. The red-eyed man looked menacingly ahead and said that he thought that Cupid would increase his influence, because in the future, all forces would go to the train. But then the girl with the monocular looked at him and asked about the source of Cupid's energy, asking if he was on the train, to which he answered in the affirmative. She looked sadly to the side and said that it was strange that the probability that they would not be able to successfully restrict the train was as much as 10 out of 10. There were documents on the table, and Akiji said that during the last 2 days she would continue to observe the ghost's condition and then hand it over to Jinchuang and Hunin. But they could not guarantee that they would speed up the progress and allow the ghost to get rid of Cupid's rules, to which he replied that as the test progressed, the ghost would understand Cupid better, so it was necessary to stay in touch at all times. The camera showed the girl inviting the couple to go up to the second floor. They watched the guy eat the dish, and she said that maybe he would get out on his own. He fed the girl, and the boss said that he felt that the candidate they had chosen might not have enough strength. Akiji adjusted her glasses and asked if it was true. Xiao held a glass in her hands and it said that her energy was the same as the shadow. On the second day of testing, the girl was sweeping. She was cleaning the room and humming. The guys were peeking out from around the corner, and the purple-haired girl said that the time had come, and the one-eyed one asked his mother that this was the new dad. The blonde girl looked at the pet. She pulled him to her. He looked at her with embarrassment. The monster ran away, bursting into tears, and the girl looked after him. The red-eyed girl held a piece of paper on which it was written that they should kill this girl and asked when they could start, to which she meaningfully remained silent. The purple-haired girl put her finger on her mouth and said that she needed to wait another minute and then she could start. They were watching Shinji. The girl looked back. The hero's body was radiating energy, and she thought that tomorrow would be better. There was a decoration shining on the guy's chest. He held his hand on his face and thought that Xiao was very good and he was happy, but he did not understand where the excitement came from and called out to the girl. She leaned her hand on the wall and asked what was wrong. He stood in front of her and offered to go tomorrow and buy her something, to which she asked again and said that he was very good. He put his hand on her jaw and said that it was good and he was ready to do anything for her. Xiao was embarrassed and thought that he was not scary at all, but very caring, gentle and attentive. She looked at him, thinking that his face and figure were perfect, and could not believe that she was next to him. She approached him and thought that while she could support the ghost, she wanted to be with him forever. The guy held her head and looked at her. On the second day of testing, they were in a store. The girl was walking in shoes. She adjusted her skirt and said that she liked it. Shinji looked ahead. They sat opposite her and refused. The hero closed his eyes and said that this would suit her better, and they would buy a black and white one. The girl was holding a black and white dress, and she said that she did not want it. Xiao looked ahead and said that this color made her look old, and she did not like it. The women looked down. The protagonist looked ahead and asked what she said and refused her. The girl became wary after he asked if she liked him. She stepped back and said that no, she liked him and asked to listen to him. The women took off their clothes, under which there was combat gear. They grabbed the guy's other half, who screamed that she did not want to die. Shinji looked ahead and said that she had deceived him. He grinned and said that if she didn't like him, she should burn to the ground. He showed his teeth and red energy enveloped him. A rift occurred. The hero looked away and kept silent meaningfully. A fist appeared from the rift. Akiji blocked the attack. She looked back and ordered them to leave. Im covered the girls. The protagonist appeared behind the gray-haired girl. She kicked her. The ghost looked down and asked who she was. The opponent slowed down on the floor. She stood in a stance and said that she was the one who would stop him. Eyes appeared next to Shinji, and he allowed his opponent to dream. Energy rushed towards her. The girl looked ahead. She blocked the attack. The assistant held her hand on the microphone and said that the second part of the testing was complete, and noted that they could not awaken the ghost, so it was time to kill. She pressed a button on the device. Behind her, eyes and huge teeth appeared. The device fell from her hands. She grabbed her neck and talked about the enemy's strength. The hero walked towards Akiji, and she thought that he had surpassed her. She bared her teeth and thought that there was another way. The protagonist held her and said that she would die instead of them. MC looked ahead and suddenly became wary. They both fell to the floor. The woman raised herself and exhaled with relief. The assistant stood in front of the unconscious body and apologized for underestimating the ghost's strength and said that when he got out of control, it almost led to a tragedy, and said that she let him down. The man looked at the screens and said that everything was fine, and apparently, they needed to prepare even more carefully, because the reason for their failure was Lin Yu's negligence. Jiang stood in the room with the corpse and said that fortunately, a group of prisoners ready for execution appeared in the prison in time and noted that it was good that they were able to replace those. The staff looked ahead and the girl said that the problem was that the ghost had become much stronger, and she was worried that if in the future they handed over the Cupid to Hunin and the analytical center, then little would change. But she did not finish, to which he said that when the ghost woke up, they would continue to work on adjusting their plan, because everything happened too suddenly. Akiji ran into the rift while he was coughing up the substance, and the boss said that according to the original plan, it was necessary to quickly take the people away and let the ghost enter the law of Cupid's death to restart the game, but the state of the ghost was beyond their assessment. The guy's hand twitched and Jiang said that when he resurrected, they would give him the data for these days. Shinji put his hand on his head and said that there was no need to wait, because he had already woken up and said that they could talk. Akiji looked up and brought up a hologram, saying that they were starting. The bearded man looked ahead and said that they had contacted special departments abroad and found informational clues. When interacting with a tester, you take the initiative to act, but not to agree on words. The guy hugged the girl and held a bouquet of flowers, while the scientists said that as they assumed, there are 3 main stages, namely confession, sexual intercourse, and marriage. The ghost stood next to the girl and was always silent, while the boss said that although he followed the tester everywhere and even talked to her, he did not express his consent to anything and it was necessary to formulate their actions differently. Shinji folded his arms and agreed, saying that they were right, and he felt that his point of view was not comprehensive enough, and it was no wonder that he felt out of place during the test and became more and more anxious as time went on. The decoration on the guy's chest caught fire. He looked forward and said that if the other party did not reciprocate, then everything was in vain and Cupid represented love, because love is not a one-sided effort. He smiled and said that was it. Akiji looked away and said that it was because of this that the coughing symptoms had not gone away, and compared to when he first broke the rules, his physical and emotional state had become more unstable, to which he asked if there was anything. Akiji folded his arms and said that if not, then we can do the next round of testing, and noted that the tester was so unprofessional that he rejected my request. The bearded man lowered his head and said that he would have to wait, to which he asked why. The train was moving along the tracks and the moon was glowing red, while he was saying that the Transportation Bureau would soon issue a new rule for checking train traffic, to which the hero remained meaningfully silent. Shinji looked ahead and was told that Jiang and Ji would go there, and the next stage would be handled by other people with the analytical center, because they needed a little more time, to which he asked again and said that this was wonderful and said that he agreed, because the moon train was above all and he already knew some of the rules of Cupid, and perhaps very soon he would be able to avoid death. To which he thanked him for understanding. The sun was rising behind the mountains, and it was 6:50 in the morning outside. People were walking along the railroad tracks and Jiang was saying that according to global monitoring, this fog only appears in the city for 7 to 8 hours and after this time it will disappear, and then appear on random city highways in other countries. The bearded man looked ahead and said that the higher the crime rate in the cities of the world through which the train traveled, the higher the probability of fog, but this city was not particularly criminal and still attracted attention. The man stood in the road, his features hidden by the headlights, while he said hello. The partners looked ahead and greeted their comrade. The director of the secret department looked stern. His men were dragging a container to them and he said that in this box there was something that could make animals, people and all vehicles stop and thought that they could try to figure it out with the moon train, which the interlocutor hoped for. The henchman opened the container, and he thought about the fact that they had to make an exchange to get this thing and all because many countries refused to participate. On the tracks there was a barrier, which was a biological barrier. The director looked at his watch and realized that it was 7 in the morning. On the horizon, a train appeared, approaching the barrier. The people stood to the side and watched what was happening. Jiang frowned and was not sure about the success of this operation. The elephant raised its trunk up and the man admired its size. The girl looked forward and sighed. Shinji held the girl and asked if she was okay, to which she meaningfully remained silent. She looked away and said that everything was fine. The hero put his hand on the girl's neck and asked what was wrong with her face. The protagonist approached her ear and asked if she was afraid. The skull emitted dark energy behind the guy and he asked what she was afraid of, to which he received silence. The protagonist looked down and asked not to look at him. They walked through the zoo and he asked what the girl wanted to look at, to which she asked to wait, and the process between the tester and the ghost would soon reach the stage of recognition. The girl stood behind a tree and the guy peeked out from under the bear's suit, and before confessing, the ghost's condition worsened and at an early stage he became restless, with a bloody cough, and the tester took control of the situation. But the prognosis was still disappointing, because the probability of death from the ghost continued to increase. She took the guy's hands and said that she liked him and would like to go on a date with him. They hugged and Shinji replied that of course and was very glad. She smiled and thought that everything was fine and wanted to do everything right, imagining a contract in which she was promised to be paid a large sum. Her gaze filled with fear after he asked why her hands were so cold. He leaned towards her and noticing that her body was also cold asked if she was frozen, to which she replied that she was a little, but everything was fine. The hero's face changed and meaningfully remained silent. He leaned towards the frightened girl and said that she was lying. He grabbed her by the shoulders. There was hatred in his face, and he asked her why she was lying to him if they were related. The girl was shaking with fear and trying to get out of the situation. The tester took the guy's hand and apologized, saying that she knew she was rushing things and she didn't want him to get it wrong, and said that she was just wondering if they could get married, to which he asked again. He put his hand on his jaw and said nothing, saying that maybe she really was rushing things. The girl looked down and exhaled. They were walking through the park and the girl was talking about how, even though she had just confessed, they had been dating for a few days already. A bird was watching the people while the tester was saying that she wanted to be with him, and asked why they couldn't talk about getting married. A bird-shaped robot was watching the process, and saying that everything was going well. Scientists were watching the couple and the scientist was saying that marriage would most likely be a way to avoid death, to which the woman noted that the ghost had changed a lot. Ian leaned his hand on the chair and asked if it was too hard for him, to which the others remained meaningfully silent. He held his hand to his chin and said that he was probably mistaken. People were standing in a photo studio. A couple was walking forward and people were amazed by the guy's beauty. The man pointed to the photo shoot location and offered the guys to take a photo. The girl looked at the protagonist and thought that he was very good if he was not disappointed and remembered how he almost killed her. They were sitting in the background and the tester was going to marry him not to fulfill the terms of the contract, but to get closer. The man finished the countdown. The joint photo was smeared with a dark substance. The girl was standing next to a body that was stained with blood and was scared. People looked towards the background and shouted that it was a dead man. Ian held a loudspeaker and asked everyone to leave. He smiled and asked not to panic and apologized, saying that they were filming an entertaining comedy show and these were actors. People stood in the room and asked if these actors were dead, to which he denied it, and other employees ordered to remove the props and reconfigure the scenery and fix the actors' makeup. The red-haired man held the girl and asked if she wanted to film with them, because they got great footage and noted that she could appear on television and even get money. The tester lowered her gaze and was meaningfully silent. The guy closed his eyes and asked if they believed him, mentally counting numbers to 60. He pointed his finger behind his back and asked the people to turn around. Shinji, the hero, held his hand to his mouth. He stood, adjusting his jacket, and the people did not believe what was happening. The hero looked away. The red-haired man put his fingers to his temple and grinned. They were sitting on the couch in front of the hologram and the protagonist, saying that it was a failure again, asked if there were any other ideas. The doctor looked at them and said that marriage should be a sure way to avoid death, but they may have missed some prerequisite, to which the guy meaningfully kept silent and the partner expressed his displeasure. The protagonist looked away and said that it was a lack of feelings, remembering the past times. Ian looked at the interlocutor and asked why no one had fallen for him for such a long time. The scientist showed his hands and said that Cupid itself is associated with love, that is, if you get married when both have no emotional connection, when concluding the marriage, the ghost will immediately die, but to truly love someone in such a short time is almost impossible, unless you use certain means. The girl stood, spreading her wings, and MC asked what he meant transgender people and suggested that this could make him fall in love with me. The dark-haired girl stood in a dress and he said that as soon as he became himself, the spell would disappear, unless he had to live his whole life like that. Shinji lowered his head and said that he felt like the transgender body could make his temper even more unstable. He stared at one point. His hand fell on his partner's shoulder, and he sarcastically noted that he could become a test subject, to which the latter, laughing, apologized, saying that their birthdays were on different dates. The red-eyed man's gaze fell on his hand while he said that he believed that it was not necessary, because there should be love and a feeling of sympathy or even just attraction would be enough. The hero held his hands in front of him and said that if he thought about it now, he felt that in both tests there were brief moments of improvement in his condition, when emotions became more controlled, and he believed that at that moment the test subjects developed real sympathy or emotions for him. He recalled the moments from the date, and the moments of rejection, and said that due to the nature of the experiment, their emotions changed and Lin Yu got too carried away, was complacent, and ignored the rules, turning him down, and the attraction was mostly limited to superficial things like looks and strength, and Cupid would not admit it. He remembered Jime and said that she tried to suppress her instinctive fear in order to complete the task. In sat next to him and suggested that if he said that, then it means they need a shadow to come to which he asked why. The red-haired looked away and said that the first time he activated the rules, the subject was her and asked if that was true. He remembered walking with the girl and saying that it was. Shinji looked away and was asked if he thought that the first time he was subjected to the rules, his emotions were more stable than during the 2 subsequent tests, to which he asked if that was true and said that he did not notice anything special. The old man put his hand on his beard and, remembering the body lying there, said that if the boss hadn't used special devices, he could have lived for another week, and so they believed that the shadow's attraction to him was at least sincere. Ian raised his finger up and said with a smart look that she had tried to pass on information to them before, and then suggested that she was also worried about them. The hero pulled his hand away and asked if it was to save his own life, while he remained silent and said that, besides, the shadow was his subordinate, and despite the fact that they had a good relationship, it was all only because everyone got what they needed, and then asked if he liked Shinji and if he liked the others. He just scratched his head and kept silent meaningfully, thinking that this guy had gone crazy. The red-haired man became happier and raised his finger and asked if he knew that they had managed to restrict the movement of the train. Suddenly the black-haired man took his amulet. Then he put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and said with a smile that this was great news, and he responded by saying that it was true and that they had to fork out a lot to get a pass to the streets. But then the protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he had not been himself all this time. He immediately imagined a burning book and thought that nothing important had been noticed related to the restriction of the moon train. He saw 3 terrifying figures in the house in front of him and became alarmed. Then he folded his hands in front of his face and sadly thought that Cupid still needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Then he stood up and said that he would continue to suffer at the hands of the love shooter. He walked over and took the phone and said that he would still contact the shadow and need to see if he would agree to help, and if she did not want to cooperate, then he would ask them to find him a new target. The girl's phone began to ring loudly in the bathroom. She anxiously grabbed the phone and recognized the person calling her and asked if he was okay. She stood up to her full height and a circle appeared behind her. Her height was 165 centimeters, and her age was 19. A member of the Ghost Society, with the code name Shadow, and the possession item is the Coin of Fate. Natural shyness and lack of confidence are inherent in her, and she is also annoying, and the only thing that makes her brave is her thirst for life. After joining the Ghost Society, her character began to change. She pulled her legs up to herself while sitting in the bathroom and asked if everything was okay with the president, to which he immediately said that everything was fine, and he called because he had a request, to which she immediately asked if it would be about the oddity. The black-haired man pressed his back against the wall and said that the oddity, because of which she got into trouble last time, was a fallen Cupid, and they have the same birthday, so they fell under the rules of oddity, and they tried to conduct experiments with a special department, but they still can't do without her help. But she, with an excited look, said that she could do it without problems and said that everything would be as ordered. The black-haired man tilted his head to the side and said that they had already conducted 2 experiments, and if she did everything right, there would be no danger to her life. He immediately imagined a terrible creature, and thought that he couldn't reveal details about the fallen Cupid. Her feelings had to be sincere, otherwise her soul might not withstand it. She frowned anxiously and asked what she needed to do. Her boss looked ahead calmly and said that, like last time, after meeting him, she would behave as usual. But then the beauty became a little embarrassed after hearing that she would have to confess her love to him herself, and start a relationship with him and finally propose to him. The guy lowered the phone a little lower and said that this was certainly not a requirement, and that she could refuse. The girl lowered her eyes and darkened, thinking that she would have to propose to the president. She bit her lip from wild embarrassment. The hero took the phone away from his ear, because of the loud cry that she would try and help, and then meaningfully remained silent. Then he brought the phone back and said that people from the special department would contact her later. The protagonist put the mobile away and, walking under the house, thought that apparently she was interested in him, and thought that this could speed up the experiment, and the moon train needed to be restored. Shinji looked down, thinking that although he did not know whether marriage was considered the end, but for the sake of following the rules, he was ready to do anything. After the victory they would dissolve the marriage. The partners stood with their backs to each other, and the hero thought that if Yubai did not cooperate, it would bring a lot of trouble. The moon illuminated the city with light, and the protagonist's apartments were located here. The blonde stood at the door and thought that she could do it, because she was prepared. She looked up embarrassedly, and told herself that she could handle it. The girl knocked on the door with the back of her hand. MC looked out from behind the door and called out to his partner. The girl looked away shyly and called out to the guy. He looked at her with a satisfied expression on her face, and she said that she had come to visit him. The amusement park was open at night, and the spotlights were shining in different colors. They were sitting on a bench under the lamps, and the observers were saying that everything was going well. The couple were looking forward and the scientists were saying that this girl was really interested in the ghost, and the man was asking if it seemed to them that the ghost was in a completely different state. Siam was looking at the screen and saying that compared to the other girls, he looked much calmer, to which Ian said that nothing had happened yet, he needed to get married and asked if that was right. The old man was looking up and saying that they had warned the shadow, it would speed up and the registration was scheduled for tomorrow morning, to which he said that yeah. The girl was holding a gift box in her hands and she was saying that everything was almost ready. The red-haired man stretched and asked to continue watching. He yawned and said that he had no interest in romance and asked them to hurry up and sign, to which he said that he would do everything. Ian pointed his finger at the scientist and said that he should not dare tell the boss that he left, to which he made an approving gesture. The Ferris wheel was illuminated by neon lights. The guys walked on the grass and Yubai said that she wanted to discuss something, to which he asked what it was. She bit her lip in embarrassment and remained silent. She knelt down. The girl took out a ring and asked her to marry her. The wedding ring was visible in the box. Shinji was shocked and meaningfully silent. The other half was trembling and the thoughts in her head were mixed up. The hero looked down with a smile and asked if she would repeat herself. The girl looked down and said that she was speaking. She looked down and proposed marriage, saying that they would register tomorrow morning, and fireworks started in the background. People gathered around rejoiced and said that she was a brave girl. The protagonist put his hands on the girl's shoulders and asked if she wanted to discuss it with her parents, to which she replied that they were already aware and knew everything. Yubai looked at the guy shyly and asked if she accepted his proposal. She pulled out the ring and people around shouted at him to agree. A satisfied smile appeared on his face and he agreed. He put the ring on his ring finger. Shinji looked ahead and a notification appeared that even if he met true love, if he did not immediately refuse the marriage, then he would face divine punishment. Ian sat at the monitors and said that everything was going as it should and asked how they were doing with the preparation and asked if there were any problems. The assistant adjusted her glasses and said that they had already settled all the necessary formalities and completed the creation of a temporary registration point. The sheets of paper fell to the floor and were special details of the temporary contract. The woman wrote in a notebook and said that the marriage was valid for 1 week and that this should be enough to figure out the rules of the fallen Cupid and die. The assistant looked at the monitors and asked why the ghost was doing this. They could use roundabout ways, and asked if he was on good terms with the shadow. Ian looked back and asked if she thought the ghost realized this, to which she meaningfully remained silent, and he asked if she even knew why the girl had lived for so long. He thought about it, remembering the moment when he put his hand on the guy's shoulder and thought that they would see what happens to the ghost, and noted that not everyone benefits from a wedding and thought that no matter how you look at it, he does not look like a heterosexual, and decided to stay away from him. The next morning was spent at the marriage registration point and people were greeting the newlyweds. The guys were looking forward. The staff pointed back and said welcome and asked to come here. Shinji squinted and thought that everything looked familiar. Sin was holding papers in his hands and asked to wait a little. He pointed to the document and asked to sign here, and then they would issue them a marriage certificate. The hero took a pen and wrote down his first and last name. The red-haired man pointed his hands at the machine and asked to come here so that they could scan and photograph them. The protagonist looked forward and was silently meaningful. He frowned and asked what this machine was for and assumed that it was for marriage registration. Akiji leaned on the device and said that this was a recent development for quickly creating certificates, and after photographing, you can quickly make a marriage certificate, so there is no need to be afraid. The machine scanned the couple's faces. The gears inside the mechanism were spinning. A marriage certificate came out of the receiver. Shinji's eyes turned green. He became normal and thanked, saying that he almost did harm. Those nearby looked at him with fear. Yubai looked at the guy and asked if he had come to his senses, to which he said that he had not yet fully. He opened the certificate. The hero studied the document and asked how long it was valid and received the answer that only a week. A hand came out from under the water in which the protagonist lay and he said that if he broke the contract now, he would die immediately, and the point of this thing was only to extend his life for 7 days. The blonde stood nearby and said that if anything, they could use her coin if the president needed it. MC looked back and said that it was not necessary, since there was no danger to life, there was no particular need to use it. Yubai stood behind and agreed. She looked down sadly and thought that the president would need less than a week and thought that she was too pathetic, and what did she expect from a fake marriage? Shinji looked back. He lowered his head with a heavy sigh. The hero looked back and said that he would go and if they wanted to eavesdrop, they could follow him. To which Ian replied that no, it was not like that. The sun was shining on the clear sky. They stood opposite each other, and the guy apologized for only now realizing that she really had sincere feelings. She bit her lips in embarrassment. Yubai opened her eyes wide and asked if she confessed now, would he reciprocate her feelings? The protagonist looked ahead and kept silent meaningfully. He looked at his companion and said that no, and this was his first and last warning, and if she wanted to live a normal life, then she needed to forget about this idea and not get carried away by unnecessary feelings. MC was leaving while she was looking after him and holding her hands on her chest. He looked back and kept silent. The guy stood with his back to her and said that if she couldn't, then it would be better to just leave and he would understand everything. A notification appeared that he had received a new message from the moon train. Shinji looked to the side and asked again. He noticed the letter symbol and asked if the special department had restricted him and decided to take a look. The letter opened and a sheet of paper came out of there, and it said that due to the fact that the moon train was limited in abilities, the contract between the train and the strange passengers would be cancelled and warned that he would lose control of himself. The letter burned in the air, and he did not understand when he lost control. A magical vortex began to gather around the guy. The train was parked by the road and agents were watching it. Scientists were watching the research. The man was looking at the screen and shouting that the lunar train had developed anomalies and needed to be checked urgently. The man looked at the entrance. He was holding a bat in his hands and preparing to attack. The agent went outside. Horror was frozen on his face and he bared his teeth. He looked at the mercilessly killed employees and was silently meaningful. Someone's shadow fell on him. The organization employee looked back in fear. He lost his mind from what he saw. He was filled with blood. The child was taking pictures with a cosplayer and asked not to stop her heart. They were saying goodbye and were at an anime festival. The guy in glasses looked ahead and said that he was even scared and the girl was cool and asked what movie it was from. The guys looked at the figure, and one of them said that he wanted to go to that advanced cosplayer, but something was wrong with him, because he looked like an iceberg and gave him goosebumps. He looked at the guys and asked them to tell him. The creature smiled and asked if they had seen his head. The guys were scared and sighed. The child pointed at the head and said that he guessed and said that the head was on his belt. The monster's hands reached out to the scuba, and he thanked him, saying that he would give it to him. The hands grabbed the head of the interlocutor. He tore the head off. The cosplayers were scared and did not understand what was happening. The creature grabbed its head. The monster put the head back in place of the torn one, and the girl assumed that this was some kind of performance. The hand tossed the torn head. It flew up like a ball. The moon was above the city. The huge head blocked the moonlight, casting a shadow. The head hung over the city and the guy calmed them down, asking what they were afraid of, because they were in the city center and their nickname would not kill them, to which the interlocutor said that the ball looked terrible. Ian was leaving the store and saying goodbye. The daughter in her mother's arms pointed her finger forward and said that there were such big balls there. The red-haired man looked forward and thought to himself about what was said. He looked at the torn-off severed heads. He clenched his teeth. The creature's head appeared behind him, and he became wary. The bag with dolls fell out of the guy's hands. He ran to the side and the girl said that this uncle was very strange and her mother said that babies do not talk like that. A little girl appeared on the street. She approached the bag. The creature looked at the dolls and asked if they were hers, to which she replied that no, they were her uncle's things. She pointed her finger towards the street and said that he ran there. She ran forward and the mother's daughter said that the girl had a beautiful dress. The woman looked at the child and asked who she was talking to and who had the dress. The agents walked down the alley and Jiang said that according to geolocation data, an oddity in the form of a black and white girl appeared in the area of the island and it was initially assumed that she was one of the observers or just a person with a large amount of spiritual power. The old man recalled the scene and said that according to the autopsy report, some of the observers temporarily placed on the moon train died due to chaotically moving energy in their bodies. Akiji looked away and said that before death, all the dead met this oddity. Jiang walked forward and asked how the employee was doing, to which she replied that he was alive and managed to escape and could replace others. The boss adjusted his suit and told the assistant that she and her team should be engaged in observation and limit other oddities as much as possible. He went on and said that it was difficult, but it was necessary to isolate as many as possible. The girl adjusted her glasses and asked if she should send for the ghost. He moved along the roofs and she said that they knew the main goal of him, and it was Cupid. Shinji stood at the edge of the roof. He looked to the side and glowed with a red light. In front of him was a magic book, and he thought about the university. The hero lowered his head and said that this was one of the best places to prove himself. He extended his hand with an eye and said that in this case he would combine the powers of the eye and Shao. A ball formed around him, and the energy was drawn to the sphere. A huge beam hit the sky and the guy wanted to test the spiritual power of the 5th rank. The outline of the girl appeared above the city. A huge eye looked down and demanded concentration. The magic book was in Shinji's hands. His decoration was drawn towards the book. He covered the eye with his hand and asked, "Did he find it?" The gaze fell on different corners of the street. The eye noticed the creature that shot the guy in the back. The man was kneeling and assumed that his blood sugar had dropped. The angel flew away while the guy went outside and did not understand what happened, and the girl pointed her finger to the side, saying that this was their dorm. The guy hit the girl. He rubbed his head and asked for forgiveness. The man became embarrassed and his gaze froze. The girl's face was visible in his pupil. The guy rushed at the old woman and the girl asked what he was doing. Shinji looked down while someone shouted for security. He held onto the decoration in order to continue observing the Cupid's targets. The hero walked away from the edge and said that he needed to contact a friend. He held the phone in his hands and they told him that the headless one was limited to an observer, but in 3 days he would be released. But he did not finish and he thought that this exceeded his expectations. The protagonist looked down and called out to a friend. The man stood next to the team and asked him what he was still chasing after Cupid and said that if he met an oddity dressed entirely in black and white, then let him tell him, but did not finish. They looked ahead and MC said that he should limit Cupid and find out all the rules and asked what his plans were, to which he received the answer that they could only prioritize limiting some of the oddities. Currently they were collecting information on all of them. Shinji looked down and said that he had an idea and was asked what it was. The hero looked ahead and said that if they were brought by the moon train, asked if they could be returned. Jiang looked ahead and meaningfully remained silent while he said that they would not discuss it for now and wanted to check all the university students for Cupid infection. The old man looked away and said that no problem and promised to send a link with access rights so that he could use it. The boss looked ahead and said that he had something else. He frowned and kept silent meaningfully. Shinji looked at the phone. The screen showed a message about maximum security access rights. He looked forward and talked about the eye stick. He gave the phone and asked to compare information about people. The phone was absorbed by the eye in the palm. The hero closed his eyes. Many pupils appeared on the eyeballs. Photos went down and the guy looked at each of them. The protagonist looked at the photo and thought that now everything is clear. He looked at the information and thought that at present the number of people attacked by Cupid is 10 people, 5 women and 5 men. In front of MC, photos of 4 active people appeared and regardless of age, the objects on which the force acts are only opposite sexes. Shinji looked down and thought that Cupid really only acts between people of the opposite sex. He clicked on the photo and wanted to see the details. In the shards of the mirror were visible people who did not understand why everything was happening this way, and he thought that Cupid chooses the lonely and weak. There were photos visible near the hero, and he thought that they paid little attention and no, perhaps he had lost relatives, friends, lovers. The protagonist looked at the hologram, which spoke of its worthlessness. He lowered his head and was silently meaningful. MC raised his head and said that yes, even if he was alone, any traces could be found in this world. He sat on the roof and said that nothing could be hidden, because someone would still find out all the secrets, even if they were oddities. There were clots of energy hovering around him and Shinji was saying that knowing doesn't mean caring and if others take care of it, it's not necessarily good and asked if there was any point in thinking so much. The hero looked away and thought that this was Cupid's condition. There were unhappy people standing next to him and he was wondering if he was the same and what's more, he had already figured out that the rules were related to love and relationships. The guy fell to his knees and said that he didn't believe in love. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he didn't really have any worries about love. MC looked ahead and was silently meaningful while he thought he had guessed. A smile appeared on the ghost's face. Shinji stood next to the figures dissolving in the air and said that they were similar in this, and that it was better to just live in this world than to understand love, and it wasn't easy to understand. Cupid was flying over the people. He looked ahead and was told that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The creature looked back. The hero stood above and asked if he remembered him and said that he was also one of the victims. The protagonist showed the marriage certificate and told him not to rush and noted that the creature's arrows no longer worked on him. The angel bared his teeth. He rushed to attack with a furious cry. There was a blow. Cupid knocked the certificate out of his hands. He dodged and looked at the scene of the collision, saying that he had already escaped death and that he would not kill him. The protagonist held the certificate in his hands, saying that even if he destroyed the marriage certificate, it would not help. MC put the thing under his suit and said that he was protected because the contract works on a legal rule and noted that these are the rules of that. The outline of the enemy was visible through the dust, while Shinji said that he was very curious when he looked at him from the train that day, because the monitor in the control room showed that there were no oddities in this area and asked how Cupid could appear at the nearest door. The monster's eyes glowed green. He looked forward and growled. The hero looked at the enemy and asked what it was. Green energy appeared on his chest, and the guy thought that he wanted to take away the connection between him and Yubai. The creature grinned and he asked that he had such an ability too. A rupture occurred and Cupid believed that the object was not suitable for marriage. Then he could perform a rupture and Cupid's rules were unlocked 100%. Shinji held his chest and assumed that he wanted to take away their connection with the girl and understood that this was only to his advantage. He looked forward and smiled. An explosion occurred and energy burst out of the body. Cupid was about to shoot an arrow. The projectile was approaching the body. It was a couple of centimeters from the head. The creature was in a stupor and did not understand what was happening. The protagonist looked forward and used gender change and an error message appeared. An explosion occurred. A girl appeared in place of MC. The monster looked down and was in a stupor. The girl put her hand on her head and asked if he had seen the gender change yet. The enraged enemy aimed an arrow. The projectile rushed towards the target. It flew past the man. The girl looked at the weapon. Shinji had different pupils. Cupid showed his teeth and a notification about the impossibility of identifying the threat appeared. The girl had an arrow in her teeth, and she asked what was wrong with his brain. The enemy began to fly away in panic. She put her hand on her face. Eyes looked forward through the hair. There was an explosion. The girl ran forward and asked if he could at least take the arrow. She swung it. The projectile pierced the opponent's body. The eye in the palm was closed. It opened wide. The palm leaned against the enemy's face. The woman stuck the monster into the floor. Cupid was filled with a substance with eyes. His chest glowed green. The monster screamed in pain and was absorbed by the eyes. A huge eye appeared at the scene of the murder. A rupture occurred and a notification about defeating the oddity and a reward appeared. Shinji's eyes glowed green. She looked down and smiled. Energy rushed up and she straightened her chest and said that she felt that the impulse was just around the corner. A notification about rank increase appeared. She closed her eyes. The girl imagined places in the city and received even more fragments. Her gaze froze. She looked forward. The hero froze and his eyes turned purple and a notification about abilities appeared. The protagonist looked back and thought that it was finally over. Hair fluttered in the wind and shortened. MC held the phone in his hands and said that it was over with Cupid and asked if the documents were valid and said that he wanted to file for divorce. Akiji kept her hand on the earphone and said that he could tear them, but noted that consent was needed from both parties and asked if he had talked to the girl. Shinji looked at her holding the phone and said no, to which she replied that it must be, it will hurt her, and asked if all modern guys are so insensitive. The hero closed his eyes and said that she does not miss even her dead colleagues and said that first she will sort herself out, and then they will talk about him. The doctor appeared in the ward and said that the woman is forbidden to move. The protagonist went down the stairs and asked that she was almost killed. The assistant smiled and said that not really. Instead of her leg there was a prosthesis, and she said that her leg was just eaten and nothing special, because the research department helps her make a new one, so everything is normal. The ghost looked down, and she said that the moon train caused great damage. Although they managed to control the oddities, everything is still bad, but she did not finish. He held the phone in his hands and said that he was on the moon train. Shinji put the phone to his mouth and said that he had an idea and he would tell only her, and then she would think about whether to tell others or not. Akiji looked ahead and remained silent. There were beings on the train and he said that it was risky and asked if there was a possibility that because they were bordering the moon train, it had lost certain restraints, allowing the strange things to escape. The woman looked away and guessed what he wanted to say. The ghost was standing on the street and said that he had previously thought that the moon train should be restricted, but in the current situation, the city was much more dangerous than the moon train. The guy walked towards the beings and thought about the current situation. He held his hand over the train and asked if it was possible to remove the restrictions imposed on the moon train. The hero stood with his back to the moon, which illuminated him, and he thought that although he told Akiji about his guests and that the restrictions on the train should be lifted, they would hardly accept his plan, because there was too much uncertainty here. The protagonist walked along the embankment. The bearded man looked ahead. While he thought about the fact that, in addition, they still had not found a way to help get rid of the oddities on the train. The lantern illuminated the streets, and the guy's head was spinning with the thought that they needed time to learn all the rules. MC had a device in his hand and he thought that if the moon train continued to control the oddities, the special department could even begin to cooperate with him. The ghost sat in front of the employees and behind him were the oddities. The train formed an infinity sign and he thought that the train should perform its previous functions, the special department should fully control it. Shinji closed his eyes and thought that this could really help get rid of the problems. The eye in his palm opened slightly. The hero looked down and thought that he would first deal with that one and before the special department began to act, he would collect the remains of the oddities. He had a marriage certificate in his hands. The document began to burn. The paper fell into the water and only a photo of the girl remained. There was food on the table. The parents looked at the blonde and pasted it over, to which she was meaningfully silent. Yubai held a teddy bear and asked them not to worry, making excuses for being very tired lately. Her eyes sparkled and she froze. The girl rushed to the side and said that it was time for her to go to her room. She went into her room and approached the table. The girl opened the chest of drawers and saw a marriage contract. She read the title of the document. The gray-haired girl looked at the contents and realized that everything was gone. She hugged the book to herself and, remembering how she ran away from the creature, thought that this was what one should expect from the president. He dealt with Cupid pretty quickly, and there was no need to worry, and lately she had been spending too much spiritual power and understood that she should rest. Her phone rang. She looked at it and saw a message from her ex. Shinji was standing under a lamppost and Yubai was saying that he had arrived. He leaned on a pole and said that he had something to do and noted that it would not take long. She approached the guy and agreed. The hero extended his hand with an eye. He captured the girl's gaze and ordered the jellyfish's eyes to take her love. The magical thorns bewitched her. The blonde stood on the threshold and followed the protagonist with her eyes. The girl's father pointed where and asked that she was rejected and noted that he knew that MC would not be faithful, to which the mother said that in any case, it was good that she would not suffer and it would be better this way, because they were not right for each other anyway. The man looked away and asked that she thought so too, to which he received the answer that people with supernatural abilities were different from ordinary people. Shinji walked away and the mother said that especially him. Yubai watched him go while the woman said that even if you compare the hero with the girl's friends, he would still be like from another world. She put her hand on her chin and asked what the president wanted. The girl headed home and said that nothing serious, and when she was home, she would think everything over. She passed by a table with a diary. It was written in it that she was hiding her feelings for the president, and one must not forget that this was a secret. The creature stood in the hallway. A thin hand rang the bell. The dim light from the corridor shone through the door of the room. The creatures with red eyes looked away. There was a meeting in the U.S. Special Department. The man leaned on the table. The deputy head of the U.S. Special Department raised his hand and told Mr. Kong that he and the head of the Massachusetts General Hospital were good friends. If he had problems with his head, he could introduce him to him, let him say his name and get a 50% discount. The heroes stood together when the guy got angry and shouted yes he, and the girl stopped him and asked if anyone could compare with him. This is the person in charge of the department for combating oddities. His strength is higher than his. The blonde grinned and thought, there is no need to stand on ceremony with these savages in human skin. They do not deserve it. It is better to just treat him with disdain. When the young man looked at her and said, it seems he hears her thoughts. The man frowned and replied, well, if the US agrees, they will lift the restrictions on the moon train. It's time for them to lift their restriction too, so the train can get on track. The yellow-eyed man grinned when he added, this is a notification, not a request. Simon jumped up and yelled, they had already provided them with biometric bypasses. The Mobius strip limits 2 American oddities. The blonde looked ahead and replied that there were more than 2 oddities on the moon train, so they would have to sit there and act only inside it. It would be possible to redirect the oddities to their countries. The hero was sitting in his chair when someone called him and shouted that this was complete recklessness, to which he replied, he had a button, you just press it, and a special department would take the biometric bypasses and resume the moon train's operation. The people frowned angrily. The old man opened his mouth and said to wait. The head of the US Special Department raised his head and asked if Mr. Kong knew that one of the oddities limited by the Mobius strip was the Master Killer. Then the plot pointed out that the Master Killer appeared in America 8 years ago. The reason why he has a code name is because he only kills rich and powerful people. People looked at Holt when he walked up to the microphone and said, so this is a common problem. The US, as the vanguard of world security, has already courageously used the tape to limit the train in its capital. The head of the International Special Department looked forward angrily and replied, okay, all countries should cooperate in combating oddities. He so felt that Mr. Kong should not interfere with other countries' plans. The gray-haired man adjusted the sleeve of his jacket and said, if there is no way to limit the Master Killer, the Special Department will reject Mr. Kang's threats. The guys can release the moon train and destroy the entire world. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that Mr. Kong, apparently, really likes to stand out. The man silently reached for the button. The man put the microphone to his mouth and said, oh, he has an idea. Kaduin frowned and said, the International Department of Combating Oddities has a cloning ink pad. It can clone all sorts of things, creating exact copies. It is a consumable, so it disappears after use. The tablet looked strange when he added, more importantly, ordinary things reproduced by the ink pad require the consumption of hundreds of lives. The price is high. The machine was in a bright glare when the man said that it is best to use the pad to plant several oddities at once. They can advance in many ways thanks to its use. Then he continued to tell, the Mobius strip will go to Jiang City. The launch of the strip takes the lives of 5 observers. There is no other way. The blonde man stood up from his chair and replied that there were no objections. Some sound was heard and the heroes looked into the distance in fear. The man took out his phone when the heroine looked at him and asked what happened. An earthquake. A notification appeared on the screen and the location of the earthquake's source, the Mountain of the Gods. The brunette walked down the corridor and thought, what just happened? An earthquake. He looked ahead and fell silent. Someone was standing in front of him when he asked who it was. The girl looked at him silently. Then she waved her hand and asked Shinji what was going on. He didn't recognize her. The protagonist was stunned. Then he began to narrate, a year ago, the father got married for the second time, but when he and his wife went on their honeymoon, the plane crashed and they died. He added that the newly formed family fell apart in less than a week, and the original owner of the body killed himself. He soon took over his body. The protagonist silently looked at the lady and thought, the girl in front of him should be the daughter of that stepmother. They have no blood relation. Since the family broke up, the previous owner of the body had no contact with her. At best he could call her a half-sister. The brunette looked at him questioningly. The guy noticed her suitcase and thought why she came. Looking at her, he answered he remembered his sister. Then the young man opened the door and asked what she needed, to which she answered she was on vacation, she thought of coming to see him. They entered the room, the heroine closed the door and asked, not happy, to which he did not answer. Suddenly he turned his head. The brunette touched her head when her brother asked what it was, scar. She raised her hand when the guy asked, no, a wound, and she answered no, she just tripped on the way. The red-eyed man looked askance at his sister. She scratched her head and answered, okay, she will tell the truth. The girl covered her face with her hand and added, his parents said they wanted to visit him, oh, she even promised them it would be a surprise for him. The protagonist stamped his foot. Then he turned around and asked who, his parents. The lady looked at the hero and asked, yes, and what? The brunette looked down and thought, in connection with the appearance of the moon train, many new oddities appeared, perhaps she, what to do, she is an ordinary person, it is impossible to act yet. Lu came closer to him and whispered in his ear that in fact, she is worried about one thing. She opened her mouth and quietly asked, does he know about the latest events with ghosts? She was worried that he could get into trouble, so she decided to visit. The girl ran away when the protagonist sat down on the sofa and answered, ghosts, yes, lately it has been restless here, but let him not worry, he is fine, and sits down. The brown-eyed girl looked down when the guy asked her what else she had encountered, to which she replied that she and Jia had dinner near the scene that day. The red-eyed guy looked at her and asked again, Jia? After which the heroine replied, Jia Xiong, her boyfriend, oh, it seems she didn't tell. The brunette began to tell the story, she felt bad then, he saw her off, in the car she was lamenting the terrible news, and when she turned her head, she saw that monster. She added that maybe she was too scared, so she didn't believe it at first. Jia asked if something had happened to her, but she understood that something was wrong with him and the driver. The girl grabbed her head and sighed. The protagonist looked at her and thought, there's definitely something wrong with her psyche, he thinks that the strangeness has affected her. He narrowed his eyes and continued his thought, Shinji and Lu were not close, since she found his address, and also came here with luggage, if she was here, he would be limited in his actions. Then he got up from the sofa and said to his sister, she must be very tired, she can rest in her room, she remained the same. The young man put out his hand when she answered, oh, okay. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and the lady lost consciousness. The guy's eyes lit up when he thought, they will practice a little, and told her not to wake up until he tells her. Symbols appeared on the brunette's eyes. After which he took hold of the pendant on his chest. The hero used his power and asked who she met from the oddities. On the paper it was written that the incident was being analyzed, we need to wait. The name of the oddity appeared, a deceased relative of the cognitive oddity type. The red-eyed man looked askance at his sister, and wondered if he could tell her the truth. If he did, would it break the rules of the deceased relative? Something else, could the deceased relative be split in two? The young man started calling Qingji. He put the phone to his ear and asked what was going on, why the special department was not answering. Then he reached out to hang up. The phone was picked up when he said, hello Ji. The protagonist's eyes widened when they told him, son. He listened silently when they told him that his sister was not answering the phone, they did not have the keys, so he should hurry up and open the door, they did their shopping today, the bags are very heavy. The brunette smiled and replied, oh okay, dad, and he thought, interesting, they ran quite quickly. The hero started walking towards the door. He grabbed the handle and thought, go is about to begin. The parents were standing near the door with large bags, smiling, and dad said that they were having a feast today. They entered the apartment, and the mother asked why Lu was lying on the couch, to which the young man replied that he would wake her up now. He glanced sideways at his family. The heroes were peeking out from around the corner. The brother touched his sister and told her to wake up, the parents had returned. The lady's eyes were closed. Suddenly she woke up and asked, ah? The heroine rubbed her eyes and asked where they had gone, where they had returned from. The red-eyed man squinted and thought, the arrival of his father would greatly affect Lu's perception, the settings would be updated. He stood behind the people and thought, but it wasn't that important, because here. Magical little eyes appeared around and he added, his house, territory. The sight was aimed at the couple. Dinner was on the kitchen table. The parents were doing their own thing. Little Eye watched them from the ceiling. The mother was cutting a cucumber. Suddenly she stopped. She called her husband. Then she smiled sweetly and asked when cameras appeared in their house, he installed them. The woman raised her hand and asked when the cameras appeared in their house. The protagonist stood silently nearby. He opened his mouth and said that burglars had broken into the house earlier, and he didn't want it to happen again, so he installed surveillance in all the rooms. The brunette held out her hand with the peephole and said that she had removed it, because it was too dangerous and he could keep it. The eye reached for the outstretched hand. The protagonist turned around and said that he would take it into the room. Opening the door, he thought that these oddities were too disturbing. He turned his head and thought that the little eye was especially afraid. This was the first time he was so afraid of other oddities. Yen was shaking and calling for his mother. Looking through the crack, he saw that the level of violence had increased. The brunette thought that he didn't even turn on the TV. Then he threw the eye into the creature's hands. Then he turned his attention to the blonde in the closet and asked what she wanted to say when he was under the influence of Cupid. He remembered her standing with a piece of paper and said, "Okay, he will act carefully." The young man looked at the text about the spirit that came. Tearing this sheet, he said that they no longer need it. The girl burst into tears. She ran to the portal, from where a request was heard to let her go, because she did not do anything. The young man closed the diary and said that something was wrong with the dead parents. AI opened her mouth and said that perhaps it was worth asking Cupid. Perhaps his origin or functions could allow her to learn something that could be useful to them. The guy put his hand on her chest and asked if she meant a connection with him. She answered that this is exactly what she thought, and although his role does not have thinking, they have a certain initiative and order of actions. The red-eyed man looked down and replied that at first he thought Yubai had drawn him into this strangeness. But now it seems to him that she, like Cupid, found him herself. The heroine turned her head and replied that she needed to talk to Cupid. In response, she heard that she could take her time. There was a knock on the door, and Shinji was called to eat. The heroine opened her mouth and asked to be careful. Her rules temporarily did not allow her to directly confront them. The protagonist turned her head and asked again, "Them?" AI frowned and replied, "Maybe them." She just felt two streams of energy, but she could be wrong. The protagonist sat at the table and thought that the color of the food looked normal, but he did not know what exactly they did. If these were dishes made from strange ingredients, is everything okay with Lu? The brunette looked at the food and said, "Wow, delicious." The woman smiled and said that Shinji liked green beans, he should try them. And she put the beans in someone else's plate. The heroine smiled and wished him a pleasant appetite. The protagonist began to cough. Everyone turned to him and asked what was wrong. The young man closed his eyes and replied that everything was fine and that he had simply eaten his fill at school. Everyone continued to eat in silence. The man opened his mouth and shouted, did he really have any complaints about his aunt? They had already talked about it, but the woman interrupted him and said that since he had eaten his fill, there was no need to force himself. The young man looked down and thought, why were these oddities continuing to play out? He needed to change his tactics. He turned his head to his sister and said that he had bought a few things. Could she please go down with him and help him carry them? She asked, now, and in response she heard that she did. When they both got up from the table, the man told them to come back faster. The guy looked at the eye in his hand and thought that no rules had been revealed yet. Lu walked ahead and said to hurry up, otherwise the food would get cold. The protagonist called out to her. She shouted, what was going on and why was he calling her by name? Many eyes appeared around the protagonist, and he said, wake up. The brunette looked at him in surprise. Her eyes turned red. She remembered the plane crash, and how she was told about the death of her parents. After that, she fell to her knees, and the young man said that from now on, if she wanted to survive, she should listen to his ghosts and learn to treat them correctly. The red-eyed man looked at her arrogantly, and said that she was in trouble. The crying girl tried to say something. The brunette moved away from her and said that if she wanted to live, she should complete his tasks. She should take them for her parents and send a message, come up with a suitable reason to postpone her departure. He would take her to one place. A message from her daughter came to the coupon. The phone screen lit up people's faces. There was a full moon in the sky. The heroine read the inscription on the building. It was the security department. A girl came out to them and greeted them. The guy asked where he was. They had already brought him. The brunette invited them inside and said that they were already waiting. They did not thank them for everything. The blue-eyed girl's eyes widened. She saw Jia and asked how he got here. The protagonist looked at them and thought that despite conducting a check on Lu and confirming her humanity, he still had suspicions about her. He turned his head in order to find people from the special department to meet him. Shinji, holding a phone in his hands, asked what it was. They answered that they found a record in the information department about Lu's call to the police last month. She reported that her boyfriend would use violence against her. The brunette immediately remembered how he asked her about the wound, and she replied that she tripped on the way. Looking at the couple, the protagonist thought that, apparently, in addition to the fact that her consciousness was affected by the murder incident, her memories of family squabbles are quite chaotic and disordered. Her behavior seems normal, but there is still something to complain about. The young man frowned and thought that maybe she was already dead. The heroine continued talking. Her eyes turned green, and then she turned her head. The light was on in the interrogation room. There were 3 of them in the room. The brunette asked if he brought her and the guy here because of their parents. The red-eyed man replied that he almost did, and asked them not to pour. The second guy jumped up from his seat and shouted why he dragged him to the security department. What are all these secrets for? He is Lu's brother. It seems he is a student, then why should he take testimony from them? The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and replied that something happened to his girlfriend, but it seems he is not at all worried about her safety. Jia looked at his girlfriend anxiously and answered, no. He was stunned when the guy in front of him said that her mother was resurrected. Jia opened his eyes wide and said that he had spoken to her mother. He grabbed his head and tremblingly said how she died, and then came back to life. She is alive, she died. The protagonist stared at him and thought, so this is how strangeness affects people. If even those who have not yet entered into marriage can be influenced, then there is nothing to say about blood relatives. The amulet on his chest lit up, the rules of a deceased relative were unlocked. Death will change the perception of people in their network of interpersonal relationships. The greater the family connection, the deeper the impact. The young man frowned and thought about what next. He imagined how two adults touched the guys and thought that they were not able to influence his perception, unlike Liu Yaki, whose connection is much closer. Perhaps his level of spiritual development is too high. Red Eyes squinted and thought that the question remained the same, since the level of strangeness was not that high. Why was Eyes so scared of him? He imagined the adult standing between Eyes and something bigger and thought that maybe the rules considered Yen a family member. Or there was another relationship, maybe both. The faces of the two approached him. The girl looked at her brother and said that she would cooperate with him and asked if he could reason with Jia. He said that he could. He raised his hand up and thought that she had lost some of her memories, or the guy was taking such good care of her. He snapped his fingers and the young man opposite him suddenly opened his eyes. They asked him if he remembered. But he continued to tremble. Then he raised his head and asked if there were really ghosts in this world. The girl said yes. Shinji said that they had encountered strangeness earlier. The protagonist reached into his bosom and said that since they remembered everything, they could begin. He showed the guys his ID and said that he was one of the people in charge of handling strange incidents in Jiang City. His name was Yuan Shinji, but they could call him an observer. After that, he smiled. The protagonist put the papers and ID on the table and said that he initially called them here to cooperate in investigating the strangeness of the deceased relative. But judging by their situation, he understood everything. After that, he showed a photo and said that there was something else. Lu, last month, said that her boyfriend beat her up. But it seems they made up. The brunette jumped up from the table and shouted that this couldn't be true and that something was wrong. He spread his hands and said, what if they were influenced by some strange force? They really didn't swear, and certainly didn't fight. The girl asked them to help, because everything is so strange. The protagonist put his head on his hand and said, so many problems. In that case, he will agree on their housing and just isolate them from that strangeness. It is all for their safety, and in order to solve the case in time, their housing will be under the surveillance of the security department. The heroine opened her mouth and said, okay. The brunette asked if they understand that confidentiality is very important. He handed them the sheets and asked them to fill out the consent form, thinking how easy it was to fool them. 2 minutes later, both were signing the documents. The blue-eyed girl raised her head. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she called the observer, who asked what. The protagonist looked at himself and thought, strange. When it began, it turns out he did not notice the changes in his body. He looked at himself when the heroine screamed that he had become smaller. The hero looked at his hand and remained silent with alarm. He immediately jumped off the chair wondering if he was getting smaller. Immediately after that, he began to run away from the office. He approached the adults and said that the influence of the strangeness on him had increased and that he needed to be given a new bag of clothes. The employees looked at him with a little affection, saying that it was probably Mr. Ghost. But he immediately became much more gloomy and asked what they were staring at. Then he sent them on their way and turned to the couple. They looked at him with concern, holding the sheet when they heard that they could go anywhere. After some time, he received a call. He was sitting with a candy in his hand, while he was surrounded by children's gifts, and asked how things were going. The girl with the monocular smiled softly when she heard that he should stop pretending, because he knew that those sycophants had spread everything, and said that she simply did not know what to think. She looked away and said that she would not laugh at him and suggested moving on to the topic, because secret things were ready to be exchanged for items that Mobius wanted to give. The red-eyed man smiled haughtily and said that he was sure that they had to pay well and asked what had happened now. The blonde walked down the corridor and grinned and said that she had spent enough money, and in general everyone was happy and in agreement. She imagined people in robes sitting at the table and said that he had gotten hung up on too much and was still in the process of settling the formalities. The hero raised his head haughtily and asked if he could continue and if it was time to launch the moon train. She immediately imagined a steel structure and said that they had conducted many test launches and decided to act according to his plan only after they had made sure that the success rate reached 99%. While the train was active, there should be no failures. He began to open the candy and said that he would continue to drag out time for now, because it was not easy to learn all the rules of the strangeness at once, and then asked her to help him with something. She narrowed her eyes and said to speak. He looked at the candy with a stern expression and said that he had determined that the deceased relative was not a single oddity. Then he introduced the multi-faced one and said that he believed that he had several companions, so he needed to learn other rules. The white-haired one exhaled heavily and said that she was an elder and could clone herself, and suggested that control over the oddities be temporarily transferred to other employees, because it was more convenient to cooperate with familiar people. Sherry sneezed at the same time, covering her face. Then she turned to the students and said that she apologized and must have fallen ill. She put her finger to her chin and closed her eyes, thinking that it seemed that Mr. Ghost had encountered trouble again. At this time, the black-haired one began to eat the candy and said that he agreed and would play with his father. Then he frowned and meaningfully remained silent, and thought that industrial sugar was disgusting. After that, the lollipop ended up in the trash. After some time, he entered the house, telling his father that he had returned. Suddenly, something surprised him. The figure on the sofa did not move and was tense. The man sat with his hands folded under his head. He looked at him menacingly, standing in the passage, and told him to turn on the light, because the house was so dark, there was not enough lighting. But he got furious and asked if he knew what time it was and asked why he came back so late. The red-eyed man was scared and stepped back. The figure rose from the sofa and released an aura, shouting that the teacher told him that he had not been to school all day today, and then asked if he had skipped classes. The hero immediately spread his arms, standing in a stance, and thought that after the body had shrunk, his father's influence on him became even greater, and in the administrative department he did not feel that the spiritual power had weakened, and perhaps this is the rule that his father brings with him. His parents seemed to be many times bigger than him, and he thought that it was impudence. Because despite the fact that he already owned 2 fragments of strangeness, but he could still build it up so much and suggested that it was worth pretending. The old man got furious and said that he was too young to stop studying. Shinji pretended to cry and put his hand to his chest, asking why he wasn't worried about him, and why he didn't ask why he didn't want to go to class. Suddenly the creature left him. The father froze in an instant. At the same moment, he reached for the light switch. Then he began to approach his son. The old man pretended to be gentle and asked what happened. The hero got scared and pursed his lip, keeping silent meaningfully. He sat on his knee and, putting his hands on his shoulders, said that he could tell his father everything, and he would solve everything. Then he narrowed his eyes and said that this would only happen on the condition that he wouldn't lie. He smiled softly again and said that you can't lie to little ones. The darkness began to close in around him. The hero looked up and said that he was scared by his sister's boyfriend. The guy looked at him with slight surprise. Then he patted him on the head and said that he understood, and it turned out that his sister had a boyfriend, and said that he would ask her when he returned. Then his son looked at his back and wondered why he didn't go after her, and then thought that it was because of the mention of the boyfriend. 4 personalities leaned over one point. The red-eyed one squinted and thought that now that he had shrunk, the restrictions his father put on him should be even greater, and even if he knew that they were shells, different fragments of memories on their bodies, they had their own thoughts. He immediately imagined fragments of horrors and thought that they also had their own thoughts on the implementation of the rules. Afterwards, he smiled softly and thought about how he was wondering how he would die next time, and thought about how from now on he would no longer answer their requests, whether yes or no, but directly resist. Afterwards, he thought about it, remembering the time at the table with his family members, and thought about how it was not like that, and he did not want to eat food before, but direct refusal did not cause a death rule, and thought about it even more. But then the bespectacled woman turned to him with a terrible look. Afterwards, she smiled softly and asked him to bring a jar of soy sauce. He adjusted his monocle and agreed with a sly smile and thought about the fulfillment of the request, but without execution. He was given money. 15 minutes later, the door began to slowly open. The guy entered with his hands in his hands and said that he was back. She turned around and looked at him with absolute calm. She extended her hand and asked where the sauce was. He immediately grabbed his head and apologized. He adjusted his hair with a languid look and said that he forgot. He put the money on the table, pointing to it. The aunt again looked at him menacingly and meaningfully remained silent. Then she turned around and left, saying that she would buy it tomorrow, and the money could be kept for pocket money, for which he thanked him. Suddenly the money began to evaporate. The hero quickly locked himself in his room. He started coughing up blood, and the one-eyed man was watching him and thinking that the deceased relative symbolizes family love, and if the child agrees to the request, but does not fulfill it, it upsets the parents. He smiled, trying to catch his breath, and said that a rule had appeared, but did not lead to death. The guy grabbed his heart, and wondered if something was really missing this time. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. He put it to his ear and answered. Sherry was sitting in her office in front of the monitor, and said that she was asking to look at the camera recordings, because the deceased relative was on the internet, and, according to her observations, he was not just imitating human actions, but really communicating. The camera was aimed at the strange object B. The hero looked down with a gloomy face and asked if she wanted to say that creatures can develop intelligence. He remembered the horrible footage and said that the oddities had previously deceived them, imitating people, and they had to guide them into their rules, but judging by the relatives' chat records, they had already fully mastered human communication skills. His father was still sitting at the computer at that moment. The girl stood up anxiously and said that she had consulted and they would like him to talk to them again. The protagonist wiped the blood and said that he could do it without any problems, but they should calm down, because they shouldn't be so surprised by everything that was happening. The beauty was hurt by the words that they had no solutions, and apologized. At that moment, the red-eyed man crawled out from around the corner and offered to try. He walked down the corridor and thought that it was normal that they were developing their own minds, because family love was an emotion, and if there were emotions, then thoughts would naturally arise. Then he imagined all the oddities and thought that the oddities they encountered after the hospital were related to the shells. In his memories, fragments of the past appeared one by one and he thought that they looked like relatives. And this suggests that oddities with intelligence are not so scary, and as soon as they manage to collect them all, they will be able to unravel the secret of the shells. He imagined an all-consuming sphere destroying cities. The hero took hold of the door handle and pulled it with a creak. The door opened. Having entered, the red-eyed one straightened up and said that he needed to discuss something with his father. The creature continued to sit and did not move. The father turned around with a languid look. He stopped what he was doing and asked what had happened. Then the guy adjusted his glasses and said that he wanted to move out. This greatly puzzled and made the man stand up, but he continued, saying that he was not used to strangers. The strange one took his hand away and asked why he was suddenly talking like that. The red-eyed man squinted angrily and, remembering their argument, said that he did not want to tolerate it, because he had not notified him about the marriage, and he had thought it over carefully, and since he had not asked his opinion about his affairs, he was simply notifying him. The man jumped up and shouted that he was still underage and had no money, and then asked how he was going to live on his own, but he did not listen to him, saying that it did not concern him, but then he heard an offer to get a divorce. The guy turned around and did not understand what had happened. The creature lowered its gaze and said that this would not happen now, because in fact the marriage was not of its own free will and it was hiding the true reason. Then it looked at it with a sad look and asked if it believed it. The red-eyed man remained silent and looked at him sternly, thinking about how it could hide the true reason. Afterwards, he looked at the substitute again, thinking that it was amazing that the oddity could adapt to the circumstances so well, and if he hadn't known that he wasn't human, he would have believed him. Then, in his imagination, the two figures merged, trying to break apart. At that moment, he frowned and thought that he could part with this oddity, and then abandoned this thought. He saw a slight smile and thought that he was trying to lure him, and was waiting for him to say the answer he wanted to hear. The monster immediately stretched into a huge smile and repeated the question about trust in a creaky voice. Then the guy grabbed his heart. He looked menacingly in front of him and said that he could try. At that moment, a camera was shining on the ceiling. Sherry looked at the image output and said with concern that you can't tell that it's a strange thing, and her colleague said that it looks just like a person, but another man came up to them from behind and asked if the ghost will have problems. At that moment the hero said that he believes, while the psychiatrist said that the strangeness is very strong and no one knows what to expect, and one can only hope. At that moment, everyone froze, seeing the purple light from the monitor. The red-eyed man was struck by something at the same moment and began to shrink. The father calmly stood over him, making him think that he had shrunk again. The staff was in complete shock. The hero, with wide-open eyes, looked ahead and thought that he could no longer move. A flower was sticking out of his toy body, and he thought that the heart of the strangeness had poked his body. The psychotherapist pulled her hand away in horror and said that the highest level of danger had begun, and it was time to put the plan into action. The hero remained motionless. He remembered the previous encounter with the puppet and thought that the second oddity was a toy, and apparently this oddity really did have intelligence, because after it escaped his pursuit, it developed even more complex rules to make it difficult for workers to predict its actions. A fire started among the dolls and a message from the residence administration appeared to confiscate all fake toys. In the protagonist's thoughts, the doll's head was replaced, and he thought that it seemed like something was wrong with them. The father reached for a flower, and he thought that most likely the additional rules were part of something bigger. The oddity was already drooling with desire, and he thought that the oddity that activated the rules was the doll, and the other was a deceased relative. After the monster stuck his heart in his mouth with one hand. After it began to break out of him, and the guy thought about whether he wanted to limit it, because it was not that simple. A notification appeared about -1 day of life and the remainder of 99 days. His monocle cracked, and he thought that what he needed to do now was to reveal his identity. The monster's body began to tear apart from the inside, and there was a splash on the ground. A notification appeared that according to the monitoring from the Death Archive diary, this is a special item that leads to death at a certain time. The hero rose in his true form from the shadows. The old man was completely shocked to see this. The long-haired man immediately got dressed and turned to him. He looked at him menacingly and said that the show was over. Then he stretched out his hand in front of him and released an aura. The protagonist disappeared into the shadows, releasing an eye and told him to return his item. The body of the strangeness began to tear apart. Then the heart left a hole in him when it burst out of his chest and returned to the owner. He took it in his hand and majestically said that the strangeness absorbed by him will be entirely and completely in his hands. Immediately after, he shoved it into his chest, pressing it tightly. Shinji put his hand on his belt and demanded to answer his question. He looked at the pitiful body and said that his father was dead and his true identity was a doll. But then something struck him. He immediately spat out a large clot of blood, thinking that it did not want him to continue. Immediately after, he fell to one knee and began to cough, which surprised his father. He immediately rushed to help, asking how he was feeling. The hero looked at him menacingly and wondered what was wrong. Then he stretched out his hand with his eye and meaningfully remained silent. But immediately after, the blood appeared again and he cleared his throat. The observers stood on the other side of the monitor and wondered why the ghost was bleeding. The leader appeared in a video call and said that the rules of the deceased relative were too vague and the oddity was becoming more and more like a person, which made it increasingly difficult to recognize. He himself stood in front of many monitors and said that the ghost had not died, since the father continued to play his role and that they needed to immediately contact the ambulance and intervene. To which they immediately agreed, because before the moon train moved again, they had to ensure his safety. Blood spread across the floor and the hero thought that these were the new rules of the deceased relative. He continued to stare and thought that perhaps this was because he only knew the rules of the puppet, but did not know enough about the deceased relative, plus evading the initially doomed rules of the game and the rules of the puppet. He immediately imagined the puppet holding his father by the head and thought that profuse hemoptysis was a consequence of evading death, which reminded him that it was useless to reveal the identity of the oddity now. He looked at his opponent with displeasure and thought about how he had just tried to use the heart to kill her, and it had caused her to cough up blood again, and wondered who would have thought that the puppet would turn into one of his relatives. The monster immediately grabbed the phone and said with anxiety that he would call an ambulance right now, to which he immediately thought that now there was no other way out except to break away from the strangeness. The man called the ambulance number and was shaking. After that, he wiped the blood from his son's face with a rag. He met the doctors at the entrance and began to explain what had happened. They began to carry the guy into the ambulance on a stretcher. At that moment, the man was stopped and told that there was no room for a patient's family member in the ambulance, because the number of seats was limited and he had to get there on his own. Then they abruptly tore off and drove away. The girl began to pull off her hat and asked the hero if he felt well enough to participate in a video call. He stood up and holding his head asked if it was a special department, and said that he was fine, he just lost a lot of blood. She began to pull off her mask, after the question of whether they would cope with the strangeness, and said that everything was fine and the lady wanted to tell him something. Red-Eyed was a little surprised after this, and they told him that in the case that the police were investigating, an unidentified body appeared on the mountain. At that moment, somewhere behind the university, in the mountains, excavations were underway. One of the employees was very surprised, standing in the rain. His colleague shone a flashlight, while the dog was barking and said that the body was badly damaged and most likely it was a person. The dog came up to the bony hand and began to bark. A bright fire burned on its forehead, and the agent, leafing through the pages, said that the special dog also confirms that there are remnants of the strangeness, and they are transferring the remains to the special department, and are going to conduct a DNA test. The black-haired man tensed up and thought about the fact that the Eastern University of Arts was Lou's place of study. Then he turned to the short-haired woman and said that that girl and her boyfriend were there, and then asked how they were doing, to which she immediately said that they were fine. The ambulance crew looked at each other and remained silent meaningfully. The black-eyed woman cleared her throat and said that this season was too calm and knew that they were watching him, but then she paused. The hero narrowed his eyes and looked at her and asked again. She remembered with displeasure how that scoundrel pestered other girls even during lunch and the security department only watched, but did not interfere, and other than that, nothing strange happened. The red-eyed man put his hand to his chin and said that he understood, and as for the unidentified body they were talking about, Lou needed to be checked. Everyone in the team was immediately wildly surprised, but agreed to carry out the order. The action moved to the city hospital and words were heard that it seemed that he had problems. In the personal ward, the protagonist talked to the main one on the comms and said that two oddities, a deceased relative and a puppet, began to merge into one and he needed to find a way to separate them. He immediately remembered the doll on the plane seat and said that he needed to know if the doll was on the plane on the day of the plane crash. A picture of a falling plane and the grave of his parents appeared in his head. The old man looked down with a sad look and said that the puppet itself was a very weak creature of a low rank. And then the hero with the same sad look asked if the special department had any records. He immediately remembered the guy driven into the ground and said that earlier it had possessed a student, whom their employee had to kill. He imagined the creature watching from the balcony and said that the puppet could change shape and hide, and the special department had never managed to find it. Then he imagined the pink-haired man showing his phone to an enraged parent, and said that the student's family still held a grudge against him. Then he imagined Yubai turned into a puppet, and said that even she almost got hurt. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that once you are in trust, the puppet will immediately move into a person, and this method of silent murder and substitution is difficult even for investigators to track, and now it has become even more dangerous, and he asked the reception staff to carefully inspect his house after his father arrives. People were rummaging through things at that moment, but he was immediately notified that the puppet was not found and there were doubts that anything could be solved. The bespectacled man looked sternly ahead and said that in fact the brain center has a plan, but they do not dare to offer it, so they should let him tell, because this plan is quite straightforward, but he does not think that some concerns are holding him back. Then he leaned back in his chair when he was asked to speak. The blonde looked down sadly and said that since both the deceased relative and the puppet came from the hospital where he had a heart transplant, and then interrupted his story. The hero narrowed his eyes and waited. He imagined a heart in shackles, and suggested trying to put a limit on the heart, and a special department would help him start somewhere else. But he lowered his gaze and meaningfully remained silent, said that he refused. The old man looked at him with a little surprise and also remained silent, and said that since they were cooperating, it was better to maintain trust. But the hero, without raising his head, said that he would tell him something. He introduced his shadow and said that he could use supernatural abilities that were beyond the superhuman body and resist oddities. Then he looked away and said that of course this was not his only ability, but the fewer people knew about it, the better. Then the leader raised his head and said that it was natural, because only the team members knew about his abilities, after which he thought that it turned out that a ghost could use the ability to restore rules. He folded his hands in front of him and thought about how humanity had failed to achieve victory for many years, but he had managed to do it. It was as if they were standing opposite each other, and he exhaled, thinking that in this way, the position of leader would soon be occupied by another observer, and regardless of his desire. But then there was a knock on his door. An employee came inside and addressed him. He approached the camera and held a folder in his hands, saying that the doll was not found on board the plane of his stepmother and father, and after takeoff too. Afterwards, he looked down with concern and told Tom that he had found something about the oddity. The red-eyed man with a slight smile told Tom that there was nothing to be done, and that he would have to deal with it anyway. The worker scratched his head and with a slight smile said that he was amazing, and then said that it was so. He remembered his dialogue with the blonde man and said that the white cat was an observer on the train and got off first, and said that he met his dead mother on the train, to which he said that he thought it was a dead relative. The ghost put his hand to his chin and asked if he wanted to say that there was a dead relative on the train, and then asked if he had evolved and asked if he had hibernated. Then the gray-eyed man was very surprised and said that everything was exactly so, to which the leader only remained silent. But then he lowered his head and said with concern that they had not questioned the cat anymore, because they said that he had boarded the train again before it left. He pictured the man walking up the bridge and said that he had simply disappeared after that. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought about what he had heard about this man, because when the white cat boarded the train, there were 287 people, and then 192 remained, and the moon train continues to move to the next station, but for the first 24 hours after the train began moving, he cannot see what is happening inside. Then he smiled softly, and wondered how he could have disappeared under his and the specialist's noses, and then thinking that this was very strange, he had an idea. The guy folded his hands in front of him, and said that he had an unusual request, and said that he wanted to get permission to board the train and conduct an investigation. Then the two men on the other end of the line looked at each other and were silent, after which the blonde said that there were no problems and agreed. The protagonist picked up his amulet and turned to the train. His cloak opened, and the car greeted him, to which he thought that this was great, because the special department could not establish surveillance. He walked through the carriages and said that among the flight attendants with whom he had a contract there was apparently someone called a puppet, but he said that this was not so. He went to the wheelhouse and examined the screen. He squinted and said that the records of the missing white cat should have been saved, so they would destroy them. Suddenly the screens went dark and the train apologized and said that this was against its rules, but perhaps it could allow the owner to return to the scene of that moment. A red portal appeared behind. The hero turned around and sternly asked when he had acquired such an ability. Then he moved his hand away, embodying a red flame, and a notification appeared that the moon train and the unknown complemented each other. Then the machine began to express itself with alarm, saying that these two oddities controlled it, and he did not understand anything, and did not know when they did this. Then the guy tilted his head slightly, holding a book in his hands, and said that one oddity was the ticket collector. Afterwards he turned his attention to the gap that had opened and asked if the other oddity was the gates of hell, and said that a special department would free him for a while. He began to enter the gates and said that when the time came, they needed to take advantage of the chance and how to separate themselves from the rules, and raise their level, and turn them into usable rules. Afterwards he imagined them against the background of the red moon and said that as an oddity he had created, he could not be used by others, and he immediately agreed. Some time passed. The guy came out of the portal. There, the blonde grabbed the boy and asked about the method with a furious face. The hero calmly watched this, squinting his eyes and meaningfully kept silent. But suddenly the young man began to crumble, showing the appearance of a puppet, and said that he wanted to use his body, and asked if he could. Several oddities behind his back greatly frightened the man and began to decrease in size. The protagonist looked at them menacingly and said that he now knew where the puppets were hiding and said that the doll had replaced the observer, quietly removing him. The monster began to take on the appearance of the man it had killed. Suddenly, something attracted the red-eyed man. He noticed a guy shaking with fear behind the bench and thought that Jia was here too. He was trying to escape from the monster with wild horror and was talking about how it had killed a man. Suddenly, the amulet on the hero's neck began to glow, and he immediately thought that he seemed to have found a puppet. At the same moment, the ghost picked up the phone and a voice was heard from there, asking about the public security department. He brought the phone to his ear and began a conversation. At that moment, the lab was studying the research results and said that the identity of the unidentified corpse had been confirmed, and the comparison result pointed to Lu. After that, the guy looked down and said that they needed to send them to the interrogation room. The strangeness grabbed the agent by the head while he was talking about coming now. But then the puppet grabbed his hand. She raised the headless one's hand and pointed a finger at herself. Afterwards, the light came on in the interrogation room and a question about new details was heard. Shaggy sat anxiously at the table and asked about the girl's parents. But the ghost folded his hands in front of him and frowned and said that they were not talking about her relatives now, but about him. He stood up from his seat and said about the 4th of last month, namely about the evening. Then he put his hands on the suspect's shoulders. He leaned towards his ear and asked where he had been. The poor fellow said with wild anxiety that he had been at home. Red-Eyed squinted and asked what he had been doing then. Red eyes started to pop out of the hero's back, and he started to confess before it was too late, and Shinji himself thought that it was true, and that acting was enough, because of which the puppets behaved like people. The suspect's face began to crumble, and he said that he was at home that evening, while his girlfriend was away, and he decided to have some fun. Purple smoke began to come out of his head. He remembered how he was caught cheating that time. Then the girl attacked him with her fists, while the courtesan ran away. After some time, he stood with a rose in his hands and said that he slightly overdid it and finished her off. He took the body to the kitchen and began to cut it up, and now he said that he still had a lot of things to do, and he couldn't let her bother him. And then the fake girl turned and addressed them. She looked at the guy in tears with a terrifying look and said that she did not understand what they were talking about. The hero stood above them and thought about how she had merged with the rules of the deceased relative, and if so. He stood majestically above the poor guy and asked if he had boarded the moon train after that. Then he stretched out his hand with an eye in front of him and told the puppet that the force of attraction must be stronger than that of the white cat playing the observer was more attractive. The eyes began to spread along the walls and cover the room. A huge dark force had already covered the entire room, surrounding the suspect. Then the poor guy froze and fell silent. The puppet opened part of its face and, smiling, said that it had been caught. Suddenly, the guy's body was torn apart. The doll's small legs began to run along the floor. The protagonist was able to open his eyes and was surprised. The creature had already begun to run away from him. But then his power closed the door and blocked the passage. The puppet fell into a stupor, seeing an obstacle. Shinji stretched out his hand and used acceptance. But his power did not pass through the aura. He looked at her in surprise and wondered why nothing had happened. The porcelain one smiled wildly and laughed. Then the red-eyed one tensed up and thought that these tricks were happening again. The doll had managed to break through the wall and escape. He approached the hole and thought that the previous energy had been at the level of fateful luck, and now there was not even a hint left, and in this case, despite the obstacles, but his thoughts were interrupted by the short-haired one, and she said that she had escaped and they needed to catch up. But the next moment, when the doll jumped out the window, he said that it was not worth it, because she could hide her power, and unlike ordinary puppets, any power or objects based on rules did not affect her. He imagined an ugly structure of limbs and said that they also should not send people in pursuit, and even if they caught up with her, they should not attack frivolously. Although she was separated from the merger with the deceased relative, she still turned him into a puppet, and most likely, she would replace someone's personality. Gray-eyed looked at him with alarm and said that there were other options. But the ghost did not listen and said that if they had at least some information about her location, then they should report to him. But for now it was worth dealing with the relative. When he turned away, she continued, saying that they needed to wait for the train to resume movement, to which he immediately asked about what if their plan failed, and asked what would happen if the relative did not get on the train, and offered to find other oddities, and he would personally deal with the deceased relative. A notification appeared about the puppet breaking the connection with the deceased relative and the oddity. The deceased relative lost its previous rules. After the red-eyed man took the dark matter and thought about how he felt that the pressure from the relative had decreased by half. At that moment, the oddity at the interrogation table repeated the guy's name. The hero stood among the braided threads with a monstrous look and invited his sister to come back. The blue sports car was racing along the road at great speed. The girl's skirts were lifted by the speed of the transport. Ian got out of the car and waved his hand and said that it was a surprise. Then he turned his attention to the protagonist, and was surprised at how much younger he had become again, saying that he also wanted to change. Afterwards, he came even closer and said with slight embarrassment that the power of the deceased relative was enormous, and there was not even acne, to which he immediately said that as soon as the doll weakened its influence, the power of strangeness decreased. Pulling his head back, he immediately remembered his shrinkage and said that this was the second time he became small, and it took him much longer to recover than usual, and his age changed from an elementary school student to a middle school student. They sat on the steps and he asked him why he came, to which the red-haired man said that it was to inform him that the plan to reattract the deceased relative with the help of the moon train would have to be postponed. He lowered his gaze and presented a scale, saying that the lives of 5 third-class observers were needed for the Mobius ring, and said that the third rank was the pinnacle of observer abilities. Then he imagined a debate table and said that the number of third-rank observers registered in the register was large only for them and the USA and in total only a few hundred, and neither the country nor the observers themselves would agree to this. Then he imagined a broken box and said that in their plan they and the Americans would put up 2 people each, and the remaining 5th would be determined by lot, and the wind would decide everything. Then he imagined Holt with an assistant and said that the USA did not agree and demanded a random lottery for all 5, and except for their pawns, none of the other representatives agreed. Red-Eyed calmly looked ahead and asked if they agreed to their plan, saying that since they were going to get their hands dirty, it was worth taking advantage of this, to which his comrade said that if the results did not meet their expectations, they would not agree and would continue to drag out time. Afterwards, they began to laugh anxiously, because both possessed the ability to resurrect and replace death, and the black-haired man said that even if the moon train drags them into the grave, they still will not die. Then the red-haired man threw his hands behind his head and said that no one knows who they will send, and perhaps the fate will really go to him, and in no case should you use a shadow to replace death. Then he turned sharply to the hero, saying that he almost forgot and asked if he said that he wanted to continue trying other methods, to which he immediately said that he thought he forgot, and offered to tell. Then he imagined how he burned the book and asked if they had previously used a marriage certificate to deal with the fallen Cupid, or something like that, because completely breaking the ties between him and the deceased relative from a legal point of view, then everything would end. But then the protagonist turned to him and said that they could no longer influence anything and the plane crash had long been registered, and his parents were dead, but his sister. But then his comrade showed him the phone screen and pointed at it with his finger, asking if he could see it. Shinji opened his eyes and was a little surprised, asking if the files had been restored. He saw a full list with his family and was immediately told that everyone was there, even his biological mother, although he had not yet been able to find out if she was alive, and suggested turning her off as well. Red-Eyed looked ahead with alarm and thought that there were no memories associated with her, after which he said to cancel everyone. He immediately imagined a multi-faced monster and said that a dead relative could pretend to be any dead relative, and suggested relying on him. After that, he walked down the corridor. He saw a door emitting an aura and thought that the atmosphere seemed to have worsened. Afterwards he smiled softly thinking that it had apparently worked, and if he died, there would be at least some progress. The guy took hold of the door handle and pulled it down. He entered the room where all the family members were waiting for him and said that he had returned. They were in the shadows and looked at him menacingly. And then the red-eyed man wondered in surprise when his sister had managed to return. Suddenly, their faces began to move apart into fanged mouths. The monsters immediately rushed to attack. At the same moment, the protagonist's neck was cut. His head was separated from his body while his carcass was being eaten. One by one, pieces of his flesh were torn apart. Suddenly, his head fell to the ground with an empty look. The hero wondered why he had not managed to die. He watched as he was eaten. A notice appeared about unlocking the rules, which required treating the deceased relative as family, and the guy thought that the unlocking of the rules occurred after they ate his flesh, and this is considered a punishment for an impolite son. Suddenly, the monsters rose, standing over the scraps. They immediately headed for the exit, and he thought that this was a trap. The ghost began to slowly close his eyes and did not think about anything. After that, his eyes completely closed. Sun cried loudly, which translates as a request for them to come up with something, because this guy is making a mistake again, and she wants to go back to the diary. But she remembers that the guy is also there and asks them to do something, because it is very scary. AI pointed her hand at the portal and said that she can hide it, and she can stay and wait until the master is resurrected, and then use his abilities to resurrect, because by then her scream will not be so loud. But the blonde used highbrow language again, asking if he would definitely resurrect, because she didn't want to take any risks. And then the door began to slowly open. The monsters entered the room in an even line. They scattered around the room. Their faces stopped looking like humans and dissolved into the darkness. But then they returned to normal. The blood-stained phone began to ring. The hero began to rise from his remains. His amulet was glowing brightly at that moment. A notification came that a life had been spent and the remaining days of life were 99. He immediately scratched his head and clicked his tongue in displeasure. He picked up the phone and thought about how he almost lost blood and thought about how he overestimated himself, because despite the fact that he had the 6th rank, it was not so easy to die. The guy picked up the phone and put his hand on his hip, thinking that watching yourself being eaten was not the most pleasant experience. Ian looked at him through the camera and said that in order for him not to fall into the cycle of death, they restored all his blood ties. He narrowed his eyes and apologized, saying that he did not think that he would have such a cruel death. The hero calmly said that he himself did not expect it and asked about the strange things, and when he was told that they were in his room, he said that he was hanging up and would discuss it later. After he left, when he was loudly asked if he had any plan, the guy smiled slyly, imagining the monsters, and thought that in fact it was so, and he needed to thank them. After some time, he opened the front door. The protagonist smiled softly and said that he was back. Seeing how his family members sat down in his room, he asked what they were doing there. The stepmother sat on the floor and said that she was helping with the cleaning, and the sister said that she thought it was her room. After that, the red-eyed man approached his father and asked if he was working, and reminded him that it was his laptop, and he immediately said that he was mistaken. At that moment, the ghost looked at him arrogantly and thought that without the puppet, it had become easier to interact with him. At that moment, he noticed the meaningless scribbles in the chat. The guy walked around the room, not paying attention to them. He waved his hand and said with a smile that since they were trying so hard, he would cook dinner. After some time, he was already standing at the stove and thinking about the fact that in ancient myths there are legends about traveling to the west and being elevated to the rank of saints. At that moment, he began to tie an apron on himself. The ghost rolled up his sleeves and thought that he needed to start by returning the bones to his father and cutting off the flesh. He threw the cleaver high into the air. Then the hero calmly caught it in his hand and the blade flashed. A trail of his blood spread across the kitchen and pieces of meat fell into the frying pan, and he thought that from this moment on his son would become a god and the body would know itself. Black smoke came from his hand and the guy held out a plate with pieces of meat, offering to try it. The eyed mass was busy regenerating flesh at that moment. The entities looked at the dish and breathed heavily. The red-eyed one froze and said meaningfully. At that moment, the monsters began to eat and again changed their shells, eating even the plates. The father swallowed the food, causing his throat to swell. Their faces immediately became normal, and the hero only said meaningfully. But after some time, their bodies began to evaporate. The crystal on his neck began to glow again. A notice appeared about unlocking a deceased relative, in which he should avoid eating flesh that could sever blood ties with the relative, and a friendly reminder that depending on the strength of his own spiritual power, the amount of flesh and blood needed may vary. The hero picked up the amulet and thought that the stronger the spiritual power, the more spiritual power components are contained in the body, and if he were a lower rank, he would hardly survive this oddity. He immediately imagined the flesh being eaten by a monster, and thought that he would have to give up his real flesh, not just a drop of blood. At this moment, the people in the office celebrated that everything worked out and admired the power of the ghost, although the data of the deceased relative was updated. Red Ice looked at his hand and thought that this was not all, he still felt the presence of oddity. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ian looked at it with wild surprise and wondered what was going on. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked away with concern, but said nothing. The front door slowly began to open. There was a girl in the door who announced her return. There was a beautiful tall girl there, and the observers realized that the ghost's mother had also died. He looked menacingly at the guest and asked if he would eat. The woman went inside and said that she had just returned from a trip and wanted to rest. The hero watched her and thought about how he had just recovered, but had already fallen under the influence of the same strangeness and thought about how he would not let her rest. But then sadness appeared in his gaze. Then he climbed into the closet and started talking on the phone, and when he was asked if he had any ideas, he said that he did not want to drag it out any longer. But then Ian put his hand to his head and said with alarm that he had thought of something and could not remember something. The red-eyed man picked up one of his jackets and thought. The protagonist began to change clothes and was told that it was a psychologist. While he was talking on the phone, he imagined the bespectacled woman with the ring and was told that Swaley moved because of her ex's prediction, and said that it would be good for her, and he immediately asked when it was, and the red-haired man said with concern that he didn't know for sure, but she spoke very mysteriously, and it would be better to contact her himself. The hero finally decided that walking around with a bare belly was not an option and got dressed, and thought about how a secondary character could behave like that. And then he imagined a guest entering his house and thought that since the apartment was vacant, he could let someone in. He looked menacingly at his amulet and told AI to go out. She went out and picked up the lycoris and said that she was already here. The protagonist raised his finger up, asking about his neighbor, to which she said that everything is the same, and he gives gifts, and then wants to absorb the soul of the deceased. She remembered the picture of this action, but then said that nothing worked out for him on her territory. Then the guy thought about it when he was asked whether he wanted to let him out so that he could take revenge, and said that it was so, and he thinks that it is possible to try and asked if she can handle it. Then the beauty folded her fingers, saying that she can do it without problems, and according to her deep analysis, the power of the deceased relative has significantly weakened, and the likelihood that the neighbor will harm him, and not oddities, is 0. Then Shinji folded his arms on his chest and said that it sounds good, and she agreed, saying that recently one program came out, and a very interesting one, but her unrequited love was not answered. The hero immediately grabbed the phone and said that they needed to turn off the surveillance cameras, because he needed to deal with the oddity and needed to gradually take the residents out of the building, and everything needed to be done carefully. Ian was wildly surprised when he heard that they only had an ace and asked if he was really going to do this. The bearded man looked at him from behind and said that the order of the special department was to maintain secrecy outside the organization and inside if it concerns oddities, and even those that are capable of causing great damage. It does not matter what methods a person uses, and you should not ask about his actions, let him just do his own thing. The pink-haired man turned around menacingly and asked if he really invited a girl from the afterlife to return her neighbor. Then the old man put his hand to his chest and said that it was so, because he has the heart of oddity and naturally, he is able to control the rules of oddities, and Mr. Ghost is their hope, so he will not betray their interests, and can do anything without their consent. Then the observer exhaled heavily, putting his hands on his hips, realizing that these were just more of his friend's loyal followers. At that moment, the hero looked menacingly ahead and said to get ready to let her out, and she immediately agreed. The clock hands slowly approached 12. In an instant, they came together. At that moment, a man began to walk down the corridor. Song slowly walked down the corridor to the door from which light was pouring. Above the door hung a sign stating that this was an apartment rental agency. Suddenly, he stumbled and stopped. He looked away and smiled, while his shadow revealed his true nature. After the protagonist handed him a form and said that this was his contract and from today on, that tenant of this place, and said that they were now neighbors, and hoped to get along. Song smiled sweetly and said that he agreed, and tomorrow he would bring a gift, while the hero and his ex played the role of the owner and employee of the management company. The next day, the neighbor came to the door and offered a package, saying that he had just moved in and that it was a small present from him, to which the substitute mother meaningfully remained silent, and this was the first step. There was a gift on the first day. The relative accepted the gift, but with caution, and an inner voice warned that Komatsu was a bad person. The next day, the man asked for a favor. Despite the fact that the relative was going to meet him halfway, the anger continued to grow, until Song began to break into the house and call the lady, breaking down the door. The hero and his ex were sitting in the room and watching their dialogue and request to use her bath. The bespectacled woman refused him with a displeased look and told him to go back to his place. But he ignored her and broke in, and then it began. The protagonist put his hand to his face, watching this, and looked at them with an arrogant look. The neighbor stood under a hot shower with his clothes on, deciding that he was Ippolit from an old Soviet film. The bathroom door began to open. He came out with a soft smile and, flooding the floor, thanked her and said that it was time for him to go. The girl came out of the apartment, watching him leave. She followed him to his apartment, and was right behind him. The young lady was already staring at his wall and was silent, after which the rules were activated. The two monsters immediately opened their mouths and showed their teeth. Two auras collided, releasing energy outward. But then the body of the bespectacled one began to fall apart. The neighbor was already sucking her in, opening his huge mouth. But then AI flew up to him. Red threads began to fly out from under her dress. The strangeness was immediately enveloped in fetters and tied up his entire body. They threw him into the lake in the afterlife and began to drown, dragging him to the souls. The hero's crystal began to shine. A notification appeared that a deceased relative, with a blood connection and a type of cognitive oddity, and when a relative dies, countless memories are intertwined so that one can see the relative once again, but these memories may require an exchange for life. The protagonist held the purple clot in his hand with a sad look and thought of the liver. Immediately after, he clenched his fist with all his might. A notification appeared that the oddity was absorbed, and a deceased relative with a blood connection, and a fragment of the liver oddity was obtained in 2.5 million legend points, and in the end, the legend points exceeded 5 million, and after that, 500,000 good and evil points were obtained, and the total number exceeded 1,700,000. A black book opened and a notification appeared asking whether he was going to replace the liver. The guy squinted and wondered why this was happening again. The numbers began to change very quickly. After that, a notification appeared saying that he had received a huge number of legend points, good and evil, and spiritual power, and he could advance to the 7th rank, and a question appeared asking whether he was going to do it. The hero tensed up and said a meaningful word. A notification appeared that he was getting the ability to kill oddities without having to learn their rules and would get more points, and a question appeared about whether to do it or not. The girls surrounded the protagonist with a shining and big-eyed heart. But then he refused with the calmest possible look. He tilted his head slightly to the side, and looking at the book said that he seemed to be doing marketing, to which his paper interlocutor said a meaningful word. His stats and lifespan of 100 days appeared. The guy bowed his head and thought sadly that if he didn't absorb the fragments, to rise to the 7th rank and overcome the spiritual power threshold of 10,000, it would take 2 million points of good and evil, and in fact, there was nothing wrong with replacing organs. He began to put the book into the amulet, and thought that he needed to prepare for the possible reverse control from the history related to memories, and this was the first time that the chronicle of events showed such a mania. He stretched out his hand to the window and thought that, however, perhaps his fears were unnecessary, and control over the oddities and strengthening was the best chance to weaken everything that threatened him. He opened the window, seeing the full moon, and said that in the end, the heart merged well with him, just like the eye stick with his ex. He took the amulet and thought about whether it meant that the fragments could merge with the rules of the oddities he had created. Afterwards, the ghost covered his face with his hand and said with a smile that he would not blame him since the Geo had already been chosen, and said that he thought that he least wanted him to die, and asked if it could be said that they were bound by life. At that moment, there was a strong thunderstorm in Detroit, USA. The pillars of the association gathered at the negotiating table. The assistants of the two countries stood over the Chinese leader. The agreement was signed at that very moment. The representatives of the two countries were absolutely serious, pressing the red buttons. The 5 people who were bound immediately felt a piercing pain. Each of them bled out and fell dead. Suddenly, the door began to slowly open and an order was heard to be careful. The employees began to collect the bodies in bags. Then they were carried out of the hall on stretchers. Yao, watching this, said that half a day had already passed and the ring had finally been launched, to which the blonde immediately said that the price of 5 third-rank observers was quite high and she hoped that the device would cope. He followed her and asked if she felt regret, because these were not their people, and moreover, this was a draw, a fair process, as well as reasonable and open. The American sat with a depressed look, and he said that even if they had few observers, they still had no choice. The blue-eyed woman said sadly that this was so, because they were also a kind of resource, and regardless of whether they were killed by strangeness or died due to the use of rules and tools, it was the same. After that, she lowered her head and closed her eyes and said that one day they too would face such a senseless death. But then the green-haired man said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time and that she had changed, to which the girl immediately said that this might be so, but it was no longer important. The guy stood calmly when they told him that, nevertheless, she still wanted to thank their organization, because his connections and methods in the capital allowed them to gain an advantage in negotiations with the Secret Service. Then he laughed and said that this was great. Then his smile changed to a creepy one, and he said that in the end, this is connected with the future of the special department. But then they were distracted from the dialogue by a loud cry that something bad had happened. Then the beauty looked ahead with alarm and asked what had happened, and suggested that there might be a problem with the ring, but her colleague immediately offered to take a look. The action moved to the forest, where the moon train began to slow down. A girl with multicolored shoes came out from there. It was an oddity divided into a white and a black part. But then she looked straight into the camera with a creepy look. A thick fog rose over Detroit. The cameras were watching a building in the city from which a green light was coming. The strangeness was dragging a body behind it, mutilated beyond recognition. And then the girl went towards the stairs. Then she smiled again with all her teeth. Then she knocked off the head of a corpse with just one kick, whose eyes were gouged out. And then part of the body hit the corner of the building and bounced off. Then the camera fell to the floor. Loli reached for it, getting into the lens. She brought it closer to her face with a wild smile. One of the operators turned to his colleague and asked what was wrong with the picture, to which he immediately said that there was complete darkness, and thought that there were no problems. But then the head of one of them suddenly stretched upward to an impossible length, causing wild pain. When his partner was torn apart, the man grabbed the radio and said that there was something strange and asked if anyone was in touch, and said that the dead Loli was not on the moon train and apparently the ring did not work. But then a cold bloody hand fell on his hand. He was wildly scared, and then the body leaned towards him, asking if he saw him, and he tried to call for help. The employees came to the scene, and looking at the corpse said that the ring could not get out of control, but maybe this is not the case. The red-haired man looked at this with a sad look, asking what it meant, and asked if he wanted to say that the dead Loli can control the train. But then he was wildly surprised when he was reported that the strangeness appeared in the east and 5 observers died, and then they said about Thailand, with 3 deaths, like many other places. The head of the Chinese Association looked sternly ahead and said that it seemed that the situation on the train was getting tense. The head of the Americans froze, while the mustachioed dwarf asked in horror if he wanted to say that the train had its own consciousness, and the assistant of USA immediately said that they needed to go back and stop the train. Holt looked seriously ahead and said that this oddity was a real death for observers and now the most important task for them is to limit the rules of the dead Loli, and the big man immediately added calmly, saying that judging by the situation of mass murders committed by the dead Loli in large cities, and has already integrated into the rules, and if the train is not stopped, all observers in the world will be in danger. He immediately imagined the oddity that holds the earth in its palms and said that they die as soon as they look at it, and in addition, There are no exact rules and the threat has spread throughout the world, which inevitably makes you think. But then the bespectacled man glanced to the side and said that it was time for the ghost to act, and his assistant immediately agreed. At this time, Yao stood with his arms folded across his chest. He watched them with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, his eyes turned into cat eyes. The shadow began to walk along the roof of the train, and he asked how his master got here and asked if he had found a way to pull him out. But then the hero leaned over and said not to rush, because he still needed time. He sat down on the edge of the main car and said that first he needed to say why he had stopped, because items from the special department should not stop him. But he immediately asked about that, did not say that the ring should limit him, and then said that this was exactly why he had stopped. Then the red-eyed man looked away with alarm and fell silent. At this moment, the protagonist remembered his comrade, and thought that this was probably why the special one had asked him to intervene. The train continued to rush across the bridge and Shinji asked about who besides the dead loli got off the train, and said to restore movement, and asked if he could make everyone return to the train. But then they showed him a lot of records and the entity said that according to surveillance data, in addition to the dead loli, 3 more passengers got off the train, and as for returning to the train, the dead loli went beyond his control, and their contract was broken. Red-eyed leaned forward a little and asked why so quickly and asked about what she integrated into the rules with. Then he stood up to his full height with his hands in his pockets. The hero went down to the driver's cabin. He examined the screens and asked if he had information about her, to which the entity told him that there were very few of them and despite the fact that they must collect data on each passenger, and asking questions is not so easy. The ghost closed his eyes and anxiously wondered who she studied with, and thought that according to the inner search, it is possible to find out that there is a record of the deceased loli that appeared half a month before the birth of the moon train. He imagined her biographical chart. He covered his face with his hand and thought that the rules that are given now are that if a person has spiritual power, he will die when meeting her perception, and according to the ancient legends of this world, observers are different from ordinary people. He imagined himself on the symbol of harmony and thought that in addition to the balance of life force called the energy of death and the energy of life inside the body, there is also aggressive spiritual energy. Immediately after Shinji, he imagined the strangeness in all its glory. He imagined his comrade and thought that the black and white of the deceased loli just represents the life force of yin-yang. Afterwards, he imagined the red-haired man being attacked by the black and white one and thought about how the spiritual energy inside the observer was destroying the balance of life and death, which was very annoying for her, and that he didn't understand that this was what Yin had once succumbed to while being close to the loli's habitat. The hero immediately narrowed his eyes and wondered why this was happening. But then he opened his eyes and seemed to have an idea. The guy immediately became very worried and finally realized what was wrong, and the train asked him what he wanted to do and if he needed help. But then the protagonist waved it off and refused with a smile. He became transparent again when he snapped his finger, saying that he thought he could handle this observer killer himself. Afterwards, he was under a veil and said that he would hold a clash of rules. The plane was flying high in the sky. The hero looked out the window and thought that it was no surprise that the special department decided to contact him and conduct an experiment with a loli, and frankly, he was not ready for these tests. Afterwards, he propped his head up with his hand and thought that the International Special Department was interesting, but they did not risk investigating much. Their attitude was rather reserved and they said that at first they themselves wanted to find a way to solve the problem without involving him. He imagined the International Special Department as an international organization that unites different countries to combat oddities, maintain balance, security and cooperation, and at the moment of the greatest threat to humanity, they resolve many interstate conflicts and smooth out clashes between the owners of spiritual power. He imagined all the pillars and thought that the International Department was often interested in his abilities, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to hide. The hero looked away and wondered how they communicate with 2 observers. Afterwards, he imagined an iceberg with a mysterious bottom and thought that perhaps it was time to stop collecting rumors and urban legends blindly and start creating new ones so that they would constantly circulate, because behind these people there were even greater secrets, greater than those of the gods. The blonde met him at the entrance and greeted him. The black-haired man began to slowly descend the ramp. He looked around, to which she immediately offered to introduce him. She took her hand away and, pointing to the experimental buildings of the International Department base, said that this was a large experiment where new rules and items were being tested. The blonde adjusted her glasses and said that, according to their estimates, his spiritual power was so great that only he could truly lure the dead loli. Then she put her hand in her chest pocket and said that, just in case, when he released spiritual power, it was necessary to inject it into the stone to ensure that the dead loli would come here. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and kept silent meaningfully upon seeing the crystal, and then said that she could go. The girl pointed to the drones and said that a special department would monitor the experiment in real time, including the International Department of leaders of other countries responsible for anomalous phenomena. The red-eyed man looked up carefully and kept silent meaningfully. She bowed to the ambassador, delighting the observers, and said that she would not interfere with him. Then Shinji looked up with a smile. He stretched out his hand with the crystal in front of him, while a huge crowd was watching him, and suggested that they begin. He squeezed his hand tightly, filling it with the energy of darkness. The landscape around was damaged by such a great force. The heads of state departments were in complete shock. The ghost frowned and continued. Black and white appeared in front of him. She sparkled brightly standing in front of him. The energy core in him began to expand greatly. He immediately tried to release his power and reduce the damage. Half of his body was immediately covered with red eyes. But the hero turned out to be just a pawn on the path of strangeness, and he was torn apart. Little Eye stretched out his hands in tears and called for his mother. AI felt this surge. She saw cracks in space and said that apparently her master had already made a choice. The assistant to the American head looked around with alarm when the recording ended and asked what happened and why the system crashed, and then wondered which of them did it, to which the head of the Chinese association said as calmly as possible that it was not a ghost, since he promised he would not consciously destroy the system, and then the question of Loli. The rest of the committee members sat silently, and the big guy said that they could switch immediately to satellite surveillance of the army. Yao folded his hands in front of his face and said that now it seemed that Mr. Ghost was not afraid of Loli, but after he was resurrected, he would hardly want to cooperate with them again. At that moment, in the middle of the experimental base, there was a hole in the ground. Black and white began to approach the remains. She laughed wildly, lifting the hero by the neck. Then she moved closer to him, as if she wanted to kiss him, and sniffed him. The strangeness smiled with all her teeth after that. She reached for his eye with her hands. But then the guy's amulet lit up again. A notification of the rule of looking through the crack appeared, which complements the heart of strangeness, and an automatic absorption occurred. The Loli was immediately grabbed by the hand by a black entity with eyes. The protagonist's eyes were like a goat's. He stood up to his full height and uttered a phrase in an unknown language, while golden lightning emanated from him. After that, he froze in his new appearance. The monster began to slowly disintegrate into pieces. An explosion of enormous force occurred. Somewhere in the smoke, a human figure remained. The hero looked at his demonic hands and wondered what was wrong with him. Immediately after, a notification appeared that he had absorbed the dead Loli. The boy stood frozen over the rubble, not believing what he was seeing and wondering what had happened. Then he slowly lowered his gaze and relaxed. His eyes began to return to normal. Shinji stood on the ground and thought that during the encounter with the oddity, the rules of the eye stick and AI merged, and everything led to the fact that it was possible to use their rules. He looked at the destruction and thought that the rules of the oddity probably do not affect buildings, the environment, and everything that is not human, but this is different. He put his hand to his chest and thought that it seems like he will not be able to control the rules now, and there is only one way. His amulet began to slowly rise and a notification appeared that one life was taken and 99 days remained. At this time, the military satellite was aimed right at him. All the heads of the special forces were in complete shock and froze. The head of the Chinese association raised a finger and said that they initially could not confirm that the ghost was able to control the rules of the oddities. But now, according to the footage from the military satellite, he was the first one who could freely use the rules. While the others sat motionless, the big guy intervened and said that this was a serious matter and it was necessary to understand what if his power got out of control. Akiji intervened, saying that the ghost could control his power. She frowned and introduced him, saying that this experiment allowed them to see that the ghost realized that he could not easily escape the rules of the oddities, so he decided to commit suicide to free himself from them. Everyone became silent, and she continued, saying that he used his body to absorb the body of the oddity, and the special department knew about it, and all information about him was available to the department, and besides him, despite having the heart of the oddity, the ghost had never used its power in a populated area. The head of the Chinese organization closed his eyes as she continued, saying that they could provide evidence of the hero's true power, and his heart specifically for the council. Holt folded his hands in front of his face and looked at her, remaining silent as she spoke about how the ghost had recently received the heart, and even if a person absorbs the strangeness, he can only use the power indoors. The green-eyed man tensed up even more and heard the words that the council had already made a decision. Jiang calmly looked forward and said that in fact, the real power of the strangeness heart could only be activated by colliding with the deceased Loli, and the heart merging with her rules. He began to pull down his glasses and said that of course, there was a possibility that he had completely mastered the rules of strangeness and moreover, it could not be ruled out that he had mastered other rules as well. The bearded man immediately hit the table, saying that then they too would not escape responsibility, because this monster was an oddity, but the head of China only pompously wiped his lenses and said that he must be joking. He finally looked with his red eyes, so similar to those of the hero, and said that, frankly speaking, the ghost is the only person who can use the rules and was able to kill the Loli, and even change the landscape, wiping out buildings. He immediately imagined Shinji, and said that he is the only legitimate heir to their special department. He put on his glasses and said that they will not accept any unreasonable actions on their part, and if they want to stop the civil war, then they are ready to help, and asked what they think. The big guy finally plucked up his courage and menacingly declared that the gentleman from China is right, and the sudden appearance of the ghost is a huge success and support for observers in the fight against oddities. And then Jiang closed his eyes and said that he believes that Shinji will become the world leader in the fight against oddities in the future. He looked at the screen and said that he will defeat humanity over these monsters and offered to call him. The black-haired man was already driving a jeep through the desert, and they asked him about his location, telling him to stop by the special department. He sadly lowered his head to the side and asked what happened and asked if they wanted to punish him, and then apologized, saying that it looked like the base would have to be built anew. But then the old man said something unexpected and said with a smile that this was not so, and they would increase his rights in the special department to the maximum so that he could take rule items and even accept them as a gift. The red-eyed man was surprised by this news. He looked away and thought about why a gift without conditions suddenly came. Then he closed his eyes and thought about the fact that there were not many rule items in the special department, and each of them was effective only at a certain moment, and they could not be given to individuals, and it was worth reminding that he was not an observer and was not an official employee at all. Then he said with a soft smile that he would better go back and choose the items himself, and they would simply send them to him. At this moment, the green-haired man sat behind him with his arms folded and wondered why. His eyes became absolutely wild and he immediately said that this place should have belonged to him. After that, he started to leave and thought that the ghost was his enemy. Yao was so angry that the veins on his neck stood out, and in his head there were only thoughts about eliminating the enemy. At this moment, his temporary housing was absolutely quiet. There was a blue inconspicuous suitcase. Suddenly, Zip began to move small puppet hands. The puppet stuck its head out and began to laugh. At this time, the hero sat with his head propped up on his hand and looked out the window. He narrowed his eyes and thought that the eye that could make everything disappear from the face of the earth was either the power of a dead loli or a god. Afterwards, he imagined a cycle in the orbit of the earth and thought that although this ability is not invincible, it still stands out among others and wondered about the fact that just being invincible among people and observers does not mean anything. The wheels of the car collected a lot of dust under them, and he thought that he didn't care what would happen next. The car accelerated at full speed, scattering fragments. One of the stones hung in the air and he continued the thought that it depends on whose rules he is lucky enough to fall into. Afterwards, the stone began to crack. After that, there was a whole bunch of stones in the air, and the guy thought that he needed to continue improving in order to free himself from the shackles of the rules.